This guy right here, he's our main character. He's the world's top-tier chef, a man with one obsession, cooking nothing but the most exquisite dishes. Anyone who dares cook badly in front of him, he'd skewer them on the spot. No mercy. Then on one moonless, starless night, he stumbles into another world no truck can needed. Here, even the weakest beast can send him straight to the respawn screen. But unlike every other Ice Guy protagonist who rushes off to become a legendary hero, this guy stubbornly pitches a tent and starts cooking. Anyone who tastes his food loses their minds. From grizzled old mages to battle-hardened warriors, and Night 7 the sacred wolf of legend bows before his creations. Alright, enough exposition. Let's get started. The weather forecast announces that a tropical storm is on its way, bringing heavy rain nationwide. For anyone planning a camping trip, that's terrible news. But the scene shifts to another place and voices ring out. Thanks, Ms. Park. We're eating good today. On the ground, a grill blazes hot, its slabs of pork belly charred to perfection. Lee Kang-hein beams at his handiwork, aged kimchi with grilled pork belly, absolute perfection. He cracks open a can of beer. Lee Kang-hein tilts his head back and takes a long swig. The ice-cold beer slides down his throat. He exhales, grinning with satisfaction. Rain or shine doesn't bother me one bit. Suddenly, a voice catches his attention. Lee Kang-hein, we're here. Lee Kang-hein turns to look. Perfect timing, I just finished cooking a feast. Come grab a seat right here. A burly man approaches him and asks, you got any more of that stuff? What's it, Khalid Saju? Behind him come a white-haired man and a young woman. The two of them advance together, and an old man appears right behind. He points ahead. I spy something new over there. Not only that, up on a high branch, a blonde-haired girl perches with a grin. Sorry for interrupting everyone's rest. Everyone gathers in the clearing deep in the forest. No need to level the ground. Now the scene shifts to a small village. A black car sits parked in front of a house. The driver strikes up a conversation. So this used to be your grandfather's storage shed. Doesn't look half bad, actually. Lee Kang-hein's friend leans against the hood, visibly dejected. Wait, you are telling me the most famous chef in all of Korea is going to open a restaurant here? Lee Kang-hein, still inside the car with his face completely covered, gives instructions. Are you absolutely sure nobody's around? Double check for me. Lee Kang-hein peeks out cautiously. Last time he let his guard down for even a second, the paparazzi swarmed him. His friend waves a hand dismissively. Who the hell would follow you all the way out here? Lee Kang-hein slowly pulls down his mask. You've got a point. Lee Kang-hein thinks to himself, if anyone saw this, they'd say I've got a full-blown celebrity complex. And so Lee Kang-hein stands before the house, lost in thought. But these days, wherever I go, people recognize me instantly. I graduated from Zia, one of the top 3 culinary schools in the world. Won the international cooking competition in Paris. TV shows wouldn't stop calling. Anyone would think a young, brilliant chef like me has a dazzling future ahead. But the memories flood back, a stranger shouting his name. Chef Lee Kang-hein. A girl barges in from nowhere, phone raised, trying to snap a photo. I'm your biggest fan. Just one photo, please. Lee Kang-hein startles. This is the kitchen. Please step outside. Then some blonde guy lays into him. Can't you see you're causing trouble for everyone? You think you're better than those of us who actually take this craft seriously. Shouldn't you have just been a celebrity? Why'd you even become a chef? Right after the incident, Lee Kang-hein is hit with a tidal wave of negativity from social media. Lee Kang-hein stares glumly at his phone screen. Across the screen, a relentless barrage of attack posts and rumors. What am I even supposed to believe anymore? The truth about the fake celebrity chef exposed by netizens. Renowned Chef Kim, who once had close ties with Chef Lee Kang-hein, has spoken out about him. Lee Kang-hein clutches his head, crumbling. I'm so tired of all these eyes on me. The scene snaps back to the present. Lee Kang-hein's friend hauls his bags inside. Think about it carefully, okay? Finding food out here isn't exactly easy. Lee Kang-hein responds calmly. That's fine, I'm just here to relax anyway. His friend picks apart his reasoning. Who the hell goes somewhere to relax and then insists on running a business? Lee Kang-hein drags his suitcase and replies, cooking is my way of relaxing. His friend gives up. Fine, I know you're addicted to cooking, got it. His friend adds, let's at least eat something first, I'm starving. Lee Kang-hein replies, you can't order delivery out here, we'll have to find a restaurant. A bowl of black bean noodles is set on the table. Lee Kang-hein lifts his chopsticks to eat, but his expression couldn't be worse. His friend watches helplessly as he forces himself to endure. Instantly, Lee Kang-hein snatches the condiment bottle off the table in fury and whips around to call the manager. Is this even fit for human consumption? His friend grabs his shoulder. Calm down, put that down. With zero competition around here, of course the quality's garbage. His friend takes a bite of the noodles and comments, the sauce part's okay. Passable, I guess. The flavor. Lee Kang-hein's brow furrows. He rests his chin on his hand, turning away. I can't taste anything. The plate slips from his hands and shatters on the floor. Lee Kanghain covers his mouth, his complexion ghastly. From extreme psychological stress, he has lost his sense of taste. Lee Kanghain goes for a checkup and receives a diagnosis he never expected. The doctor tells him the root cause is psychological. Surgery likely won't help. I recommend addressing your stress first. The doctor quickly suggests a solution tree, picking up a hobby. Lee Kanghain's expression couldn't be worse. His friend suddenly taps his chopsticks against the bowl and says, "Honestly, I'm really worried. Setting aside the customer issue, I just don't see this place going anywhere. Are you sure about this? There's nothing around here but mountains and rice paddies." His friend points the chopsticks at Lee Kanghain. "Yeah, zero potential." Lee Kanghain waits for him to finish, then replies, "But that's exactly what makes it perfect." He looks up at the ceiling. "I can set up camp right here, surrounded by mountains and rice fields." The scene shifts elsewhere. A car rolls steadily down the road. Lee Kanghain sits in the back seat, mentally ticking off his supplies: a portable stove, a Margi River knife, sunscreen, a compass, and a map. The driver glances at him through the rearview mirror. "Heading to the beach, kid." Lee Kanghain looks up. "No, I'm going camping in the mountains." The driver's eyes flick to the back seat. "Dressed like that? Why don't you just bring a plastic pipe while you're at it?" Lee Kanghain blinks, confused. "Do I need a plastic pipe too?" The driver sighs. "No, kitty, you don't get what I'm saying." Lee Kanghain doesn't understand a single word of it, but he lets it go and asks the driver to change the destination. "Could you take me to Yongpyeon village instead?" The driver lets out a teasing laugh. "They don't sell pipes out there, you know," but Lee Kanghain has no intention of buying one. "I just need to stop by a place." Yongpyeon village. Lee Kanghain wanders around, taking it all in. Since grandfather passed, this is the first time he's come back to this place. He approaches an old, weathered house, clears out the dust and debris, then moves on. Suddenly, a door behind Lee Kanghain swings open. The pitch-black interior piques his curiosity. A storage shed. "What the?" Lee Kanghain tenses, creeping forward to check if someone has broken in. If so, he'll use his classic stainless steel camping flask as a weapon. Whoosh, something streaks past his legs in a blur, and he jolts in fright. Lee Kanghain whips his head around just a kitten crawling out of the tall grass. He glares at it with a flash of irritation. "Lucky for you, you're a cat." He steps inside quickly. With no one guarding the place anymore, even wild animals have started sneaking in and trashing things. "Where's the light switch?" But Lee Kanghain grows increasingly bewildered. Something feels wrong. As if in a trance, he keeps walking into a space that stretches on endlessly, far too vast to exist inside this building. Blinding motes of light appear from nowhere. They swirl around his body. Is that wind? Before Lee Kanghain's eyes, a searing, brilliant light slowly takes shape. What is that? He doesn't even realize he's reached the edge of an abyss until his foot slips. No time to react, he plunges downwards, swallowed by the light. Lee Kanghain screams in pure terror over and over. A while later, Lee Kanghain's eyes flutter open. He lies sprawled on the ground in the middle of some vast, unknown forest. "Where am I?" Something small approaches and licks his hand. He bolts upright with a jolt. "It's just a squirrel." "What the?" "A squirrel. But why are its ears that big?" "It." The next instant, the squirrel lifts off the ground and floats right in front of Lee Kanghain's face. He stares dumbfounded. Squirrels can fly now. Before he can react, the squirrel zips away into the distance. Another rustle erupts from the underbrush, sending a fresh wave of fear through him. Now what? He forces himself to steady his nerves. "Oh, a rabbit." But when the creature emerges from the bushes, it's a hulking, muscular beast. Lee Kanghain gasps. "Holy!" The giant rabbit strolls past him, then leaps away into the forest and vanishes. Lee Kanghain breaks into a wild sprint. "I have to get out of here, now." An exit? Where's the exit? This place is too dangerous. From deep within the shadows, an owl with glowing eyes watches everything in silence. He runs until his legs give out, collapsing face first onto the ground. Damn it, no people, no phone booth, nothing. He recalls the doctor's words. "Go camping," they said. He thinks bitterly, the doctor told me to go camping, not to get lost in some nightmare forest. His stomach growls, hollow and itching hunger he can no longer ignore. He opens his bag in defeat. After all that, he's still starving. Lee Kanghain lights a campfire. He stares into the flickering flames, lost in thought. Fire's taken care of. But the problem is, he only brought a handful of items. This is all he has to work with. He suddenly remembers the bag he left behind. Damn it, the real gear was in there. Lee Kanghain lets out a hollow laugh and starts cooking anyway. Lucky there's still this stuff, but it's inedible straight away. It needs to be soaked first. Lee Kanghain sprinkles seasoning into the pan and cooks the ingredients through. He watches the food sizzle, then adds pepper and salt to season it. He picks up a morsel with his chopsticks, staring at it intently. Is this even cooking? He puts it in his mouth. Normally, the moment it hits his tongue, he'd spit it right out. Just as he expected nothing, he sits there alone and the food is utterly tasteless. The pan goes flying, hurled aside in a burst of frustration. Lee Kanghan clutches his head and curses. Damn it, he grits his teeth, seething with frustration. Now in this vast forest, only Lee Kanghan remains. Suddenly, a sound from the darkness jolts him with fear. Pairs of gleaming eyes emerge from the shadows, fixed on him. Something lurks behind the grass, watching his every move. Lee Kanghan scrambles for his knife in a panic. Wolves, where's the knife? Lee Kanghan berates himself. You idiot, this tiny thing can't stab anything. The creature bares its jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Lee Kanghan's eyes lock onto it, completely transfixed. He screams in terror but nothing happens. Lee Kanghan slowly opens his eyes and looks. Nothing stood before him anymore. It vanished. Why? Suddenly, Kanghan heard a sound. A white creature was eating the food from his trap. Kanghan cautiously glanced over at the creature, which had already cleaned out every last bite of food from the trap, leaving nothing behind. It looked content after a full meal. Kanghan stared at it, eyes wide with disbelief. Hey, are you a dog? The little wolf lifted a paw and scratched at its own fur. Kanghan tilted his head and thought, don't people usually call this breed a husky or a Siberian? It still seemed pretty young. Kanghan looked at the little wolf, puzzled. Where did this little guy even come from? What's wrong? What do you want? Kanghan waved his hand to shoo it away. You've eaten no scram. I don't like being near dogs. Despite saying that, Kanghan pulled the creature into his lap and started stroking it. He really couldn't understand why everyone kept saying dogs were cute. What's so cute about them? He ran his fingers through the little wolf's fur as he spoke. Because it's wild. The fur is pretty coarse. The little wolf panted happily, tongue lolling out. Meanwhile, Kanghan kept talking to himself, then did its true silhouette register in his mind. The little wolf raised a paw, its sharp claws glinting. He let out a howl. A jolt of realization hit him. Thighs is a wolf. Kanghan froze, fear creeping into his eyes as he stared at the little wolf. I've picked up a wolf in another world. He glanced around nervously, searching for something. Where's this little one's mother? Is it alone? Could those wolves I saw earlier have been its packet's family? Kanghan's mind conjured up a terrifying scenario all on its own. What if they misunderstood and thought he'd kidnapped their pup? He fell silent, cradling the little wolf in his arms. Then Kanghan flopped back down on the ground again. Kanghan let out an exhausted sigh. Wolves, dogs, getting thrown off a cliff or starving to death, either way, I'm a dead man. The white wolf padded over and bit down on Kanghan's sleeve. He was too tired to react. What, you want to eat me now? Fair warning, human meat tastes terrible. Then behind the white wolf, a strange void shimmered into existence. Kanghan's eyes widened in surprise. He scrambled toward it like he'd struck gold. This is the same hole that brought me here. Kanghan wondered, could it send him back home? Should he go in? Stay calm, it points straight down. For all I know, this could be a gateway to hell. Despite the thought, Kanghan still leaned over and peered inside, just for a quick look. The white wolf happily bounded over too. It slammed right into Kanghan. Again. Kanghan went into freefall once more. All he could do was curse under his breath, that damn wolf. He plunged through the endless void. Kanghan squeezed his eyes shut tight, then slowly, gradually opened them. He was back where he started. I'm back. Kanghan nearly cried from relief. I'm alive. Oh my god. He rose to his feet. That little wolf eye didn't even get a chance to thank it. Kanghan gazed up at the sky and thought, we'll probably never meet again, but I won't forget what you did for me. But right then, the white wolf was already standing right beside him. He turned to look. Why are you here? Kanghan brought the white wolf back to his room. Kanghan tried to give the white wolf a bath and it scared the living daylights out of him. He even considered naming the white wolf. Let me give you a name. For now, let's go with whatever you like. And the two of them slept on the bed together. Kanghan wrapped his arms around the white wolf and drifted off to sleep. Morning came. Kanghan stretched and woke up. That was such a good sleep. How long had it been since he'd slept that well? Kanghan went to grab food for the white wolf right away. He set the food down in front of it. Wolves are basically dogs, right? So dog food should work. But the white wolf shook its head and refused to eat. Kanghan brought out more food. Cat food then. Rabbit food. The white wolf still stubbornly refused to eat. Seeing the white wolf's refusal, Kanghan lost all patience and snapped. Maybe I should just let it starve. Forget it, let me figure out my own food first. The wolf can wait. A spread of dishes lined the table. Kanghan couldn't taste a thing, yet somehow he'd still cooked an entire table's worth of food. You never know, maybe there'd be a dish where he could taste something again. Before the food even reached his mouth, the white wolf snatched it right out of his hand. Nyangao, when did you get up on the table? That's my food. Kanghan seethed with anger. That little brat. The table held homemade stir-fried beef with bean sprouts, a 10-1 supermarket salad, homemade miso soup, and a frozen chicken breast steak from the supermarket. At this point, he'd given up on convenience store meals entirely. He watched Nyangao and thought, fine, skip the salad, but the steak is still meat. When'd you eat that? You're a wolf, for crying out loud. Nyingao was happily devouring the homemade braised tofu. Kang Hein rested his chin on his hand. Maybe he should just place 2 plates of beef right in front of Nyingao. Fresh off the stove steak coming right up. I used good quality meat and the same cooking method. But the sauce is different. One plate uses store-bought sauce. The other uses the special sauce I made for the international cooking competition. Kang Hein ordered Nyingao over. Come on, if you've got a refined palate, pick one and test me. Nyingao walked over to the plate with the store-bought sauce, prompting Kang Hein to remark that even the commercial stuff tasted pretty good. But if it still chose his special sauce, Nyingao definitely had what it took to be a food critic. But Nyingao chose the store-bought sauce. Then it walked over to the plate with the recipe sauce. Nyingao polished off that plate in a flash. Kang Hein was stunned. It really was a food critic. He watched Nyingao happily eating and said, I knew you weren't an ordinary wolf, but it looks like I can't feed you cheap meals anymore. Kang Hein smiled gently. You know, it's been ages since I last cooked. Totally worth it. After that, Kang Hein moved on to painting the walls. You've been working hard. Kang Hein eyed the paint color with a somewhat displeased expression. Hey, what color did you pick? A figure approached. Is that paint? The person critiqued right away. Nothing surprising about that. Who uses interior paint for the outside walls? Kang Hein turned to see the village chief walking over, his face scrunched in disapproval. Honestly, kids these days can't even tell paint colors apart. Kang Hein took off his hat and asked, Who are you? The old man replied, Who else would it be? I'm the person you should have come to greet first when you moved in. He introduced himself. I'm the chief of this village. Waited and waited, but none of you showed up, so I came to you myself. He walked up close to the wall and examined it. Wow, who painted this so sloppily? First time. Kang Hein muttered the word back sloppily. Nyingao walked over to the old man, who let out an admiring sound. Oh, you have a dog too? Kang Hein replied, Ah, that little one is no, it's not a dog. Yes, it's definitely a dog. The village chief reached out to pet Nyingao, but Nyingao dodged away. Never mind, leave it to me, I'll send someone over to help. Kang Hein was taken aback. What? He tried to decline politely. That's okay, sir, we can handle it ourselves. The village chief cut him off. Handle what exactly? There are plenty of capable folks in this village. Young man, you really don't know how to spend your money wisely, do you? Kang Hein tried again. Please just let us do it ourselves. The old man tried to hug Nyingao to be dodged once more. Don't do a single thing this weekend. I'll get people to come help. No more painting or anything. Kang Hein replied sheepishly, but it's really fine, sir. Here comes trouble. The village chief returned with his familiar hat on, leading another man behind him. He introduced him. This is Yongmin from the Dung family. He works the fields nearby. Doesn't look like much, but he's quite skilled, I tell you. The other man introduced himself. I'm Dung Min. Kang Hein stepped out from inside the house. I'm Li Kang Hein. He thought to himself, exasperated he actually brought someone. He brought out water to offer them, only to find the two had already started working. I think we should use sandpaper first. The village chief replied, I brought some with me. Kang Hein watched them puzzled. This isn't even their house. Why are they so enthusiastic? The village chief turned to Kang Hein. By the way, are you planning to open a restaurant here? What kind of food? Kang Hein replied, I'm planning to open an Italian restaurant. The village chief asked again, a restaurant serving what now? Western food, Kang Hein answered quickly. Minhao looked up. Western, huh? Minhao asked, do you sell pork cutlet? All three of them went inside the house. Minhao said, my wife loves that dish. The restaurant we always went to close down. She's pregnant, so she can't travel far. I've tried making it myself, but the taste, well, it doesn't matter if you don't sell it. Just asking is all. After hearing this, Kang Hein thought to himself that dish isn't on the menu, but pork cutlet is easy enough to make. He caught his reflection in a glass of water, serving food to customers without even knowing what it tastes like himself. Absurd. He replied, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't open a restaurant after all. But then I think Kang Hein glanced over at Nyingao. Nyingao was still looking at him, tail wagging happily. It seemed Kang Hein had an idea. He slapped the table and shot to his feet. I can do this. Let me make you a pork cutlet and help you relive that memory. Kang Hein's voice rang out with determination. Following Minhao's description, the sauce had a reddish-brown hue from the added tomatoes, and it tasted sweeter too. Must be a demi-glace sauce then. He stood in the kitchen in his chef's whites, deep in thought, a small notebook in hand. He paused for a moment, then muttered, but without the tomatoes, it'd be more bitter, wouldn't it? Images of fresh, plump tomatoes flashed through Kang Hein's mind. Would a small shop in a rural place like this even carry tomato paste? If it's the sweetness from tomatoes. Something clicked, he blurted out ketchup. Kang Hein happily monologued to the pile of unprocessed ingredients in front of him. Everything's ready. Nyingao perked up the moment it heard his voice and barked in response. It was even wearing its own little apron. He rolled up his sleeves ready to go and told Nyingao, don't you dare fall behind. Kang Hein wielded his knife with expert precision, slicing the onion into paper-thin rings in a flash of silver. Each ingredient tags, flour was processed and arranged across the workspace as he began the final steps. Finally, each piece of food is lowered into the sizzling oil. They turn golden and crispy, hissing beautifully in the pan. Niangao's tail wags happily without stopping. Even though Niangao is eating heartily, Li Kanghain still notices something off. He clenches his fists with worry. His tail is slowing down now. I must have made it too sweet. Not giving up, he brings out another plate. How about this one? Then he stares intently. At Niangao's tail, it's only wagging weakly now. He keeps going. Finally, Niangao flops onto its back, belly bloated to the max. It hugs its belly in contentment, eyes squinting shut. After losing my sense of taste, I can no longer feel the joy of cooking. He smiles while stirring the sauce on the stove, thinking to himself, since I can't taste my own cooking, at least now I have a way to know how it turns out. A white delivery truck is parked outside the door. He tells himself life is still pretty good. Inside the shop, Minhao asks his wife with concern, feeling any better this morning. She cradles her pregnant belly. Much better now. I heard there's a new restaurant opening in the village, so I want to go try it right away. The two sit across from each other at the table. Minhao's wife says eagerly, it's been so long since I had tonkatsu. Suddenly, Li Kanghain's voice chimes in, then let me make your wish come true. He carefully sets the dish on the table with a smile. The tonkatsu you ordered is here. She stares at the food in front of her. Wow, it smells incredible. The knife glides through the cutlet. Minhao's wife gently places the piece of meat into her mouth. The other two watch her expectantly. Minhao hesitates. How is it? She stays silent for a moment, then speaks. The food at the town restaurant was already good. Minhao's wife beams, cradling her face. But this is so much better. She prods the sauce with her fork. The sauce tastes similar, but the meat is crispier and juicier. Li Kanghain smiles at her words. I've never had tonkatsu this good before. He watches the warm, happy scene of the couple. Hey, do you still remember our first date? Minhao's wife laughs. That day we also ordered tonkatsu, but you just kept staring at me the whole time, wouldn't take a single bite. Your hands were shaking so much I was worried just watching you. Minhao scratches his head shyly. Really? She closes her eyes, lost in memories while cradling the baby in her belly. After that, I started eating this dish more often. Before then, I didn't really like it. Then her eyes grow soft and brimming with happiness. Maybe it's not the flavor of tonkatsu I'm tasting. She gazes at Minhao tenderly. It's our memories. Li Kanghain watches the couple with a satisfied smile, then turns around to look at the fluffy white ball of fur behind him. Niangao is lying on its back, too stuffed to flip over. He stands there helpless. I overfed this little one. Li Kanghain whispers to Niangao, you did great. It hears his words and lets out a proud little cry. After serving one customer before the official grand opening, he sits back down at the dining table, thinking, and jots something into his notebook. It doesn't have to be pasta. He scrawls little stars on the paper. A menu built around what the customers want to eat. I've reconsidered my menu. He ponders. Restaurants that run this way aren't exactly rare, but they only accept reservations and charge steep prices. You can't know until I try. Thinking that, he glances over at Niangao, lying limp and lifeless on the floor. But first, he needs to deal with this little one. Li Kanghain rests his chin on his hand. Is this thing depressed? It's not even a dog. I take it for a walk every single day. He pauses, then asks Niangao, do you miss the forest back home? He continues thinking, everything happens so fast. It's a beast from another world. I should really take it back there. Li Kanghain glances at the dog bowl and Niangao's toys on the table, a pang of sadness in his chest. But this house will feel so empty. Let me take you home. The moment he thinks that, Li Kanghain gets goosebumps, remembering the mutated creatures he encountered in the Otherworld, a hulking rabbit and a flying squirrel. He rubs his arms, now covered in goosebumps. Wait, I have to go back there again. Go by myself? No way. Before he even finishes the sentence, he catches Niangao staring at him with sparkling eyes. What are you looking at? Don't even think about it. I'm not going back there. He keeps gazing at Li Kanghain with those adorable, pleading eyes. Never. The scene shifts. Li Kanghain is already in the Otherworld. Niangao howls with joy while he stares ahead in pure terror. Nothing fun about this. Quiet down already. He scratches his head, trying to recall. Why did I come back here again? Whatever I'm doing, let's get it over with quick. He stammers, everything will be fine, right? Behind him, the flying rabbit from before lurks behind a tree, watching. Li Kanghain and Niangao walk cautiously through the sun-drenched forest. He looks around, puzzled. Where is this place? A whole other world, like something out of a comic book. Suddenly he hears something. Li Kanghain parts the branches to peer through. Water, where is it coming from? Then his eyes widen in utter disbelief. Before him stretches a vast lake, and beyond it, mountains rise close together. The water glimmers a deep jewel-like blue. He pauses, there's a lake here. It suddenly hits him. I get it now. If my homeland looked like this, I'd be homesick the moment I left. Niangao dips a paw into the cool water with delight. Li Kanghain squats beside it, tilting his head slightly. Before I leave, I'm giving you a gift. He pulls a gray box from his backpack. You helped me out a lot with the tonkatsu after all. What comes out is a meat grilling tray. He lays thick red cuts of meat on the tray. I'm cooking you a luxury feast. Niangao's eyes light up as it drools over the meat. He coats the grill tray with a thick layer of butter, uses tongs to place each piece of meat, and sprinkles on some seasoning. Finally, the grilled meat is done, beautifully arranged on a plate. Niangao's tail wags nonstop. He watches helplessly as it devours the meat. You're loving every bit of this, huh? Then he suddenly turns to look at the emerald lake behind him. Li Kanghain gazes thoughtfully at the grilling tray, tongs still in hand. Seeing Niangao still eating happily, he mutters, forgot something. He pulls out a can of beer. Li Kanghain raises the can to his lips. Good meat and a gorgeous view, how can you leave out the booze? He takes a long sip, lets out a satisfied sigh, then mutters reluctantly, still can't taste a thing. Even so, Li Kanghain smiles and raises his beer can toward the lake. But who drinks beer for the taste anyway? Fair point. His gaze drifts across the stunning scenery ahead. Suddenly, he flinches. A razor-sharp blade presses against his neck. A voice rings out from behind. You don't look like you're from the neighboring village. I've never seen any of these things before either. Who are you? He panics. A sword. The real deal. The man in military attire presses the blade against his neck as he speaks. Are you a sorcerer? Or some heretic from a rogue sect? Answer me. He demands answers with a stern expression. Who are you? Li Kanghain is so anxious that beads of cold sweat roll down his forehead. He cannot force out a single word. Randon speaks in a grave tone, looking down at him from above. You there? Who are you? The sword is pressed flush against Li Kanghain's neck height, doesn't dare move a muscle. He clenches his jaw. The man has a sword. Li Kanghain's eyes go wide. Who could have predicted he'd end up with a blade at his throat? He stammers, I'm a chef. Randon still doesn't believe him. A chef? Li Kanghain jolts, scrambling to explain. I swear I'm not some suspicious intruder. Randon's eyes bore into him, brimming with killing intent. Then what is a chef doing here? Li Kanghain answers, I was just sitting here enjoying the view. But Randon presses on, enjoying the view in a forest infested with golden-threaded abominations. His sword creeps even closer to Li Kanghain's neck. Li Kanghain yelps in terror. That's my carotid artery, you cut that and I'm actually dead. Randon bellows, if you don't explain your purpose here, I will. Suddenly, he catches the contemptuous gaze of a white wolf gnawing on meat nearby. Randon is taken aback. That wolf Niangao just looks at him with nothing but disdain. Meanwhile, Li Kanghain is still trembling, pleading, how much money do you want? I'll give you everything I have. Wait, do people even use the same currency here? He flinches in fear as the sword shifts. But if you let me live, I'll go exchange some and bring it to you, I promise. But Randon simply sheathes his blade. My deepest apologies, this is not a place ordinary people can enter, so I acted rashly. He introduces himself with dignity. I am Randon, knight captain stationed in the lower territory. And your name? Li Kanghain hesitates for a moment. I'm Li Kanghain. He thinks to himself in bewilderment, though, did this guy do a complete 180 just like that? Randon speaks, if a legendary white wolf accompanies you, that alone proves you are no villain. Then, seeing Li Kanghain's utterly blank expression, he blurts out his deduction. You mean you had no idea? He explains, the white wolf is a creature that carries the bloodline of an ancient god. They are known as the descendants of the wolf deity. Legend says the primordial wolf god possessed eyes that could discern good from evil and possessed transcendent wisdom. The white wolf tribe has inherited a measure of those abilities. He gestures toward Niangao, and that white wolf right there is following at your side. A sudden thought flashes through Li Kanghain's mind. Descendant of a deity, no wonder Niangao always acted the way it did. He recalls all of its strange behavior, so that's why it's the blood of a god. Randon notices him lost in thought and cuts in. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's probably not that. He asks, were you dining while gazing at the lake? Li Kanghain answers honestly, once you eat in a place like this, everything tastes more special. Randon's curiosity is piqued by the plate of meat. What kind of meat is this? Li Kanghain replies, oh, it's beef. Would you like to try some? Randon flashes a bright grin. No thanks, I've already eaten. That's what he should say, but in truth, he hasn't had a single bite. He wrestles with himself. He came here on a patrol, but with food this fragrant, who could resist even on a full stomach? His eyes gleam, and drool is practically dripping from his mouth. Well then, just one piece. Li Kanghain replies awkwardly. Please help yourself. He can't help but recall Niangao's face when it first saw food they really are alike. With permission granted, Randon pops a piece of meat into his mouth. The moment he bites down, juices flood his mouth. His eyes fly open in shock. How is it this succulent? The meat is so tender it practically melts on his tongue. Randon thinks to himself, meat of this quality is certainly not easy to come by. Suddenly his gaze snaps to the can in Li Kanghain's hand. What's that you're holding? Li Kanghain hesitates. It's an alcoholic drink. Randon's curiosity deepens. An alcoholic drink. Li Kanghain stammers a reply. Yes. Randon's eyes light up as he leans in close to inspect the can. This is also from where you come from. Looks impressive from the outside. How's the flavor? Smooth. Seeing his reaction, Li Kanghain offers, would you like to try it? Randon turns away bashfully, clearing his throat to feign disinterest. Oh, I was just curious, that's all. You don't have to. But his other hand is already clamped firmly around the can. Well, since you already put it in my hand. Li Kanghain uses all his strength trying to pry the can free. This man's grip is insanely strong. In the end, he cracks open a new can for him. I've already sipped from this one. Let me open a fresh one for you. Randon examines it with fascination. Doesn't look like any relic I've seen, but this is definitely an interesting item. Li Kanghain watches Randon drink with relish. The knight's face flushes red after the first gulp and he exclaims, this is beer. How can beer be this extraordinary? Li Kanghain observes silently. His attitude is completely different from when he had a sword at his throat. Right now, he just looks like a friendly foreign neighbor. Randon turns to Li Kanghain. You've treated me to fine food and drink. I can't just let you leave empty-handed. Next time you find yourself in town, come find me. He speaks with genuine sincerity. When you arrive, just say you need to see Randon. Captain of the Robentis Knight Order. Li Kanghain is stunned. Captain of the Knight Order. He stares blankly, instinctively comparing the title to something like a military commander or high-ranking official back home. But his expression leads Randon to misunderstand think he already knew my rank. And he isn't even surprised. This man is definitely no ordinary person. Randon speaks, I'd love to warn you to be careful. Anything can happen in this forest. But with a white wolf at your side, you'll be fine. Li Kanghain listens in silence as Randon continues. I'm on patrol, so I'll take my leave. Randon turns and disappears deeper into the forest. I hope we meet again. Li Kanghain reaches out, trying to call him back. Sir, wait. He's bewildered. Randon, the knight captain, said he was on patrol. Li Kanghain watches Jandon walk off with a can of beer. So he's drinking on the job while on patrol. Li Kanghain glances down at Niangao and murmurs to himself, do people here really drink while working? Guess every place has its own rules. He spoons another plate of meat into Niangao's bowl. Last batch, eat it all up. Li Kanghain smiles. He watches happily as Niangao wolfs down the food. He recalls the memories of living with Niangao. It's thanks to this little one that his life has become more vibrant. Come to think of it, parting ways is a bit sad after all. Li Kanghain starts packing things into his bag. The time together was short, but I was truly happy. Thanks to you, I was able to make such a perfect pork cutlet. He slings the bag over his shoulder and looks toward Niangao. Who knows if we'll ever meet again, but take care. Li Kanghain turns resolutely and walks away. His footsteps grow slower and slower. Finally, he turns back to look. Li Kanghain is annoyed to see Niangao still busy eating, not paying him the slightest attention. Raising a kid really gets you nothing in return. He feels a pang of sadness. But that's only natural, they haven't known each other for long. Li Kanghain looks back wistfully. I thought it would at least cling to me a little. Niangao. His eyes widen in shock. Niangao, who was right in front of him just a moment ago, has vanished. Li Kanghain stands stunned for a moment, then turns to leave. Li Kanghain reaches to unhook one strap of his bag, the one Niangao is clinging to. He tries frantically to pry Niangao off his bag. What the? Why are you clinging to this? You're gonna tear my bag, you little rice cake. Finally, Li Kanghain pries Niangao free, but the bag is already torn. He collapses, bracing his hands on the ground. What's wrong with you? What was that stunt just now? Niangao walks over and gently licks Li Kanghain's hand. Li Kanghain whispers, this is your hometh place you wanted to come back to, so why are you still following me? But Niangao places its paw on his hand. It looks straight into Li Kanghain's eyes, gazes at him with glistening pupils and lets out a soft cry. Li Kanghain is surprised. This time it's voluntary, He smiles joyfully. Li Kanghain gently scoops Niangao up. Last time I brought you along out of necessity. He repeats, but this time it's all your choice. The two of them return to the original world. Suddenly, Li Kanghain realizes the problem. Wait, does that mean I have to keep coming back to that world forever? He's too exhausted to notice the crowd gathered nearby. But if it's just a quick visit like today, that should be fine. Li Kanghain turns to look at the group of people happily gathered. What's going on here that drew so many people today? He's puzzled. Is it right in front of his house? A middle-aged man in a blue cap calls him over. Finally, you're here. Lee Kanghan responds. Village chief. Lee Kanghan greets him. Hello, sir. What's everyone doing here? The village chief says casually. A party, of course, you had no idea. Lee Kanghan forces a smile. Ah, no, not really. He thinks to himself, even if I did know, I wouldn't have shown up. A man in a yellow shirt walks over holding a banner. Village chief hears the banner. The village chief quickly turns his head. Right on time. Lee Kanghan smiles awkwardly and turns to leave. Well, since I wasn't really invited, I'll be heading home. He barely takes a few steps before the village chief grabs him. No worry, some eat with us. He points toward the crowd and a huge banner. This party was thrown to welcome you, you know. Lee Kanghan is stunned. What? Lee Kanghan sits down at the drinking table, and the people around him keep striking up conversation. At the surrounding tables, everyone is chatting away merrily. Lee Kanghan, looking haggard, gets pulled into conversation by everyone. Two elderly folks crowd around him, showering him with questions. We heard your pork cutlet is amazing. Is that true? This young man is so tall and handsome. Lee Kanghan is exhausted. I just want to go home. Someone please save me. A brown-haired girl speaks up. Please slow down a bit, everyone. I think Lee Kanghan is getting tired. The tanned young man beside her nods in agreement. Once rescued, Lee Kanghan mutters, do you throw a party like this every time someone new arrives in the village? The brown-haired girl smiles warmly. Our village is pretty small, so it's how everyone bonds. He looks toward the noisy crowd ahead. The brown-haired girl says, we usually share our joys, but before she can finish, the cheering drowns her out. 1, 2, 3 cheers. The brown-haired girl tries to finish her sentence amid the toasts and cheers. The crowd gets rowdy again. Hey, your glass is empty. She explains shyly. It's not just about drinking, but the crowd behind her betrays her explanation completely. We're not leaving until we're wasted. The village chief walks over to Lee Kanghan. That's right, sharing doubles the joy, and introducing yourself this way isn't bad either. He whispers into Lee Kanghan's ear. Weren't you about to open a restaurant? Why not take this chance to promote it? Lee Kanghan is touched. He wants to help my restaurant. However, he also notices the bottle caps hanging all over the village chief's body. If not for those bottle caps, I would have actually believed him. Lee Kanghan thinks it over, but the village chief is right. I should start promoting the restaurant too. The brown-haired girl carries food to the tables. I brought more food over. The people sitting at that table are incredibly friendly. Come sit and eat with us, miss. It's more fun that way. Over at the men's table, they're busy chatting about everyday things. Hey, I heard your grandson bought you a heater. Oh, don't even get me started on that heater. Lee Kanghan finally changing his ways, not a bad thing at all. He closes his eyes and takes in the atmosphere around him. Lee Kanghan grows curious. Where'd the white rice go? Across from him, 3 people huddle together, chattering away. Where'd this little cotton ball come from? It's not even fully grown yet either. It's my dog. They watch Nyangao eat with fascination. It wolfs down piles of meat without even chewing. One person reaches out to pet Nyangao, but it dodges right away. Come on, just let us pet it a little. The middle-aged man still doesn't give up. Finally, all 3 of them lunge to try and grab Nyangao. All 3 are completely exhausted and can only watch Nyangao from a distance. Can't even catch it without proper footwork. That was a beautiful dodge. Nyangao's attention shifts to a voice calling out something about more meat. A middle-aged woman walks over carrying a plate of meat. Here's a portion of tenderloin steak. In the span of a few seconds, Nyangao dashes past the plate like a gust of wind, snatching up several pieces of meat. Where'd it go? My meat. After that, Nyangao doesn't stop. It leaps nimbly from table to table, swiping and devouring food along the way. Everyone starts to panic. The steak is gone. The frozen meat over here is still untouched. It only goes for the expensive stuff. That's my meat. A young man steps outside and asks with bewilderment, is that your dog? Lee Kanghan is so embarrassed he doesn't know where to hide his face. I don't know that thing at all. The fantasy of a happy relationship between Lee Kanghan and Nyangao shatters. He disowns it without an ounce of regret. Suddenly, Lee Kanghan notices a child sitting alone in a corner, hugging his knees. He's curious this village has children. Lee Kanghan watches the child intently, looking at that expression. Is it because he has no friends here? Oh, what is the child's grandmother bringing him? Before his eyes, a kind-faced old woman carries a pack of treats over to the child. However, Lee Kanghan is startled to see the child angrily knock the treats away. He's so angry that veins are popping across his face. That brat, the old woman calls out, flustered, trying to coax the child aside. The village chief walks over and asks, what's wrong? He's never been like this before. The old woman looks a little sad too. Ever since he came home from school yesterday, he's been like this. She recounts that the child told her some classmate kept bragging about eating hamburgers, which made him furious. The old woman touches the pack of treats. I already bought this for him, you know. But I suppose it can't compare. Lee Kanghan eavesdrops. That kid wants a hamburger from a restaurant. A middle-aged man offers to help. How about I buy one on the way home tomorrow? The village chief smiles. That'd be great. But then the man suddenly hesitates. Wait, that item isn't sold there, you can only get it at MCD. Everyone starts buzzing with chatter. MCD, isn't that the big entertainment park complex? It's Disneyland basically. The village chief gets an idea. No problem, if they don't sell it here, we'll just make it ourselves. The old woman looks bewildered. I wouldn't even know where to begin. The village chief immediately points at Lee Kanghan. We've got a top chef from Seoul right here. Those words make the sip of water. He was drinking cum spraying out of his mouth. Everyone murmurs, so you're really skilled at making that kind of thing, huh? The village chief affirms confidently. Of course, Lee Kanghan's face is completely blank with confusion. The village chief pats his shoulder with a radiant grin. Sorry about this, kid, but everyone's counting on you. Lee Kanghan has given up resisting. Yes, sir. The village chief adds, it doesn't have to taste exactly the same. What Sang-ho really wants isn't the hamburger itself. Lee Kanghan looks at him surprised. The village chief reveals, I'm sure the boy is jealous seeing his friends go on outings with their families. He tells him sadly that Sang-ho's mother is seriously ill and has to stay in the hospital, while his father is working overseas. The village chief shares his own deduction. That alone is enough to make anyone feel heartbroken. I'm certain the boy is feeling lonely and sad. He explains that's exactly why it doesn't matter if the taste isn't the same. Lee Kanghan falls into deep thought after hearing all of this. I understand. The village chief stands up. In Langman, Sang-ho is the only child who's still young, so everyone looks after him closely. We're counting on you. The village chief then continues chatting with the others. Crack open another bottle, why don't you? Lee Kanghan watches the village chief's retreating figure. He never expected the man to understand everyone's circumstances so well. I'll think of it that way. He gazes calmly at the wine bottles swaying at the village chief's hip. If you didn't notice the bottles dangling there. Night falls and fireflies begin to appear. Lee Kanghan mutters to himself. So when someone asks for help, they actually mean it. Making a hamburger really isn't that hard. Of course, that's because he was once an exchange student in the birthplace of the hamburger America. He was frustrated because he'd been too busy studying to ever try making one, and he'd never even eaten at McDonald's. Just because he lived in Seoul, people assumed he'd eaten one before. At that moment, Nyingao hungry as can Bae's nudging an empty bowl. Lee Kanghan suddenly speaks up, making Nyingao flinch. Looks like I have to make it either way, huh? He recalls the moment the diners at the table sighed in helpless disappointment. All the meat's gone. Who on earth ate all of it? Lee Kanghan's face darkens instantly. Today, everyone was stuck with just side dishes because someone devoured all the meat. At the very least, he had to make it up to them. Nyingao, realizing it's being called out, shrinks guiltily. It rolls over and shows its belly playing cute. Lee Kanghan remains unmoved. Cut the cute act, there's no food left for you. Nyingao's face is the picture of I have no regrets. All gone, but Lee Kanghan's next words bring Nyingao back to life. If you want some, come taste test my cooking. After a while, the hamburger is finally complete. Lee Kanghan watches Nyingao eating, only made it by following picturesque but its tail isn't wagging all that much. He recalls the countless hamburgers he ate back in his school days. Lee Kanghan reminisces had gone to America with a burning passion for cooking. Looking back, he realizes how naive he was. Back then, he had poured everything into cooking, but he had never been that fired up about anything else. The memory fades and Lee Kanghan smiles. I really do love cooking. He imagines what it would be like to face his past self. If the him from back then could see who he is now, what would that kid think? Lee Kanghan scratches his head and sighs. Everyone changes eventually. Nyingao, can you still eat more? Nyingao has already licked the plate clean. It barks excitedly a resounding yes. Lee Kanghan stands up and mutters to himself, you think I'd take cooking lightly. He snatches up his chef's hat and puts it on with serious intent. His eyes blaze with passion. I never once thought that way, you know. Early the next morning at the restaurant, a steak patty topped with a layer of melted cheese sizzles on the pan. It melds with the sauce, tomatoes, lettuce, and onions into an appetizing sight. Finally, a top bun is placed over it all, forming an irresistible hamburger. At the dining table, Sang-ho sits on his chair but his face clearly radiates worry and sorrow. At the table are also Sang-ho's grandmother, Minhao, and his wife. Minhao says eagerly, looks delicious, it's been so long since I've had a hamburger. His wife chimes in admiringly. Is there anything Kanghan can't cook? Sang-ho's grandmother strokes her grandson's head. You finally get to eat a hamburger, are you happy? But contrary to his grandmother's expectations, Sang-ho is restless. Grandma, the hamburger. Before he can finish, a cheerful voice cuts him off. Thank you for waiting. Right on cue, a hamburger is set down in front of Sang-ho, and the boy's eyes go wide with amazement. Lee Kanghain rests the serving tray on his shoulder. "Here's your hamburger, sir." The eye-catching hamburger makes Sang-ho's grandmother exclaim, "Oh my, that looks absolutely delicious." Sang-ho stares at the hamburger, frozen in place. His grandmother urges him on. "Go on, try it." The boy picks it up and opens wide. Sang-ho takes a bite. His taste buds explode. His eyes go round and sparkling. It's not just 10 times better than the convenience store ones. 100 times better. Sang-ho tugs excitedly at his grandmother's sleeve. "Grandma, this is." His grandmother smiles. "Is it good?" "If you're happy, Grandma's happy too." Seeing his grandmother's contented smile, Sang-ho suddenly freezes. The boy hangs his head, his face hesitant, as if he wants to say something. Finally, Sang-ho musters the courage. "Actually, Grandma, I just wanted to see Mom. I thought if I kept insisting on eating a burger, we'd go to Seoul where she lives." His grandmother's face falls. "That's why I kept saying I absolutely had to eat one. I'm sorry." Tears. His eyes begin to well up again. He clenches his teeth in remorse. "Grandma, I'm sorry for being a brat." Instead of scolding him, Sang-ho's grandmother cups the boy's face in her hands. "Oh my dear child, how long have you been carrying this all alone?" She pulls the boy into her arms, "And I had no idea." "I'm sorry, my dear." Sang-ho cries, "I'm sorry, Grandma." Wrapped in his grandmother's embrace, Sang-ho's tears flow freely. His grandmother's heart aches even more for him. "My grandchild, so young, already living apart from both parents. How lonely must he have been?" Yet Sang-ho is so understanding for his age. "It's okay, Grandma. As long as I have you, I'm fine." But the more he says it, the harder Sang-ho cries. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I want to stay with you." Lee Kanghain watches the emotional scene in silence for a moment before speaking. "That day will come. Not yet, but someday I'll go back to Seoul." Hearing this, the boy suddenly turns to look at him. Lee Kanghain looks at the boy and asks, "Would you like to come with me?" Sang-ho's grandmother stares at him in shock. The boy can barely believe his ears. "Really? I can go with you?" Lee Kanghain grins. "Who knows, we might even stop by the place you've been wanting to visit. After all, I've never had a burger there either. What do you say?" Hearing his confident words, Sang-ho beams with joy and shouts. Sang-ho's grandmother says gratefully. Sang-ho happily replies, "Okay," but suddenly realizing he might have oversold it, Lee Kanghain's expression stiffens. He thinks to himself, "Wait, I kind of just walked out of there on my own. Maybe I went a bit overboard." Then Sang-ho suddenly beams and calls out, "Thank you, uncle." Seeing the grandmother and grandson so happy, Lee Kanghain smiles and lets out a long breath. He tells the boy, "We'll be able to go soon." Sang-ho replies eagerly, "Okay." Lee Kanghain heads back to the kitchen, opens the fridge, and strokes his chin in thought. He peers inside. There's so much leftover stuff. Maybe I should pack it all up and go on a camping trip. Nyangao hears the words camping trip and good food and immediately perks up. Lee Kanghain rests his chin on his hand. He's never been camping before, and once the restaurant officially opens, there'll be no time for it. Suddenly, Nyangao darts over to Lee Kanghain, startling him into looking down. The wolf wags its tail nonstop, its big round eyes glistening with pure excitement. Lee Kanghain averts his gaze from those sparkling eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? I never said I was going to that world, so why are you giving me those eyes?" "Hold on a sec. I never said I'd go over there, okay? I only said we'd go camping, not." But in the end, he still ended up camping in the Otherworld. Nyangao pranced around joyfully, leaping and bounding. Lee Kanghain stares blankly, realizing he comes here more often than he visits the corner store. Seeing Nyangao bark nonstop, he can't take it anymore and yells for silence. Then Lee Kanghain crouches down and opens the bag. Taking in the scenery before him, Lee Kanghain lets out a sigh of appreciation. This place is pretty nice, actually. Getting back to the main task, he picks up the poles to assemble the tent frame. Let's see, connect these together. Lee Kanghain freezes in front of the pile of gear, clueless about how to put it together, while Nyangao is busy chasing butterflies. After a while, Lee Kanghain finally finishes setting up the tent. The blue butterfly Nyangao had been chasing lands right on the tip of its nose. But not even a moment later, the tent collapses, startling the blue butterfly into flight. Nyangao scrambles to resume the chase. After a long struggle, Lee Kanghain slumps down onto the ground. Looking at the finished product, Lee Kanghain lets out a relieved breath. Done. He wipes his exhausted face and sighs. Only now do I realize how brutal pitching a tent is. He gazes up at the sky and sighs. At that moment, Lee Kanghain's stomach starts rumbling, starving. He decides to cook up a piping hot pot of kimchi stew. After it, Lee Kanghain scoops some into a bowl. He sits and eats contentedly beside his little tent. Right then, 2 forest squirrels creep closer to Lee Kanghain's pot of kimchi stew. He's chewing with his cheeks puffed out when he notices them approaching. Without hesitation, he picks up a few pieces of grilled meat. Can these little guys even eat raw meat? He tosses the pieces of meat over to them. before the squirrels can even grab the meat. A long-billed creature swoops in like lightning and snatches it away, leaving Li Kanghain and the two squirrels frozen in shock. Having stolen the meat, the bird flies off into the distance, leaving Li Kanghain utterly bewildered. After that, the peaceful scene continues. The blue butterfly sips nectar from the flowers. The two squirrels stuff themselves full with the meat Li Kanghain gave them. The space is impossibly peaceful, a gentle breeze drifting through. Li Kanghain gazes up at the high sky, lost in thought. I keep worrying I'll get bored of this fast. Li Kanghain sits in quiet contemplation for a long while. The surroundings are serene, birdsong blends with the tranquil scenery. But doing nothing at all is pretty relaxing, isn't it? Maybe this is what peace feels like. But Li Kanghain suddenly realizes Niangao is nowhere to be seen. Where's Niangao? I'm not too worried about it. He turns back and continues eating. It'll show up when it gets hungry, I'm sure. Let's get a fire going first. Without Li Kanghain noticing in the slightest, a pair of eyes lurks behind him, watching. He continues eating blissfully, while those eyes keep tracking his every move. Then suddenly, a rustling sound erupts from the bushes. Li Kanghain assumes it's Niangao and turns his head. There you are. Li Kanghain lifts, a bowl piled high with meat. Here, I saved you a ridiculous amount. But contrary to his expectations, a furred beast hand with brown fur lunges at him with startling speed. Li Kanghain's eyes go wide with shock. He quickly dodges left, barely evading the creature's attack. The strange creature misses him completely, skidding across the ground. Li Kanghain drops into a defensive stance. Brow for what this isn't Niangao. Before him stands a beastman with long ears and a large orange tail, baring its fangs with a low growl. A girl. Li Kanghain stares at the beastman, bristling its fur at him in warning. He gazes at it, bewildered, and mutters, a girl. But when his eyes drift up to those long orange ears, he says, wait a minute. Then he looks down at the upright tail. Li Kanghain's existential confusion deepens. A cat maybe. But it suddenly dawns on him, could this be one of those half-human, half-beast creatures you always see in movies? The half-human, half-beast creature Li Kanghain is referring to growls even more ferociously when it notices him staring. Its hand twitches, ready to strike. Just as expected, the beastman leaps at him, but Li Kanghain dodges once again, successfully keeping the bowl of meat intact in his hand. The beastman fails to grab him and skids across the ground, leaving deep claw marks in the earth. Seeing the danger, Li Kanghain thinks anxiously, Niangao, why do you disappear right when I need you most? He opens his mouth to try negotiating with the beastman. Wait, let's talk this out slowly. Just as things are looking dire, a loud gurgling sound comes from the beastman's stomach. Li Kanghain sees this and instantly understands. He sets the bowl of meat down in front of the beastman and asks, hungry? Li Kanghain places the bowl of meat on the ground and slowly backs away. There, I'm giving it to you, so step back, okay? The beastman sees Li Kanghain leave the bowl and inches closer, but it doesn't let its guard down. He's still locked on him. Then the beastman lowers its head and sniffs the bowl of meat. Before its eyes is a bowl of meat with an intoxicating aroma. The scent is so overwhelming that drool starts streaming from its mouth. Seeing it lean down and take a bite, Li Kanghain thinks to himself, as I figured, this one doesn't have hands to eat with. But the beastman bites into a piece of kimchi, and its tongue erupts in fiery spice. The beastman frantically spits out the kimchi. Watching the beastman clutch its mouth and roll around screaming, Li Kanghain suddenly realizes forgot the kimchi stew is pretty spicy. He quickly says, sorry, let me get you some water. The beastman is crying from the burn, but once the heat fades, it finally tastes the full flavor of the kimchi it just ate. The beastman's sense of taste ignites like a revelation. It perceives every ingredient blending together in perfect harmony. The beastman hurriedly wipes its tears and lunges back toward the bowl. Seeing it devour the food ravenously, Li Kanghain stands there stunned. It's that spicy and you're still going for it. Must suit your taste, huh? A moment later, the nearby bushes start rustling again. This time, it really is Niangao returning. It barks excitedly, tail wagging, as if expecting the meal he's prepared for it. Li Kanghain sees it and says helplessly, Niangao, you only show up when it's mealtime, seriously. You could've come back a little earlier, you know. Geez, hold on, let me reheat the kimchi stew for you. But Niangao pays his words no mind, and turns to stare at the beastman eating its share. Niangao charges in fury, slamming headfirst into the beastman's stomach, sending them both flying. Kanghain sees Niangao and the beastman fighting and rushes out in a panic, shouting, everything was going so well. What do you think you're doing? Niangao, your food's ready, come eat, and you calm down. After a fierce scuffle, the beastman is practically in tears, its nose red and bitten raw. Refusing to back down, it lunges at Niangao again. Kanghain can only grab the wriggling white rice cake and drag him aside, shouting, both of you, cool it already. Then suddenly, Kanghain and Niangao both freeze. Standing before them is a different beastman ripped with bulging muscles and gray-furred ears. He's holding the smaller beastman up by the scruff of its neck, stopping the fight cold. He then speaks up, "My apologies. Human." With that, the muscular beastman scoops up the smaller one and leaps away. Kang Hyen stands there staring after them. Niangao's paw print still stamped across his face. How many different species are out there anyway? Back at the place where Kang Hyen is staying, he and Niangao are tidying up the restaurant. After a while, he leans on the mop and lets out a long breath. Tomorrow's the grand opening. He told himself he was just here to relax, but he's clearly thrown himself in too deep. Now that he's decided to make a go of it, he has to prepare properly. A while later at Kang Hyen's restaurant, Mrs. Park stands in the distance, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the building. She is quiet, saying nothing. Inside, Kang Hyen thinks as he cleans, renovations done, ingredients prepped, tidying almost finished perfect. Tomorrow's opening is going to be flawless. Just as he's feeling proud of his restaurant, Mrs. Park steps up and asks Kang Hyen, dead serious, whether he's serving yet. Kang Hyen sees the look on her face and stammers in fright, "Tea tomorrow." "We don't open until tomorrow, ma'am." Mrs. Park asks again, "So you're not selling today?" Defeated, Kang Hyen sighs wearily and says, "Please have a seat." Then Mrs. Park's attention drifts to the table beside her. The table is a bit worn. She suddenly asks Kang Hyen, "This table's ancient, we haven't you thrown it out?" Then Mrs. Park tilts her head up and looks around. Memories and nostalgia wash over her and she murmurs, "This place still looks the same as before." By now, Kang Hyen has changed into his cooking attire. Hearing her words, he wonders if she's been here before, back when it was still a tea house. Mrs. Park doesn't answer his question. Instead, she asks him back, "What do you plan to sell here?" Kang Hyen starts to share, "Well, I was originally thinking of selling Italiano, Western food, pasta, pizza, that sort of thing." Mrs. Park walks over to the dining table, pulls out a chair and says, "Pasta, that's the American noodle, right? Give me a plate." Kang Hyen asks, "What kind of pasta would you like, ma'am?" Mrs. Park says coolly, "Surprise me." Kang Hyen replies, "Yes, ma'am." Moving to the kitchen, Kang Hyen begins prepping the ingredients. As he slices tomatoes, he thinks, this must be her first time eating pasta. The most popular option is tomato pasta, surely she'll enjoy it. Then Kang Hyen soaks the pasta in water. Next, he washes the ingredients and gets to cooking. As he works, he thinks, "She's my first customer, I have to make this special for her." A while later, Kang Hyen finishes a beautifully plated dish of pasta. He sets it in front of Mrs. Park and says, "Here you got tomato pasta. Enjoy your meal." Mrs. Park says nothing. She picks up a forkful and takes a bite. Kang Hyen sees her icy expression and feels a twinge of worry. He thinks, "I haven't tasted it myself, but this pasta has gotten plenty of praise before." He forces a smile, trying to reassure himself. How could it possibly not taste good? But just as that thought crosses his mind, Mrs. Park's expression darkens further. She opens her mouth as if to say something. Kang Hyen feels like a bucket of ice water has been dumped over him when she asks, "How much for this plate?" He can barely believe his ears and stammers, "Sorry." Right at that moment, someone arrives outside the restaurant. "Hey everyone, we picked out an amazing sign for you, eye-catching as heck. Guarantee your business will take off like a rocket." It's the village chief calling out cheerfully as he arrives. "Anybody home?" Just then, Mrs. Park is getting ready to leave. The village chief spots her and asks in surprise, "Mrs. Park, what are you doing here?" She answers coolly, "Obviously I came to eat." He asks puzzled, "But it doesn't open until tomorrow." Mrs. Park doesn't answer. She simply says, "I'm done, excuse me." Seeing her demeanor, the village chief watches her go and murmurs, "Cold as ever." The village chief then notices the plate of food on the table in surprise. "What's this?" She actually ate. "But why's there so much left over?" Hearing this, Kang Hyen flinches. His expression darkens. His hands clench into fists. He stares at the plate of pasta, only a single bite taken. Kang Hyen can't accept it. Where did he go wrong? Kang Hyen slumps into a corner, devastated, curled up against the wall. The village chief sees his gloomy expression and awkwardly calls out, "Hey, Kang Hyen." The village chief stammers, "What's wrong, son? Is there something wrong with the preparations?" Kang Hyen, his face dark as a cast iron pan, replies, "It's not that." His voice trails off, sinking into despair, words coming out half-formed. Then Kang Hyen makes a decision. "Starting today, I'm closing the restaurant." The village chief hears this and thinks helplessly, "But you haven't even opened yet." After Kang Hyen explains the whole situation, the village chief waves his hand and says, "Ah, I get it. It's because old Mrs. Park left so much food behind, right?" The village chief lets out a laugh. Trying to comfort him, he says, "It's not like you've won an international cooking competition or anything. You can't expect to please everyone." Hearing the village chief's encouragement, Kang Hyen feels like salt has been rubbed into the wound. He pouts and turns away thinking, "But I actually have won one." But then the village chief stops joking around. He says seriously, look, don't worry about it. She didn't really come here to eat anyway. She used to come to this place all the time, that's all. Kang Hyun looks confused and asks, wait, who? The village chief tells Kang Hyun about Mrs. Park's past. Her husband used to come here all the time back when this was still a tea house. That old man came so often, he practically wore a groove into the doorstep. But he passed away last year. Since then, Mrs. Park's mostly been keeping to herself. It's been a long time since I've seen her around here, too. She probably just misses her husband, that's all. Kang Hyun listens to the village chief's story, stunned. The village chief continues, eyes heavy with thought, the dead are dead, the living have to keep going. Clinging to the past doesn't do anyone any good. Sensing the conversation has gone too deep, the village chief turns back to comfort Kang Hyun. Anyway, this isn't your fault, she's picky by nature, and with everything she's been through on top of that, don't take it to heart. After listening to the village chief's story, Lee Kang-hyun rests his chin on his hand, his face full of contemplation, and murmurs to himself. Now that I know what happened, how can I not be concerned? There goes my headache again. Forget it, come on over. He then shifts into my sweet little world to clear his head. Over on this side, the muscular rabbit is doing push-ups with reckless enthusiasm, sweat pouring down its body. Sitting comfortably on its back is Nyangao, lounging without a care in the world. Lee Kang-hyun watches them and thinks to himself, with these two around, no dangerous beast would dare lurk anywhere near this place. Seriously, coming here to think is the best. With that, he stretches his arms wide and lets his thoughts wander. At first, seeing her leave an entire plate of noodles untouched genuinely shocked him, but after hearing her story, he feels even more sympathy for her. Lee Kang-hyun slumps back against his chair, looking up at the sky with a stunned expression. Still unable to believe she didn't even touch a single bite of the dish he was most proud of. But then he reconsidered. Next time, I'll prepare a few more cooling dishes, I guess. While lost in his calculations, he suddenly rounds his eyes and looks up at the canopy above. It's the beast girl he encountered in this world yesterday, stealthily climbing up the tree near Lee Kang-hyun to peer down at him. Being spotted so suddenly startles her, and she freezes, eyes wide, staring straight at him. Lee Kang-hyun sees her and can only sigh in exasperation, thinking, you again. Caught staring, she resorts to her usual trick, playing the victim while baring her fangs, growling and howling. But Lee Kang-hyun is long used to this and shows zero surprise. He knows exactly why she's here, so he thinks, why is it that every time I see you, you're always hungry? Without missing a beat, Lee Kang-hyun pulls out his cooking supplies from his bag. The beast girl spots this and quietly, cautiously climbs down from the tree. Having learned her lesson from last time, she doesn't dare get too close to pick a fight with Nyangao. Lee Kang-hyun begins grilling a large, fresh, mouth-watering slab of meat, then slices it into small, neat portions and lays them on the table one by one. They look absolutely delicious. Meat's ready, he calls out. Next, Lee Kang-hyun produces a portable induction stove. He pulls a sauce bottle from his bag and says, now for the sauce, but then pauses mid-motion. Lee Kang-hyun turns to glance at the beast girl, making her flinch. He remembers how last time, adding pepper to the food made her breathe actual fire from the spice. He thinks, better leave out the pepper this time. After that, he melts butter in a separate pan. He tosses in the mushrooms, then sprinkles a pinch of salt, no pepper. Once the cream thickens, he adds Parmesan cheese and tosses in the pasta. And finally, he crowns the dish with the sliced steak on top. The creamy steak pasta is complete. After finishing this elaborate pasta dish, Lee Kang-hyun places it before the beast girl, who is still eyeing him warily and growling. No need to growl at me, just eat before it gets cold. The beast girl stares at the enticing plate of food before her, jaw dropping, drooling with hunger. Convinced it will be spicy like last time, she squeezes her eyes shut and takes a huge bite. But it's not spicy at all. Her eyes fly wide open, sparkling with delight as she's plunged into pure bliss. The beast girl's sense of taste erupts as the tender slices of rare meat intertwine with pasta drenched in a creamy milk sauce, creating a flawless combination that forces a sound out of her. MMPH. Seeing the food is this good, she wolfs it down ravenously, leaving Lee Kang-hyun staring in blank amazement. In no time, the beast girl has polished off every last strand of the pasta Lee Kang-hyun made. He looks at her blissful expression and immediately understands what she means, saying, you may not be able to put it into words, but I can tell you loved it. Lee Kang-hyun holds the empty plate and smiles warmly at the beast girl, thinking, she looks way more satisfied than when she ate the spicy stuff. Then he glances back at his own plate, his face drooping with disappointment. He thinks, honestly, I'm not a big fan of this pasta myself. The cream and steak combo is too greasy and heavy, the pairing doesn't quite work. Lee Kang-hyun looks up into the distance, continuing to mull over the dish. This feels more like a fusion pasta than a traditional one. While he's lost in thought, the beast girl suddenly lets out a sound. Just seconds ago she was growling at him, but now she sidles up close, nuzzling against him with unmistakable friendliness. Lee Kanghain stares at her, utterly helpless. Seriously, last time you were baring your fangs and claws and now you're acting all cuddly. He pats the beast girl on the head and says, "Guess this pasta was pretty amazing, huh?" He looks at her with a soft smile and suddenly thinks, you know what, fusion or traditional, it doesn't matter. As long as it suits the person eating it, that's what counts. Suddenly Lee Kanghain freezes as if struck by a realization. He stops petting the beast girl and says, "That's it, the eater has to be able to taste how good it is." The beast girl stares at his strange behavior, utterly confused. Back in the real world, Lee Kanghain buys 3 large bags of vegetables and sets them on the table, then starts washing them. Meanwhile, Lee Kanghain picks up a few stalks of greens and examines them closely. Young cabbage has a rather sharp, pungent smell, so he needs to carefully select which ones to use. After a long while tinkering with the vegetables, Lee Kanghain excitedly brings out his creations and shouts, "Alright, Niangao, tell me how they turned out." Niangao takes one look at the plates of vegetables he's made and visibly turns up its nose in disdain. It snubs his vegetable dishes completely, turning away without so much as a glance. Lee Kanghain sees this and thinks, not even going to try them, huh? Realizing he can't count on Niangao, he scratches his head awkwardly and says, "This time I have to do it without relying on Niangao's feedback." But then Lee Kanghain steadies himself and thinks, it's fine, it's not that hard. After all, the flavors of these ingredients are already etched deep into my memory. Lee Kanghain rolls up his sleeves, brimming with determination, and declares, "Right, I can't lean on Niangao forever, let's do this." Immediately after, a notice is posted on the restaurant's front door due to personal reasons. The restaurant will be closed until next week. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused by this sudden change. Lee Kanghain says to himself, a chef who can't satisfy his very first customer has no business running a restaurant. The village chief is about to walk in when he spots the notice on the restaurant door, leaving him speechless with nothing to say. Scene change: Park's house. She's sitting alone on the porch, staring blankly up at the sky. A pair of feet slowly approaches her house, accompanied by a voice, "I thought you'd finally stepped out of that house of yours. Turns out you're still right here." It's the village chief coming to visit Park with a warm smile on his face. "Come on, get out more. There's plenty of interesting things around your neighborhood, you know." Park sees someone approaching and asks coldly, "What brings you here all of a sudden?" The village chief takes in her demeanor and sighs inwardly at how cold she is. "Can a neighbor stop by to check in on you?" With that, he brings up Lee Kanghain's situation. "After you left that entire plate of Western-style noodles untouched, that young chef was pretty shaken up, you know." Park pays him no mind and replies flatly, "The dish simply didn't suit my palate that day, nothing to be shaken up about." The village chief then extends an invitation. "How about it? It's not like you have anything else going on anyway. Let's the two of us head over to his place again." Park remains utterly indifferent and flat out refuses. Why bother with such a hassle? One try was more than enough. The village chief refuses to give up and continues trying to persuade Park. "Who knows, maybe this time will be different. Is stepping past your front gate really that difficult? It's not even that far, is it?" Hearing this, Park falls into deep, silent contemplation. The village chief presses on, "Give him one more chance. It's worth a try." With that, the village chief smiles, turns, and walks away, leaving Park sitting alone in the middle of her yard. Over on his end, Lee Kanghain is still hard at work, tirelessly practicing his cooking. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, looks at his creation, and says, "Focusing on a single type of vegetable while cooking really does come out better. I use seafood to balance the flavor since the two profiles blend together quite nicely. The real problem is, do I invite Mrs. Park again?" While he's agonizing over how to handle it, the doorbell suddenly rings from outside. Lee Kanghain peeks out and asks, "Who is it?" It's Mrs. Park. She's had a change of heart and decided to come give it one more try. And once again, that same familiar scene, that same question. "Are you open for business?" Lee Kanghain sees Mrs. Park and freezes on the spot. He quickly composes himself and replies with a bright, overjoyed smile, "Yes, ma'am, come right in." Mrs. Park sits at the dining table, head bowed, lost in quiet thought. "He knew I was coming. No wonder the food's already prepared." Her gaze drifts back toward the window. Her posture remains impeccable. Hands resting on her lap, back perfectly straight, figures it's probably just that American-style pasta dish. She honestly never liked that dish. A wave of regret washes over her. Should have just stayed home. But while her mind wanders, her eyes suddenly widen in disbelief. What is that aroma? Kanghain sets the dish on the table, smiling apologetically. "Sorry to keep you waiting so long." Without waiting for the stunned old lady to respond, he continues. This is a dish from the special menu at Hoa Hin Pasta House. The old lady stares at the plate of golden Hoa Hin pasta. A shadow of doubt crosses her eyes. A hint of sadness lingers on her face as she picks up her chopsticks, thinking, they still have Hoa Hin blossoms these days, and are those clams? She lifts a mouthful of pasta, closes her eyes, and takes a bite, wondering if it could possibly taste any better than the old days. The moment she opens her eyes, tears are already brimming at the edges. The sweetness of young corn melds with the flavors, pulling her back to a memoir and her husband beneath a peach blossom tree. Spring has come again. The two of them sit together on a bench. He reaches out to catch a falling peach blossom, smiling. The blossoms are even more beautiful this year than last. Then he picks a peach branch and holds it before her. Seeing her glance down shyly, he teases her. Excuse me, Mrs. This young lady free today? Shall we go have some tea together? It makes her blush with embarrassment. What are you doing? She snaps back to reality. She sits in a daze, eyes clouded with sorrow, gazing out the glass window. Then she steadies herself, lifts another bite of pasta, and asks Kang Hein, this dish isn't on the regular menu, is it? Kang Hein scratches the back of his neck awkwardly at her question. No, ma'am. Before he can continue, she cuts in. You made this just for me. Why go through all that trouble? He looks at the old lady. Because I wanted to make a dish that you'd enjoy. Because I want to try new things and push myself to improve. Hearing his words, she goes silent, sitting there without a word. Seeing her reaction, he lowers his head, a sad thought crossing his mind. Right, I can't keep relying on Nyingao forever. I wanted to satisfy my very first customer, without depending on its help. Seeing him standing there frozen, she stops caring and turns back to her pasta. Watching her resume eating, he stands there, stunned once more, unable to look away. She pays no attention to his gaze, continuing to lift noodles to her mouth one bite at a time. Kang Hein's eyes go wide as the plate grows emptier, by the second utterly unbelievable. The last noodle on the plate is finally gone. She looks up at him. Seeing her finish the entire plate and raise her eyes to him, he thinks, flustered, she actually ate it all. He stammers, it's okay, you don't have to, before she cuts him off. She seems to understand what he's about to say. What kind of restaurant doesn't charge its customers? Thanks to you, I just had one of the best meals of my life. Of course I'm going to pay. Don't you dare undervalue the food you make. Hearing the old lady's words, he stands there in stunned silence. Seeing him still dumbfounded, she adds, and add this dish to the menu. I'll be back. He beams overjoyed and answers the old lady with delight. After wrapping up the work week, he brings Nyingao through the portal to the Otherworld for some rest. Nyingao is lounging about when a massive bird suddenly swoops down from above. Kang Hein hasn't noticed the danger yet, still cheerfully muttering. I finally satisfied my very first customer and officially opened the restaurant. All I need now is some time to heal myself. He glances at Nyingao sprawled on the ground, tongue lolling, basking contentedly in the sun, and thinks, if I didn't come here, Nyingao would throw a fit anyway, so might as well spend weekends relaxing in this world. Then he throws his arms up and shouts, all right today, I'm relaxing the entire day. The moment the words leave his mouth, a colossal shadow sweeps overhead. Before Kang Hein can even process what's happening, Randon bursts out from the bushes, his face twisted in fury, cursing. Damn it, missed, I was gonna make that my lunch, but mid-rage he spots the chaos in the clearing. The hammock and tent are toppled over. Kang Hein lies face down in the dirt, clothes smeared with mud. Nyingao stands over its cushion, which now has a gaping hole through it. Randon blinks in surprise. Kang Hein, is that you? He bursts into a hearty laugh and waves. Long time no see, how have you been? Hearing Randon's booming laughter, Kang Hein stays flat on the ground, not even lifting his head, seething, is this guy blind or something? A while later, after everything is tidied up, Kang Hein sits cross-legged on the ground with Nyingao beside him. Man and beast both look up at Randon perched on a fallen log. He suddenly remarks, nice spot you found here, you've got a good eye. Kang Hein asks Lord Randon again, huh? Are you out on patrol like last time? Randon waves him off with a grin. Day off today, just out doing a bit of hunting. Nyingao hears the word hunting and lets out an excited bark, tail wagging. It looks up at Randon with bright, eager eyes. Seeing the reaction, he asks, oh, the little wolf likes hunting too. Then he thumps his chest and declares, excellent, this round's on, let's hunt together. Hearing this, Kang Hein freezes, staring at him curiously. Nyingao wags its tail with sheer delight. Kang Hein thinks, resigned, but I didn't agree to this. Yet whether he likes it or not, he gets dragged along on the hunt. He slings a quiver over his shoulder and grips a bow, gazing helplessly at his vanishing relaxation time. Up ahead in the bushes, Randon and Nyingao crouch low, peering through the underbrush at a flock of hopping birds. Randon whispers that hopping birds frequent this area. Kang Hein lifts his head and asks in return. Hopping birds? Randon gives him a puzzled look. You don't know about them. Look over there. Kang Hein follows Randon's gaze. Those birds over there. Kang Hein studies the birds. Looking closely, they resemble little cotton puffs. He thinks these are adorable. Wouldn't it be kind of cruel to hunt them? No sooner does the thought cross his mind than Randon speaks up. Their plumage looks magnificent, doesn't it? Actually, their real feathers are quite short. What you're seeing isn't their true form. As they hide in the bushes, two birds within the flock start squabbling with each other. Then their wings flare open and bulging muscles ripple across their bodies. Every sinew stands out as they slam into each other. Randon grins. See, mysterious muscle birds, that's the stuff. Kang Hein stares at them, trembling, his face pale with horror. He wants me to catch those things. But at that very moment, Randon lets out a war cry and charges straight at them. Perfect. After all that fighting, they're exhausted. Stay right behind me. Niangao dashes forward alongside Randon. It rockets toward the two birds at blazing speed, leaving Kang Hein behind, frozen in fear, reaching out to stop them. Watching the man and beast charge ahead, Kang Hein thinks on the way here, Randon showed me how to shoot a bow, but if I could learn that fast, I'd have been an Olympic athlete by now. He knocks an arrow with trembling hands, pulling the string back, trying to steady himself. Calm down. You can't just hide in the back doing nothing and then complain about it. Why is drawing a bow this hard? Kang Hein's shaking fingers grip the fully drawn string game, steady and release. Kang Hein grits his teeth and fires the arrow, pouring every ounce of his strength into it. Though that was the plan, the arrow flies straight toward where Niangao is standing and thud, embeds itself into the ground. Luckily, Niangao as ever dodges the arrow. Kang Hein meanwhile shouts that he almost made it. This leaves Randon, who had been gripping the bird by the neck, and Niangao, who had just dodged the arrow, turning to stare, unable to process what just happened. When Niangao finally registers what happened, the wolf freezes solid, whether from its awkward stance or sheer terrorized wide mouth agape, staring at Kang Hein. Seeing the wolf like that, Kang Hein's face darkens. I'm sorry. The day is nearly over. The sun has begun its descent, leaving streaks of golden light along the horizon. Randon sits roasting the bird meat they caught today. It's almost done. HMPH, are you sure you can even eat this? Your hands have been shaking so badly, you couldn't tell a forest path from a deer trail. Kang Hein looks at his own arm, still trembling violently from the aftereffects of firing that arrow, and responds. I can handle it, but what's more imp? Before he can finish, Randon shouts excitedly and looks at him. Kang Hein stares at the piece of meat, giving off a relentless stench, and thinks, eyes shut tight, that's food. We've waited long enough, come on, just bear with it. A perfectly cooked piece of meat visually appetizing is placed before him by Randon. Come on, eat up. As Kang Hein takes the meat, he hears Randon ask, where'd your wolf wander off to? Kang Hein glances to his side. Niangao is nowhere to be seen, only an empty plate remains. Ran off already, huh? He bites into the meat. The moment the meat hits his mouth, Kang Hein's eyes fly wide open. Turns out even someone who's lost their sense of taste can still tell when food is awful. Randon sees him staring at the meat in shock and scratches his head with an embarrassed laugh. You don't have to be that impressed. Then he reaches for the meat again. Now it's time for me to show off my skills. Hearing that, Kang Hein panics and quickly stops him. Wait, let me do it. Only after saying it does he remember. Hold on, if I can't taste anything, how am I supposed to cook? He grips the skewer tightly and steels himself. Still can't help worrying about these things, can I? But I just need to prove I have the skills to pull this off. Kang Hein declares with bravado. I did mention I'm a chef before, didn't I? He puffs out his chest with total confidence. Leave that meat to me. He takes a piece of the bird meat. He thinks to himself he's already tried to clean out the blood from every crevice to eliminate the stench as much as possible. But normally doing it properly takes half a day, so this isn't nearly enough. Then he pops open a bottle of beer and pours it over the meat. First step, wash away this foul smell with beer. Randon watches in disbelief. Wait, that's beer, why would you waste something so precious? Annoyed by the constant grumbling, Kang Hein snaps back. You'd better go set up the pot stand over there so I can get cooking before I really lose my temper. Seeing the young man is genuinely getting irritated, Randon says nothing more and goes to arrange firewood into a makeshift stove for him. Randon hears Kang Hein mutter, if only we had some bay leaves or herbs around here. Kang Hein pours a can of beer and a can of water into the pot, adding onion, pepper, sugar, and salt. He lets it simmer for about an hour. Finally, the pot of meat is done and a rich, mouth-watering aroma fills the air. Niangao, drawn by the aroma, comes bounding back, eyes gleaming, and lets out a bark. Kang Hein smiles. Almost done, could you take the pot off for me? Randon quickly lifts the pot off the fire. Kang Hein lifts the lid. Inside, the pieces of meat look absolutely gorgeous and smell divine. Randon inhales the aroma, dazed. Is it done? Niangao's tail wags furiously like a pinwheel, pure joy. No need to check on it again, he thinks. Normally he'd use an oven for speed. Then he skewers the meat and holds it over the campfire, thinking with satisfaction. But this is the real beauty of camping. The meat is perfectly cooked, falling apart into bite-sized pieces. And finally, jumping bird stew is complete. Randon holds the plate of meat, thinking in amazement this aroma really is from jumping bird meat. I never told him, but even the best chef in this land has given up on turning this meat into an edible dish. Impossible. He puts a piece in his mouth and trembles. What kind of flavor is this? He can't stop eating. The outer layer is crisp like a cracker. Yet the meat's chewiness remains perfectly intact. How is that even possible? The inside is tender and juicy. He stares in disbelief at the glistening, soft pieces of meat. Is this really the same jumping bird meat I was eating earlier? He closes his eyes and savors the flavor. It's delicious, no doubt, but something's still missing, something to balance the flavor and make it truly perfect. Randon snaps his eyes open. Something with alcohol. Give me the beer, Li Kanghain sighs. Why do you say that like you can't grab it yourself? He grabs the beer bottle and gulps it down with gusto. Then he bites into another piece of meat and beams. This is the perfect beer snack. You've got real skill, kid. I could eat this every day and never get tired of it. Li Kanghain glances at him. Not bad, I suppose. I could have eliminated the smell entirely, but there's a reason the blood cleaning process takes so much time. He looks at Niangao. The wolf lifts its head and barks once, tail wagging happily over its now spotless plate, as if to say the meat is delicious. It gnaws at the plate, clearly hoping to beg for more. Seeing the wolf still hasn't eaten its fill, he says, I should have added a bit more. I knew Atai should have brought some bay leaves just in case. Randon watches him sighing and is rendered speechless. He thinks to himself who created such a wonderful dish and still isn't satisfied. His skill might even surpass the royal court chefs. Who exactly is this young man? A while later, Randon finishes eating. I said I'd treat you to a meal, but here I am freeloading again. How can someone cook this well? Li Kanghain replies, as long as you enjoyed it, I'm happy. Randon nods. After this meal, I can't go back to eating ordinary bird meat. Then he asks, would you let me learn your cooking method? Li Kanghain answers, of course, it's nothing too advanced anyway. Randon sees him belittling himself again and cuts in firmly. Don't sell yourself short, I know a few chefs. So I understand exactly how valuable your skills are. The food you make is extraordinary, don't downplay yourself. He smiles, thinking I've been hearing that a lot lately. Thank you. Randon props himself up and stands. You've shown me things both precious and masterful, so I want to repay you with something of equal value. Let me teach you swordsmanship. Li Kanghain freezes, unable to believe his ears. What? Randon, seeing the young man still hasn't processed the sudden offer, repeats himself. I will teach you swordsmanship. Li Kanghain blinks. Huh. Randon crosses his arms. I may look like I'm just stationed in some backwater countryside, but my reputation in the capital is no joke. Trading my swordsmanship for your cooking, that makes us even. Li Kanghain is at a loss for words, but I'm a chef, seeing him still resist. Randon adds, countless people have come begging me to teach them swordsmanship. Li Kanghain. Hearing that, he asks, then why not teach them? Why me? Randon closes his eyes and casually wipes his nose. I don't like them. Don't feel pressure, Red. Next time we meet, I'll teach you swordsmanship and you just prepare beer and snacks for me. Li Kanghain is speechless, thinking your ulterior motive is way too obvious. He glances at Randon and thinks must feel embarrassed that it's always me treating him to meals. I don't mind sharing knowledge and beer with him, but it would bother him. Randon, meanwhile, thinks this deal is more than fair. Seeing the knight's genuine goodwill, Li Kanghain doesn't refuse. He thinks accepting his kindness won't hurt. I can treat it like exercise. It might even strengthen my arms for heavier kitchen work. Then he gazes up at the sky and murmurs, it's beautiful. A few days pass, Li Kanghain's restaurant officially opens, and many villagers come to dine. But today, the place is completely empty. He sighs, thinking he'd already predicted no customers would show up. Honestly, he wasn't expecting much anyway. Then he glances over at Niangao, who is glued to the TV across the room. Even the wolf is watching TV to kill time. One of the guests had said they didn't need the TV anymore, so leaving it here turned out to be convenient for Niangao. Then he looks at the TVA special album from UNIS. Seeing him speak, Niangao lifts its head and looks at him. On the TV, 4 girls are chatting happily. He watches and says suspiciously, Unis, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Meanwhile, in another place, the manager of the girl group Unis is holding his phone, asking the girls how things are going. Everything all right with the work? The girls each chime in with their own complaints. It's absolutely killing me. Don't you think I'm gonna get sunburned out here? So when does the show air? Oh my god, I've been bitten by a ton of grasshoppers this whole time. He listens and feels utterly helpless. Yeah, thanks for bearing with it, everyone. But inside he thinks what a drag. He'd rather be working in a quiet office, but the girls are chatting away happily with each other. He turns away, glances at his notebook, and thinks after this shoot, there's nothing left on the schedule. Since I'm already here, why not swing by and visit Kang Hein while I'm at it? Thinking that, he picks up his phone and dials. Hey, you still alive? I'm crashing your place for dinner tonight. I'm in the area. Once we wrap up here, I'll head over. It's not like you have any customers anyway. Coming to eat where my friend is, the chef can't get better than that, right? Kang Hein gives a one-word reply. Yeah, the man continues. It's just me, I still have to drive, so no drinking. Catch you later. The girls overhear him and start huddling together, whispering amongst themselves. A chef, his friend is a chef. Then they exchange mischievous grins, snickering at his retreating figure. The shoot wraps up and he gets ready to get in the car. Before getting in, he says, take care of everyone for me. All right. The young man replies, don't worry, leave it to me. Then he turns to the girls. And don't give him a hard time, you hear? The girls stand there, looking perfectly well-behaved. Come on, when have we ever not been well-behaved and sweet? He looks at them, something feels off but decides not to bother. All right, I'm off, see you tomorrow. Seeing that he's gone, the young man says, let's head back too. But the girls immediately swarm him. One of the girls says, let's go. Follow him, we can't lose track of him. The young man panics and backs away. I can't do that. He specifically told me not to let my guard down no matter what. The girl grins and says, you know what? It's easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. Back at the shop, Kang Hein is mopping the floor with a frown. Some strangers are coming, and they just announce it and show up right away like that. What if I'm busy? He glances around the empty shop. No customers at the moment, which isn't unusual, but still, it's not right. After finishing cleaning, Kang Hein lets out a long sigh. Phew, they're probably almost here. Better start prepping the food. A voice comes from the TV. Wait, I think he spotted us tailing him on a road this busy. How is that even possible? Just as he's absorbed in thought, a loud bang erupts from the entrance. The door bursts wide open. Through the door strides the man, arms slung around the young man's shoulder. He says, on the road. There was only my car and yours. What made you think I wouldn't notice? The young man whimpers, I'm sorry. Kang Hein stares at them in confusion, still not understanding what's going on, when he suddenly hears a chorus of voices. Hello, we're unis. Right after that, 4 girls poke their heads out from behind the man. Even the man can't help but let out an exasperated sigh. They followed me all the way here. Kang Hein watches the girls surrounding Niangao, gushing over it non-stop. So cute, what breed is this dog? As for him, he still can't believe that actual celebrities came to his little shop. Niangao sees the girls crowding around, trying to pet it, and slips away, clearly unhappy. The man looks at the girls, already seated neatly at the table, and scolds them. You've all grown some wings and gotten bold, huh? Have any of you even thought about the consequences for yourselves? Seeing them deliberately look away only makes him angrier. He shouts, answer me. The girls stammer, we're sorry. He sees this and shoos them. Go home already. Kang Hein stands behind them, listening, and thinks he roughly understands the situation now. He glances over at the young man sitting in a corner, crying, and gives him a sympathetic look. Poor guy. Then Kang Hein says to his friend, since you're already here, why not eat before you leave? That's better, right? It's dinner time anyway. The man hears this and asks awkwardly, is that really okay? At the same time, he thinks to himself, Kang Hein is actually fine with something this sudden. But the Kang Hein he knows would have thrown a fit first before asking everyone what they want to eat. Looking at his friend like this, he thinks, I actually thought that after coming back to the countryside without recovering, he'd completely lost it. But he's changed. Then he glances at Niangao and thinks, or maybe, he's always been a dog person. Meanwhile, Kang Hein has already gone into the kitchen to prepare food for everyone. Looking at the counter, he thinks, what should I make? They've come all this way, so I need to whip up something really good to treat them. He then looks toward the fridge to check what ingredients he has. Suddenly spotting something, he pulls open the fridge door and sees a box of tomatoes. Perfect! He decides to use them for the dish. First, he halves the tomatoes, sears the beef on a hot pan, sautés the garlic until fragrant, and shaves cheese over the top. And finally, the pasta and steak salad is completely a nutritious and delicious dish. And lastly, he brings it out. Thank you for waiting. The girls see the food being served and their eyes widen in amazement, breaking into huge, delighted smiles. Kang Hein introduces the dishes to everyone. This is pasta with tomato sauce and a steak salad. The girls hear his introduction and start clamoring, take a picture first. Oh my god, look at those fresh colors. Then they dig in together. After the very first bite, one of them says, "This pasta is absolutely god tier. I never eat pasta unless it's with rose sauce or cream. But the sauce on this plate is just chef's kiss. And the steak salad, the meat is so juicy, the greens so fresh. How does it look this appetizing? Is there anywhere else that sells food like this?" Kang Hein glances at his friend and says, "I made a point of keeping it a light meal. Just let them enjoy it." The man glances back and says, "I wasn't going to say anything during the meal anyway." As for the young man, he's crying his eyes out. "My life has never felt this complete. How come I've never had such amazing food until now? It's so good it's actually making me angry." "Don't be shy, go on, have some more." "Exactly, who knows when we'll get another meal like this." Seeing them like that, Lee Kang-hein asks, "Have you been starving them or something?" He replies helplessly, "I understand the sentiment, but that's really not the case." Lee Kang-hein drops it and urges, "You should eat too, you still have to drive back to Seoul. I made pasta just for you." Hearing those words of concern, he falls into suspicion. Is Lee Kang-hein actually looking out for him this much? Before he can process it, the man grabs his shoulders and asks, "Are you about to die or something?" Lee Kang-hein stifles a laugh and asks back, "Does my husband look like a terminally ill patient to you?" After they finish eating, night has fallen and everyone needs to head home. The girls tell Lee Kang-hein, "The food was really amazing, a completely different league from the stuff we usually order. Next time, I'll make even better dishes to treat everyone. Even better than this. I'll definitely come back. Chef Lee Kang-hein." Lee Kang-hein flinches at the sudden address and stutters out a hasty agreement. "You and your food look even better in person, you know. See you next time. Goodbye." When did they recognize me? Those four watch your cooking videos every time they get hungry, of course they'd recognize you. I should get going too. Lee Kang-hein glances away and drops a subtle hint. "Next time you visit, give me a heads up, okay?" He sits in his car, looks out the window and calls out, "Lee Kang-hein, how's your healing coming along?" He looks at his friend for a moment, then breaks into a smile. Lee Kang-hein replies, "It's going quite well." The next day, he pedals his bicycle to the supermarket with Nyangao in tow. The supermarket where he bought baby cabbage last time is the closest one around. All the other supermarkets are in the bigger town. After a while, they arrive at the supermarket. Hopefully they have baby cabbage in stock today too. He walks inside. "Hello, welcome." Looking at the woman in front of him, he thinks to himself, "Last time an elderly woman helped Maze this her daughter-in-law. What can I help you with?" "Oh, I think I can find it myself, thanks." "Thank you." He scans the vegetable shelf thinking, "No daylily buds tade, but that grandma always orders the pasta anyway." Then he points at the pot of baby cabbage and asks, "Is this all the baby cabbage you have left?" "Yes, that's all we have. Looks like I'll have to make a trip down to the bigger town." "Alright, I'll come back next time." Suddenly a small cry catches his attention. He turns toward the sound and sees a group of kids, 2 of them pulling each other's hair. "Let go, you let go first." The girl whose hair is being yanked raises her own hand to grab the boy's hair, her eyes brimming with tears. "I'm done playing with you, I'm never talking to you again." The boy cries through gritted teeth, "All you ever do is show off, you don't know what real sadness is, go back to your own country." The girl freezes, speechless. At that moment, Lee Kang-hein steps in and holds the 2 children back. "Stop. Words once spoken can never be taken back. Are you sure you won't regret saying that?" The boy freezes and stares at Lee Kang-hein. Just then, the shopkeeper from earlier rushes out in a panic and calls the girl's name. "Myung." The girl sees her mother calling and runs toward her, sobbing. "Mommy." Myung clings tightly to her mother, who asks, "What happened? Are you okay, sweetheart?" Seeing the girl's mother arrive, he figures his part is done. The boy wrenches his arm free and bolts. He watches the boy run off at a loss for words. A moment later, the girl's mother bows. "Thank you for helping my Myung." He feels awkward. "Oh no, I didn't really do much." She sees his discomfort and bows even lower. "Still thank you." He changes the subject to lighten the mood. "How's Myung doing? Is she okay?" "Yes, my daughter just fell asleep." Then she blames herself. "It's all my fault." "Why do you say that? It was just kids fighting, how could it possibly be your fault?" "My name is Ung-en. I'm from Vietnam. Maybe Myung got bullied because of me." Ung-en looks at Myung with a sorrowful expression. Her daughter sobs softly in her sleep. "Perhaps Myung was bullied by her friends because of me." Lee Kang-hein goes silent, stunned. He desperately wants to tell her that's not the case. But the image of Junmin grabbing Myung's hair and spitting those vicious words echoes in his mind. "You're nothing like us. Go back to your own country." Having witnessed that scene with his own eyes, what more could he possibly say? Having witnessed that scene, he feels his words choke in his throat. This isn't something you can brush off with empty reassurances. While he wrestles with his thoughts, Ung-en suddenly speaks up. "Actually, I know who you are. I heard you just opened a restaurant on the other side of our village. So, could you teach me how to cook?" Her words catch him completely off guard. What? She calmly explains, I only know how to cook Vietnamese dishes. But Myung's birthday is coming up and I'm inviting her friends over. I want to prepare some Korean dishes for the kids. Her reason lingers in Lee Kang-hain's mind all the way home. Just looking into her eyes is enough to see her sincerity. How could he refuse? He sits at the dining table, deep in thought for a long time. Every thought weighing on him is written plainly across his face. The reason that woman wants to learn Korean cooking is clear. She doesn't want Myung to be teased by her friends. Either way, things just got complicated. Snapping him out of his thoughts is Nyangao, the white pup, playfully snuffling around his feet. Nyangao, are you comforting me? It holds up the box of premium caviar it brought over, as if asking him to open it, which makes him chuckle. Where'd you even find this? He grumbled while prying open the lid. Doesn't smell like anything from the outside either, huh? Never mind. I don't even use it anymore anyway, so just go ahead and eat. Every time I see your face, food is somehow involved. Saying this, he pauses to think for a moment. Under the gentle summer sun, he stands resolute. Asking for help when you need it is the right thing to do. So he heads over and rings Sujin's doorbell. That's what neighbors are for, helping each other out at times like this. Who do I go to for something like this? Someone reliable, someone who knows everyone in the village. That's right, Sujin, he says sheepishly. I just wanted to get your opinion on something. Sujin beams and invites him in. But the village chief is also there, and the moment he spots Kang Heng, he immediately takes offense. You should have come to me first. Kang Heng blinks, caught off guard. Chief, what are you doing here? The old man hollers. I'm here for drinks. Kang Heng sits down and begins telling everyone the whole story. That's why I've been racking my brain over what dish to teach her for the birthday party. Sujin listens and offers her thoughts. If it's the girl working at the supermarket, I actually know her. I've seen Mi Yang hanging out with Sang-gu after school a few times. The pieces click into place for him. The kids go to the same school, don't they? But I didn't expect them to actually be friends. That's when Minho finally speaks up. Sure, those kids attend the same school. But every kid around here knows there's only one school in the whole area. Just because they're friends doesn't mean they're the same age. That school only has about 20 students, tops just one class. Kang Heng nods in understanding. So it's a combined class school then. Sujin listens and feels a quiet pang in her heart. I didn't know Miwai was going through something like this. I can understand how Eungun feels. If it were for my own child, I'd do the exact same thing. Kang Heng gazes pensively up at the blue sky. If it's for the kids, every parent's dream is to see their child live carefree. He decides to ask for advice. So I should teach her something quick and easy, right? His story captivates not just Sujinvin. The village chief eagerly jumps in with his own 2 cents. Honestly, more nonsense than input. The chief turns to him. That girl's from Vietnam, isn't she? Then she should cook Vietnamese food. Kang Heng whips his head toward the chief, stunned. Excuse me. But the whole reason she wants to learn Korean cooking is, he pushes back. Forcing her into a mold will only hurt me. Why? At that age, what does she even understand? She just hasn't accepted the differences yet. So it's on us adults to show that child that being different isn't something wrong. You have a part in this too, you know. One good meal is worth more than 100 speeches. Meanwhile, at Eungun's house, she's trying her hand at cooking. Eung-an focused on preparing the bun letter 1ea3, but still couldn't shake the worry, was she doing this right? Vietnamese and Korean cuisines were worlds apart after all. What if the kids didn't like it? But he was already at her side in a flash, setting the bowl of noodles down. That's plenty of rice vermicelli, but remember to fish out the scallions after the broth is done. The kids are picky eaters. Hearing that, she replied. Right, he said softly. I've also been thinking about those Vietnamese rice paper rolls you made last time. They're delicious and familiar, but the kids probably can't roll them neatly enough, so they'll skip that dish entirely. Swap the second option for letter 1ea3 geo instead. Kids love anything crispy, and you can throw in some Vietnamese rice cakes too. That'll work. Eung-an looked at him, eyes glimmering with gratitude. She thought as long as he's helping, everything will be fine. She got to work washing the vegetables, cleaning each stalk with meticulous care. Then she prepared all the ingredients and gently placed them into a large bowl. Next, she deftly shaped the slices of meat, each one cut to a perfect size. Before long, the bun letter 1ea3 was ready. She brought the dish to the table, arranged it carefully, and smiled. Last dishes don't thighs is bun letter 1ea3. He eyed the dish with curiosity, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. It wasn't as famous as rice vermicelli soup, but bun letter 1ea3 was still one of Vietnam's standout dishes. The trick was to let the vegetables, meat, and noodles soak in the dipping sauce before eating. He took his first bite, savoring the sweet and sour notes mingling with the rich, smoky flavor of the grilled meat and the cool freshness of the raw herbs. The sweet-sour taste was incredibly fresh, The kids might actually love this combination. He praised it with genuine enthusiasm. This works great as a main course. Could I get a glass of water, please? She answered quickly, give me a moment. He smiled and nodded, then called out softly, bingo, bingo. The little creature popped out from inside his collar, bouncing excitedly, eyes gleaming with delight. It sniffed his bowl of bun ch letter 1ea3, then dove in and wolfed the whole thing down in a heartbeat. Well, seeing the little thing wagging its tail, he couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. A helpless smile tugged at the corner of his lips. It had eaten how many dishes today already, yet none had ever gotten its tail wagging this fast. An's cooking skills had to be seriously impressive to get a reaction like that from the ultimate food hoarder. Suddenly, she walked up from behind and spotted fur scattered all over his face. She asked in a hurry, your water, what happened to you? He quickly deflected the question. Since this dish is for kids, leave out the chili and the dipping sauce. And cut down on the cilantro too. You're only using pork, right? Mix in some beef as well. 2-to-1 ratio. Otherwise the filling will come out too dry. Hearing that, she committed every word to memory. Got it. He nodded with satisfaction. This dish really is delicious, you know. The kids are definitely going to love it. Hearing you say that makes me really happy. Even more so. Thank you. He quickly wrapped up his work and got ready to leave, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Whoosh. Thank goodness she was a skilled cook and open to feedback on top of that. That meant there was nothing left to worry about. But suddenly, a clear, bright voice rings out behind him. Uncle Chef. He turns around in surprise to see Myung. Myung. The little girl immediately holds out a handmade birthday invitation, her eyes brimming with excitement. I'm inviting you, Uncle. He bends down and accepts the card. You made this yourself. The girl nods eagerly. Yes. Without it you can't get in. So make sure you bring it, okay, Uncle. But a sudden thought seems to dim her brightness. She hangs her head, a shadow of melancholy crossing her face. But not many people will come anyway. His heart aches at her words. He quickly steps in to chase away the gloom. Why wouldn't they? She looks up at him with sad, glistening eyes and sighs. Because I got into a fight with Junmin and he has tons of friends. He listens sympathetically. So that kid's name is Junmin. She droops again, eyes clouded with worry. So nobody will definitely come. He falls silent, unsure how to comfort her. On the day of the birthday party, Myung paces back and forth, anxious. Uncle Chef will come, right? Maybe Esu will come too. But what about Ajeong? Donghun also said he'd come. She mutters to herself, gripped by the fear that not a single soul will show up. But then her mother's voice pulls her out of her spiral. Myung, how do I look? She turns around. Mame. Her face lights up instantly, eyes sparkling with delight. Myung can't help but stare at her mother, who stands in a stunning white aodai. Mama, you're so beautiful. What kind of dress is that? Her mother smiles warmly. It's traditional clothing from my homeland. Would you like to try it on? The girl's eyes go wide with excitement. Yes, I want to. And so the little girl is dressed in a red aodai, the traditional outfit making her beam with pure, unbridled joy. But then ding donjith doorbell rings. Her mother quickly nudges her. Sounds like your friends are here, go open the door. Myung's face practically glows. Okay. She dashes toward the front door. Her heart races with hope. Thank goodness Somyeon actually came. Is it SU? Or maybe Ajeong? She swings the door open, eyes full of desperate hope. Who is it? But the moment she sees who's standing outside, her eyes widen in sheer disbelief. A boy stands there, gripping his pant legs with white-knuckled fists, his face tight with nervousness. Myung freezes, she can't believe her own eyes. A choked gasp of pure shock escapes her lips. Junmin. She stands rooted to the spot, staring at Junmin with wide, stunned eyes, then lets out another involuntary cry. Junmin, after a long moment, she finally comes back to her senses, her voice laced with stubborn resentment. What are you even doing here? I didn't invite you, go away. She moves to slam the door, but Junmin's wavering voice stops her cold. I'm sorry. The boy trembles, head bowed low. I didn't mean what I said. I was just so angry, and those awful words came out before I could stop them. His whole body shakes as he stares at the ground, fingers still clutching his pant legs in a white-knuckle grip. Please forgive me. Then the dam breaks, tears stream down his face as he breaks into loud, snotty sobs, completely losing it. I'm really sorry, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me, please. Myung regains her composure, but her expression hardens. But you still can't come in. She holds up her handmade birthday invitation and explains, because you don't have an invitation. Junmin's face drains of color. He frantically pats himself down, looking more and more panicked. I don't have an invitation. Myung holds the birthday card out in front of him, her voice softening just a little. Here, I'll let you off the hook this one time. Junmin lets out a massive sigh of relief, his eyes lighting up. Thank you. At that moment, other children who had been hiding nearby poked their heads out, laughter and chatter bursting into the open. "You guys done yet? Come on, let us in already, and don't be such a meanie, Junman. Seriously, you went way too far this time." The members of Unis are also in attendance. One of them steps forward with a warm smile and a cheerful greeting. "We all brought our invitations just like you asked. And birthday presents too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Myung." A lavish spread of food is laid out on the table, and every child gasps in amazement before erupting into excited cheers. A girl with bright blonde hair lights up and blurts out excitedly, "What is this? I've never seen anything like it before." A blue-haired boy is just as excited. "Rice noodles, they look amazing." Lee Kanghain, busy setting the table, looks up and heaves a sigh. Why does it feel like every kid in the whole school showed up? The children can barely contain themselves, practically bouncing off the walls. "What's this dish? Cold noodles, how do you eat it?" Kanghain steps over, gently explaining, "This dish is called bun cha. You dip the noodles and meat into the sauce before you eat." The children eagerly pick up clumps of rice noodles with grilled meat and dunk them into the sweet and sour dipping sauce. They pop the bite into their mouths and the burst of savory sweetness and bright, tangy freshness washes over their taste buds. The incredible flavor explodes across her palate, and the little girl can't help but smack her lips in delight. "I've never eaten anything this delicious in my entire life. Sour sweet, totally amazing. And this is bonzio. This one's super yummy too, so chewy." She takes a big bite, savors the texture, and her eyes go wide with excitement. "When I grow up, I'm going to marry this spring roll." The other kids immediately burst into teasing laughter. In unison, Miju changed her future husband again. Sanggu then notices Myung's outfit and tilts her head. "Hey Myung, what kind of dress is that? I've never seen anything like it." Myung beams proudly and introduces it. "It's traditional clothing from my mama's homeland." Another girl's curiosity is immediately piqued. "From your mama's country." Myung nods happily. "It's from Vietnam, and all of this food is Vietnamese too." Myung's introduction makes the kids green with envy. "So your mom flew here by plane, huh? So jealous. That dress is gorgeous." Miju, hearing that, changes her mind on the spot. She grins brightly and declares, "When I grow up, I'm gonna marry that dress." The other kids scramble to talk her out of it. "Mew, you're supposed to marry a human, aren't you?" Myung, all excited, happily dashes over to her mother. "Mom, put it on right now. I want to show my friends that I get to wear matching outfits with Mom," but she hesitates as still needs to finish cooking first. Kang Hein hears this and steps up. "No worse, it's almost done anyway. Leave the rest to me." Myung quickly pulls her mother outside. "Hurry up, Mom." She gazes at her daughter with a warm smile, feeling a wave of happiness wash over her at seeing the girl so joyful today. The kids buzz with even more excitement as Mom is wearing that dress too, matching outfits. So beautiful. Myung happily savors every moment of her own birthday party, and her joy is so infectious he can't help but smile along. Kang Hai looks around at everyone and smiles. "Looks like everyone's having a great time, huh?" However, in a certain Beastman village, the atmosphere is entirely different. Cassandra sits upon her elevated seat, her voice carrying the weight of authority. "So my dear little daughter has gone off to play again." Noya reports hastily, "We increased the number of guards, Your Grace, but it seems she still found a gap to slip through." Cassandra responds with visible displeasure. "She went to see that human again." Noya answers promptly, "Yes, Your Grace." She seems to have been intrigued herself by the human's persistence. "What sort of human is he to have captured the attention of both the sacred wolf and my beloved daughter?" Cassandra's eyes gleam with authority as she declares, "Summon him to come before me." Hearing those words, Noya is stunned as if she can't believe her own ears. "You intend to let a human set foot in our village?" Cassandra remains unwavering. "Is there a rule against it?" "And rest assured, Red, no one would dare lay a hand on a guest of mine. Besides, my daughter owes him a debt. As her mother, the least I can do is offer him a proper greeting." Back in the forest, night has fallen. A thunderous roar rips through the air, jolting the entire woodland awake. A deer standing nearby lifts its head curiously, trying to figure out what just happened. Kang Hein, clutching Nyingao against his chest, clamps his hands over his ears and shouts, "Quiet down already, Nyingao." Nyingao is absolutely livid right now, its fluffy fur practically bristles with flames. He wants to understand how Nyingao feels, but he can only watch helplessly as the little wolf goes ballistic over a bucket of shrimp. "Come on, those giant lizards were several times bigger than your head, and you didn't even flinch. Why are you so terrified of a bunch of tiny dead shrimp?" Probably because there haven't been any saltwater areas nearby, so you've never seen them before, huh? What a shame. Shrimp tastes absolutely incredible when cooked right. But if you've never seen one before, they do look a little freaky. Kang Hai continues rambling to himself. He shakes his head, but then something suddenly crosses his mind, making him pause. But the things you hunt are even creepier though. What kind of standards do you even have? He lets the thought go, deciding not to push it any further, and gently. Well, no point in arguing about it. Let me show you the real taste of these shrimp. Kang Hai pours the shrimp into a bowl, preparing to cook. First, he removes the heads, whiskers, and innards from the shrimp. Then he sprinkles coarse salt across the pan, lays the shrimp neatly on top of the bed of salt, and places the lid over the pan. And that's it. Simple as can be. He narrates quietly as he cooks. I'd love to let Ranan try this too, but the remaining shrimp are only enough for one more batch, so I'll have to save it for next time. Kang Hai and Nyingao sit together, waiting for the shrimp to finish cooking. Just as the shrimp finishes cooking and they're waiting patiently, Mona suddenly appears out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Since when did you join the party? Oh well, Kang Hai says as he lifts the lid. A rich, fragrant aroma billows out. Since you're here, you might as well eat with us. Kang Hai slips on a pair of gloves and begins peeling the shrimp. He peels the shrimp with gloved hands, divides them evenly, and sets them on plates for both. Here, eat up. Nyingao takes a bite. Mona does the same. A rich, briny ocean flavor bursts across their tongues, and both of them light up with delight. Kang Hai asks eagerly, well, how is it? Can you taste the ocean? Both of them bury their faces in the food, devouring everything in sight. He can't help but feel a swell of pride. He sits back in his chair, watching the two of them eat with such gusto. A warm, joyful feeling blooms in his chest. Seeing them scarf down the food so happily makes him happy too. Mona refuses to stop, making her wishes crystal clear more leaving him at a complete loss. All right, let me peel some more for you. Noah steps forward, fixing a cold gaze on him and Nyingao before locking eyes squarely on Mona. Mona. The instant Noah appears, Mona freezes in terror and bolts to hide. He's taken aback but says nothing. Mona, spotting Noah, quickly scurries into a corner. Noah speaks in a frigid tone. You've snuck out of the village again. Kang Hai recognizes him as the one who carried the girl back last time. Then he speaks up. It looks like the little one is hungry. How about letting her finish eating first, and then you can take her back? What she's eating isn't anything strange, so there's nothing to worry about. But Noah cuts him off coldly. No, I came here today for you. Human. Kang Hai hears this and is completely bewildered. Me. He stammers a reply. What do you want from me? Noah steps closer, his eyes still cold as ice. Human, come with me. His words send a jolt of panic through him. What is even happening right now? Noah explains, no, I came here today specifically for you. The word human stuns Kang Hai, who reels in disbelief. Wait, what? Me. He stammers, what do you want from me? Noah steps closer. Human, come with me. Seeing the beastman at close range sends a chill down Kang Hai's spine. Kang Hai thinks indignantly, come where exactly? Where to? But he still has to ask, where do you want me to go? Noah speaks in that same cold, detached voice. The clan leader has sent an invitation to Yao. Hearing this stuns Kang Hai even more. The clan leader. Noah explains. She's Mona's mother, apparently. Hearing that makes Kang Hai whip his gaze toward Mona in shock. She's the clan leader's daughter. Don't tell me they want to interrogate me about what I've been feeding their little girl. Maybe it's not such a great idea to just naively follow him. So Kang Hai politely declines. Today. I'm pretty swamped, so I'm afraid that's going to be difficult. Hearing this, Noah produces a horn and holds it out before him. I understand. This is a horn crafted by the warriors of our village. Whenever you're ready, just call for me. That only makes him feel more grateful, more considerate than he expected. Is this really just a normal invitation? And yet Kang Hai speaks up again. Why does the clan leader want to see me? Noah answers in his usual cold tone. I'd imagine it's because she wants to meet the person who lured her daughter out of the village. Hearing that makes Kang Hai go Palethas is a meeting to vent her fury. Kang Hai trembles as he imagines the worst case scenario. He didn't mean to invite the girl out, but Noah has already turned away coldly. Well then, I'll be on my way. But suddenly he calls out, wait. Noah stops, puzzled. The scene shifts to the Beastman village. Noah sits inside his tent and opens a black bag. Inside are piles of fragrant shrimp. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier, Kang Hai awkwardly hands Noah the bag of shrimp. You came all this way, how could I send you back empty-handed? They look a little rough around the edges, but trust me, they taste amazing. Noah turns away inside the tent. A rustling, munching sound echoes without pause. His tail wags non-stop, a clear sign delicious, not bad at all. Meanwhile, Kang Hai lets out sigh after sigh. He slumps, head pounding with anxiety. Should I go or not? Nyingao didn't growl at them, so they're probably not bad people, right? Honestly, he is curious, but he can't just waltz into someone else's tribe without a care. if only someone could give him advice. Just as he's deep in thought, Randon appears, brimming with energy. "Oh, Kanghan, I knew you'd be here." He's got both Niangao and Mona climbing all over his face, yet he still turns to flash a grin. "Ah, Randon, perfect timing. I actually have something I need your help with." And Randon replies, "I had a feeling you'd need some guidance." Under the clear blue sky, a flock of birds soars overhead. But after hearing Kanghan's story, Randon can hardly believe it. "You've been invited to a Beastman village." "That's really hard to believe." Kanghan frowns, puzzled. "Is it that rare?" Randon lays it out for him in detail. The bond between humans and beastmen was severed a long time ago. So this is the first time I've ever seen one of them personally invite a human to their village. Then he glances at Mona and thinks, moreover, the tribe places the highest priority on raising their Yunjiat. They've entrusted their child to him. But it seems he still hasn't grasped just how extraordinary that is. Then Randon says with certainty, "Just go, don't overthink it. They won't do anything to hurt you." Kanghan breathes a sigh of relief. Then that's a relief. Kanghan brushes off his pants and stands up. "I'll visit them next time, but for now," he picks up the shrimp, grinning. "How about I treat you to something delicious?" Kanghan starts by sautéing garlic until fragrant, then tosses in the shrimp and seasons them, flipping the wok with practiced flair. Randon, Niangao and Mona are already drooling. He plates the aromatic shrimp and presents it with a smile. "Please enjoy butter garlic grilled shrimp." Kanghan demonstrates carefully. "Before eating, peel the shell off like this." Randon picks up the peeled shrimp and studies it. "Strange shape, but I'm far more curious about the flavor. Where does he even get these ingredients? What a mysterious young man." A taste of the ocean courses through him, yet the craftsmanship is beyond reproach. "In all my life, I've never tasted anything like this. Salty yet rich, absolutely exquisite, but above all else, the colors are just stunning. I could devour an entire bowl of this in one sitting." But meanwhile, Kanghan is wrestling with Niangao, who's trying to steal Mona's food. "Hey, that's not yours." Randon is still lost in his own thoughts. But peeling is such a hassle though. Seeing Randon like that, Kanghan has to speak up. "Randon, you just ate the whole thing, shell and all." And when Kanghan turns to Niangao and Mona, he's stunned too. These two have also decided to just eat them halino, more waiting for him to peel. Randon drops a casual remark. "Tastes good this way too." Kanghan gives up, watching them helplessly. Well, at least it saves him the trouble. There are some sharp spots on the shells, so be careful. The pot of shrimp has been polished clean. Another delicious meal enjoyed. Kanghan beams at the praise. "As long as you liked it, that's all that matters." Randon stands up with solemn dignity. "Now it's my turn to return the favor and teach you." Kanghan looks up confused. "Teach me what?" Randon reminds him. "Forgot already." "Swordsmanship, of course." Kanghan thinks for a moment. "Oh, right. I completely forgot about that deal." Randon grins smugly. "Don't worry, today is just the first day. We'll start light with some basic drills." By the time evening falls and the sun sinks behind the mountains, Kanghan is utterly spent, sprawled face down on the ground. Randon looks at him, exasperated. "Oh my, your stamina really is something. At this rate, you've got a long way to go before becoming the strongest warrior." Kanghan can barely get the words out. "I'm the chef," Randon sighs, unimpressed. "You're already wiped out from a 4-hour hike. And you're still so young too. Your lower body is really weak, isn't it?" Kanghan is still gasping between half-breaths. "Hey, no." Meanwhile, Niangao is gently licking his ankle. Kanghan starts to feel a little better. "Am I hallucinating?" But the spot where Niangao had just licked already felt better. The cooling sensation was incredible, like having a muscle relaxant balm rubbed right on. And over on the other side, Mona was also focused on licking his leg clean. "What the? You too, little one." But this one's licking just left him drenched and reeking. Lee Kanghan tried to pry Mona off. "I truly appreciate it." But Randon spoke up then. "That tenacity of yours, not giving up halfway, it's truly admirable." Then he pulled out a wooden sword. "Consider this a gift from me. It's lighter than a real sword, but it's perfect for training. I originally made it for my daughter." Upon hearing that, Lee Kanghan flinched. "Excuse me, then I can't accept it. How could I take something so meaningful from your daughter?" Randon quickly reassured him. "No worries, no worries. My daughter has a phobia of effort." He heard that and paused to think. So he's just getting rid of a useless sword, huh? But then Randon's eyes turned resolute. "But don't worry, I will teach you everything I couldn't teach her. With me as your mentor, you'll become the strongest warrior of the era." Lee Kanghan took the sword while imagining the exhausting days ahead. Looks like he's in for a long stretch of sore muscles and aching bones. But he still answered, "Understood. Then I look forward to your guidance. Come evening, I'll be at your place." Lee Kanghan was cooking dinner, but he suddenly grew weary just thinking about the day he'd had. Today was absolutely brutal. "It's been ages since I've had a late-night meal like this." Lee Kanghan placed a plate of food in front of Niangao. Watching Niangao eat with such relish filled him with quiet satisfaction. I only threw in some meat and garlic, but it should be decent enough." He put a bite in his mouth and muttered, "As long as you think it's delicious, that's more than enough." But the moment that first bite hit his tongue, he froze completely still and silent. Even Niangao noticed. Li Kanghain slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Next, he threw open the cabinet and grabbed a pile of seasoning jars. He slammed them all down in front of him and quickly dumped the seasonings out onto separate plates. Li Kanghain braced his hands on the table and with trembling lips tasted every single one. Only now did he truly grasp everything he had been through. He could barely get the words out. I can taste it. Li Kanghain finally accepted everything he had endured. "I can taste again," he said, voice breaking. His sense of taste still hadn't fully recovered, but he could taste again. If he had still been in Seoul, he might have given up cooking altogether. But once he set foot in this place, he had already let go of his old self. He pressed his lips tight, holding back the wave of emotion. But then Li Kanghain slowly squatted down. "Now I can cook to my heart's content again." Then he called out softly, his voice thick with emotion, "Niangao." But he stayed squatting there for a long while. "I'm so glad I moved. This place." The sky had turned pitch black. Meanwhile, the village chief was stumbling home from a night of drinking, swaying drunkenly as he shone his lantern through the darkness. "Oh darling, you really think I'd forget about you? Had a bit too much tonight, still gotta work tomorrow. It's all that bastard Kim's fault, egging me on. Next time I'm bringing my own booze." But as he passed by Li Kanghain's house, something caught his attention. At this hour, what's that chef still doing up? Inside, Li Kanghain was slicing beef and stir-frying mushrooms, the sizzle filling the kitchen. He wrapped the beef around the mushrooms. He cooked dish after dish, and Niangao beside him was drooling from the aroma alone. He plated each dish with meticulous care. "Long time no see, old friend." Li Kanghain picked up a piece of his signature dish and placed it in his mouth, savoring the sensation. He quickly bowed his head with a smile, too overwhelmed for words. He could detect the sourness, but the saltiness and the savory sweetness of the meat still eluded him. "Well, it's only the beginning." Niangao suddenly barked from below, snapping him out of his reverie. "Niangao." Niangao finished eating and let out a satisfied yelp, clearly showing it was delicious. "Lucky mutt." He froze when he saw Niangao's reaction. Then he burst out laughing, pure happiness in his voice. "Half a success is still a success, right? Time to make the next dish. Just you wait. Niangao, this is the dish that won me my first award." His little house buzzed with life once more. "Let's see now. There should be enough wine left." "Niangao, no. Don't eat that." Niangao, dawn had broken. Sunlight poured in calm and gentle. But then the front door of Li Kanghain's house was suddenly pounded with loud, frantic knocking. "Hey chef boy, you in there?" Li Kanghain appeared, his face a grimace of muscle soreness and sleepless discomfort from the night before. He opened the door. "Uncle, I haven't really slept well yet. Could you keep it down for me just a little?" But the village chief suddenly shouted in a panic. "Come with me now." Li Kanghain stood there stunned. "Uncle, I'm really exhausted right now. Can you come back later?" But the old man looked dead serious. There was no time to waste. "Let's go." Li Kanghain still had no idea what was going on. "Wait, what's going on, uncle?" The old man forced him onto the truck, leaving both him and Niangao staring in stunned disbelief. Niangao was left behind as the truck sped off and disappeared in a frantic rush. Now Niangao just stood at the front door, completely clueless about what had just happened. It wasn't until they reached the hospital that he learned Sujin was about to give birth. The village chief had sprinted ahead of him in a panic. That's why even though he felt like puking this morning, he still had to rush over here. Running behind, Kanghain asked with a puzzled look, "Did you go drinking again last night, uncle?" The village chief called out, "We're here." Inside, everyone had already gathered, their faces tight with worry. People buzzed with frantic chatter. "When did she get admitted?" They didn't have time to prepare anything at all. "Is it a girl or a boy?" "She hasn't given birth yet." Then everyone turned to Minyu, who was trembling with anxiety. "What about Sujin? How is she doing?" "Oh my," her water broke all of a sudden completely out of nowhere. Kanghain glanced at Minyu, his own worry growing. Minyu's fear was written all over his face, plain as day. Mrs. Park stepped in and barked sharply to restore order. "Do you people think this is a marketplace? Aren't you all just getting in the way of the doctors and nurses? Everyone out now." The village chief waved his hand in agreement. "That's right, crowding up like this does no good for anyone." Then he puffed out his chest. "Don't worry, the village chief is here to handle everything. Rest easy." But Mrs. Park shot back immediately. "Nonsense." She grabbed him by the arm and dragged him outside, much to his indignation. "But I'm the village chief. If not me, then who?" Kanghain watched the scene unfold and sided with Mrs. Park. Who else indeed? Minyu would probably feel more at ease without the crowd, but then Mrs. Park turned to him and said, "You stay." He blinked in surprise. "Me?" She explained, "You two are friends, stay with him." Outside, the village chief was still grumbling. "I'm Minyu's drinking buddy too." "You know," but Mrs. Park had already shut the door, leaving Kanghain inside. Before he could say a word, Mrs. Park had already walked out, leaving him behind. Kang Hein sat down on the chair next to Minyu, looking deeply uncomfortable. This is so awkward. Wouldn't it have been better to let the village chief stay? I've never been in a situation like this before. What am I supposed to say? While he was still fumbling for words, Minyu spoke up first. Thanks for staying with me. He flinched in surprise. Oh, it's nothing really. All I'm doing is sitting here honestly. Minyu's voice was thick with gratitude. No, really. Just having you here is more than enough. Right now I'm incredibly happy, but just as terrified. His voice cracked. I'm so scared. Kang Hein placed a hand on Minyu's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Minyu, you're about my age, right? It'll be fine. After all, this is his first time too. Minyu turned to look at him in surprise, seeing that Kang Hein was just as flustered. But then Minyu broke into a genuine smile, and the tension in his shoulders eased several degrees. Minyu said with deep appreciation, thank you. Outside, someone burst through the doors shouting, it's a girl, a baby girl. Another person heard the news and erupted into cheers. It's been ages since our village had a newborn. The joyous news spread, and everyone in the family cheered and celebrated. A beautiful day like this and no celebration, what a waste. Time to throw a feast. The village chief spotted him coming out and immediately asked about the situation. How's Minyu? Kang Hein answered with a relieved smile. He's in there with Sujin right now, already crying his eyes out. Kang Hein glanced over at the villagers gathered outside. Everyone seems really fired up about throwing a party, huh, uncle? The old man's eyes lit up with excitement. Every village has a tradition of bonding with neighbors over a good feast, you know. Kang Hein heard that and paused, thinking, a village, huh? Then he spoke up, now that you mention it, I've been invited to a village too. What do you think I should bring as a gift? The moment those words left his mouth, the chief's face twisted in alarm. Some village has already recruited you. Which shameless bunch dares to steal a young man who's not even 39 from right under our noses? But he quickly pulled himself together. Oh, just an invitation. You nearly gave me a heart attack, kid. For a village gift, fruit would be a safe choice. Or a local specialty would work too. Kang Hein nodded, silently agreeing. Oh, a specialty sounds great. Good call. Then he turned and asked, by the way, uncle, does Yongbian have any local specialties? The old man stammered, well, Korean beef, for example. Kang Hein's expression turned 3 parts helpless, 7 parts exasperated. That's from Pyo's farm, uncle. The two of them looked at each other in shared embarrassment. Kang Hein sighed in defeat. Fine, let's just bring some liquor then. He picked up the ox horn. Kang Hein's heart swelled with nervous anticipation. I'm suddenly really anxious about this. He blew hard into the horn. The sound echoed through the entire forest, startling even the moles into poking their heads above ground. Squirrels up in the branches also poked their heads out to investigate. After blowing for a while, Kang Hein was left panting and wheezing. Why is this thing so hard to blow? But will he actually show up? The words had barely left his lips when Noya appeared. Kang Hein's jaw dropped. Noya was carrying Mona slung over his shoulder. He actually came. Noya appeared and asked, "You're ready then?" Without waiting for an answer, he hoisted Kang Hein onto his shoulder upside down. Then let's get going. Kang Hein looked at himself dangling in this ridiculous position and panicked. He screamed in terror, wait. We're going there like this. Put me down. But Noya ignored him completely and launched himself skyward in a single powerful leap, Kang Hein's screams trailing behind him. Kang Hein's wailing echoed across the open sky. Noya glanced at him and remarked casually, humans these days are really that out of shape, huh? Kang Hein recalls Randon's words, especially the lower body at just this age, no less. Your lower body is pretty weak, isn't it? He only realizes it now. So my legs really are that weak. Noya's voice rings out. We'll walk the rest of the way. Our village is right over there. Kang Hein's eyes go wide upon hearing that. Below stretches a peaceful, breathtaking village. Kang Hein gazes in awe. Well, it looks just like a Mongolian village. Noya hears this and tilts her head in puzzlement. Mongolian. He quickly tries to cover his slip. It's nothing. This place just reminds me of somewhere I know. Noya doesn't press the matter further. Does your humankind have villages like this too? Kang Hein glances up at Noyan suddenly. Randon's words resurface in his mind. That was Randon's advice. Just go. Relax, there won't be any problems. Besides the beastmen always regarding the white wolf as a sacred creature. There's also some kind of pact in place here. Listened, but didn't fully understand. A pact? He replies, you didn't know. A long time ago, the clans erupted into a fierce war against each other. It was a brutal war. That war dragged on for hundreds of years. Everyone charged into battle, seizing each other's territories, plunging the entire continent into chaos and death. Everyone lost their lives. Had that war continued, saying the entire world would have met its end would not have been an exaggeration. But suddenly, a sky full of stars appeared, forcing even the warring factions to halt and take notice. The gods could no longer sit idle, and decided to intervene. After that, the clans signed a pact with one another so that such bloodshed would never repeat itself. And so, every clan began keeping its distance from the others. After hearing all of this, he remained skeptical. So these beastmen are really going to welcome me. Li Kanghain steps into the village under a gauntlet of scrutinizing eyes. A human that's a real human, looks even frailer than I imagined. And there's a sacred white wolf following alongside him too. Suddenly a booming voice cuts through. This is the person the clan leader invited. The figure strides forward, startling even Noya. Taimu crosses his arms, his expression sour. I truly don't understand why she would invite something like this. The sight of Taimu terrifies Li Kanghain. The man's displeasure is written all over his face. But Noya immediately steps in front of him to shield him, addressing Taimu firmly. Please don't forget this is our clan leader's guest. Taimu regards Noya with contempt. Look who's protecting that human. Noya, where has your warrior's honor gone? Noya's gaze sharpens. I am merely following the clan leader's orders. I ask you to step aside. But Taimu refuses to back down, glaring daggers at Noya. I don't recall you having the authority to speak to me that way. How dare you give me orders? Meanwhile, Niangao grows furious as well, baring her fangs and sending the villagers into a panic. They cry out. The sacred wolf is enraged. Hearing that gives even Taimu a moment's pause. Li Kanghain is equally stunned to see Niangao like this, and Mona beside him is just as angry. Hey, what's gotten into you? The villagers erupt into a frenzy. Even Mon, all three of them are protecting that human. This is no ordinary human. The whole thing makes his head spin. I only came because I was invited. That's it. What is going on here? It looks like a scene of knights and princes shielding a princess. Let me protect you. He feels suffocated as the air suddenly becomes so stifling. I don't want to fight anyone. Someone, anyone, get out here and stop them for me. Right at that moment, Casingdela appears, her voice carrying the weight of authority. I thought I'd kick the bucket before I ever got the chance to meet you. Li Kanghain stares, still shaken. It's Noya beside him who speaks up to snap him out of it. Pay your respects. Still not over it. Noya explains. This is Casingdela, our clan leader. She strikes a cheerful pose, hands on her hips. Just call me Can or clan leader, your choice. Li Kanghain bows his head respectfully. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Li Kanghain. Meanwhile, upon spotting her mother, Mona sprints over joyfully. Casingdela scoops Mona into her arms and speaks gently. Don't worry. I only invited you today to thank you for putting up with my daughter's antics these past few days. Li Kanghain responds politely. Oh, it's no trouble at all. She replies with a grin. Is that so? I know this little one's temperament all too well. Taimu, upon seeing Casingdela, speaks with a troubled tone. Clan leader, why are you thanking this human? Drawing her attention. Oh, so it's you, Commander Blind as a Bat. I was just wondering which fool wanted to pick a fight with a human and break the pact. Surely that wouldn't be you, would it? Commander Taimu, because it's you, after all. Taimu's face flushes crimson with rage. Yes, you are correct. Casingdela bursts into laughter. I knew it. A smart one like you wouldn't do something so foolish, now would he? Now then, I have a guest of honor to attend to. Whatever you need to do, carry on. Taimu clenches his fists, trembling with fury. Inside the tent, she speaks up. I know you've had a rough time since arriving, but don't worry, you're just not used to seeing humans. It's not that they dislike you. Li Kanghain hears this, still trembling with fear. I understand, I do. But behind him, the scrutinizing gazes never cease. A human. He thinks in terror. It feels like they could crush him at any moment. Her voice rings out with enthusiasm. Although this village rarely welcomes humans, I still wanted to meet the person at the center of all those rumors, which leaves him bewildered. Rumors? Niangao beside him acts indifferent, pretending not to care. Cassandra chattered on enthusiastically. You didn't know. The whole forest is buzzing about a human who tamed a sacred wolf. And trust me, there are countless eyes watching you out there in the woods. You didn't feel any of that. Hearing that, he suddenly recalled something strange. Something odd from before. Why was the hut flipped upside down? Kanghain suddenly realized so. His entire camping life had been live-streamed this whole time. Her voice was calm and even. Well, never mind, that doesn't matter anymore. As repayment for taking care of my daughter, name your reward. Our clan does not like to leave debts unpaid. He quickly waved his hands. No, there's really no need for that. I just shared some food with the little one, that's all. Actually, I didn't want to come here empty-handed, so I brought a few things. That piqued her interest. Oh, so that intoxicating aroma was coming from what you brought. Kanghain opened the bag. Inside, it was packed with fragrant pork. It's nothing much, but I had some pork lying around, so I made a little snack to go with drinks. Kanghain presented it before her, though he wasn't sure if this amount was enough. She stared at it with hungry, glistening eyes. Something this precious, and he was offering it as a gift. That's far too modest of you. But you said this is just a snack to go with drinks, which means what I'm thinking is correct. He froze in a panic. Ah, yes, I also brought along a type of drink that doesn't exist in this world. Cassandra gazed at Kanghan with sparkling, admiring eyes. You're seriously going all out, aren't you? Is this how you won over my daughter? He replied awkwardly, not really. Wait, actually, hold on. He suddenly spoke up to warn them, but you can't drink it yet. The whole journey here shook it up pretty badly. If you open it now, it'll explode. His words sent the guards into a frenzy. Explode? You there? What exactly did you give the clan leader? You filthy humanso, you finally show your true colors. He panicked and hurriedly tried to explain. What? That's not what I meant. When I said explode, I meant the pressure building up inside the bottle creates fizz, it foams up. Seeing this, she quickly popped the cap off the bottle. Boo-emmed contents erupted upward and her face lit up with delight. Oh ho, so that's what you meant by explode. He let out a sigh of relief, though the guys beside him had nearly been beaten to death. Cassandra paid no attention to the chaos around her. She simply raised the bottle and chugged it clean, sending the guards into a panic. Clan leader, why are you drinking an unknown liquid like that? Are you alright? See, I told you it's nothing decent. She suddenly took a deep breath and burst out with excitement. Humans are absolutely incredible. How do they make a drink like this? The taste sweet and fragrant, it's absolutely divine. And this smooth, velvety finish, it makes me want to keep chugging. Cassandra then pointed at the snacks Kanghan had brought. I want to try those snacks of yours too. Let me have a bite of that meat, will you? She popped the meat into her mouth and her eyes widened in wonder. No gamey smell. The fibers were melt in your mouth tender, barely any chewing needed. How can something this moist and silky possibly be meat? Cassandra leaned back, utterly content after finishing. Good heavens, someone could drop dead next to me right now, and I probably wouldn't notice. I'm too lost in this food. We'll share this delicious meat with everyone else a bit later. But for now, Cassandra suddenly and swiftly bowed her head before Kanghan, as if in apology. I owe you an apology, she said, shocking everyone present. Clan leader, why would you apologize to a human? She spoke firmly. Our clan acted rudely in the face of such a precious gift. An apology is only proper. And one by one, they all scratched their heads sheepishly. Sorry human, we went too far. Kanghan, ever the gentle soul, quickly let it slide. It's fine, really. But Noah, on the other hand, threw a threatening glare at the bunch. Lucky for you, I didn't skewer every last one of you. Anyone chosen by the sacred wolf couldn't possibly pose a danger. Cassandra nodded, satisfied. Good, now then apologies for the rudeness and expressions of gratitude are done. It's time. She bellowed her command with gusto. Listen up, relay this to the entire clan. Tonight we throw a feast. This is a banquet to honor our esteemed guest, so give it everything you've got. The hunter who brings back the finest catch earns the title of tribe spear. Show him what a feast from our clan truly looks like. Kanghan watched the scene unfold and felt an odd sense of deja vu. Why does every village love throwing parties so much? The sky above was a serene, cloudless blue. Cassandra sat beside him outside and explained. The title of tribe spear represents the greatest hunter in the clan. Anyone who earns it gains full authority to lead the entire clan on the hunt. He understood now. No wonder everyone was so fired up to go hunting. Hearing that, she eagerly prodded, do you like hunting? If you do, come join them. He awkwardly declined. I'll pass. I'd probably end up as the prey if I went. She sighed. If I weren't the clan leader, I'd be charging into the forest myself. But it can't be helped, I still have to stay and watch the little ones. Hearing that, he started to say, oh, if it's that, I could help you. But then he saw how she watched the kids and he swallowed his words back down. Her eyes lit up the moment she heard him. You want to play with them too? He caught on immediately. Oh, so that's what watching them means. He swiftly declined. Nope, I'll just sit right here, thanks. I'm perfectly fine staying put. She burst into laughter, clearly amused. That's fine. Honestly, it's better for you this way considering your situation. A child suddenly chomped down on his leg. Her voice continued, and right on cue, the aroma wafting from him was absolutely mouthwatering. The little ones will instinctively pounce on you and start gnawing. She bursts into laughter to reassure him. Don't worry, we don't eat humans like those fairy folk do. He is still wrestling with the little girl behind him when a sudden sound grabs his attention. What was that? A monster beast is hurled down in front of him amid everyone's gasps of admiration. Good heavens, that's a beast from the western forest. He already brought back something that top-notch. Truly worthy of Captain Taimo. Even she can't help but marvel. This is quite the catch, she murmurs. A seasoned hunter through and through. Taimo's voice brims with pride. You flatter me. She turns to ask for his opinion. Kanghan, what do you think? Isn't this catch magnificent? Taimo meanwhile adopts a tone of contempt. Come now, clan leader. I'm sure he's never seen anything like this before. He might get offended just hearing about it. He feels indignant and uneasy enough with the jab's old man. But he swallows his words. Better to listen than to talk back. Then he puts on an enthusiastic expression. That's incredible, I love it. How did you all manage to catch such an adorable prey? Absolutely god tier, so hardcore. It makes Taimo grind his teeth in fury. You wretch, how dare you insult me? She on the other hand asks excitedly. You think it's cute? Really? His face drains of every drop of blood in fear. What? You don't find it adorable? But it is soft fur and 4 legs. No, not like Niangaos only ever brings back things that are both ugly and creepy. Everyone watches Niangao carry back a monster, and their shock deepens even further. That's a creature notorious for secreting venom from its fangs. When approached, even their strongest warriors haven't been able to take one down solo. Niangao briefly glances at Taimo, then shows open disdain, sending the man into a blind rage. As for Mona, she excitedly brings back a small weasel, eager to earn praise from him and her mother. But when she sees the 2 monsters the others brought back, her hopes shatter instantly. Noya returns from hunting, glances at Niangao, and delivers her verdict. It may look like a puppy on the surface, but it's still a sacred wolf. Still, the final victory is far from decided. Looking at everyone's haul, she nods with satisfaction. It seems everyone has completed their hunt. Then I shall announce the results now. The warrior who earns the title of Tri-2 is Hammond. It's you, Hammond. Hammond listens as if she can't believe her own ears. Me. This doesn't sit well with Taimo at all. Clan leader, that was just a bird. How can? She rests her hands on her hips and explains. You've all misunderstood me. I never said to bring back the most powerful creature. I said the most delicious one. Being good at catching prey alone doesn't make you a great hunter. To be worthy of the Tri-2 title, you must know how to choose your prey according to the given requirements. Does anyone disagree with my decision? Noya's voice rings out. The clan leader is absolutely right. A person nearby speaks up. Warrior Noya, why do you look like you're about to cry? She calls out with booming vigor. The Tri-2 title has its owner. Light the fire, let the feast begin. Everyone has been waiting for this moment, erupting into cheers for the Tri-2. He holds Niangao in his arms and breathes a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness, if Niangao had won, I'd have even more glares pointed my way. Now I just need to quietly enjoy the feast and wait until I can leave. But not long after, he sits in a corner, his face darkening. She approaches with a booming laugh. Well, Kanghan, you're having a great time, right? He replies without a shred of enthusiasm. Pardon, the stench is so thick I can't hear a word you're saying. The overwhelming reek of raw meat makes him deeply uncomfortable. Do they really not use any seasoning at all? How can everyone happily grill meat when the stink of rot is hitting them from every direction? He stares at her aghast. Doesn't eating meat like that taste gamey to you? She replies cheerfully, what are you talking about? When has meat ever tasted gamey? But the kind you brought is quite special. So delicious that within moments, there wasn't a single piece left. In return, feel free to eat as much as you'd like. She turns to Mona and notices something odd. Mona, why aren't you eating? You usually love meat. Meanwhile, Niangao can't take it anymore either. Sorry, Niangao, just hold on a little longer. He anxiously works out a plan. These beastmen don't think much of humans, so if I cause trouble, but before he can finish the thought, she suddenly shoves a piece of meat into his mouth. Eat up before it gets cold. The stench becomes unbearable. Let me cook everything properly for you all. Niangao, go find me some edible fruits. It catches her completely off guard. But wait, our guest of honor should be sitting here. He opens his cooking kit and pulls out a portable grill, leaving everyone confused and bewildered. First, he sears the meat at high heat until it crisps up completely, then drops it into a pot already holding a splash of spirits. He quickly gathers the pile of fruits Niangao brought back and tosses them in. Next, he adds the fruit and waits for 30 minutes. Everyone's eyes lock onto his pot of glistening meat. See that? The color's completely different now. He quickly slices the meat into even, medium-thick pieces. Not entirely satisfied, but passable. The smell is still a little gamey, though nothing too bad. This fruit looks a lot like a lemon, but the flavor is far more intense. This isn't ordinary pork either, so I can't control the heat and cooking time the way I normally would. Let me cook another batch. She takes a bite and lets out a gasp. This is the meat we just hunted. It tastes just like the pieces you brought over. No gamey smell, and it's incredibly tender. And you're still not satisfied with this? He replies, of course not, I'm a chef. My job is to make every dish taste as good as it possibly can. So just sit tight, everyone, from now on. Leave the cooking to me. But she suddenly shouts so loud he nearly jumps out of his skin. She breaks into a wide, joyful grin. I can't decide if you're shy or blunt, but I like you, boy. But cooking for the entire tribe, that's brutal work. How could we let our honored guest slave away like that? You all saw it, right? Just some wine and a few sour fruits, that's all it takes. He's hesitant. Different meats mean different challenges, so it won't be easy. But everyone rolls up their sleeves and gets to work. This fruit really isn't that sour, you know. Can we cook it with our wine? She looks at him with deep gratitude. Leave the prep work to us. Processing the catch after a hunt has always been our tribe's responsibility. Thank you for going out of your way to teach us. He then gets to work, walking everyone through the cooking process step by step. She sits back and watches the scene unfold, looking thoroughly pleased. The sun's already setting, it's time for you to head back. She promptly instructs Noah to escort him home. I'd love to see you off myself, but everyone's already hammered. She then presents him with a small tube as a parting gift. He picks it up puzzled. A tube, she explains. This is proof of the friendship between you and the Beastmen. Whenever you need us, just call. You are now a friend of our entire tribe. He's genuinely moved. Thank you, Elder. A beautiful memory he'll never forget. The Beastman village, he'll carry this memory with him forever. Experiences this incredible. Back home, he might never get to live through anything like it again. But what shatters his daydream is a customer in tinted shades who suddenly appears at the door. Any open tables? He stands rooted to the spot, eyes wide open. Outside, cicadas chirp noisily in the summer heat, but maybe, just maybe, his everyday life isn't so bad after all. Morning sunlight spills through the windows of Kang Heng's little shop. He casually took the menu and greeted the customer. Welcome to the restaurant. What would you like to order, sir? He sighed inwardly, just now remembering he still hadn't gotten around to installing that. Today's customer was a man wearing sunglasses, looking utterly mysterious. The man huffed and puffed. Get me some cold water first, as cold as you can make it. Still lost in thought. Kang Heng didn't even notice how much did a security alarm cost again. Phew, so there really is a restaurant out here. I'll go ahead and order now. Kang Heng thought to himself, this man didn't seem like anyone from the village. But his eyes suddenly widened when he heard the man in sunglasses place his order. Make me a clam dish, would you? Any chance I can swap the pasta for fettuccine? Sorry, sir, I don't have fettuccine at the moment. The man didn't seem to mind. No worries, just asking. But the man looked surprised when Kang Heng offered an alternative. Wait, do you actually have linguine? I do, would that work for you? The man agreed. Then let's go with linguine. As the noodles hit the boiling water, Kang Heng thought, I never expected someone out here to actually ask for fettuccine by name. Linguine is a straight, thick-cut pasta, thinner than fettuccine, but wider than your standard spaghetti. Kang Heng minced garlic while mulling over this strange customer. Most folks around here didn't even know Italian pasta came in different shapes. Yet this man rattled off the names without missing a beat. Maybe he's a Western food enthusiast. Either way, it's been ages since I got to bust out this trick. He grinned and splashed some kind of wine into the pan. The pasta was dome-plated with the flair of a seasoned artist. Your clam dish is ready, Kang Heng announced. Enjoy. The man in sunglasses stared at the clam pasta before him, utterly stunned. He twirled his fork into the noodles and brought them to his lips. His eyes flew open at the taste. The brine was bold but not a hint of fishiness. The seasoning hit that perfect sweet spot, flawless balance. No ordinary restaurant owner could pull off skills like these. I never imagined I'd find a plate of top-tier Italian pasta in a backwater town like this. The man in sunglasses set down his fork. If it's him, then he'd definitely make the cut, wouldn't he? Hey, mind if we chat for a moment? Kang Heng turned away from the TV. Sorry, on the screen. An interview was playing. Master painter Rong Weixen had once again left his mark on the art world. Rong Weixen answered the interviewer after receiving the biennial Golden Lion Award at VIS. I've been flooded with collaboration offers. Kang Heng asked, was there something you wanted to discuss, sir? For some reason. The man in sunglasses pulled his collar even higher to hide his face. It's nothing, don't mind me. The meal's all taken care of. He walked to the door and called back, thanks for the food. That was genuinely delicious. I never thought I'd get to enjoy Italian cuisine in a remote little town like this. Kang Heng replied humbly, honestly, sir, you're the first person to ever request a specific type of Italian pasta out here. You're a fan of Italian food. The man in sunglasses nodded. Yeah, I used to eat it all the time when I studied abroad. Kang Heng understood. Thanks to you, I got to show off my chops with this kind of cooking for the first time in ages. If it's Italian, I can cook anything. Hope to see you again next time. That's when the man finally spoke up. So can you make minestrone? Kang Heng blinked. Minestrone, that's a traditional Italian dish, pasta and vegetables in a hearty soup. It's a simple, homey dish, something you'd see on a family dinner table. First it was vongole, and now minestrone. Kang Heng's eyes lit up with excitement. You need me to make it right now. Takeout, I'm guessing. It should only take about 30 minutes, right? Don't bother objecting, I'll be back again tomorrow. I'll cook once we get there. What's got you so worked up? You look totally deflated. I understand. I'll get everything prepped in advance then. The sunglasses-wearing guest turns to him and says, thank you, kid. I don't usually make requests like this, but your skills have me genuinely looking forward to tomorrow. He removes his sunglasses and places a hand over his chest in a polite greeting. My name is Rong Jun. Kang Heng blinks, caught off guard. I'm like Kang Heng, sir. He doesn't register the name at all. Instead, his mind is already racing through tomorrow's menu. What should I throw into the minestrone? Everything around him fades into meaningless background noise. The old man asks, "You don't watch TV?" Kang Heng stares blankly. "Huh. Oh, not much, sir." The old man replies awkwardly, "Is that so? Good luck tomorrow then." Even after stepping back inside the restaurant, Kang Heng is still puzzled. Why did that guy just drop his full name like that? The TV blares out again, listing an astonishing string of achievements. Painter Rong Weixun has become the ideal role model for countless artists. A documentary about Rong Weixun's life is currently in production. Kang Heng stares at the screen, eyes wide as saucers. Outside, Bingo is sound asleep until Kang Heng's scream jolts the poor thing awake, every strand of fur bristling on end. The sky today is overcast. He speaks with utmost seriousness. "I sincerely apologize for my disrespectful behavior yesterday. Mr. Rong Weixun, the truth is I'm actually a huge fan of yours." Rong Weixun no longer hides behind a full disguise like yesterday. He asks without missing a beat, "If you were in my shoes, would you believe that?" Kang Heng answers flatly, "No, sir." The old man reassures him, "Don't worry about it. I came out to the countryside precisely so people would stop treating me like I'm something special." Which, admittedly, has made me a bit more full of myself than I'd like. Kang Heng blurts out, "No, that's not what I meant at all." Rong Weixun gazes out the window. "Maybe that's why I hope your cooking can take me back to those old days." Kang Heng lowers his head, lost in thought. He presents a pot of beautifully plated food, setting it on the table. "The minestrone you order at her it is, sir. Enjoy your meal." The old man lifts a spoonful to his lips, closes his eyes, and lets the flavor wash over him. Rong Weixun praises without reservation, "Delicious." But Kang Heng pops up from beneath the table, expression deadpan and knowing. "But honestly, sir, the way you're eating, it's like you don't really care about the flavor at all." The old man looks genuinely taken aback. "Were you hiding down there watching me the whole time?" Rong Weixun protests. "No, it really is delicious. I've never had minestrone this good anywhere in Korea. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this dish belongs on a menu in Italy. It's just, the flavor isn't quite what I'm searching for. I used to eat it all the time when I was studying abroad in Italy." Kang Heng asks, curious, "When you studied abroad, was that?" The old man answers, "A long, long time ago. I went to Italy to chase my dream of becoming a painter. And since I didn't have a penny to my name, I had to hustle through every manual labor job I could find. But even after a long time, I still couldn't afford a single can of paint. Back then, my daily meal was just a handful of noodles with a pinch of salt. Those times were brutal, but my pride wouldn't let me scrounge for discarded vegetables at the supermarket. Still, every time I sold a painting, I'd treat myself to a meal-out note that I was aiming for anything fancy. What a life. Back then, just a bowl of sub-minute-tron loaded with vegetables was the most precious thing in the world to me. And eventually, I got a good opportunity and left that place. From that point on, I never touched that kind of food again. But as time passed, I came to realize a few things. Painful memories are still your own memories. And so, I found myself craving that cheap sub-minute-tron all over again." He stood up, a sad edge to his voice. "But I suppose there's a reason everyone cherishes memoirs. It all comes down to how you season them." He looked up and asked, "Do you think if I try hard enough, I could find that flavor?" Jae-hun reached for his coat and replied, "No, but thank you for listening to this old man ramble on for so long." He gripped the edge of the table, thinking to himself, "Lord Rong Weixun, you really had to fend for yourself alone in a foreign land." He remembered how he himself had once been the same, standing lost at a train station, searching for himself in a rented room, exhausted yet still pouring passion into every dish. What would sub-minute-tron taste like? He suddenly spoke up just as the old man was putting on his hat to leave. "Could you describe its flavor in more detail for me?" The old man replied, "It's nowhere near as good as yours. The broth was richer though. Of course they only used cheap vegetables after all. Also, it had a slightly fishy taste. Do you know a town called Manhwa? Maybe because it's right on the coast, even the vegetables smelled a bit fishy." He rested his chin in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Would you be able to come by tomorrow? I'd like to cook that sub-minute-tron for you again." Kang Heng glanced at Bingao, who was licking its lips in anticipation. The ingredients for soup differ from place to place just as they do from family to family. A fishy taste, a richer broth, and he said there was no meat either, right? Just vegetables, yet it tasted fishy. He muttered while tapping away at his computer, his mind drifting to deep-sea seafood. Could it be siyuko? If siyuko was the main ingredient in the soup, could that fresh taste have come from a combination of seafood and tomatoes? But he seemed knowledgeable enough to tell Minute John apart from coma. Or wait, could he have misremembered something? He told himself as his fingers flew across the keyboard. And he said he once ate an Manhwa. Where exactly is Manhwa? He found something and his eyes went wide. Then out of nowhere, he said something completely unrelated. This coastline is really beautiful. The sea. No way. Bingo stared at him blankly, not understanding a thing. He kept talking. But why though? When Bingo saw him suddenly fall silent, he only spoke again after a long pause hesitantly. As if coming to a realization, it seemed Rong Weixun's memory was far more accurate than he had originally thought. The next day was another beautiful morning, with soft rays of sunlight spilling gently across the fields. The shop bell rings, Kang Hyun hears it and immediately pokes his head out to greet the customer. "Hello, sir, I've been waiting for you. Please have a seat, I'll be quick." He suddenly stops when he sees Jae-hun standing dazed at the door. The old man holds up his phone and demands, "You said you don't usually watch TV, right? Then who is this?" He says nervously, "Sir, why are you looking at me like you want to devour me whole?" Even after they sit down at the table and Kang Hyun brings the dish over, the old man still can't stop marveling at how skilled he is. He smiles humbly and waves it off, but honestly, he hasn't even watched his own videos before. "But, don't you want to try my mini troll dish more?" Daehyun says bluntly. "Of course, I'm very grateful that you take the time to listen to this old man ramble. This is more than enough." He carries the tray of food, glancing down at the old man, thinking he knew the man wouldn't have high expectations. After all, the old man has been to countless restaurants searching for that elusive flavor. But he thinks this as he lifts the lid off the pot. This time will be different. When he sees the dish with his own eyes, Jae-hun exclaims in surprise, "Wait." He continues to introduce the pot of food that doesn't exactly look appetizing. "Is this your special mini troll dish?" The old man scoops up a spoonful, and a pungent smell rushes straight into his nose. He thinks in astonishment, is this really made by the same person who cooked for me yesterday? It's both fishy and full of bubbles in the broth. Did this kid deliberately make it this bad? He wonders. Just as the thought crosses his mind, he puts it in his mouth to try and his jaw drops. Speechless. Memories from a distant past flood back, a cheap, splotchy paint palette. A simple chair and easel, all set in a humble room bathed in sunlight. Jae-hun is truly moved. He breaks into a deeply satisfied smile. "It's been too long. If this were my first time tasting this, I would have thrown the whole plate away." He chuckles awkwardly and continues, "But I never imagined I'd get to taste this flavor again." He stands nearby and explains the dish. "You mentioned there was a fishy taste in the dish, so I paid close attention to that. I figured that taste most likely came from the scallops. But scallops aren't naturally that fishy, so next I thought about the thickness of the broth. Why is the broth so rich, and why is the fishy smell so strong? That's when I realized there were clams in the minestrone. They're what gave the broth its fishy smell and made it thicker." The old man says in surprise, "Clams. So that's what it was. There's no way the person who made the broth didn't know it had a fishy taste. Maybe they deliberately did it to torment the person eating." He gazes out the window and says, "I always wondered there are so many ways to ruin a dish's flavor. But why would someone use this particular method? Perhaps the reason someone sneaked clams into the food while the chef wasn't looking was simply concern for the health of a young man far from home, working himself to the bone. And perhaps that person knew the young man's situation all too well and didn't want to hurt his pride." Jun recalls the image of that brown-haired woman from years ago, staring at him as she set the dish down before him. After a long pause, the old man finally speaks. "If I'd known about this back then, I would have stopped going to that restaurant. But it was that very pride that got me through those tough times. That woman, always meddling in other people's affairs." He smiles, genuinely happy. After tasting the food and reliving those beautiful memories, Daehyun leaves the restaurant a satisfied man. At the door, he suddenly turns back and says, "My villa is nearby, so I'll be dropping by from time to time." Kang Hyun responds warmly, "Of course. My restaurant always welcomes you." The old man suddenly pauses, then says, "Your wall looks a bit bare, doesn't it?" Kang Hyun asks in confusion. "My wall? What about it?" The old man replies, "Oh, nothing." Jae-hun steps into the car with his driver and waves. "Oh, keep this a secret for me. Will you?" "I always have to disguise myself just to get around." He nods in agreement. "Yes, sir, see you next time." After watching the car drive away, Kang Hyun turns to Wooji in bewilderment. Having a private driver is even more suspicious, isn't it? Behind him stands the silhouette of a young man pulling a suitcase. He calls out indifferently, "Hey, who was that old man? What a strange person." He whips his head around and screams. "Yoonseop," the guy calmly waves hello. "How have you been lately?" He is so stunned he flails his arms wide. "Hold on, why are you here?" Yoonseop says, "I'm on a trip, but I'm too lazy to go abroad. I wanted to find somewhere with fresh air and good food, so I just came here. Don't worry, I won't stay long, just 3 days." The words good food and fresh air stab right into Kang Hyun, making a vein pop on his forehead. He gives a thumbs up, just make me 9 dishes and we're even. Kang Hyun snaps back, when did I ever say I'd cook for you? Moving into the room, Yoon-seop is already sprawled on the sofa and exclaims, whoa, the renovation turned out pretty nice. He warns irritably, don't get too comfortable, we're about to pay for your stay. Yoon-seop glances over at Naeun-gao sleeping in its bed. Oh, there's a dog over there. Is that Naeun-gao? I've never seen that breed before. He says impatiently, that little one's very cute, alright. If you want, go ahead and pet it. Yoon-seop reaches out to touch Naeun-gao's fur. It really is adorable. But his hand lands empty in the bed because Naeun-gao has gracefully dodged the touch. Kang Hyun gloats. 7 veteran boar hunters haven't managed to catch Naeun-gao. He pours water into a cup, smiling with pride. But when I catch it, it's super obedient. If you can catch it, I'll become a dog. Yoon-seop says calmly. Looks like you've been dying to show off about this, huh? Yoon-seop looks at him with a judgmental gaze. With a personality like yours, how do you coexist with the villagers? Have they ostracized you yet? He slams the cup down on the table irritably. I'm not that weird. The villagers even threw me a welcome party. Yoon-seop looks at him with pity, thinking, so lonely you've resorted to making up scenarios. Kang Hyun keeps trying to explain at the top of his lungs. It's true, believe me. But Yoon-seop just keeps looking at him with that same pity. Round 2. Suddenly a voice calls from outside. Is Kang Hyun here? He looks up in surprise. Oh, a customer's here, truce for now. Outside stands Minyu, holding a bag of something. He dials, Minho. He asks him, oh, is it your break time? He hurriedly rolls up his sleeves and replies, no, we're still open. Are you looking for something to eat? Minho hands him a white bag and says with a smile, no. I came by to drop this off for you. Inside is a pair of oven mitts embroidered with a rice cake design. He says, are these oven mitts? Minho beams, my wife made them herself. She said the abalone porridge you made the other day was delicious. Kang Hyun widens his eyes. Really? Wow, Sujin really is crafty, huh? He glances at Naeun-gao heading outside to snoop around and offers his praise. And this must be Naeun-gao, so cute. Actually, my wife wanted to come thank you herself, but she's still not strong enough to go out yet. Naeun-gao hops onto Kang Hyun's back, curiously eyeing the oven mitts. He smiles, thanks, tell her I'll put them to use right away. Suddenly, a voice calls from below, making him look down in confusion. Chef, he spots Sang-gu and Myung. You two aren't in school. Sang-gu replies cheerfully, we're on summer break now, no more school. Myung is the shyer of the two. Hello. While Myung gazes at Naeun-gao with sparkling puppy dog eyes, the boy has already flipped open his notebook to show him. Actually, there's a part of my homework I don't get, but I figured you'd know. Hey. Cheerfully goes along with it, asking, already working on summer homework. Impressive. The group chatters away happily. Kang Hyun studies the notebook thoughtfully. Let me see, division, huh? Meanwhile, Myung politely greets Minho. Hello. Suddenly, the village chief's voice comes from behind. My, quite the crowd today. He waves at everyone. You've really become the village's celebrity, haven't you? Kang Hyun quickly responds. Village chief, did everyone decide to show up at the same time? The two children exclaim, wow, village chief. Kang Hyun, what a surprise, everyone's here. Through the window, the happy, bustling scene of everyone together unfolds. Kang Hyun warmly chats with the village chief. Myung shyly feeds Naeun-gao. And Minho is dazedly helping Sang-gu with his homework. Seeing this odd little scene, Yoon-seop marvels. Well, looks like he really is doing fine. He wasn't lying. I came all this way so the guy wouldn't be lonely, but I guess that's not really necessary. Might as well enjoy some free meals while I'm here. He hums a tune as he climbs the stairs. Dusk. Little Kang Hyun's all grown, Yupik truly learned how to socialize. He seems to hear something and looks up in confusion, but then continues chatting with the village chief. But what brings you here, uncle? He replies, I'm going door to door to see if anyone can lend a hand. He raises both hands and continues, it's harvest season, so I need an extra pair of hands. Would you be willing to spare 2 days? Of course there'll be pay. I know you have your own things to take care of, so I won't force you. If I can't find anyone here, I'll just have to ask around in town. Kang Hyun thinks to himself, so harvest season isn't just in autumn. If there aren't any customers, I could help him out, but I've still got that uninvited guest back home. His face darkens as he starts to say, the village chief notices and asks, not convenient, it's fine, I'm just asking. But before the old man can finish, Kang Hyun slaps a hand on his shoulder. That ominous expression gives the chief goosebumps. Not at all, having someone to help is all that matters, right, uncle? Then you came to the right place. I can help. Don't worry, there are even 2 of us here. At this moment, Yoon-seop has no idea the storm is about to hit. He's still lounging around, flipping through channels and sighing contentedly. Oh, pretty ladies on TV. Just another sunny morning like any other. Yoon-seop, dressed in farming clothes, stands drenched in sweat on the field, his fist clenching a handful of rice stalks. Looking out at the vast, sprawling field, he can't help but mutter, "Lee Kang-hein, you damn bastard." Meanwhile, Kang-hein is in the sweet potato patch, happily hugging a basket and saying, "Uncle, I've finished digging up all the potatoes in this section. Where should I dig next?" The old lady in the red hat praises him. "My goodness, already done. Not even a little tired, you're stronger than I thought." Hearing her say that, he reflects and realizes he really has gotten noticeably stronger. Is it from all those laps of running with Giant Dawn every morning? The old lady continues also. "It's almost lunchtime, dear, take a break." She waves her hand. "That friend of yours has been sitting there for a while now." He notices and replies with a smile, "It's fine. Is there anything else anyone needs help with?" Yun Seop has been shooting daggers at him for a while. Finally, he can't take it anymore and says, "Hey, keep working while we wait. I'll go scout out a venue for your funeral." He fires back, "Oh, so we've moved on to openly threatening murder now." A while later, on the lush green paddy field, Yun Seop eats while talking to Kang-hein sitting beside him. "I should have figured it out when you started preparing those ridiculously elaborate breakfasts." He isn't one to back down either. "Isn't it more like you showed up here without even telling me? During my vacation, no less dragging me into manual labor. I don't recall teaching you that." He replies, "I don't remember you teaching me anything either. Let me make it up to you. What do you want for dinner tonight? Just name it and I'll make it." He wonders to himself, "What do I want to eat? I want jambalaya." He asks back, "Jambalaya, that American street food. I thought you'd ask for something expensive and complicated. That's really all you want?" Yun Seop smiles and replies, "Yeah, I'm just suddenly craving it today." Through the window, the sky has shifted to late afternoon. Kang-hein is busy in the kitchen. He sautés shrimp shells in oil. Yun Seop sees this and wonders, "Why are you sautéing shrimp shells?" He explains, "For the broths. It'd be a waste to throw them out, so I'm using them all up." When shrimp is used for the broth, its juices seep out, making the broth richer and more aromatic. He pours water into the sautéed shrimp shells. While the broth comes to a boil, he grills the sausages in butter. Once the sausages are done, he adds the chicken. After the chicken cooks through, he tosses in the rice. Next, he adds the pre-cut vegetables and seasonings into the broth. Once the cooked shrimp goes into the pot, he closes the lid and waits a few minutes. The red-style jambalaya is complete. Yun Seop watches Nyangao wolfing down an enormous bowl. "Dogs can eat jambalaya too," he answers while eating. "That's the jambalaya portion made specifically for dogs. So yeah, it's edible." His friend marvels, "Really? That fancy?" Kang-hein lifts his head and asks, "But have you ever even liked jambalaya? How come I never knew that?" His friend thinks for a moment before answering, "Probably because you just don't remember." He says that, then gazes at the jambalaya on the plate before him. "This is the dish you made the very first time you came to my house. Does it matter if you don't remember that? Going back to that memory, it was that same jambalaya." He recounts, My family was planning to eat out, but you insisted on cooking something. And back then, there weren't many ingredients left in the house. So you rolled up your sleeves and whipped up jambalaya right then and there." Back then, crossing his arms, what did Kang-hein say to Yun Seop? "Try some." He hesitated. "How did you manage to make this so well?" "Not to mention," he said, popping a piece into his mouth and raving about it. "This dish was so good it left me completely speechless." The savory sweetness of the meat had soaked into every single grain of rice. The seafood and vegetables were seasoned to absolute perfection. And the interplay of sweet, spicy, and salty flavors was even more irresistible than the takeout my family had brought home that day. Yun Seop pauses briefly, then speaks in a soft, earnest tone. "And of course, it's still just as delicious now as it was back then. It never gets any less amazing. So you're definitely going to make it. I knew from the very first spoonful that you were going to do great things. You know I don't say things just to be nice, right? So your sense of taste is definitely coming back soon." Just as his friend is getting emotional, Kang-hein calmly drops, "Haven't I told you I've already gotten my sense of taste back?" His friend is stunned. "What? It hasn't been that long since I said it," propping my chin up like this. "It's not fully back yet, but it's gotten pretty close." Yun Seop says grudgingly, "Looks like the countryside really was the cure for all that pressure, huh? But how could you forget to tell me something like that?" "Well, that's wonderful news at least. Are you planning to go back to Seoul?" Again, Nyangao has already licked his bowl clean. Hearing this, he lifts his head to look at the two of them as well. He forces a smile and says, "I don't know." Deep down, he thinks at first, out of fear, he never wanted to go back. But he's gradually come to love life here more and more. Yun Seop stares at him for a moment, then pulls out a can of beer. "Hey, no need to rush a decision. Your sense of taste isn't even fully recovered yet. For now, let's just celebrate Lee Kang-hein successfully surviving countryside life." He smiles warmly. Yeah, thanks for the kind words. I honestly don't know how to respond to all that." With that, the two clink their cans together and drink. What follows is a long conversation deep into the night. after Niangao has fallen asleep. Yun Xiop asks him, "So the festival is real then?" Gang Hein confirms, "You have no idea how bewildered I was." His friend teases, "Looks like you've really taken a liking to that place, huh?" The next morning, a beautiful morning in the Otherworld, Kang Hein swings a wooden stick to block an incoming strike. But the blow still slips past, whooshing toward his hand. He lets go in a hurry. The wooden stick clatters to the ground. The match is over. Randon beams and praises him. "This time you lasted a whole second longer than last round. Your stamina is improving faster than I expected. At this rate, you could hold out for about 5 seconds against the youngest knight in our order." He looks down at his own hand and thinks quietly. "So after 5 seconds I'm done for." It's been exactly 1 month since I started learning swordsmanship from Randon. Even though it's only self-defense training, I still can't put up any resistance against him. As he picks up the wooden sword, Randon speaks. "Now I'm going to put more force into it. Watch yourself." He grips the sword nervously, but I couldn't even handle the normal version. But instead of looking at him, Randon glances off to the side. Speaking toward the bushes, "This aura." Kang Hein asks, "What is it?" There's a rustling something is approaching from the bushes. A pair of beastly legs appears, followed by the voice of a beastman. "You sense Ta's presence. Impressive." He watches in surprise as Mona leaps down from Noah's back onto the grass. "Noah and Mona." Randon turns and asks Kang Hein, "Is this beastman warrior an acquaintance of yours?" Noah quickly pulls Mona back as Kang Hein answers, "Ah, yes. They're also the ones who brought the invitation letter to the village for me before." Noah asks Randon, "Does your kind still have other warriors like you?" Randon grins confidently. "Oh ho, sharp eyes," he jokes, asking if Noah wants to join his training session too. He answers helplessly while Mona and Niangao are roughhousing on him. "Sure, asking wouldn't hurt." Randon says, "I'd love that, but we don't have a translation artifact like yours." Noah asks Kang Hein, "What has this human been doing all this time?" Mona and Niangao are wrestling wildly on his back. He asks, bewildered, "A translation artifact?" Randon asks him back, "Isn't it because of that artifact that you're able to communicate with people from other regions, like Ta?" Niangao has won the skirmish and contentedly settles on his shoulder. Mona, having lost, sulks and settles for his arm instead. Kang Hein ponders and says, "Now that I think about it, I never even questioned how I'm able to communicate with him." Randon changes the subject. "He came all the way here, so he must have something to discuss with you, right? Anyway, today's training is pretty much done, so let's call it here. Work on your stamina before next time." Kang Hein turns to Noah and says, "Yeah, Noah, why did you come here?" Noah watches Randon's departing figure and replies, "It was Mona who wanted to come. I just tagged along." "But you're learning swordsmanship from him." He hesitates. "Huh. Oh right, that's how it is. He taught me because I shared my food with him," he says, setting Rice Cake and Mona down on the ground. "Stop messing around on my shoulder already." But for him to teach me such a precious skill, I'm truly grateful as it is. After a long moment, Noah finally speaks. "Kang Hein, look up when I call you," Noah says. "I too once received food from you." Kang Hein blurts out, "Oh, you mean those shrimp?" "Oh." Before he can finish, Noah hastily raises 2 fingers to cut him off. "And you even gifted meat to our Villagetwis, no less, so I must repay this kindness." Kang Hein waves his hands and shakes his head, suddenly hit by an inexplicable wave of dread. He quickly says, "What?" "No, I think that's plenty already." Noah glares at him. "You are not allowed to refuse. Nothis is my repayment. I will teach you the martial arts of the beastmen." Kang Hein dies a little inside. Why is it that every time he feels uneasy, something actually happens? He stammers, "Well, but I think swordsmanship is enough for me." Noah glares, "So you're saying the martial arts of us beastmen can't compare to human swordsmanship?" He immediately shoots a thumbs up, doing a complete 180. "I'm really looking forward to it. When do we start?" Noah looks satisfied. "Good, if you're that eager, we can start right now." The martial arts of the beastmen are the strongest in this world. From this moment on, I shall teach you from the very basics. Kang Hein's spirit crumbles. Fine has already survived Randon's hellish training. There's no way this could be worse than that, right? At that moment, Noah points to the ground and says, "Now lie down." The most fundamental exercise of beastman martial arts is running on all fours. Run to the mountaintop in this position. Get ready. Begin. He follows every instruction in a daze, his mind barely keeping up. This is another hell beyond Randon's hellish training that awaits him. A new day dawns through Kang Hein's bedroom window. He lies sprawled on the bed with Rice Cake still pressing down on him, sleeping soundly. Kang Hein buries his face into the pillow, utterly exhausted. "Ugh, my whole body aches, I can't get up anymore." He cracks his shoulders. Kang Hein groans, "How is this training even more brutal than Randon's?" If Rice Cake hadn't licked him awake, he'd probably still be stuck to the bed. Could rice cake have some kind of healing ability? It seems to understand what he says and lets out a proud little cry. He looks utterly drained. What a nightmare. If only human dignity could be healed that easily too. Kang Hein recalls the scene, himself crawling on all fours like a beast, following Noah's every command. He heads to the kitchen and starts unpacking the cardboard box. Time to clean up. Kang Hein holds up a sauce bottle, lost in thought. Now that he thinks about it, those beastmen didn't seem to use any seasonings at all. Wait, that world doesn't even have the concept of seasoning. No, that can't be right. Lord Randon knows a thing or two about them. It's only the beastmen who are like that. He mutters to himself, eating meat like that is basically an insult to the cut. Suddenly, he notices rice cake propping itself up on two legs against the counter, eyes locked on the seasoning bottle. He asks, "You like that sauce?" He crosses his arms, closes his eyes and ponders. But I can't always bring things over for them. The best solution is self-sufficiency. Suddenly an idea strikes Kang Hein and his eyes snap open. He says, "Doesn't Lord Randon's village have fields too?" Scene shift Robentus domain. Kang Hein thinks helplessly, "I only meant to ask a simple question." But a thunderous cheer erupts from the soldiers for our captain and our friends. Dual swords. Randon looks on with satisfaction at the orderly display, while Rice Cake and Kang Hein can only stare wide-eyed. Kang Hein thinks to himself, "I didn't expect him to summon me all the way here. It's like he'd been waiting for this." He asks Lord Randon, "What is all this?" Randon says arrogantly. Kang Hein criticizes him internally. What an abuse of power. Randon leads him forward between the two rows of soldiers. "We've known each other for a while now, but you've only ever visited the Beastman village. This time it's about the prisoners too, but I will absolutely give you a proper welcome." Kang Hein asks with a strained smile, "These are all Lord Randon's subordinates." Randon replies, "Indeed, I told you before, me comrades in arms." Randon glances back after his question. So they hold very high ranks. Randon looks ahead where a robed figure holding a staff stands fully cloaked and says, "Now is not the time to be surprised. I've prepared something else for you." The white-haired old man asks, "Is this the one?" Randon replies respectfully, "Yes, Roman." The old man asks, "Are you sure about this? It's rare for you to ask me for help, you know. But well, as long as it's what you want." The old man says as he removes his hood. Kang Hein's eyes sparkle as he thinks to himself, that outfit, the staff, and the beard-thighs person is definitely a mage. Roman warmly introduces himself. "Come, friend of Randon. Welcome to the Robentus domain. I am Mage Roman, and I shall welcome you with a blazing spectacle." Kang Hein thinks excitedly, so this is the wonder of magic. A fireball materializes atop the staff. The old man says, "Now Thenthi's flame shall soar into the sky alongside my voice." Magic. He watches the flame with rapt attention. He calmly watches the fireworks burst across the sky and hesitantly asks, "This is magic!" Exclamations erupt around him. "Oh my, that's gorgeous." But in his mind, the image of the great mage Roman has been reduced to a handheld sparkler. The old man pants heavily, speaking in broken breaths. "Well, surprised. Seems like you've seen magic before." "Phew." As expected of Randon's acquaintance, I were no ordinary one. He says nothing, only smiling faintly. In his mind, the great mage is still just a sparkler, no, even less impressive than a firecracker. Upon entering the village, Randon speaks with a note of praise. "This outfit suits you. Your previous attire looked far too suspicious. This road leads to every market district, so feel free to browse to your heart's content. I'll head to Yongdu Castle for a while to take care of some business. If anyone dares cause trouble, just drop my name." He glances at the meat stalls, then shifts his gaze to the fruit vendors calling out to passers-by. "There's more work tonight, so I'll come pick you up beforehand. If anyone asks, just say no." Li Kang Hein doesn't hear a single word. His entire attention is fixed on the market. He strolls around musing. He'd heard there was a market, so he'd partly anticipated it. But he never expected it to be this packed. He spots the red fruits on a stall and exclaims, "Oh, these are..." He picks one up and sniffs it, thinking it looks almost like pepper insani. Yet there's an unmistakable herbal note. Hard to pin down the scent. "I wonder what they use it for." A voice suddenly speaks up from behind. "Rame is usually added to stews. In tropical regions, just boiling it in water is enough." He turns around. "Lord Roman, what brings you here?" He stands up as the old man says, "Randon asked me to accompany you." Li Kang Hein frowns in confusion. "But I'm just shopping. Would I need an escort?" Roman answers calmly. "That's precisely why." He waits for an answer, utterly bewildered, but the old man simply changes the subject. "By the way, do you need any tamarind?" Before he can even react, Roman is already speaking to the stall owner. "Shopkeeper, wrap up a few tamarind fruits for this young man." Li Kang Hein rushes to stop him. "Huh? "Oh no, that's really not necessary." The old man waves it off. "Don't worry about it, leave the money to me." With that, Roman tosses him a coin purse. "Anything else you need?" His eyes practically sparkle as he stares at the old man. "Lord Roman." The old man smirks. "Your reaction right now is even bigger than when I cast that spell earlier." Sitting by the fountain, Li Kanghan says, "Thank you for buying all of this for me." The generous old man waves a hand. "It's nothing, I only have research to spend my money on anyway." He doesn't entirely agree, but then Li Kanghan looks at the beige eyes bright. With this many spices, he can cook so many dishes. The old man asks, "What do you plan to do with these ingredients?" He replies cheerfully, "I'm going to experiment with them." Roman asks with interest, "Oh, researching for a thesis?" He laughs, "Not quite, I just want to cook lots of delicious food for my new friend. The spices here are different from where I live. Once I'm done experimenting, I'll share the results with you." Roman glances at Rice Cake and thinks to himself, "I see, so that's why a white wolf stays by his side." Suddenly he rummages through his things. "Oh Roman, we have been walking around for quite a while now. Are you hungry?" He pulls out a box of fried pancakes and says, "I made these myself. Please try one. They're called chive pancakes, quite delicious." The old man considers testing him. "I'm not really hungry, but let's see how sincere he truly is. Come to think of it, my last meal was 3 days ago, wasn't it?" Roman picks up a piece and says, "I have a feeling this will be quite good." The moment he places a piece in his mouth, the old man freezes in shock. "I thought it was just a thin piece of bread, but it's nothing like that. What is this?" "This vegetable is unfamiliar, but I find its aroma quite appealing. The dough is moist yet melting the instant it touches my tongue. So this is what delicious tastes like." Then the old man points at the box almost hesitantly. "May I have a few more?" Li Kanghan replies warmly, "Of course. You can have the whole box if you'd like." Roman pops piece after piece into his mouth, thoroughly satisfied. "How long has it been since I last tasted something this exquisite? Out of sheer laziness, I barely eat anything these days." Seeing the old man devouring the food like a starving beast, he asks with concern, "You seem really hungry, don't you? Would you like some more?" The old man pays no mind and keeps eating. "Chive pancakes absolutely wonderful." After a while, Li Kanghan finally asks, "By the way, Lord Roman, do I need an escort just to go shopping? Is it because there are a lot of thieves and robbers around here?" Rice Cake perks its ears up, listening intently. Roman answers slowly, "If it were just those kinds, it wouldn't really be a problem. Someone is approaching the two of them." Rice Cake bristles its fur and growls. He turns to stroke and calm it down. "Rice Cake, what's wrong?" The old man finally continues, "The white wolf is a creature of legend. But not everyone holds them in reverence, especially those who claim to serve the divine. Their hostility becomes all the more obvious." Then Bahram approaches, his voice stern. "That's Roman, isn't it? It's been ages since I've seen you step out of your laboratory." The old man answers calmly, "Even I need to step out and get some fresh air once in a while. So what brings you to this square?" I didn't think this was a place worthy of Bishop Bahram's gracious visit. He is stunned by those words. A bishop holds the highest position in the temple, doesn't he? Still, Bahram speaks in his booming, contemptuous tone. "I often come here to rescue weak souls, but today it's for something else entirely. Are you the master of this white wolf? I'd like to have a word with you." Rice Cake beside him is seething with rage, bearing a vicious expression. He recalls it's just like back in Suin village. The hostility is unmistakable. But this time, the hostility is directed at Rice Cake. Bahram remains composed. "If possible, I'd like us to visit the temple together." He stays wary. Bahram responds immediately, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to harm you. I need the white wolf to come along as well. We're merely curious about a few things regarding the white wolf." At this point, Roman finally speaks up, his tone cold like a warning directed at Bishop Bahram. "This young man is a close friend of Lord Randon and is currently under my personal guidance for a tour of the village. And now you want to take him away? At the very least, shouldn't you have asked for my permission first?" Bahram startles at those words. "Roman, what do you mean by that?" A man walking beside him leans in and whispers a reminder. "Bishop, if you look closely, you'll notice this is the person Lord Randon personally welcomed with great warmth this morning. He just stands there, bewildered, holding the furious Rice Cake back in his arms." The man's whisper continues in Bahram's ear. "It would be wise for us to be more cautious, wouldn't you agree?" Bahram finally relents. "I didn't know you had a prior engagement. What a pity." He turns and walks away. "I'll have my chance another time." The magical sparks flickering from Roman's staff finally die down. The old man explains plainly, "This is exactly why having an escort like me is necessary. You've seen it yourself. Getting involved with those people brings nothing good." He agrees immediately. "I understand. So you're planning to use magic for my sake?" Last time you conjured a few fireballs, you were practically gasping for air. Don't push yourself too hard. If you go at it again this time, you might actually pass out." The old man goes silent at that. He has to agree. This kid is really something. The old man explains last time was explosive magic requiring advanced formulas, so it's far more taxing. There's still plenty of time, so let me explain things more clearly. And the old man rambles on to cast that spell. You need a whopping 20 formulas. The first formula, according to ancient records, was created by the great mage Kryes via Allah's magnum opus, Crowy. It's a number beyond comparison, but formula number 15 is the one closest to my heart. You have no idea how thrilled I was when I discovered it. It's not until evening that Randon arrives, and he immediately grows concerned. "Kanghyun, what happened? Your ears are bleeding." He's so helpless he could cry but no tears come. Who knew the old man would lecture on formulas non-stop for 3 straight hours? But glancing around at the crowd gathered in the tavern, he grows curious. "I'm fine, but who are all these people here today?" Randon puffs up with pride. "They're all my subordinates. You met them earlier today." He gives Randon a skeptical look. "So work's over, and you're still making them moonlight." Sensing the disapproval, Randon quickly explains. "Don't look at me like that. They all came here voluntarily." The old man chimes in too. Everyone is very curious about him. "It's because Randon has been doting on you so carefully." Randon just laughs and reassures him, "Don't feel pressure, just eat and drink at ease." But noticing everyone's eyes on him, he doesn't feel at ease at all. It feels like every single person in the room is staring at him. It's Jennifer's bright voice that snaps him out of his awkwardness. "Your meat dish is ready. Enjoy your meal." He responds politely. "Oh, thank you." Jennifer beams happily. "It's nothing, Kanghyun. Having to put up with my husband all the time is already hard enough." That leaves Randon at a loss for words. Jennifer teases on, "Didn't you say you took him as your disciple? Then what would you call hard work?" The other subordinates also prick up their ears at the word disciple. Jennifer urges him on. "Come now, Kanghyun, just eat plenty." He then turns to Hina, who's sitting beside him with a pout. "You should eat too. Hina, you need to eat to grow big and strong." Hina rests her chin on the table, looking dejected. "I want to eat with Wolfie." Randon gently turns to coax his daughter. "Hina, how about we eat quickly and then go feed Wolfie together?" Daddy bets Wolfie is really hungry too. The little girl perks up happily. He glances at the girl and suddenly remembers. Oh, by now that little one must be stuffed to the brim already. But the next table over suddenly erupts in a commotion. "I just looked away for a second and my piece of meat is gone. Did you eat it all?" Bonji letter 1EA10 sits under the table with a mouthful of meat, giving them a half-lidded, unimpressed look. He lifts the glass to his lips, glancing helplessly at Bonji letter 1EA10. "Bonji letter 1EA10, just you wait, tomorrow you'll be starving again for sure." But the moment he takes his first sip, he notices a very unfamiliar taste. This one has a rougher, coarser flavor. No wonder Randon kept searching for the type of beer he'd brought. He looks at the plate of generously sliced grilled meat before him. What kind of meat is this? Looks like they roasted it whole and then sliced it up. Using a rotisserie-style method, roasting from the outside with a hand-turned spit, just like those Turkish bakery ovens. And as he puts it in his mouth, a wondrous aroma unfolds, herbs mingled into the meat. Is that basil? Familiar yet somehow foreign. Is it in the bundle of spices I bought? He turns to Randon with an exclamation. "This meat is incredible. How did you all prepare it?" Randon beams with pride. "My wife cooked it. Must be the ajuria she used." Hearing that, his face lights up. "Oh, I just bought some earlier." But then Randon leans in, his voice dropping low. "It's a spice imported from a very distant land. Barely any place in town sells it." His ears ring at those words. "Very far, so it can't be found in the nearby forest." Randon crosses his arms, looking mightily pleased. "Of course not. You can't find that many things out in the wild." Like plunging down all 18 levels of hell, his hopes crash in an instant, celebrated too soon. He thought he could easily find it in the forest and was about to head there to investigate. He can't keep coming back here to buy it forever. But then Randon suddenly brings up something else entirely. "By the way, beastmen don't have many spices or herbs, do they?" Randon strokes his chin thoughtfully, "But we can't give them too much either. The bond between humans and beastmen was severed 100 years ago." Without waiting for a reply, he makes up his mind. "But with you around, it should work out. We will trade with the beastmen." "Let me report this to the higher-ups though. What exactly have you managed to grasp? What discussion even took place?" "Which higher-ups? Why does the situation sound so serious?" After a while, Jennifer opens the door and announces, "Hey, there are way too many people today. I'm worried we won't have enough booze." He replies quickly, "Oh right, let me go grab some more. Now that you mention it, I just remembered something. Oh, if it's about that, I forgot to mention it earlier." Jennifer looks puzzled. "What is it?" A buzzing, electric atmosphere unlike anything before erupts through the place. Captain, everyone's going wild. It feels like New Year's Eve in here. Drink up. What even is this drink? This is the first time in my life I've ever had alcohol like this. This beer is nothing like the stuff we usually drink. How does just one sip hit this hard? What kind is this? This soju goes down so much smoother. Sir, where did you buy this? He has to raise his hands and beg everyone to calm down. Everyone calm down. I didn't buy these. Kang Hein brought them as a gift to celebrate his visit to our village. If you've got questions, go ask him yourself. He wasn't prepared for this at all. Everyone immediately redirects their attention to him. Is this the alcohol from where you live? Is there any other way for us to get our hands on this? I've never tasted any liquor this good in my life. He stammers, visibly terrified. I didn't expect them to react this intensely, but there's no way he can tell them he bought it from another dimension. First things first, he clinks 2 bottles together with a resounding, cheerful clang. And act like a true veteran partier. I know a way to make this taste even better. Anyone want to try? Everyone looks at him like a pack of starving wolves. Even better, tell us all. Red-eyed Captain's friend really knows his booze. He sets down a large glass. Back where I'm from, we have a method called samik. It's called samik. Every region has its own twist, but the most popular ratio is 3-7. He deftly twirls the spoon between his fingers, then slams it down onto the glass, sending froth surging upward like a cresting wave. Everyone stares at him, eyes sparkling in awe. Please give it a try. The crowd erupts once more. What was that move just now? This guy's got some serious drinking skills. Let's be drinking buddies from now on. Absolutely god tier. He sighs helplessly, recalling a past drinking session with Yoonseop. He never imagined he'd actually have to use those skills one day. Yoonseop had worn the exact same expression back then. Let me show you the drinking culture of the modern world. You should learn how to socialize too, you know. Was I really that much of a country bumpkin when it came to drinking? Thank goodness I picked up a thing or two back then. Everyone who finishes their drink can't help but exclaim, how does mixing it make it taste even better? This is insanely delicious. One more glass. Just this last one, I promise. They throw their arms around him in camaraderie. You've got more recipes up your sleeve, right? Absolutely. Unbelievable. Looking at the scene before him, he can't help but feel a warm sense of happiness. Why does this feel like a wild office party? Maybe he should give them one more round. His voice booms across the entire tavern. This time, we're using a different method. It's called honey mead. The crowd roars and cheers along with him, completely swept up in the moment. And so that night, Kang Hein becomes a legend, single-handedly annihilating the entire Robentus Night Order in a drinking bout. In a back room, a green-haired soldier suddenly speaks up. Hey, that new friend of the captain's, what's his name again? The other green-haired soldier replies, I think it's Kang Hein or something like that. The name's so weird I can barely remember it. Hearing that, the first green-haired soldier asks casually, the captain took him on as his disciple, right? I wonder how skilled he really is. The third green-haired soldier nods so hard his whole body agrees. Right. After that drinking session, I was gonna challenge him to a sparring match, but I was so wasted I couldn't even get up the next day. What was it called again? Honey mead. But good lord, it was absolutely insane, anyway, too delicious to refuse. The first green-haired soldier can only nod in agreement. For real, I'm half convinced he mixed some kind of addictive poison into those drinks. But if it's poison that tastes that good, I'd drink it anyway. Down below, the captain listens with a stern expression. Lower your voices. The 2 soldiers above keep chatting away. I wonder when the captain will invite that Kang Hein guy to our village. I want to try that samik again. Sunlight streams through the window, heralding the arrival of a new day. He's pulling on his shirt in a frantic rush. Don't, everything's all set. Now all that's left is. He quickly calls out to the rice cake spirit. Tidiok, come here. Tidiok wags its tail excitedly, thrilled to be called over, but its joy barely lasts 5 seconds. Could you look after it for me, ma'am? The old woman smiles warmly. Of course, don't worry about a thing, you two go have fun. He walks along, turning to apologize as he goes. Sorry about that. Seoul's a madhouse, rice cake, way too crowded. I can't keep an eye on you too. The old lady speaks up politely. Thank you so much, dear. The young chef responds graciously. It's nothing really. I promised after all. Just leave the kids to me today. Everyone, please don't worry. Yoonseop arrives just in time and hurries them into the car. Hey, get in, let's go. Eun watches them drive off into the distance, a warm smile on her face. This is just wonderful. He even brought me Jiang along. The old lady nods in agreement. He really is such a kind young man. The village chief beams with obvious pride. That kid is no longer the newcomer from Seoul he once was. He sits in the car, his heart brimming with excitement. Things are completely different now, huh? It's been so long. He turns to the back seat to talk to the kids. I kept my promise, I brought you kids to Seoul. Took a while though. Sangu's eyes sparkle with excitement. It wasn't long at all. You're the only person who ever agreed to take us to Seoul, you know. Miang is just as thrilled. That's right. It's my first time going too. Yoonseop finally speaks up. By the way, the sudden urge to go back to Seoul and take the kids sightseeing. Not to mention our first stop is an amusement park. Are you sure about this? He stammers, awkwardly dodging the question. Well, it's been ages since I was on TV, so nobody should recognize me, right? As if he'd seen it coming, Yoon-seop sighs in exasperation. There's a cap in my glove compartment. Put it on. He opens the compartment, surprised. Oh, there really is a cap in here. Yoon-seop, meanwhile, acts like he knew all along. But Kang-hein actually wanting to go somewhere as crowded as an amusement park, the old Yoon-seop wouldn't have believed it in a million years. Suddenly, Yoon-seop exclaims in surprise, piquing his curiosity. What is it? He says it uncertainly. Am I seeing things? I could have sworn I saw some kind of white fluff ball. Over on the other side, the village chief wanders around with an empty leash, asking everyone he meets. Mrs. Parr, have you seen rice cake anywhere? Mrs. Parr responds with complete indifference. Why are you asking me? Arriving at the amusement area, the kids are absolutely thrilled. Kang-hein, I want to ride the roller coaster, and I want to ride the merry-go-round. Their sheer enthusiasm makes him go pale. Alright, let's go. Yoon-seop chimes in with a not-so-helpful reminder. You look like you're about to keel over, buddy. He still can't bring himself to feel confident. I thought if I could already deal with people in Yongpyong and the other world, I'd be fine. Was I too sure nobody would recognize me? The more he thinks, the more he trembles, but suddenly, a small hand grabs his. The boy pulls him out of his mental spiral. You're scared of roller coasters, aren't you? The girl laughs cheerfully beside them. We'll be right there with you. Playing together makes it less scary, right? He bursts out laughing. I do feel less scared now. It's not as terrifying as it used to be anymore. Yoon-seop is equally surprised. Well, that's unexpected. He's actually fine. I was about to call an ambulance, for crying out loud. Nothing left to worry about now. Maybe I should just sit back and watch Kang-hein play babysitter. But beside him, a crowd is gathering and cheering. So cute. He's utterly bewildered. Did some celebrity show up or something? The crowd shouts excitedly. Oh my god, it's so adorable. The moment anyone gets close, it scurries away. But how did it even get in here? Pets aren't allowed in the park. While everyone rides the roller coaster up above, down below, Rice Cake is being cornered by the security team. Surround it. This dog is way too fast. The security team chases after it, yelling as they try to catch it. The security team bursts right into the restaurant where his group is sitting and eating. Ma'am, have you seen a dog run through here? The boy looks utterly dejected. His burger was better, Yoon-seop says, accompanied by a gentle scolding. Hey, you just crushed a kid's dream right there. Sang-woo's mother lies on the hospital bed, gazing out the window. Hurried footsteps approach. The boy runs in shouting, Mom, catching her by total surprise, her eyes blurring with tears. Sang-woo, is it really you? Sang-woo, he stands just outside, holding the girl's hand. Where do you want to go next? A kid's cafe. The little girl's heart finally wavers. Never mind, Oppa, let's just go home. Inside, the boy clings to his mother, sobbing uncontrollably. Outside, the little girl misses her mother just as fiercely. I miss Mom too. The bus pulls up just in time. The girl bolts down the steps and throws herself into her mother's arms. Mommy, is held gently, tenderly. Sweetie, did you have fun on your trip? The little girl beams. Yes, it was so much fun. Suddenly, the listless little Rice Cake appears out of nowhere. Rice Cake. He scoops Rice Cake up and asks how it's doing. Wait, you came out here to pick me up. Judging by that face, looks like you had a good day too, huh? Sorry for leaving you behind. Next time we'll go together. You're curious about Seoul too, right? He stares at the droopy, deflated Rice Cake, utterly confused. Why the long face? In a tranquil forest, he grills meat over an open flame. A grand platter of roasted bird is laid out before him. The foul stench of the bird meat is completely gone. Damn, this spice is incredible. Smells almost like cypress leaves. I kind of want to bring some back and use it at the restaurant. It's been 2 weeks since I started experimenting with the spices of this world. By now, I've discovered a fair number of recipes. The whole process is finally done and it tastes even better than I expected. The flavor is like a fiery fusion of citrus extract and wasabi. Mona has appeared out of thin air, shoveling food into her mouth. Looks like Mona approves. So this recipe can be shared with the Beastmen, maybe even teach Jennifer too. Up above, however, a girl is still watching him. Is he really just cooking again today? A human, yet surrounded by both Beastmen and the White Wolf. I've been tailing him ever since I picked up on suspicious signs, but every single day all he does is cook and eat. But what on earth does he put in that food to make it smell so heavenly? I was never much interested in meat, but every time I catch that aroma, my stomach starts growling. Shattering her suspicion, his voice rings out, Rice Cake, where are you sneaking off to at this hour? At least finish your food first before doing whatever you want. His words make the girl break out in a cold sweat. The White Wolf has vanished. A spirit that intelligent would spot me in a heartbeat. I need to get out of here fast. But Rice Cake has already appeared right behind the girl. A sudden noise catches his attention. Rice Cake, don't tell me you caught another hopping bird. I'm only cooking this much today, don't bring back any more. But it isn't a bird, it's a girl. Her ears are noticeably longer than normal. An incredibly awkward situation unfolds. Her face flushes bright red. I fell out of the tree. Just now. She's mortified. A spirit girl tumbles down from a tree, and not just any spirit, but the best patrol member in the entire spirit race. Caught by a human. This is a disaster. What do I do? But she overestimates him since he's still sporting a completely clueless expression. Is that rice cake? Yet he still speaks up gently. Are you alright? If you can't stand up, I can help you. But her embarrassment flips into rage. Wu dang! A blue bird materializes in the air. The bird swoops down toward her, then slams into the ground, sending a small shockwave rippling outward. She snatches the bird mid-flight, then wheels around and glares at him with reddened eyes. This is beyond humiliating. Listen well, human. If you value your life, breathe a word of what you saw today to no one. He blinks bewildered. What's going on here? Her voice drips with fury. Unless you want to face the wrath of the spirit race, keep your mouth shut. Then she takes flight and vanishes, but drops a dagger in her wake. Her words sink in as he mulls them over. Spirit race? Huh, so aside from humans and beastmen, there's actually another species out there. Rice Cake finally pokes its face out from behind the tree trunk. He immediately confronts it. A girl just fell out of a tree. Was that your doing? Rice Cake? Oh, Rice Cake. The creature puts on its most innocent, blameless face, which only makes him more certain. Yeah, that was definitely you. Realizing what happened, he feels a pang of guilt. How is he supposed to apologize now? She seemed to have snapped from sheer embarrassment. Forget it, I'll figure it out later. But as he turns, something catches his eye. A dagger. He picks it up. She must have dropped this just now. Might as well hold on to it. Could come in handy. But over on the other side, Mona is thrashing around in a furious tantrum. Noah holds Mona back while offering a greeting. Long time no see, Kang Hein. He looks surprised. Noah, why is Mona? Noah explains the situation. She left the village without permission. The tribe chief has ordered me to bring her back. Noah recalls Cassandra's words. Just because she's my daughter doesn't mean she can do whatever she pleases. Bring her back. This time I'm going to teach her a proper lesson. So that's how it is. Mona's face drains of every last drop of color. He silently roots for her. Hang in there, Mona. But then Noah speaks up, his tone suddenly sharp with suspicion. Wait, why do I sense the aura of a spirit on you? Hey, that smell, it must be coming from this dagger. I just ran into someone a while ago. But because of some rice cakes, she fell right out of a tree and she was cursing the whole way down. Say one word about today, and I'll curse you into oblivion. Noah listens, but doesn't believe a single word of it. What? I'm not stupid enough to believe a spirit just fell out of a tree. What really happened? He's flustered. It's nothing really. Forget it, you two want something to eat. He awkwardly changes the subject conveniently. He had just finished cooking a few things. Where? Noah is exasperated. I'm not hungry, but he won't take no for an answer. It's been so long since they met, it'd be rude not to offer anything. Wait right there, I brought food too. He's secretly glad he packed skewers in advance, worried his seasoning might not suit the kids' palates. Good thing he brought them. He fires up the grill and cooks them fast. He holds out the skewer to Noah. Here you go, Noah. Bon appetit. He holds back the rice cakes and keeps Mona at bay so Noah can eat, but urges him along all the same. Hurry up, eat fast. Watch out, these two are gonna snatch it right out of your hands. Noah takes a bite and both ears twitch hard. He's hooked, but too proud to admit it. Seeing this, he quickly says, leave the rest to me. I'll pack it up so you and Mona can take it with you. Save some for later. Don't tell me you're actually being shy, Noah. Thank you, I'll enjoy every bite. The forest flowers bloom in a stunning shade of green. She stands frozen in the middle of that verdant woodland. She tells herself rightly that human and the divine wolf saw. As long as they keep quiet, it'll be fine. Hopefully no rumors will spread. But in the distance, a figure approaches. Noah steps forward. Are you not even going to bother hiding your aura? I already knew that human has been under surveillance for a while now. Noah presses further. Patrol, what is your purpose here? She answers calmly, the forest has been noisy lately, so I came to patrol and see what's going on. Isn't this the border shared by 3 races? We can't allow anything unsavory to happen in neutral territory. Noah warns that human is a friend of the beastmen. Stop wasting your time. She studies Noah, gauging his aura. With pressure like this, he must be one of the most seasoned warriors around. But why does he protect a human so fiercely? And what is he holding in his hand that looks so precious? It smells incredible too, but she refuses to back down. As long as he doesn't do anything overly suspicious, she'll let it slide. She seems ready to withdraw. Just as he expected, it looks like he'll have to wait a while longer. Meanwhile, a towering high-rise comes into view. Soyeon rushes over to him. Manager, he doesn't so much as glance her way. How is still not filming? Soyeon answers softly, we're on break, so I was heading to the car to grab the luggage. He looks visibly annoyed. Fine, I'll unlock the car for you, that's all. She's curious. What's wrong? Get another spam text or something. He finally loosens up. Haven't you met Chef Kanghan before? I gave him a ride once and the guy actually sent me gas money back. I had already figured as much. She hears him out and thinks it over. The more she looks, the less he resembles the rumors at all. I'm a public figure too, you know. I never really bought into all that gossip. It seems he was cyberbullied relentlessly before. She still wonders she's clearly much better than all that. So why is he surrounded by so many vicious rumors? He tilts his head up and stares at the uncertain sky. I've had my share of haters too, all they ever spout is empty words. But of course, a well-dressed man steps out nearby, heading straight toward where the two of them are talking. His voice rings out, what rotten luck running into such a self-pitying fool. Yoon-seop strolls over, his tone obnoxious. This sorry excuse for a broadcasting station just loves calling busy people at the worst times, doesn't it? Should I just go find my manager now? He turns to her. Soyeon, you're a guest on this one, right? Soyeon pauses to think. Oh, that cooking show. I'm not sure who else is on it, but watch out for him, isn't he that Chef Yoon-seop? He thinks for a moment, then exclaims. That's right, almost every rumor about Kanghan came straight from his mouth. Her eyes go wide with shock. Wait, but that's clearly. Meanwhile, inside the broadcast studio, the MC's voice rings out. Welcome to today's broadcast. As a close senior colleague of Chef Kanghan, it's a pleasure to have you here. He hears this and flinches. What? He glances at the news of Kanghan having fun at the amusement park and scoffs. I heard people were buzzing about that wrist injury, but he looks fine now. This guy gets dragged through the mud and he's still out there having the time of his life. Suddenly someone calls out to him. Mr. Yoon-seop. He responds. Over here. Donggu runs up to him excitedly. What are you looking at that's got you so interested? He holds his phone up high. See this? Photos of Lee Kanghan having a blast at the amusement park. Look how thrilled he is. Doesn't look like someone doing any soul searching. I've been trying to reach him since earlier because of this. His words make Soyeon wonder what did Kanghan do that would require self-reflection. But Donggu did help him get on TV. You'd have to be talented to make it in this industry, right? Then Donggu chatters away in his ear again. He's probably just wandering around like that because he can't get on air anymore. Don't you think? They say Kanghan has lost his sense of taste. I assumed he left the industry because his wrist injury kept getting worse. But it was actually because he lost his sense of taste. Is that really true? He suddenly speaks up. Where did you hear that? Jong-gu remains oblivious, his expression innocent. I have a friend who works under Chef Kanghan, so that's how I found out. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile creeps across his face. What? Jong-gu instinctively steps back. Oh, you didn't know that. But the director's voice rings out, cutting their conversation short. All participants, please prepare yourselves quickly. Jong-gu urges him as well. It's about to start, let's go, shall we? He ponders for a moment, then speaks. Jong-gu, have you read the script for the 100th episode special? He replies, oh, that cooking competition. Why do you ask? I heard they'll be recruiting quite a few outside chefs for it. Is that a problem? A cunning grin spreads across his face. No, I just suddenly feel excited, that's all. His eyes gleam with malicious delight. Like Kanghan, this time I'll crush you into the dirt. A peaceful scene of clear blue skies, gentle sunlight filtering down. Inside the house, a man sits eating. The old painter savors each bite as though tasting the finest delicacies of the mortal realm, his face brimming with utter satisfaction. Truly the work of a master's hands. This margarita is absolutely divine. He praises it cheerfully. Thank goodness I have a vacation home nearby. There's nothing quite like savoring your cooking like this. Kanghan says humbly, not at all, uncle. It's my honor to be neighbors with a true artist. He speaks warmly about the painting. For you to gift me this piece, I'm truly grateful. It should be displayed in a gallery, not gathering dust in a restaurant like this. The old painter, too, is delighted by the praise. Ha, it's nothing grand at all. May I order another Van Gogh? Kanghan promptly replies, of course you may. Please wait just a moment, uncle. Suddenly, a phone rings. He picks up the phone. It turns out to be Yoon-seop calling. Hi, Yoon-seop is calling. He answers the call. Hello, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Yoon-seop's voice comes through the phone. Hey, like Kanghan, how'd you like to go on air? He freezes in bewilderment. Even the old painter halts mid-bite. Go on air? What do you mean by that? But Yoon-seop can't be bothered to explain. Then again, it's been ages since you've touched social media, hasn't it? The call cuts off, leaving Kanghan utterly baffled. He stares at the phone in disbelief. He actually hung up. What's the rush? What kind of question is that, going on air and stirring up a storm online like this? He goes online, and what slams into his eyes is an utterly shocking piece of news. It reads Chef Lee Kanghan, a man once notorious for his terrible temper, has returned and confirmed his appearance in the special 100th episode of Today's Chef. Kanghan is baffled. What the hell is going on? He scrolls through the negative comments below. Just looking at his face is enough to hate him. Is the show so desperate for funding or what? There he goes again, plastering that face everywhere. Wish he'd just vanished from the library already. Mocking comments everywhere going on air again. Haha, why does this chef love being on camera so much? Come on, this is the 100th special episode, just cut out the drama starters already. Haha. He thinks helplessly I never accepted any interview invitation. No one has sent a request to invite me either. Perhaps it was just the show's ploy to farm engagement, but they never considered how deeply it would affect him. Kang Hein falls silent. Seeing that his condition looks far from good, the old painter asks with concern, Kang Hein, you're still lost in your own head. What's this headline about? Again, Kang Hein's face is pale as paper. He stares fixedly at his phone. Seeing this, the painter shouts, are you all right? Your complexion looks terrible. He asks worriedly, do you feel unwell anywhere? Let me call an ambulance for you. His hands are trembling. He seems to have tuned out his surroundings entirely, doesn't even hear the man calling. Kang Hein, can you hear me? Kang Hein snap out of it. With that, he raises his hand and slaps himself hard across the face. The action startles the painter. He reassures him softly, I'm fine. His face slapped so hard it's flushed crimson, yet he still insists, I'm really fine, uncle. At the same time, he reassures himself, whoever did this, I don't know who, but they clearly despise me. It's fine, I've been healing enough these past days. He looks at those news articles and tells himself me spirit has gotten much better already. Just ignore it. Kang Hein forces a calm tone and reminds him, Uncle, you ordered an additional serving just now, right? Let me head to the kitchen and prepare it right away. Please wait a moment, uncle. But the painter doesn't buy it. His mouth says he's fine, yet his face is still deathly pale. The old man grows worried. It was one thing last time, and now this again. The scene shifts to late night. Deep in a forest, a small tent stands with a campfire crackling before it. Kang Hein sits gazing up at the night sky. He picks up Yun Seop's call. The moment he answers, Yun Seop is already ranting, his voice seething with rage. That damned bastard. I told him not to do it, but he went and did it anyway. Don't worry, the broadcasting station says they'll issue a correction for you soon. The project director also says they're currently hunting for the culprit. Then he adds one more reminder. But if any unknown numbers call, don't pick up, or you'll get dragged into more trouble for nothing. After the call ends, Kang Hein lets out a soft sigh. Yun Seop is too good to him. That he is. Yun Seop sure is going all out to help me. He speaks softly, I'm starting to feel a bit tired. A small noise catches his attention. He turns his head in, there's Bon Ji letter 1EA10. Bon Ji letter 1EA10, you just got back from hunting? He asks, surprised. Oh, today you caught something just the right size, huh? But why does it feel so familiar? Before he can figure it out, a sharp scream rips through the air. Zona! Oh, it's the spirit from before. Their eyes meet. Lee Kang Hein bows his head in embarrassment. First last time and now this time too. I'm terribly sorry for disturbing you again. She lowers her head as well. No, it's a divine wolf, so encountering a spirit is only natural. I should have been more careful. You're wondering the same thing, but normally humans can't see us. And yet you can see Sona. Are you stammering? If you're referring to the bird behind you, then yes, I can see it clearly. His words leave her completely frozen. Clearly, she echoes. This guy gets more suspicious by the day. What on earth is he? He suddenly remembers something. Oh, by the way, I have something I'd like to return to you. She accepts the dagger from his hand. He explains, you dropped it last time, so I held on to it for safekeeping. She reconsiders, maybe he isn't such a bad person after all. A hint of embarrassment colors her cheeks. I've been looking for this too. Thank you. Lee Kang Hein scratches his head sheepishly. No, it was my fault in the first place. While I'm at it, he speaks up. Hey, would you like something to eat? I brought a ton of meat today. She shakes her head. I don't eat meat, besides I'm on patrol duty, so I'll have to leave soon. I can't. Hearing that, Lee Kang Hein pauses. Traveling all this way without eating anything, how is that okay? You need to eat right now. He's stubborn about it. Since you've already come this far, at least have a bite. His dead serious expression makes the spirit think. What the? He doesn't give her a chance to refuse. He pulls on his gloves and gets to work. It's just meat, it won't take long to eat right. Consider it a little snack. The fire roars to life. Her face goes completely rigid. You're telling me to eat this? She asks because what lies before her is a lump of blackened, charred aluminum foil. She thinks reluctantly, no way she's eating that. He peels back the foil and explains, this is just the wrapper. Keeps the inside from burning. See. As if seeing something incredible, her eyes light up. Inside is a golden, fragrant roasted sweet potato. Even while on patrol, a quick potato snack isn't half bad. She scoops up a smooth, velvety piece. Seeing her hesitate, Lee Kang Hein says, I made plenty, take as much as you want. She remains lost in thought. This looks like She takes a small bite. Instantly her taste buds explode. Her eyes light up. Is it really this delicious? A subtle, light saltiness, exactly the flavor profile she loves. She always assumed human food was heavily seasoned. Turns out flavors like this exist too. It's not just Hirvan Bonji letter 1EA10 is completely lost in the bliss of the taste. She asks curiously, is this a framo fruit? It doesn't look the same on the outside, but the taste is identical. Did you improve the recipe yourself? That's amazing. Lee Kanghain seems lost in thought again. Her voice snaps him back to reality. Emma, what did you just say? Sorry, I spaced out for a moment. Noticing his troubled expression, she asks, is something worrying you? He blinks in surprise. She explains, you know my duty is to watch over you, right? But today your worry is written all over your face. He lowers his head and denies it. It's not exactly worry, I'm just feeling a bit tired. Rumors spread like wildfire, and every time I get misunderstood and hated all over again. If I bury myself deeper, can I escape it? She seems to understand his burden. A gentle smile crosses her lips. She begins to speak. Before a spirit reaches maturity, each one undergoes a coming-of-age ceremony. During that ceremony, they must endure trials that are harsh and unforgiving. Do you know why it has to be that way? Because spirits are eternal beings. They will face untold suffering across the ages. There will be times when life itself becomes unbearable. But in those moments, you must at least have the strength to stand and face them. And that is what the ceremony teaches. She looks him straight in the eye and offers her counsel. If all you do is run, the problem will find you again. Guaranteed. Lee Kanghain sits in silence pondering. She stands up. I don't know anything about your situation, but I hope you won't throw away everything you've built just because of what others say. She turns to leave. I really do love that fruit, by the way. Until next time, Lee Kanghain. He remains still, deep in thought. But something clicks. Sorry, Bonji letter 1EA1 OBUT, we need to head back now. His resolve hardens. I'm going to participate in that broadcast, no matter what. In some building somewhere, a scream rings out. A man is pulling at his hair, tearing at his ears, completely losing his mind. The cooking competition plan hasn't even been approved yet, and the press already published the story. What do we do now? He slumps in defeat, groaning. I was so busy arranging everything else that I forgot to contact Lee Kanghain himself. A colleague beside him, seeing him so helpless, suggests to the producer, if that's the case, why don't we just put Kanghain on air right away? He continues, I think a storyline pitting the new member against the old one is actually pretty interesting. It'd generate buzz and give us a solid excuse to lean on the director at the same time. That would be perfect. But the real question is, how do we reintroduce someone who's already been criticized so heavily? Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, a call comes in. It's Chef Lee Kanghain. The moment they see the caller ID reads Kanghain, the room erupts into a frenzy. Chef Lee Kanghain, beg him to come on by any means necessary. By any means necessary. The producer's hands tremble as he pleads. Hello, is that you? I was actually about to reach out to you, but I've been swamped with work. Hearing whatever Kanghain says on the other end, the producer's eyes go wide with shock. He stammers out a reply. Oh, is that so? Emma. Right, so we're good then. Sensing the tension in the conversation, the assistant nearby grows anxious and begins to speculate. What happened? So, is there some kind of lawsuit? The producer hangs up and mutters, this guy's messing with us. The producer still hasn't recovered from the shock of that call. Has the miracle arrived? It's still that same building. Kanghain arrives, a question hanging on his face. He told me to wait here, then vanished without a trace. Just as worry starts to creep in, a car pulls up. Kanghain, the man, is taken aback as well. Oh, the producer. The producer lights up as though he struck gold. Our savior is back, welcome, welcome. Seeing this spectacle, Kanghain is utterly bewildered. He says, I've been hearing that same line for weeks now. The producer keeps rambling. I still haven't repaid your kindness, so I've prepared a gift for you, Kanghain. Kanghain climbs into the producer's car. The producer instructs his assistant to head to the shop. The assistant complies without hesitation. Yes, sir. The producer wears a confident grin. I've already lined up a few lovely ladies for you. Thank you so much. Scene transition at the venue for today's chef program. Everyone is bustling about, preparing to film the cooking show. Two people are in conversation with each other. Hey, Dongzok, isn't this going a bit too far? The man called Dongzok sneers and fires back. What? The young man says timidly. Chef Kanghain doesn't even show up on TV anymore. Do we really have to post that clickbait article? Not another word. Dongzok warns coldly. Don't let the plan leak. What if both of us get fired? The young man trembles with fear upon hearing those words. If I'd known you were going to post that kind of article, I never would have invited the reporters in the first place. But the other person retorts immediately. He taunts. scared, trying to act all high and mighty now. Then he coaxes again. Relax, I already paid that reporter a hefty sum. How would we ever get caught? And look, in the end, he had no choice but to agree to show up. Exactly what we wanted. No. Now everyone will finally see his true face. Everyone is still bustling about, scrambling to prepare everything. Suddenly, a voice rings out in greeting. Chef Kang Hein, haven't seen you in ages. They all crowd around Kang Hein, gushing, oh my, you've gotten so much more handsome. Almost didn't recognize you, bombarded by questions. Kang Hein feels a bit embarrassed. Ah, thank you. How have you been exercising during your time off? Your physique looks amazing now. He scratches his head sheepishly. Ah, well, I just picked it up by chance, that's all. Seeing this scene, Dongzok feels utterly disgusted. He's so furious he grits his teeth and growls. That brat's finally shown up, should have hurried over to greet his senior. He's kept me waiting long enough. The young man beside him stares in confusion. Everyone's so enthusiastic. Kang Hein isn't used to all the attention. He quickly makes an excuse to slip away. Can we catch up later? But escaping the watermelon rind only to stumble upon the coconut husk. Dongzok strides over to confront him. Hey, like Kang Hein. He snaps with irritation. Now that you're here, shouldn't you at least greet your senior? But Kang Hein walks right past him without a second glance, driving Dongzok into a boiling rage. Hey, you dare ignore me? And Vokai, is that you? What? You've been standing there this whole time. It takes him a moment before he finally realizes. Oh, it's you. Sorry about that, I thought you were just an errand runner. Those words send Dongzok into a grinding fury. His teeth clench so hard they nearly crack. He suppresses the seething rage, trembling from head to toe. So you were planning to leave this place, are you? Kang Hein doesn't particularly want to talk to this man. In his eyes, doesn't this person do nothing but talk behind his back? Right now, he feels more confident than ever. Seeing him stay silent, Dongzok taunts again, still as cowardly as ever. You think you're still as impressive as before? What are you talking about? Genius chef, it was all nothing but dumb luck. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but you might not even need any real skills to get hired and start working right away. He keeps jabbing at his sore spot. Everything's already been exposed. Let's see what you plan to do and how you intend to live from here on out. An injured wrist, and on top of that, he's lost his sense of taste. While they were talking, someone called out to him. A hand landed on his shoulder. It's been a while, she smiled brightly. We only saw each other frequently back when Yoon Seop was still my manager. Lee Kang-han is surprised too. Miss Sina, wow, it really has been a long time. She closes her eyes, reminiscing. It really has been ages, hasn't it? Oh, I still remember those meals you cooked for me, Mr. Lee. After that, my palate improved dramatically, if I recall correctly. Everyone notices their rapport and grows curious. Dong Seok wonders why actress Sina would know someone like Lee Kang-han. She continues showering him with praise. As expected of the Paris Award winner, but when you're already this talented, do you really need luck on top of that? Dong Seok blurts out loudly. What do you mean by that? Before he can finish, a young man clamps a hand over his mouth and pleads. Things are tense enough already, stop stirring the pot. Donggu hurriedly shoves Dong Seok. Come on, let's go. Watching the two of them, Lee Kang-han furrows his brow in curiosity. Donggu, he and Dong Seok are that close. Sina sighs, they're all equally petty. She turns to Lee Kang-han, challenging him. If I hadn't spoken up, were you just going to stay silent? You're hopeless. You really had nothing to say, did you? No, honestly, I didn't even register a single word he said. He pauses, lost in thought. How should I put this? The truth is, I was actually pretty close with the guy, so seeing him act like that kind of makes me. But then he realizes just how absurd and incomprehensible the whole thing is. How did I end up with someone like that as a friend? Honestly, it's a miracle we ever got along. Sina is at a loss with him. She thinks to herself that it'd be nice if he had any hobby besides cooking. Lee Kang-han remains buried in his thoughts. That's just how he's always been. Looking at him, she feels Happy's grown much stronger than before. I'm really looking forward to your match, Mr. Lee, she says excitedly, waving goodbye. You absolutely have to win, okay? As she walks away, Lee Kang-han murmurs that she's still as lively as ever. All the lights, sound, and cameras have been meticulously prepared. A booming voice rings out, chefs, today's special episode 100. The host speaks into the mic. We've gathered the finest chefs in all of Korea right here today. Today's theme, a dish you can share with your family. The host begins reading the competition rules. Contestants will be split into the white team and the blue team. Which team will claim victory? Lee Kang-han stands on the upper floor, gazing down. The view from up here is crystal clear. He focuses his gaze on the stage below. The first one up is Jonggu. The opening match pits the youngest members of each team against each other. Chef Han Jong-gu, newcomer, who has already become the dark horse of today's competition, and Chef Kim Han-yeon, who is currently riding a wave of popularity in the aquaculture and livestock industry. Round 1 begins. Han-yeon picks up a large rib cut. He's already started cooking. Lee Kanghain observes with interest. Chef Kim Han-yeon is using tomahawk beef ribs. Low-fat tender meat grain is incredibly light. Watching him pour generous amounts of oil, he thinks, isn't that a bit too greasy? As for Donggu, he's prepping lobster. The burners are fired up. His expression is dead serious lobster tail and ox bone marrow, huh? So the main course combines meat and seafood. Not bad but pretty tricky to execute. He figures too many variables will only make the cooking process more complicated. Unfamiliar time, unfamiliar venue, there's a real risk they won't be able to show their full skill. Down below, the two chefs are still rushing to finish their dishes. But he's excited. That's exactly what makes competitions thrilling. Donggu glances up and catches Lee Kanghain staring straight at him. He stares back and suddenly Donggu starts fumbling with his hands. He's confused. What's going on? The crowd murmurs in confusion too. What's happening? Chef Han-jeong, something's wrong. He dropped his ingredients all over the floor. That's a fatal mistake. He's still panicking. What should he do now? Lee Kanghain watches from above. He can tell the kid's situation isn't looking good. Han Donggu snaps out of his daze. All right, everything's ready. Let's start grilling the steak first. Why do I feel so tense all of a sudden? He starts grilling the meat. Donggu looks flustered. He tries to calm himself down. Stay calm, it's probably just nerves. The opponent is around my level. As long as I don't make any mistakes, I can still. He suddenly looks up and freezes. Lee Kanghain is still watching from above. Their eyes meet by chance, but the more Donggu thinks about it, the more he sweats. Why does he keep staring at me like that? He starts spiraling. Could it be that he's already found out about the article? Donggu is lost in thought. This is the cardinal sin in a competition, losing focus. No way, Dongseok said he already took care of the reporter. He snaps back to reality. Now's not the time to worry about that. Stay calm, focus on what's in front of me. And yet mistake happens. What happened? Chef Han Donggu. All his food crashes to the floor. Donggu spirals further into panace, ingredients scattered everywhere across the ground. That's a fatal mistake. He's lost. What's he supposed to do now? He falls silent. It's fine, I can still salvage this. Moments like these are when you need to stay calm the most. But he can't calm down. His entire body is trembling. But Kanghain is still watching him from up there, isn't he? He can't stop thinking Kanghain must be loving this, right? Before he can even finish, he hears the announcement. Chef Kim Han-yeon has already plated her completed dish. Chef Han Donggu, please hurry and complete your dish. He tries to rally himself, but the more he rushes, the worse it gets. Now is not the time to dither. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Noticing something, Kanghain furrows his brow. The food in the pan, it's burning. Donggu realizes it too, and he panics even harder. The charred, blackened meat makes his mind scream, damn it, damn it, is everything falling apart. He's furious with himself. He just wanted a moment in the spotlight. He never had any ill will toward Kanghain. He's come this far, he can't lose. Kanghain is still watching him intently, his brow furrowed. The first victory goes to Chef Kim Han-yeon. After the competition, Han Donggu sits alone. He hangs his head, consumed with regret. That steak was a disaster, burnt on the outside, raw in the middle, and the lobster was tough as rubber. He remembers the judge's words. No matter how you spin it, he still looked like a total amateur. They announce the results. The winner is Chef Kim Han-yeon. After that result, Yoon Se-up tears into him. You idiot, you made me lose all face. His voice is a low growl. Try harder next time. You think I put you on air to be a laughingstock? He slaps Donggu's shoulder, berating him. You humiliated the entire show. Back to the present, Han Donggu sits in silence, lost in thought. Kanghain hands him a bottle of water. Noticing his grim expression, Kanghain offers some comfort. Pretty stressed, huh? His expression still hasn't improved. He confides, this isn't what I wanted. I just wanted to do better. He pours it all out. I didn't want to serve a dish like that either. It's a live TV show. There was no other choice. Kanghain speaks softly. I understand. Donggu continues, I knew my dish was garbage, but I still had to plate it. God, that sucked. There were times I wanted to quit everything. Kanghain encourages him gently. But you didn't quit. He smiles warmly. You still finished and submitted. That alone deserves credit. You worked hard. So all this time, he was just replaying the memory. He grips the bottle of water Kanghain gave him tightly, a pang of regret washing over him for everything he's done. The MC steps up to the mic. The moment everyone's been waiting for has arrived. A head-to-head showdown, the former chef versus the reigning champion. The MC's voice brims with excitement, and they're well known as senior and junior in real life too. Sound perks up. Oh, Chef Kanghain is about to take the stage. The way you're so excited, Soyeon, are you a fan of Chef Kanghain? The actor guesses. She answers immediately, yeah. Me and the other members always try to follow his recipes. She beams. I wonder what he'll cook today. Among the judges is also food critic H. Wang D. The MC continues. Rounds 2 and 3 were already fierce. This round will be even more intense. Representing the blue-teamed head chef of a 5-star restaurant, Chef Yoon-seop, challenging him on the white team's 10-time reigning champion, Chef Lee Kang-hein. The producer takes one look at Kang-hein's face and can't help but marvel. Bringing him on was the right call after all. Putting him on camera without showing off that face would be a total waste. But before the producer can bask in that satisfaction for even a moment, Kang-hein grabs a towel and ties it around his head. There goes the hairstyling. The producer nearly has a stroke. "We just finished styling your hair, why are you covering it up?" The MC makes the announcement, and now the fourth match everyone's been waiting for officially begins. Kang-hein glances up, then immediately gets to work. His hands move with razor-sharp precision, fast and fluid. Across from him, his opponent is equally locked in. He ties up a cut of meat, drawing surprised looks from every judge. Chef Yoon-seop is frying the meat in the same oil he used for the foie gras, isn't he? D watches his technique and makes the call, charring the cuts of meat as they're being prepared. Tenderloin with foie gras tornado rossini, D judges, with porcini mushrooms and Madeira sauce. Sound sitting beside him lets out a gasp. Those are top-tier ingredients. The food critic cuts in bluntly. The technique isn't bad, but he's overdoing it. His ambitions are clearly not small, the critic says, though perhaps it's because this is a special episode. He's famously strict. I wonder if Chef Kang-hein will be okay. She's already made up her mind. She's giving him high marks. Chef Kang-hein, do your best. Yoon-seop is brimming with confidence in his dish. Inside his head, he thinks unbelievable, having to make a dish I've never even tasted before. But since I'm already here, might as well go all in. Either way, you'll end up nothing more than a garnish on my plate. He watches Kang-hein's movements and makes his judgment. What the? Watching Kang-hein's actions, he's completely bewildered. What the hell is he doing? He eyes Kang-hein's tools and ingredients. Is he seriously making a pork cutlet? Meanwhile, Kang-hein stays completely locked in on his dish. Sound's eyes go wide, she shouts. Pork cutlet. Yes. She clenches her fists, frowning, and thinks to herself. There are so many dishes to choose from. We go with something as common as breaded pork. Everyone else is making dishes that look fancy and elegant. At this rate, I don't know how I can give him a high score. Oh, Chef D, sitting beside her, strokes his chin in deep contemplation. On screen, the footage shows Kang-hein pounding each piece of meat paper thin. Yoon-seop watches the scene, confusion written all over his face. What the hell is he playing at? Did taking a little vacation freeze his brain or something? He furrows his brow, glaring daggers at Kang-hein. That bastard is looking down on me. Yeah, he's been slumming it in the countryside so long, he's forgotten how intense this place really is. Yoon-seop smirks with arrogance. There it is, his skills have dropped to that level now. I never expected this to be such a hollow victory. Kang-hein remains focused on his dish. He sprinkles a pinch of salt into the pan. It dissolves into the oil on contact. Kang-hein grins, time to begin. Then he gently lays the thinly pounded meat into the hot oil. The instant the meat hits the sizzling oil, bubbles erupt across its surface. After a moment, the golden, crispy cutlet is lifted from the oil, looking absolutely irresistible. Right after, Kang-hein carefully slices the meat into perfect, bite-sized portions. Done. He picks up a piece and takes a bite. The producer, watching from the control room, laughs and says, honestly, when he said he was making tonkatsu, I was a little worried. Seeing the bright smile on Kang-hein's face, the producer finally breathes easy. But looking at that expression, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Then it hits him, come to think of it, it's been a long time since he's seen this guy smile while cooking. Out on the studio floor, Kang-hein and Yoon-seop have both finished their dishes. They ring their bells at the exact same time. The host immediately chimes in, our two chefs have finished nearly at the same time. Allow me to send their dishes to the judges right away. He then invites both chefs, Kang-hein and Yoon-seop, up onto the stage platform. While we wait for the judging, please stand up here on the platform. Standing up there, Yoon-seop doesn't stop taunting Kang-hein. He asks on purpose, you seem to really enjoy rural life, don't you? With a sneer, he continues, this kind of stage isn't meant for cheap street food. It suits someone like you better back in the sticks. Tonkatsu. But Kang-hein doesn't get angry, he simply cuts Yoon-seop off. I think so too. He smiles gently and says, that's exactly why right now, I'm the one who can make this dish. Yoon-seop shoots a glare at Kang-hein and thinks to himself, all talk, no substance. The host steps up from behind and announces, Chef Yoon-seop finished first, so his dish will be judged first. How does your dish connect to this week's theme, a meal you can share with family? Yoon-seop replies, everyone wants to give their family the best, right? My skill level is more than enough for a dish like this. Naturally, I made it for my family. Isn't that obvious? Kang-hein and the female host hear this and force a smile, but internally she's thinking, what a show-off. The female host then turns to interview Kang-hein. Chef Kang-hein, is there a special meaning behind your dish? He begins to recall the fond memories of days past. Recently, I took some time off and met many new people. Images gradually surface at these are the people Kang Hein has met, and he treasures every single moment. They always welcomed me so warmly, sometimes like friends or family, sometimes like beloved elders. Every now and then, I'd wonder is this what a big family feels like? With a family like that, I want to sit down and happily enjoy this tonkatsu together, with nothing but comfort and joy. The male host catches a cue from the director and moves the show along to the next segment. I've heard both of your stories loud and clear. Now let's move on to the judges' evaluation. Each dish is placed neatly in front of the panel of judges. The host continues, the first dish is from Chef Yoonseop. He introduces it as Tornado's Rossini. So Hyeon stares at the dish in amazement. Wow, I've never eaten anything like this before. As she cuts into it, she thinks, this feels like something only rich people eat. After slicing through the meat, she's taken by surprise. The cross-section is absolutely stunning. Actress Shin looks at the cut of meat and murmurs shyly, this is the kind of dish you should be wearing a suit to eat. So Hyeon, eating beside her, thinks with a bashful smile, so this is what high-end cuisine tastes like. Can tonkatsu really beat this? The food critic Chef Run offers his evaluation. This dish is very well executed. Vice President of the Culinary Association, Suk Jin, also finishes tasting. She dabs her mouth and delivers her critique. The chef followed every procedure correctly. In terms of technique or ingredients, there's nothing to fault. It's rare to see a chef operating at this caliber. Hearing this, Yoonseop can't help but puff his chest out proudly. He stands tall and thinks, of course, nobody can find fault in my skills. The ingredients alone cost a fortune. Then Yoonseop glances over at Kang Hein like someone over there. He says arrogantly, as expected, the judges are truly top tier. Any chef at my level could make a dish like this. Suddenly, a voice cuts through, of all the Rossini dishes I've ever tasted, this one has the least personality. Yoonseop flinches as if struck by lightning, his eyes going wide. What? It turns out those were the words of food critic D. He continues, this is supposed to be a meal to enjoy with family. To me, this is nothing more than a display piece. Some parts are also over-seasoned. Yoonseop's face immediately drops. He grimaces in disbelief, thinking, who the hell is this guy to critique me? Does he even know anything about food? He dares to trash my dish. Kang Hein, standing nearby, looks up. Suddenly something clicks. That sharp, biting tone, he's heard it somewhere before. The host announces immediately after Chef Yoonseop's total score is 88 points. Mr. D hears this, crosses his arms, and lets out a heavy sigh. The judge sitting next to him speaks up. Do you realize that because of you, nobody's broken 90 points today? Thanks to your scoring, no one's crossed the 90-point mark. Mr. D growls back, this score is perfectly justified. A dish with nothing special about it, how can it score high? He adds, everyone here is just putting on an act. At that moment, the servers bring out Kang Hein's dish. The host introduces, next up is the tonkatsu from Chef Lee Kang Hein. Two judges stare intently at the plate. From a certain angle, this dish actually stands out the most. Another judge picks up the thread. Chef Lee Kang Hein looks like he's just here for a leisurely stroll. From the moment he started cooking to the moment he finished, there wasn't a hint of tension. He lifts a cut piece of meat and tastes it, then continues, tonkatsu like this you can find it sold everywhere outside. What's so special about it? But the moment he finishes chewing, every single judge's eyes go wide in shock. So Hyeon, eyes sparkling, immediately bursts out, wait, what? This is incredible. Actress Shin is also completely lost in the flavor. The crunchiness is absolutely number one. This outer coating is perfection. Model Mina stares at the piece of meat and gasps in admiration. The meat is so tender, and the juices just overflow. Is this what they mean by crispy on the outside, soft on the inside? The older female judge holds the cutlet in her hand and evaluates it closely. The technique is excellent. The breading on this tonkatsu isn't 2 layers, it's 4, isn't it? The thinness and even distribution at this level, a machine could replicate it. To achieve this in such a short time, honestly, even I wouldn't be confident pulling it off. The blonde judge strokes his beard and chimes in. That's why every bite delivers a different sensation. The sweetness of the sauce melts right into the meat juices. And finally, Mr. D breaks into a grin and says, green peppers. He cuts into the meat as he marvels. The more you chew, the more the juices soak up the flavor of the green peppers. Cook it just a little longer, and the pepper would have completely fused with the meat. Impressive technique. I can't believe this dish was made by Kang Hein. I truly appreciate your effort this time. Sound also praises him, his face flushed with excitement. And I find this the most approachable dish of them all. The other dishes are delicious too, but eating them always feels like you need to observe proper etiquette. If we're talking about eating with family, I think I'd prefer Chef Kang Hein's dish, it's just more comfortable. Kang Hein hears that voice and falls into deep thought. That tone, it sounds so familiar. Right after the female MC speaks up excitedly. And now the results. Chef Kim Trongkok's score is 88 points. Chef Lee Kanghain's total score is 96 points. The victory in round 4 goes to Chef Lee Kanghain. Yoonseop hears the result and furiously drops his head. The host continues, so the blue and white teams are tied again. Yoonseop seethes with rage and curses aloud. What a load of crap. He shoots a menacing glare at Kanghain. You haven't had enough, have you? Unable to hold back any longer, he suddenly screams. What the hell are they even talking about? My dish loses to some store-bought pork cutlet. Oh right, now I get why you agreed to come on this show so easily. You rigged this, didn't you? He continues to shout. You dirty, underhanded scumbag. Behind the scenes, the crew panics, frantically telling each other to cut the mics. Even now, Yoonseop still won't stop blaming Kanghain. You came on this show just to screw me over, didn't you? Kanghain can't take it anymore and speaks up, his voice firm. Hey, you're the one who set me up. You think I don't know about that article? The moment those words leave his mouth, everyone present turns to stare in shock. Both hosts lean in, waiting for Kanghain to continue. Yoonseop, visibly shaken, stammers, what article? What nonsense are you spouting? Kanghain continues calmly, back then and now you've always been trying to tear me down. Those words used to eat at me, but not anymore. He smiles faintly, that's all you've got. Yoonseop's face darkens, HMPH, all I've got, huh? He immediately snaps, screaming at the top of his lungs. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Who the hell do you think you are to look down on me? He lunges forward, grabs Kanghain by the collar and roars, in what world are you better than me? Let's see how long you can keep looking down on me, you fool. You think I can't crush you all over again? At that point, the producer can't watch anymore and rushes in, stepping between them. He grips Yoonseop's wrist tightly, holding him back. Stop it right now. He glares at Yoonseop. How much lower are you willing to sink? And now you're dragging innocent people into this. That filthy article of yours has already tainted my show enough. Yoonseop freezes, stunned. What? He immediately erupts again, shouting. Don't screw with me, you got proof. Where's the proof I wrote that article? Don't go framing people. Right then a voice rings out. Stop it. Duong-gu clenches his fists, steps up behind Yoonseop and says, I've already told them everything. Everything you've done, and everything I helped you with, I've confessed it all. Only now does Yoonseop start to feel the fear creeping in. He stammers, what are you saying? What did you say? Duong-gu replies, if what you did to Kanghain comes to light, you're the one who gets destroyed. You'll never appear on TV again. And you'll be stripped of your head chef position. No matter where you go, all that's waiting for you is public scorn. Can you handle that? A position earned by dragging others down can never last. So please step down now. The scene shifts to a room. The producer is awkwardly apologizing to Kanghain. Those two won't be appearing anymore starting next week. I'm truly sorry about all of this, Kanghain. Kanghain replies flustered, no. It's fine, you're not at fault, Bear. He says calmly, in a way, it gave me the time I needed to grow. Then Kanghain glances at his phone and sees a notification pop up. It's almost time for my train. The producer notices and asks, heading back to Pyongyang already. You're not thinking of coming back to television, Kanghain. You're always welcome here anytime. Kanghain looks up a bit surprised. He answers, not yet, I think. The producer scratches the back of his neck awkwardly. Fair enough, so much unpleasantness has happened. If it were me, I'd feel the same, but before he can finish, Kanghain quickly cuts in. No, it's not that, he breaks into a bright smile. It's because I genuinely love the life I'm living right now. The producer hears this and stares blankly for a moment. Then Kanghain turns and heads toward the train station. The producer stands waving him off, thinking, I kept hoping he'd come back once things settled down. But Kanghain has already moved beyond all of that, which makes it even harder to bring him back. The scene shifts to a forest drenched in the glow of dawn. The muscular rabbit is working out here. Suddenly, a flock of birds appears out of nowhere. They swoop down and land on the muscular rabbit's back. Then a cat emerges from the bushes. It crawls up in front of the muscular rabbit and lies down contentedly, falling asleep. Nearly all the animals in the forest have gathered here. Meanwhile, today is the day Kanghain shares the seasonings he's been developing with the Beastman tribe. Kanghain closes his eyes, thinking. He had planned to teach the most skilled craftsmen first, then gradually spread the knowledge. Just then, a young Beastman boy walks up to him and asks, Kanghain, why are your eyes closed? He replied, I'm holding a moment of silence for the animals that were sacrificed for dishes that can't even be called food. But teaching the basics turned out to be harder than I thought. Because they're used to meals where the ingredients are already delicious on their own, none of them possess even basic cooking techniques. By noon, they can manage to learn about seasoning. Two beastmen sit there learning how to manage the flame. The fire has to be at this level for the meat to cook faster. Master said not to do that. Suddenly, a figure wearing a red cap appeared. He placed his hand on the head of a white wolf wearing a black cap. It turned out to be Kang Hein and his rice cake. Today, I'll keep teaching until every single one of you masters the fundamentals of cooking. With that, he declared no one leaves until they complete today's dish. I'll bring more ingredients. We're making boiled meat from scratch. Begin. The young beastman stared at the massive chunk of meat in his hand, speechless. Then he tossed the meat straight into the blazing fire. Kang Hein appeared behind him instantly. I clearly said to just add oil to the pot and give the outside a light sear. The beastman stammered, I thought this way would cook it faster. If you want to be that fast, why not just end your own life quickly too? What are you waiting for? Rice Cake was also glaring at a pot. It suddenly yelped, startling the beastman half to death. Kang Hein walked over and asked, besides the seasoning I told you to add, did you throw this stuff in too? The beastman replied shyly, I thought mixing it in would make it taste good. He asked back, because of this tree sap, the meat turned green, so that's your idea of delicious. Kang Hein surveyed the chaos with helpless frustration. The moment I take my eyes off them, everything descends into madness. Impossible to relax for even a second. Suddenly, he noticed the pot belonging to a female beastman. He realized she was actually doing quite well. Kang Hein thought to himself, not stubborn, she follows instructions exactly as given. But why does she look so familiar? Meanwhile, the girl was trembling with anxiety. Did I do something wrong? He recalled an image and it clicked. Ah, she's the one who won first place in that hunting competition. Hainian, right? You picked out the tastiest bird and became the top warrior of the hunt. The girl was still nervous, looking up at him with worried eyes. Why is he just standing there staring at me? Kang Hein suddenly broke into a sly grin. This one's useful. He held up the girl's dish for everyone to see. Everyone use Hainian's green meat as your reference model. The young beastman sighed wearily. I mean, it looks good, sure, but cooking takes too long. Why go through all that trouble? The moment he said that, Kang Hein immediately shoved a piece of meat into his mouth. Not bad, but the boiling time should be a bit longer. Cooking is about dedication and diligence. Remember that. After eating, the young beastman couldn't help but gasp in admiration. So good. Kang Hein removed his glasses. From now on, we're raising the difficulty a notch. He held up a fruit. The next dish will use this fruit, which grows abundantly in the forest. Everyone murmured in confusion. Isn't that a kudjsari fruit? That's right, it's the delicious kudjsari fruit. Kang Hein thought with satisfaction. Finally, they know the name. He declared, exactly, we'll be using this kudjsari to make the dish. Everyone heard this and grew confused. Cool. Did he just say something about us? Then Kang Hein thought of goulash. We'll be making a simple but incredibly flavorful soup. He thought to himself, goulash is essentially a traditional Hungarian tomato-based stew. Easy to make, and you can toss in a variety of ingredients. And most importantly, the kudjsari fruit tastes like a blend of tomato and basil, perfect for goulash. Two beastmen chatted amongst themselves. Soup is simple enough. We always toss herbs into our soups too. Should be easier than boiled meat, right? Kang Hein said with a sharp gaze. Oh, and this time, your dish has to pass inspection by the judges before you're done. He gestured and introduced, today's judges are the former chairman Noah and the white spirit wolf. Noah glared at him, bring it on. Everyone panicked. They've already tasted my sample dish, so. The two judges stared with cold eyes. Indeed. Only by knowing what the dish should taste like can the judges grade it fairly. Noah added, it was a flavor worth remembering forever. Kang Hein crossed his arms. If your dish isn't as good as the sample, it won't pass. Give it everything you've got. He asked, shall we begin? Making everyone even more terrified. Kang Hein began demonstrating the process. Watch carefully and follow along. First, add oil to the pot and sauté the fruit. Toss in these onion-like ones. Once sautéed, add whatever fruits you want to cook with the meat. Peel the kudjsari, remove the seeds, and cook them together. Then add bone broth and ground spicy seasoning. Bring it to a thorough boil. And just like that, the Otherworld goulash is complete. Kang Hein beamed. Even a simplified goulash was easy to make and absolutely delicious. If Noah found it tasty, the beastmen would surely find it to their liking as well. He called out, all right, bring up the soups you've made. Each person clutched their dish, not daring to move. They wondered what the white spirit wolf would think, but Noah, the warrior captain, had said it was edible, so it should be fine, right? Noah stared at the dishes before him. A true warrior can gauge an opponent's skill with a single glance. These soups couldn't even compare. While Rice Cake was tasting, Kang Hein suddenly appeared beside the young beastman, picked up a spoon and scooped some up. Doesn't look too bad. Let's try it. His eyes went wide immediately. With a strained expression, he said, are you messing with me? The girl, hurt, turned her face away. The young beastman seized the moment and rushed forward with his dish. I tried to follow the instructions. Kang Hein scooped some up to taste. There's potential here. Suddenly, Kang Hein collapsed to the ground with a thud. The young beastman then realized, "Oh, I think I accidentally put in the numbing venom from my hunting claws." Noah frowned, too. Phil. Kanghain lay trembling on the ground, thinking, right, there's no way the very first spoonful would be good, but there's still one last weapon. He looked up, it was Hanian. Noah picked up Hanian's dish and took a taste. Kanghain and Hanian waited anxiously for Noah's verdict. After a moment, Noah had finished every last bite and gave his calm praise. "This one's actually decent." After eating his fill, he lay back with a satisfied expression. Not as good as Kanghain's soup, but it captured the flavor of the kujsari quite well. Still a bit short of becoming a fully fledged warrior, but with more training, she'll certainly become formidable. "Hanian, your dish passes." Hanian beams brightly when praised by Noah and replies, "Thank you, sir." The rice cakes on the side also seem to be a hit. Kanghain congratulates her. "Congratulations, Hanian, I knew you had the talent." Hanian replies cheerfully, "Not at all, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching." Right at that moment, a figure comes soaring through the sky toward them. Hearing this, Cassandra leaps down and calls out, "Hey, everyone, the chieftain sent me to check on you all. Looks like everyone's doing well. Is this dish made by Hanian? Get me a plate, would you?" Hanian immediately runs off to serve her a portion. "Yes, ma'am." Cassandra looks at the dish, her eyes lighting up as she exclaims, "Did flat-chested little Hanian really make this? Brilliant, soon the entire tribe will get to taste food this good. Truly a great blessing." Cassandra stands before Kanghain and speaks. "I will repay this debt." "Thank you." Kanghain replies, "It's nothing really. I did it because I wanted to." Cassandra continues, "But deep down, you must have intended to help us all along, no matter how you look at it. You've already done so much, so please allow me to express my sincerity." Kanghain blushes in embarrassment and says, "You really don't have to do that." He thinks to himself, although it all started from his own selfish reasons, he's still genuinely happy to have helped them. The next morning, Kanghain stands in a daze, staring at a bag in the corner of the kitchen. Cassandra said she was grateful. But why did she give him something that smells this awful? Or maybe she wasn't really that thankful after all. He covers his nose and tries to console himself. Maybe it'll taste better than it smells like durian. He'll try eating it tonight and see. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Someone outside calls out, "Kanghain, are you home?" Kanghain rushes out to check. That voice, it's Uncle Daihun. The uncle walks in, trailing a tall, broad-shouldered man behind him. He waves hello. "That's right, I'm here to eat again today." Kanghain suddenly notices and asks, "Who's the person behind you?" Uncle Daihun replies, "I didn't come alone this time. Let me introduce you guys as my friend Dongwon." Dongwon immediately reaches out and pulls Kanghain into a bear hug, boisterously asking, "Do you work out, young man? You look pretty solid." "A chef who also exercises." Kanghain's eyes go wide, completely bewildered. Is this some kind of old-school tough guy? Dongwon laughs heartily. "A young man who lives life to the fullest. Truth is, I used to train a lot myself. Here, look." He then lifts his shirt, revealing rippling muscles. Kanghain stares at the sight, even more dumbfounded than before. "What?" Dongwon says with swaggering confidence. "Well, what do you think? Go ahead, feel free to touch." Immediately after, Uncle Daihun smacks him right on the head. The uncle points straight at his face and snaps, "Have you lost your mind? Put your clothes back on now." Dongwon refuses to back down, pointing back angrily. "Did you just hit me? An artist and you resort to violence." Uncle Daihun ignores him, shoves him aside and says to Kanghain, "Sorry about that. I should have cut ties with this guy ages ago. Having some old man strip in front of you must be quite a shock, right?" Dongwon shouts, "Actually, in our circle, that's how we greet each other." Uncle Daihun yells back, "Shut it, you fool." Witnessing this argument leaves Kanghain speechless. She's uncle's friend sure has flair. After a while, Kanghain brings out the dishes for them. He announces, "Your pomodoro and arrabbiata are ready." Uncle Daihun sees the food and says, "Ah, pomodoro goes here, arrabbiata for my friend." Kanghain adds a reminder. "I made the arrabbiata spicier as you requested, so it's really hot. Please be careful." Uncle Daihun smiles and says, "Just the smell alone is the real deal. Come on, dig in. This dish tastes even better than it smells." Dongwon takes one bite and exclaims in delight, "Insanely spicy." I'm not a food connoisseur like Uncle Jaehun, but even I can tell the perfect blend of heat and sweetness. Truly a fiery flavor, just like the furious meaning behind the name arrabbiata. Dongwon gives Kanghain a thumbs up. Authentic flavor right on the mark. Kanghain smiles bashfully and replies, "Thank you. Then please take your time and enjoy." Kanghain is heading back into the kitchen when Dongwon suddenly calls him over. "Hey young man, get a moment." He answers, "How can I help?" Dongwon holds up his phone, pointing at the calendar. "Could you help me pick a convenient weekend date for next month?" Kanghain asks, "A convenient date?" He pulls out his phone to check. "Saturday the second week." "All right, let's lock in that date then, but what's the occasion?" "My retirement day." Kanghain's eyes widen in shock. His face goes pale as he exclaims, "You're picking such an important day so casually." Dongwon laughs it off. "It's Finini Day works," Kanghain asks quietly. "Actually, retiring from what exactly?" Uncle Daihun bursts out laughing so hard tears stream down his face. "I knew you wouldn't recognize him. This guy's actually quite famous. His name is Lee Dong-han, a world-renowned pianist who once swept every major international competition." Daihun formally introduces, "His name is Lee Dong-han, a celebrated pianist who has dominated every international competition." Kanghain listens as if he still can't fully process it. He suddenly recalls back when he saw crowds gathering and cheering. Wasn't that Lee Dong-han, the legendary pianist of the car enthusiast world? The man who performed Beethoven using engine sounds. Even now, the memory sends a chill down his spine. A pianist. Jae-hun remains calm. "Let's just call it that for now." But Dongwon speaks with unmistakable pride. "It's only natural you didn't recognize me. I haven't appeared on television in years. Those glory days are long gone." Daihun immediately retorts, "The problem isn't that he can't believe you're a pianist, it's that no sane pianist drives around the way you do." But what cuts their bickering short is Kanghain's stammering and flustered expression. "Pianist Lee Dongwon, sir. I know who you are. You were the favorite pianist of the previous owner at a place where I used to work. They always had your albums playing in the living room. Every single piece was absolutely stunning, a feast for the ears." The more he speaks, the more excited he becomes. "After listening to performances so full of emotion, I always imagine the person behind them must be someone incredibly refined and gentle." Hearing those winged words of praise, the man's eyes glistened with pride. "Thank you." But then he crumbled, as if plummeting from the ninth heaven. "Goodbye, the pianist of my imagination. You've crushed the kid's spirit, you know that. And the pianist was helpless about it too. Is it my fault?" He quickly pulled himself together. "Oh no, it's not. Honestly, you're much more handsome in person, but if it's Mr. Dong Kwan's retirement concert, you should really reconsider the date more carefully." Dong Kwan's voice came out flat, monotone. "Actually, I chose very carefully at first. Since this is my final performance, I wanted to pick the grandest time and venue possible." At this, he lowered his voice. But unfortunately, he raised his trembling hand. "My left hand ended up like this," he continued, leaving the other man stunned. "The doctor says it's best not to use it anymore. So I canceled everything. The final performance will end in silence. It hurts, of course, but I have to set it aside." A renowned pianist quietly takes his final bow. "That's enough, isn't it?" Hearing this, the man froze, struck numb. Sunlight filtered softly through the glass window, casting a peaceful glow inside. Daihun walked to the door to say goodbye. "Thank you, today's meal was delicious." As for Dong-hon, he couldn't resist teasing his old friend. "Seriously, you've had a place this good to eat, and you've been hiding it from me all this time. Some friend you are." Daihun looked at him, visibly exasperated. "I should have never brought you here. I want to talk to him in private. Wait outside." Dong-hon finally relented. Fine, take your time, just don't be too long." Then Daihun turned to the young man. "Sorry about that, he must have made you pretty uncomfortable." The young man scratched the back of his neck, awkward. "It's fine, really. I think he's actually a good person, and fun to be around. But outside of music, that guy has zero tact. I'm sorry for dumping all that on you. I didn't think it was such a heavy topic, so it just slipped out." He opened his heart. "Not at all, actually I really admire him for it. Most people would be in far more pain. On the day I lost my sense of taste, I was exactly like that." Daihun confided in him. Not everyone gets to choose how their story ends. At his age, things like that become hazy. People learn to let go. After a while, Dong-hon barged back in. "Man, what took you so long? Trying to ditch me again?" Daihun shot his friend an irritated glare. "Oh, come on, let me at least say goodbye properly. Can't you wait? Anyway, I'll definitely come back to eat here again." He said it with a hint of melancholy. "Yes, see you next time." Learning to let go, That evening back at his home, he tidied up the house after a long day's work. The vacuum cleaner hummed steadily, but his mind kept drifting to something else entirely. "What a headache, right? He's stuck in the same boat, and I can't do a single thing about it. What am I even going to do for him? I'm way luckier than he is." Then Rice Cake suddenly appeared behind him, catching his attention. "Rice Cake, how'd you get so filthy? I just cleaned you up. Now you're covered in mud again." Rice Cake just stared at him with a face that said, "Go wipe it up yourself." He wiped the dog's fur clean while grumbling. "You went and rolled in mud again. Seriously, quit with the cute act. That won't get you off the hook." "But wait, my hand feels oddly cool. Your drool is like pain relief medicine. Last time you licked me, my muscle soreness went away completely." "Hold on, what about Mr. Dong Kwan's hand?" If Rice Cake's drool also has healing properties, before he could finish the thought, a worse scenario flashed through his mind: someone discovering a dog with healing saliva, performing surgery on it, and selling it overseas for a fortune. He immediately shook off the thought, forget it. But Rice Cake kept barking. He thought, that's right, I really am lucky. All because I refused to give up, I ended up here and found my sense of taste again. He slowed down and gently wiped Rice Cake's fur clean. Maybe so, at the very least, I hope he won't give up either. If you're not lucky, you won't even get the chance to try. But a wrist injury like that, it's hard to heal. Rice Cake seemed to be mulling it over with him, equally troubled. Then suddenly something clicked. The dog grabbed him and pulled. What is it? Rice Cake wants me to follow. Rice Cake dashed ahead, leading the way. Hey Rice Cake, where are you going? Mid-sentence, he noticed the patch of ground Rice Cake was pointing at. Why here all of a sudden? He watched helplessly as Rice Cake started digging up the soil. Is something buried here? The soil was a different color. It looked like it had been dug up once before. Is there money buried here? Rice Cake proudly unveiled its hidden treasure, spoils it had buried long ago. His eyes went wide with shock. Rice Cake, you didn't like the smell, so you just buried it. This was a gift, you know. Who goes around burying a gift? He pulls the bag of fruits up while scolding himself. Honestly, no words, and now I'm about to confess on my own. Wait, then why did you even bury it in the first place? But then a sense of unease creeps over him. Rice Cake clearly knew he would be angry. You came here anyway. Could it be? He recalls Cassandra's words, this is precious stuff. It smells a little funky, sure, but it's incredibly good for the body. He replays the memory and ponders it. They say it's a rare medicinal ingredient that humans couldn't find even if they wanted to. He realizes it now. He pulls a purple fruit from the bag, peels one, and takes a bite. A strange, cool sensation washes over him, so intense he can't help but gasp. What the? A chilling coolness seeps deep into his body. It's not just refreshing, his whole body feels light, as if he just woke up from a perfect sleep. He turns to Rice Cake with a puzzled look. Does this have the same healing effect as your drool? Rice Cake lets out a bark, seemingly in agreement. He silently thanks Cassandra. Lady Cassandra, you truly gave me something this precious. Meanwhile, Cassandra quietly gloats to herself. Told you it was precious. And just like that, he has a plan. What if I give this to Uncle Dung Hoon? But wouldn't he ask where it came from? Maybe I'll just say it's a delicious fruit, but the smell is too strong. He probably won't want to eat it like that. Eating fruit but chewing it like meat, that'd be weird. The moment those words cross his mind, something clicks like a revelation. He flashes a sinister grin so unsettling that even Rice Cake instinctively backs away. Meat, huh? My mythized world really is full of wonders. The smell, just mask it with sauce. Wrap it up like a dumpling, and he'll never know what's inside. This could work. A perfect ravioli. Lee Kanghain flashes a sinister grin. Even Rice Cake instinctively backs away. Meat, huh? Oh my. This world really is full of wonders. The smell, just mask it with sauce. Wrap it up like a dumpling, and he'll never know what's inside. This could work. A perfect ravioli. A new peaceful day begins. Dung Hoon strolls across the green lawn, his fingers trembling in rhythmic intervals as if unconsciously playing an invisible piano. But Dung Hoon catches himself and clenches his hand tight. Old habits really do die hard. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him, Lee Kanghain's voice. Uncle Dung Hoon. Dung Hoon turns, surprised. Kanghain, oh, how did you even get here? Lee Kanghain greets him warmly and explains in a quick, succinct manner. I heard you'd be staying at Uncle Dung Jae-hun's villa for a while, so you came all the way here just to see me. Is there something you wanted to talk about? He suddenly shifts to a serious tone. Well, Uncle Lee Kanghain swiftly sets down a lunchbox, leaving Dung Hoon bewildered, unsure of what's happening. His eyes gleam like headlights. Are you hungry, Uncle? Before Dung Hoon can even answer, Kanghain pops the lunchbox open. A beautifully plated ravioli appears, drawing an involuntary exclamation from the pianist. Is that ravioli? Dung Hoon eats but still harbors doubts. If you wanted someone to taste test a new menu item for the store, wouldn't it make more sense to ask Dung Jae-hun? Lee Kanghain flinches, struck right in the conscience, as if a dagger of guilt pierces straight through his heart. I'll ask him later, Uncle. Seeing Kanghain's flustered expression, Dung Hoon reads between the lines. His voice comes out calm and even. Or did you come here because of what I said yesterday? Those words hit Kanghain right where it hurts. What do you mean, Uncle? What gave it away? Dung Hoon opens up, his voice tinged with reflection. I said a few things I shouldn't have yesterday. Did it really make you overthink that much? Thank you for your concern, but like I said, I've already made peace with letting go of the final performance. You don't need to worry about it. Then a deep, earnest voice breaks through from Kanghain. But you still love playing the piano, don't you, Uncle? Dung Hoon hears the words and falls silent for a long moment. Because it's the thing I love most, maybe I haven't fully let go yet. I wanted to part with it gracefully, but that's no longer possible. If I tried to hold a farewell concert now, it might just turn into a laughingstock. Perhaps a quiet end to everything is the best solution for everyone involved. A gentle breeze sweeps through the forest, as if the wind itself is lending strength to both of them. Kang Hein seems to be searching for the right words to comfort Dong Hon. Of course, I can't pretend to fully understand how you feel, uncle. But I hope you'll be the one to write the ending rather than letting someone else decide it for you. The final note of the pianist, Dong Hon, should be played by Dong Hon himself. Dong Hon listens and lets out an amused laugh. My. Such grand words, someone like me, worn down by this world, could never come up with advice like that. A wave of embarrassment suddenly crashes over Kang Hein. If I said anything out of line, I'm truly sorry, uncle. Dong Hon chuckles warmly. No, not at all. Honestly, I'm glad. It's nice to receive this kind of youthful energy for once. And maybe this is exactly the advice I needed to hear right now. You're the first person to ever say something like that to me. Thank you. The rice cake sluggishly waddles over to Kang Hein, whining as if it's starving. Sorry, rice cake, I forgot to feed you. I haven't touched this one yet, so go ahead and eat. Dong Hon quickly changes the subject. Well, I'd better dig in too. A rich, savory aroma hits him and his eyes go wide in awe. Dong Hon exclaims, you knew I like spicy food, so you used arrabbiata sauce. Normally, I don't care for ravioli, it's a bit too heavy, but this sauce cuts right through that richness. The texture when you chew is absolutely incredible. 10 out of 10 no complaints, and I actually feel a bit more refreshed than before if that makes sense. Kang Hein hears this and quickly jumps in to cover. Maybe it's because your mood's lifted a bit. A strange sensation makes him instinctively glance down at his own hands. He notices the change and his eyes light up. Oh, by the way, I accidentally made way too much. So if you'd like, take some home and keep it in the freezer. Take your time with it. Oh no. Bon appetit. Hearing his words, Dong Hon unconsciously furrows his brow, then looks down at his hands, feeling that strange sensation pulse through them. Dong Hon has made up his mind. Then I'll gladly accept. Truly, thank you, Kang Hein. What a wonderful day. That forest was something else. At Kang Hein's house, the mailman pulls up on his bike. He calls out, hey Kang Hein. Kang Hein hears him and turns around immediately. Yes, the mailman hands him an envelope. You've got a package here. Kang Hein accepts it. Ah, thank you, he says as the mailman waves goodbye. He stares at the letter, resting his chin on his hand in puzzlement. Who sent this? Could it be Uncle Dong Hon? The rice cake perks up, chirping excitedly. He peers at the contents inside the envelope. Is this my ticket? And this a letter? Dear Kang Hein, how are you? I have good news. My hand has fully recovered, so I've been spending time in Seoul to regain the feel for it. Too bad I don't get to see that handsome face of yours anymore, huh? Let me cut to the chase. I'm holding a performance this Saturday. The venue isn't too far from Pyeongchang. If you're free, do come by. That's all for now. Hope to see you there. He finishes reading and lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness, his hand seems to have got much better. But Kang Hein suddenly notices something on the back. There's still more. What else did he write? Do you know the term da capo? It means to return to the beginning of a piece and play it again until the rest. You gave me the closing gift I had always wished for. I truly thank you. At this point, his confusion is written all over his face. Could it be he noticed something? The sky above stretches clear and windless, traffic flowing to the city's relentless rhythm. Yoon Seop is driving when a message suddenly buzzes in. He sees it's from Kang Hein and grumbles. This guy, the second he opens his mouth, you can tell he has zero friends. Yoon Seop reads through the message carefully. A ticket to pianist Lee Dong Hon's final performance. How the hell did he score a ticket like that? But then he hesitates. But Saturday, I've already got a schedule lined up with the kids. In the end, he figures out a solution. Oh, he quickly digs up the number he needs. How could I forget I've got a Lee Dong Hon superfan right here? The phone rings, the other side picks up instantly. Hello, he answers excitedly. Hey, are you filming right now? On the other end is a woman's voice. Nope, just taking a coffee break. What's up? It's Sina on the line. Ever since the management team took over, this is the first time you've bothered to reach out to me, huh? Yoon Seop responds eagerly. Hey, are you filming right now? On the other end is a woman's voice. Nope, just taking a coffee break. What's up? It's Sina talking to him. Ever since the management team took over, this is the first time you've actually contacted me, huh? At Dong Hon's concert venue, Kang Hein is helpless against this turn of events. Clearly, it was that Yoon Seop who texted first. Sina sits next to Kang Hein with a delighted grin. I was so bummed I couldn't find tickets, but lucky us, right? He sits there 3 parts helpless. 7 parts bewildered, thinking, why Sina of all people? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yoon Seop suddenly remembers. Oh right, I forgot to tell Kang Hein, but a short-haired girl has already rushed up to him. Manager, the producer's calling for you. Sina strikes up a conversation. Wait, Mr. Kang Hein, you're a fan of pianist Lee Dong Hon too. Kang Hein scratches the back of his neck, a bit sheepish. I only recently became a fan actually. What about you, Miss Sina, since when? Sina's eyes light up as she launches into an enthusiastic monologue. I've been a diehard fan ever since his debut. I listen to his music every single time I'm in the car. Do you know what Yoon used to say back when he was my manager? He'd tell me I get drowsy while driving, so quit listening to music already. That guy's been like that since forever, hasn't he? Kang Han listens to Sina's chattering and feels a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Why does it feel like I've just reunited with an old elementary school friend? But back when Yoon was Sina's manager, I was actually pretty close to her. He recalls the time Yoon barged into his house out of nowhere. Hey, cook something for me. Lee Kang-han stood inside, completely stunned. How the hell do you know my door code? Sina trailed right behind him. I'm crashing too if you don't mind. He snapped, shouting at the top of his lungs. Both of you out now. Lee Kang-han was utterly helpless. So they weren't that close after all. But Sina's voice quickly snapped him back to reality. Kang-han. Sina noticed his blank stare and immediately went full narcissist. What's wrong? Stunned by how gorgeous I am, can't look away. He heard that and was rendered speechless, as shameless as ever. Suddenly a young woman approached Sina. Excuse me, are you the actress Sina? I absolutely love your movies. Could I get your autograph, please? Sina flashed a warm, friendly smile. Oh, of course you can. The girl beamed with a radiant grin. Thank you so much. Lee Kang-han watched Sina like that and couldn't resist teasing her. Well, you switched to acting now. Quite the multi-talented one, aren't you? But before he could even finish his taunt, Sina shut him down preemptively. Hey, Kang-han, don't tell me you still think I'm a singer. Lee Kang-han replied with pure innocence. You are a singer though. She laughed, utterly exasperated. You really don't care about anything except cooking, do you? I transitioned to acting a while ago already. Just turn on the TV and you'd know. He heard that and wanted to bury his face in his hands from sheer embarrassment. From now on, I need to watch at least an hour of TV a day. All I can say is me apologies. Sina laughed with delight, teasing him. It's been ages since someone called me a singer. But that oblivious tunnel vision personality of yours is actually what makes you charming, Kang-han. That left him too embarrassed to retort. Was that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? A moment later, Lee Kang-han's expression turned visibly tense. Finally, Dong-hoon stepped onto the stage. The man wore a bright, confident smile. Dong-hoon bowed to the audience amid thunderous, unceasing applause. Sina whispered to Kang-han, I'm happy for him, but honestly I'm worried too. He heard her and asked why, what's wrong? Sina expressed her concern. Pianist Lee Dong-hoon's wrists aren't in great shape. Any real fan would know about that. I'm afraid tonight's performance might be pushing him too hard. Lee Kang-han heard that and smirked with pride. My intel is faster than yours, Sina. Sina looked confused. He announced solemnly, from what I know, Uncle Dong-hoon. His words came right as the music began. The first notes rang out, Dong-hoon's fingers dancing fluidly across the keys without pause. And right as Kang-han's sentence ended, has fully recovered. Sina's eyes went wide with shock, while Dong-hoon on stage seemed to be savoring every moment of his own masterpiece. Lee Kang-han murmured under his breath, now that is God tier. Watching Dong-hoon pour out his soul through those melodious compositions on stage, Sina was completely spellbound. When the performance ended, Dong-hoon came over to greet them, shaking hands warmly. Kang-han, you made it. Seeing Kang-han accompanied by Sina, Dong-hoon's eyes lit up with amusement. Well, losing the 2 tickets I sent you to bring a date. Not bad at all, kid. Lee Kang-han sighed helplessly. She's just an acquaintance. Meanwhile, Sina was hiding behind his back, gasping in disbelief. Kang-han, you know pianist Lee Dong-hoon, and you never told me. I would have brought my album to get his autograph. Dong-hoon approached cheerfully, seeking Kang-han's opinion. How was my performance today? Tell me, I want to hear your thoughts. He smiled warmly. Oh, it was absolutely wonderful, of course. But another voice cut through and shattered the moment. It was mediocre. The first half wasn't bad, but toward the end you got a bit too hyped up. That's your old bad habit. The moment your fingers touch the keys, you play like someone's chasing you from behind. But before the man could finish speaking, a bow tie flew straight into his face. Dong-hoon snapped furiously. Did anyone ask you? I asked Kang-han to speak, not you. Dong-hoon fired right back without missing a beat. You should learn to respect every audience member's feedback. Why are you dodging criticism? Lee Kang-han watched the two of them bickering, utterly helpless. Uncle Dong-hoon is here too. They're always like this, huh? Dong-hoon also turned his attention to Kang-han. Kang-han agrees with me, right? Right, Kang-han. Lee Kang-han waved his hands awkwardly. No, I really did enjoy it. Dong-hoon heard that and shouted triumphantly. He liked it, hear that. Sina, watching their heated exchange, suddenly realized something. Wait, isn't that the painter Dong Dae-hun? Kang-han, you know painter Dong Dae-hun too. Oh, both of them are regulars at my restaurant. Meanwhile, their argument raged on. What did you just say? Sina suddenly chimed in with a bright suggestion. So pianist Lee Dong-hoon is a regular at your place. You know I love your cooking, right? Give me the address, add me to the regulars list too. He sighs in defeat, Her intentions are way too obvious. But getting his autograph has Sina absolutely thrilled. "Thank you so much for the autograph, sir." He seems pleased too. "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me." Sina showers him with praise. "Today's performance was absolutely god tier, sir. I feel like I've gained so much more motivation to push myself harder." Calling it the greatest of all time wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Dong-hoon listens with clear amusement. "Thank you. I just gave it my all today, that's all." Then he turns to Lee Kang-hein. "It's all thanks to good luck that things turned out this way. Kang-hein, what do you think?" Lee Kang-hein stammers at the sudden question. Me." His flustered reaction amuses the man. "It's nothing really. The dish you gave me the other day was absolutely delicious. Thank you for that." Kang-hein. He freezes, realizing he's been found out. "It was nothing, sir." In the depths of a forest by a crystal-clear river, a piece of driftwood is wrapped with rope rigged up like a makeshift fishing rod. Lee Kang-hein and Randon sit leisurely, fishing without a care in the world. "Hey, Mr. Randon, this is my first time fishing, but it's actually pretty fun." That quiet moment of waiting for a bite is genuinely relaxing. "I feel like my whole body is melting into laziness." Randon hears this and crushes his fantasy without hesitation. "That's just because you're exhausted from sword training." But Lee Kang-hein presses on. "But Sir Randon, you look perfectly at ease, what about it?" He asks why he can't use the fishing rod he brought along. "I bought it specifically for today's fishing trip, you know." Randon continues fishing while explaining in detail. "Because fishing is a battle. You don't get it, do you?" He says, preparing to pull up his catch. "Thighs is the size of fish we're after." A line like that would snap instantly. Lee Kang-hein stares speechless. "Sir Randon, that thing you call that a fish?" Boom, the mountain shakes. Randon yanks Lee Kang-hein out of the way just before the colossal fish flattens him. Phew, that was almost a pancake situation. Not bad at all, caught alive when this massive. Lee Kang-hein is still pale as a sheet. One sweep of its tail and the wind goes whoosh. But then Randon drops a crucial piece of intel, but this one's low on fat and has no fishy smell, so it'll taste amazing. That catches Lee Kang-hein's attention immediately. "Really? Then a spicy fish hot pot might actually be perfect for it." An idea sparks in Lee Kang-hein's mind. "What do you think spicy fish hot pot may be?" The forest settles into strange, tranquil calm. Randon lets out an impressed sigh. "Whoa, Kang-hein, here knife skills are incredible. Totally different from the way you swing a sword." Lee Kang-hein hears this and doesn't know how to respond. "Well, chefs handle knives too, you know." Randon watches him portion the fish into 3 cuts and raises an eyebrow. "But why are you only preparing that little?" Lee Kang-hein answers while he works brief and to the point. "This much is more than enough to stuff us both silly." "Are the fish in this lake always this big?" Randon answers bluntly. "Not all of them, but most are. This lake carries the mystical power of the forest. That's why they grow like this." Lee Kang-hein catches the implication immediately. Mystical power. Isn't this the border territory of the 3 races? At that, Randon remembers something. "You didn't notice those giant rabbits or the beasts leaping around here. All of them are affected by this forest's power." Lee Kang-hein jolts and looks up at him. "Wait, every animal here is like that?" Randon replies with a hint of pride. "There's not a rabbit in any world that's built like that." But Randon suddenly pauses, as if recalling something. "Ah, by our standards, that is. I wondered, oh, rabbits where you come from look like that too." Lee Kang-hein shoots that down instantly. "What? No way, they're way smaller and cuter than that." Randon's eyes light up with interest. "Really? Then they sound just like us back home, I mean." Randon's cryptic half-answer leaves Lee Kang-hein confused, but he swiftly changes the subject. "Come on, I'm starving. Let me help you speed things up. I'll go gather firewood." Lee Kang-hein is politely grateful. "Oh, that'd be great. I'll grab a big pot in the meantime. I wanted to bring an even bigger one, but this size should do." Randon glances at the pile of fish bones and asks, "Do we need to throw these away?" Lee Kang-hein shakes his head. "No, we're putting the bones into the broth too." Randon raises an eyebrow. "These things," but Lee Kang-hein is already moving. "Add the radish, the remaining bones, and dried shrimp. Bring to a boil and skim the foam continuously. Then toss in the stock-clearing ingredients. Don't cover the lid, let the fishy smell evaporate. Keep it at a rolling boil. And that's the spicy fish hot badone." Randon catches the aroma, and his mouth is already watering. That smell is absolutely divine. Beside it, rice cakes have been molded into neat little shapes. He reaches eagerly for the pot. "All right, everyone again." But Lee Kang-hein stops him just in time. "Wait." Lee Kang-hein says it short and firm. "Did you forget something, sir?" Randon stares at the pot, puzzled, and bones remain inside. "Where's the fish meat?" Lee Kang-hein grins, confident as if victory is already in hand. "See, before eating spicy fish hot pot, you have to start with sashimi." Randon picks up a slice of the raw fish, eyes widening. "Or raw fish. It's been ages since I've had this." Lee Kang-hein returns, carrying an array of sauces to show off. "Dip it in the sauce and give it a try, sir." He gives him a piece. The fish enters his mouth. An indescribable aroma rushes up raw fish, yet somehow firm and chewy. And how can the flavor be this layered? The sauces are beyond reproach. Truly, these are seasonings one simply cannot do without. Randon praises without pause. The red sauce is spicy sweet and addictive. The brown one amplifies the freshness of the raw fish. And this green one, numbing heat tears through the soul, yet its allure is undeniable. Kanghain ladles soup while explaining, back where I come from, whenever we catch fish, everyone eats it raw first. Then make soup from the leftover bones. I'm sure you'll enjoy this too. But when Randon finishes tasting, he suddenly slumps over, sending a jolt of panic through Kanghain. What's wrong? Doesn't suit your palate. He pours out his heart. If I don't get a swig of booze right now, I'm gonna kick the bucket. Kanghain can only sigh helplessly. The peaceful forest rings with the clink of 2 glasses. Randon drains the glass in one gulp. The sheer deliciousness sends a shiver through him. This spicy fish soup, the heat is so intense. It just makes you want to drink more and more. Whoever invented this is an absolute genius. Kanghain shakes his head with a helpless smile. Oh, is that good? He insists, of course. Can't you taste that refreshing quality? Kanghain gazes into his bowl of soup, contemplative. I can taste it. I thought it would taste like flatfish, but the more I chew, the more it resembles ocean fish and the longer it sits on the tongue, the sweeter it becomes. The signature umami amplifies the appetite despite the chili. I find it slightly buttery. Randon listens, not quite understanding any of it. You really are a chef, aren't you? Such refined taste buds. Kanghain hears this and mulls over Randon's words. He smiles quietly in agreement. That's true, isn't it? More accurately, my palate has gone through quite the ridiculous journey. Kanghain recalls the earlier days to make this dish without any fishy taste. He had to eat far too much, but it was worth it. Kanghain devises a more fitting plan. What if there's a sauce even more powerful than cream? The mild saltiness and richness of cheese work well when chewed, but it leaves behind a faint, lingering fishy aftertaste from the fruit. Come to think of it, I didn't taste anything particularly strong earlier. Kanghain whispers a quiet thanks. After tasting the dish I made for Lai Dong-hoon, my palate fully recovered. But I'd grown so accustomed to its half-functioning state that I forgot what the original even felt like. But food has always been this rich and full of nuance. Kanghain sits on the grass beside a rice cake, reflecting on everything that has passed. It may not be as dramatic as the moment he first regained his sense of taste, but that doesn't mean it isn't joyful. He feels a surge of pride. From now on, he can create even more delicious dishes for his lord. Randon bursts into hearty laughter. Even more delicious than this. Just hearing that gets me excited. Well then, I'll be counting on you. Come on, let's have one more round. That evening, Kanghain pitches a tent and sleeps in the forest. Light filters through the fabric of Kanghain's tent. Somyeon seems to have arrived. He struggles to crawl out, parched beyond belief. The headache crashes over him all at once, and Kanghain groans. Did I seriously drink that much? My head feels like it's about to split open. He recalls that during their drinking session, Randon suddenly remembered something. It's late already. The wife told me to come home early today. He silently prays for Randon. But Lord Randon has probably already been chewed out by his wife by now. Kanghain sits in front of the tent, letting his body unwind. The cool breeze does wonders. He feels a little better already. Suddenly, Kanghain spots Emilia standing by the lake, her face turned toward him as if lost in thought. Without hesitation, Kanghain calls out, "Emilia, is that you?" Emilia turns and greets him. It's been a while, Kanghain. Kanghain takes in the scene before him and can't help but be moved. It's like something straight out of a movie. Still, courtesy demands he maintain his composure. I've been wanting to see you too. Thanks to your advice, everything has gone much more smoothly. Emilia smiles warmly. I'm glad to hear that. Kanghain bows formally. Truly, I cannot thank you enough. Since you're here today, let me treat you to a meal. Before he finishes speaking, he collapses flat on the ground. Just give me a moment. Emilia teases him on the spot. I'd rather not eat anything made by someone who can't even stand up straight. Emilia's voice turns unexpectedly serious. Instead, today I have a proposal for you. Kanghain is confused. A proposal. Emilia quickly raises her hand, summoning Sina. Emilia's expression turns dead serious as she questions Kanghain. Kanghain, you can see Sina, can't you? He answers honestly, yes, why do you ask? She explains in detail. Ordinary people cannot see spirits because they lack the deep connection that the spirit race possesses. Emilia's eyes narrow sharply. Emilia states firmly, but you, Kanghain, you can see spirits. A strange human who appeared in this forest out of nowhere. So I believe there must be some reason behind this. She makes her offer. Kanghain, would you like to form a contract with a spirit? Emilia glances at Sina in her hands. Ordinary people cannot see spirits because they lack the deep bond that the spirit race shares with them. Her piercing gaze shifts to the side. Emilia says solemnly, but you, Kang Hein-hyu, can see spirits, a strange human. Appearing in this forest from who knows where, she studies his bewildered face, so I believe there must be some reason behind this. She speaks, Kang Hein, would you like to form a contract with a spirit? Kang Hein's murmuring voice echoes through the silent night. Emilia explains, many believe that only the spirit race can possess spirits, but in truth, spirits are simply most at ease with them. If one has the gift of harmony, anyone can form a contract with them, she urges gently. If you can see spirits, your affinity must be exceptionally high. So, Emilia asks once more, would you like to try forming a contract with a spirit? But Kang Hein simply calls her name Emilia. He stumbles over his words. I understand everything now, but his stomach lurches, nausea rising. I'm not feeling so great. Can we continue this tomorrow? Emilia's panicked voice rings out as Kang Hein vomits. Kang Hein. At last daylight reaches the forest. Kang Hein lowers his head in apology. About last night, I'm so sorry. He says dejectedly, I'm sorry you had to see that. Emilia. She smiles awkwardly. It's fine, really. I actually saw you drinking since daytime. Kang Hein grows curious about the spirit topic. I've given it a lot of thought. Would it be like how Emilia's spirit is always by her side? Lee Kang Hein has a vague guess. Well, let's call it adoption for now. He still needs to think it over. Inside his head, Bonji letter 1EA10 starts imagining the day Lee Kang Hein gets a spirit of his own. I'll pick one way bigger and more majestic than you. He'd say. It scurries over to Lee Kang Hein in a panic. What's wrong, Bonji letter 1EA10? Bonji letter 1EA10 stares up at him with sparkling, pleading eyes. Lee Kang Hein is taken aback. He finally catches on to what the little thing wants. You want a little sibling. Lee Kang Hein doesn't hesitate for a second. I'll form a contract with a spirit, he murmurs to himself. So the little one has been lonely this whole time. Bonji letter 1EA10 freezes in shock when it sees Lee Kang Hein agree. Emilia's eyes sparkle as she watches Lee Kang Hein get a flying kick to the face from Bonji letter 1EA10. Smack. Wise decision. I'm certain you'll find a wonderful spirit. She smiles and hands him a stack of leaf talismans. Now then, go change into your summoning robes. Lee Kang Hein's eyes go dead the moment he finishes putting on the outfit. Emilia comments that it fits him perfectly. She explains cheerfully, every piece here is designed to boost compatibility with spirits. Lee Kang Hein hesitates. Do I really have to wear this? She asks. Of course. Don't you like it? Lee Kang Hein glances down at the clothes on his body and ponders. It's just a bit too breezy. Emilia adds, my grandfather wore this exact outfit when he formed his contract with a great spirit. Lee Kang Hein's expression shifts instantly. Suddenly, this outfit looks pretty stylish. Her grandfather had some serious drip. Emilia beams. Really? And finally, focus your mind on the kind of spirit you wish to bond with. Lee Kang Hein's eyes glaze over. Anything's fine, really. Emilia starts lecturing. What do you mean, anything? The more carefully you consider skills, preferences, age, and temperament, the higher the compatibility rate. Lee Kang Hein can't help but think, finding a spirit is like going on a blind date. Emilia looks at him seriously. Just sit still, it'll be over in a moment. A magic circle materializes behind her. Lee Kang Hein looks up at the sky, his eyes widening in astonishment. He stares wide-eyed at the radiant, multicolored orbs floating above. So beautiful, they look like fireflies. Could those lights actually be spirits? Lee Kang Hein waits with quiet anticipation. He has no special requirements for the spirit he's about to contract with, but, if possible, he prays it won't be a picky eater. A stream of orange light suddenly spirals around Lee Kang Hein's body. Emilia exclaims with excitement. It worked, that glow inside his thighs is definitely a high-rank spirit. Lee Kang Hein's hopes begin to rise. A high-rank spirit. The orange stream of light gradually takes shape and a field mouse appears before Lee Kang Hein. A field mouse. He crouches down and stares at it. Tiny. The field mouse gazes back at him with blazing eyes, thinking, my master, what a magnificent spirit he is. Lee Kang Hein sees the dazed field mouse and grows flustered. Hey there, little guy. The field mouse hastily covers its eyes, its face flushing bright red. Lee Kang Hein panics as it burrows straight into the ground. Wait, what? Hold on. The field mouse digs furiously and makes its escape. The moment it pokes its head back above the surface, a looming shadow appears directly over it. Bonji letter 1EA10 stands with a dark, menacing expression, sizing the newcomer up. Off to the side, Emilia observes and remarks. This spirit can wield 2 elements. That's incredibly rare. Lee Kang Hein is curious. 2 elements. The field mouse spirit trembles with its eyes squeezed shut. Emilia explains earth and fire. The field mouse spirit is on the verge of tears. In a panic, it spits out a burst of flame, but Bonji letter 1EA10 blocks it with a single kick. Emilia watches the scene unfold and explains, but since it's still young, both elements are very weak. Bonji letter 1EA10 looks a little disillusioned. Instead of the grand, majestic spirit it had imagined, there's only this tiny creature. Emilia reminds them no, all that's left is to give it a name. Li Kanghan ponders a name. He mutters field mouse a rat rotatu, but its coloring is more like escargot actually. Emilia interjects, what criteria are you even using to pick a name? He lifts the now unconscious mouse in his hands, and so Li Kanghan smiles. Gently, I'll name him Tori. His surname is Ham. The unconscious Tori is draped with a small white cloth. Emilia admits, honestly, I didn't think you'd end up contracting with a spirit like that, but in the end, it was quite the surprise. She smiles, I hope the little one will become a wonderful bond for you. I'm heading out for my patrol duty now. Suddenly, Li Kanghan grabs her hand. Wait, Emilia. His eyes are serious. Here, he hands her a salad sandwich. You weren't planning to eat anything before you go. He smiles, I figured you hadn't eaten breakfast, so I prepared quite a bit of food ahead of time. Eat up. Emilia murmurs softly, has anyone ever told you that you're a strange person? Li Kanghan doesn't catch it. What was that? She hesitates for a moment, she really hasn't eaten yet. Fine, she'll accept this kindness. Emilia stares at the sandwich in her hand. But this is a sandwich. Li Kanghan immediately explains. That's right, a simple, nutritious meal commonly eaten in the morning. Nostalgic, really. Bread mixed with salad. I used to eat this all the time as a kid. Emilia looks skeptical, never seen anything like it before. But if it's something you made, Kanghan, then it must be good. She steels herself and takes a bite. Emilia's face lights up brilliantly. She feels a wave of refreshment wash over her like never before. Good heavens, is there really bread this soft in the world? It melts the moment it touches your tongue. And the sauce you had, is it exactly? Sweet and tangy all at once, combined with the crisp, crunchy vegetables. It's absolutely perfect. Has human culinary culture really evolved to this level? Or perhaps Kanghan finds her reaction satisfying enough. Her palate is simply too refined. Emilia looks toward him. Given where she comes from, it's a peculiar place. She studies him carefully. Then Emilia whispers her praise, you're a true culinary genius. Kanghan is confused. He replies, I said it's delicious, can I have more? Kanghan lights up. Of course, I made plenty, let me pack some up for you. Inside her room, Eunjin is busy folding laundry. Myung bursts through the door all excited. Mom, I finished my homework, can I watch some TV? Eunjin smiles. Sure, but only for 1 hour. Myung hugs the screen tight. She repeats after the intro. Hello, join us for Ju Tiny Pretty Ruby Boog Mysterious Star. Eunjin reminds her. Don't sit too close to the screen, sweetie. Suddenly Myung calls out. Mom, Eunjin looks over curious. The girl's eyes go wide as she spots Kanghan's image on the TV. That's the chef uncle, right, Mom? Eunjin is surprised too. Meanwhile, at Kanghan's restaurant, T-Taki eyes Tori with suspicion. He reaches out with a paw, trying to poke at Tori. But Tori just lies there sprawled out and listless. Kanghan walks over, carrying 2 more plates of food. Tori's still not doing any better. Ever since arriving in this world, it's been growing weaker and weaker. He sets a large bowl and a small bowl down in front of T-Taki and Tori. Tori sluggishly crawls over. Finally, it opens its mouth and takes a single bite. Kanghan sighs, hey, your mouth is about to tear off at this rate. Feeling terrible, yet it never skips a single meal. Just as gluttonous as T-Taki always. He recalls Emilia's words when she materialized spirits typically take the form of animals closest to their nature. So Tori's hamster shape means it should carry an earth attribute. But Tori is special, it can also control fire. Emilia added, actually, spirits don't necessarily need to eat. Most just absorb natural energy. Kanghan panics, no food. Emilia reassures him, it's not that they can't eat, feeding them is perfectly fine. Kanghan ponders, natural energy, Then raw food should work right. Sure enough, Tori recovers after eating some carrots. Kanghan breathes a sigh of relief. Its complexion looks way better now. Anything works, but it looks like I need to add more raw food to Tori's diet. He turns his head, come on in. Kanghan spots a group of kids peeking through the doorway, whispering, that's him, let's ask. Weird. Sangu bounces over excitedly. Uncle. Kanghan replies, oh Sangu, what's up? Sangu's eyes sparkle. I can't believe you're that kind of person, uncle. I just can't believe it. Kanghan is bewildered. What is she talking about? The other kids chime in. Yeah, we totally feel betrayed. You've been hiding this from us the whole time, haven't you? Kanghan is horrified. What did I do? He tries to grab Sangu. Hey Sangu, can you explain it to uncle real quick? But Sangu quickly covers her face and darts away. He's talking to her, look. The kids ignore Kanghan's confusion and leave. This is the first time I've ever met a celebrity. What do we do? I should have asked for an autograph. His eyes carry a look of utter bewilderment. Oh, what just happened? He suddenly remembers being teased by friends as a kid. Quick, Kanghan's right there. I wasn't even talking to him. Don't do that. Kanghan mutters. Were we ever that close? Suddenly, a vehicle pulls up right in front of his house. A villager walks over, holding a large banner. Hey young man, where do you want this banner hung? I didn't order any banner. He's puzzled. Sir, are you sure you have the right address? The man insists the address is correct. Then he unfurls the banner on the ground. You didn't order this. Kang-han freezes on the spot. Then it hits him. Wait, when does the chef broadcast air again? Right on cue, the village PA system crackles to life. Hello, this is the village chief speaking. His voice brims with excitement. Hello, dear residents, wishing everyone a wonderful day. I have an announcement for everyone. The village chief practically shouts into the speaker. This afternoon at 400, there will be a televised broadcast showcasing the pride of Yongpyong. Our talented Lee Kang-han, everyone who's free, please come to the village hall. And Lee Kang-han himself, you absolutely must be there. Kang-han freezes. It already aired. The man's eyes light up with a brilliant gleam. Oh, no wonder you're so handsome. Could you sign this for me right here? Are you a singer or something? Kang-han stands there bewildered. I don't really have a signature. The village hall turns out to be a cozy little house. Kang-han shows up dazed, carrying 2 watermelons. He never imagined his first visit to the village hall would be for a movie screening. Well, might as well go in. Rice Cake and Tori nod in agreement. Kang-han shyly pushes the door open. Hello, everyone. Right in front of him, the village chief is holding up a photo of him for everyone to see. He stares confused. Village chief, what is that? The village chief scratches his head, embarrassed. Oh, I was just about to surprise you. Kang-han's gaze drifts to the massive pile of photos behind the old man, who keeps rambling on. These are posters to hand out after the screening. One for every household, so I made a whole batch. Without hesitation, Kang-han burns the entire stack on the spot. The village chief stares blankly as the flames roar to life. Oh, Kang-han slumps into a chair. He nearly died of embarrassment, almost couldn't show his face in public again. Granny Park takes a sip of soju and mutters, that old fool's always pulling stunts like this. Kang-han looks over, curious. Mrs. Park, how have you been? There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Kang-han. Being on TV, you should be proud. Kang-han waves his hands. I know, and I'm truly grateful for everyone's support. It's just he lowers his voice. A chef appearing on TV like this, it doesn't feel right. His last words trail off, swallowed by silence. Forget it. Kang-han breaks into a bright, sincere smile. He doesn't want to dwell on any of that anymore. He looks Mrs. Park in the eye and says earnestly, I really am grateful. Mrs. Park sighs, doing what you love and excelling at it, that deserves praise. Who dare say otherwise? Those people are blind as bats. Don't you go getting close to that sort, no matter who they are. Her words pull memories of the past back to the surface. He's surprised to hear Mrs. Park add, those people bring nothing of value to your life. Kang-han smiles softly. Yes, ma'am, I'll remember that. The crowd begins to stir with excitement. The chicken soup is done. Everyone dig in. Wait for real, actual chicken. One of our own made it on TV. At least that much is called for. Now today's star of the show gets the biggest portion. Kang-han gazes meekly at the whole chicken soup set before him. He thinks to himself it's been ages since someone else cooked for him. Kang-han carefully scoops a spoonful and brings it to his lips. He savors every detail. The broth is clean and light, the flavor gentle and comforting. The medicinal herbs are balanced perfectly, and the long simmering has allowed their deep, natural sweetness to permeate the rice. This is a taste you can only achieve when you cook with your heart. Kang-han's eyes fill with warmth. It's truly delicious. The 2 beside him are practically drooling rivers onto the table. Here, let me tear off some meat for you. Wait just a sec. At last, Rice Cake and Tori finally get to eat too. Rice Cake even wags its tail nonstop between bites. The village chief calls out, everyone come gather around. The TV broadcast is starting. Every villager fixes their eyes on the television screen. Today's chef is now on air, and so the somewhat mortifying screening begins. Everyone's eyes go wide. Let's watch together the very first footage of Chef Kang-han's competition footage our team worked tirelessly to obtain. Kang-han, who has never seen the original broadcast, realizes something immediately. The camera captures his knife work in crystal clear detail, every cut of his julienne technique rendered with precision. Only 14 and his skills are already on this level. This isn't cooking anymore, this is art. The Picasso of the culinary world. God tier. Kang-han's eyes glaze over. Everyone be proud. Our great nation of Korea has Lee Kang-han. The judges are stunned. The entire nation is in awe. The world will be shaken by this historic moment. Tears of emotion stream down everyone's faces. The nation of Korea possessing Lee Kang-han, it plays out like a cinematic masterpiece. The village chief is sobbing uncontrollably. Oh dear, who knows how much that boy has endured. Absolutely god tier. Our young chef. Kang-han buries his face in his hands, dying of shame. PD Yoonha, you and editor Jeongwoo just had to sneak this footage in, didn't you? The entire hall erupts into chaos. Brilliant. A day of celebration means we drink until we drop. Raise your glasses to the pride of Yongpyong, to the treasure of Korea. Cheers for Lee Kang-han. The only person who feels anything but fine is Kang-han himself. Somyeon, please please just knock him out already. Kanghan buries his face and whimpers in pure agony. PD Yoonha, you and editor Jeongwoo just had to sneak this footage in, didn't you? Brilliant, a day of celebration means we drink until we drop. Here's a toasto, the pride of Yongpyong, the jewel of Korea. Cheers, tough, that smoked soup. Someone just knocked me out cold already. A week after the broadcast, someone swings open the door at Kanghan's Long Wolf shop. Hey, Kanghan, the pride of Yongpyong. Business treating you well. Sung and Mi Yang pay Kanghan a visit, showering him with endless praise. Brother Kanghan, the cooking god, long live Kanghan. A message pops up on Kanghan's phone. Can Tori dig, I wonder? Tori squeaks. He crouches down and speaks to Tori. Can you dig me a hole to crawl into? Bury me alive, that works too. I'm dying of embarrassment here. The scene shifts elsewhere. That's enough training for today. Noah says with a stern expression. Who keeping up with me today? Not bad. Kanghan wipes the sweat from his brow, his face utterly sullen. Setting aside the embarrassment of running on all fours, honestly, what face do I even have left to lose? Just let go of my mind and it all works out right. Something wrong. Actually, coming here turned out to be pretty great. My head feels so much lighter. Tori chirps brightly. Tori seems way more energetic too. Noah looks confused. Tori. Kanghan replies, oh, I haven't introduced them yet, have I? This is the spirit I recently formed a contract with. Noah asks again, a spirit? Kanghan smiles. Yes, right next to the rice cakes. Maybe it's too small for you to see. I had an acquaintance from the spirit race help me form the contract. Why did Noah suddenly pick up a rock? Right after Kanghan finishes speaking, Noah hurls the rock with full force. Kanghan panics Noah, the rock flies straight into a tree trunk. Emilia emerges from behind the tree. Oh my, that scared me. Noah looks up. I already warned you, Kanghan is a friend of the Beastmen. Did you not hear me when I said to leave him alone? He demands furiously. What's your purpose here? Emilia replies coolly. Beastmen truly are troublesome creatures. Is throwing things how your kind communicates. Noah's face turns absolutely grim. What did you just say? Kanghan rushes in to stop them. Noah, calm down, put your hand down, don't move. Kanghan worries internally. Why is he so furious? Do they know each other from before? Let's just talk this out calmly. How can the two of you even talk to each other? You couldn't even communicate with Lord Randon before. Emilia jumps down and speaks. That's a required qualification for a ranger. She boasts with full confidence. You have to be fluent in all three languages of the three races to keep track of everything happening in the forest. I'm even fluent in the old common tongue of the continent. Noah refuses to back down and fires back. HMPH, must be nice being alive since those ancient times. Kanghan, that spirit race woman has lived 10 times longer than you. Kanghan stares blankly. 10 times. He immediately steps between the two of them. Calm down, both of you. I already said no fighting between races. If there's an issue, can we just sit down and talk? Just then Randon walks over. Kanghan, let's begin our weekly training session. All eyes immediately shift to Randon. Rice Cake wonders who would win. An unexpected encounter between three races. Kanghan kneels down. To me, every one of you is a precious benefactor, so please stop fighting. First things first though, about we introduce ourselves. Kanghan turns to Randon. Oh, let me translate for Lord Randon. He immediately agrees. Sure, that works. Ever since meeting that Beastman friend before, I've equipped myself with a translation artifact. Well then, I'll go first. My name is Randon, captain of the Robentus Knights. Next is Emilia's turn. I am Emilia, as you may know, the ranger of this forest. Finally, Noah, he keeps it brief. Noah, that's it. Kanghan forces an awkward smile, thinking, there's no escaping this tense atmosphere between races, huh? At times like this, he stands up. Can everyone handle spicy food? I'll treat everyone to a dish from my hometown today. Eat and drink together, and things will feel more natural. To bond fast, nothing beats sharing a hot meal together. On the plate sit 2 fiery red kimchi roots. The three of them watch Kanghan in silence. Randon speaks up, fascinating. It's been 100 years since the wars between our races. Ever since the treaty banned inter-race conflicts, no one has bothered to mingle with other races. And yet here we sit Tojtharal thanks to a mysterious chef who appeared from who knows where. Perhaps Kanghan is an envoy sent by the gods to help us. Emilia replies, an envoy of the culinary god. Sounds interesting. I thought the same, that's why I advised him to form a contract with a spirit. She glances at Noah, so I have no intention of harming him. Noah simply replies, I'll remember that. Kanghan turns to look at Emilia and Randon. Oh, they're already that close. I need to catch up fast. He tosses all the prepped ingredients into the pot and tops a bowl of freshly steamed white rice with a golden fried egg, creating a beautiful, fragrant bowl of rice. Done. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. The spread includes seaweed, kimchi, and white rice crowned with a fried egg. Kanghan introduces the dish. This is kimchi jjigae. Please eat, drink, and talk. The other three's eyes light up instantly. Randon instinctively murmurs, incredible aroma. Kang Han adds one more thing. As I said, this dish can be a bit spicy, so make sure you eat it with rice. Noah suddenly speaks up, but spirit race members can't eat meat, can they? Kang Han's blood runs cold. He was so focused on cooking that he completely forgot. Noah reaches for Amelia's portion. If you can't eat it, I'll take care of it for you. Amelia immediately guards her plate. I abstain to reduce killing not because I can't eat it. Amelia clasps her hands together in gratitude. I shall eat with gratitude toward nature. O great God who created this magnificent nature, I offer you my thanks. Randon takes a bite and his eyes light up with excitement. Hot as hell but insanely delicious. Noah is so overwhelmed by the heat that flames literally shoot from his mouth. Amelia can't stop showering the dish with praise. The meat and vegetables meld together perfectly. I can't stop eating. It's a bit too spicy for me, but the eggs and rice mellow it out enough to handle. I've never seen rice this glossy and sticky before. Paired together like this, it's truly a delicacy of the mortal world. Randon says there's just one more thing missing to make it perfect. Kang Han raises a glass of liquor. No words needed, right? Randon's eyes glisten with emotion. Kang Han Randon's emotions surge through him. Now this is what living feels like. Suddenly his spirits crash. Wait, if I've been drinking I can't train anymore. Kang Han says cheerfully, then, let's just chat and enjoy ourselves. Noah takes a sip too. It's different from the liquor brought last time. Emilia continues eating quietly. Spicy but so good, now that you mention it. Kang Han, last time you said you wanted to gift spices to the Beastman tribe, right? There's someone who wants to discuss the matter in detail with you. Would you like to meet our lord? Kang Han feels a knot of nervousness tighten in his gut. The lord. Randon speaks up. Last time you said you wanted to gift spices to the Beastman tribe, right? There's someone who wants to discuss the matter in detail with you. Would you like to meet our lord? Kang Han feels a knot of nervousness tighten in his gut. The lord. He continues, spices are a high-value commodity. For large-scale trade, the lord's permission is naturally required. And the lord wishes to meet you at least once. Kang Han replies, but this is only my idea. The Beastman tribe might think differently. Noah asks puzzled, what's this about spices? Kang Han answers, actually I wanted to teach everyone about dishes that make use of spices. But not all spices are available in this region. He continues, explaining that this idea came to him after consulting with Randon. Noah asks him, you want us to trade with humans? Kang Han quickly explains, not exactly. I just hope you can all enjoy better meals. Randon chimes in, sounds fine to me. There was already trade between the races a year ago. Surely it can be done now. Noah falls silent. After a long moment he replies, I agree. Kang Han is genuinely surprised by Noah's response. Of course, the final decision rests with the chieftain, but surely he will agree too. Thanks to Kang Han's recipes, the tribe's morale has risen considerably. Recently, there are even people who want to study cooking further. Because of you, everyone's view of humans has started to change. So the chieftain will seriously consider your proposal. Randon turns to Amelia. Well, now that young beastman speaks well. Won't you join these negotiations, Lady Patrol? Amelia replies, most spirit race members have lived through war. Our position is somewhat different from everyone else's. But she smiles and continues, though that day is probably approaching soon. Suddenly, the rice cakes and Tori charge straight into Kang Han. Randon, overhearing the exchange, beams with delight. Everyone seems more united than I thought. Alright then, let's leave business here for now. It's rare for us all to gather like this. Let's share a proper drink together. Randon asks, what did you say? Noah replies, I'm teaching Kang Han the martial arts of the Beastman tribe. Randon looks at Kang Han, bewildered. Wait, really? I thought his bone structure had changed. Turns out he's been training in something else on top of that. Kang Han bursts out laughing. Oh, I never told you. I can run on all fours pretty well now too. Kang Han, swaying drunkenly, tries to steady himself. Wanna see. Wait, does he have 4 arms? Randon watches and remarks, is that the 8-legged walking technique? HMPH, one skill can't have 2 masters. Noah snaps, clearly irritated. Randon, drunk and fired up, grins. How about we settle this, about to see who backs down. Noah doesn't even hesitate. I've never known what it means to lose. Both of them clasp each other's hands. Let's do this. Amelia stands to the side, watching the group go wild. She leans down and whispers to Kang Han, too weak. He can't hear clearly and mutters. Kang Han looks up. If I start learning archery too, I won't have any time left to cook. Kang Han responds, Oh no, I don't need throwing techniques either. Everyone's a bit tipsy, The scene shifts to a different location. A banner hangs proudly, treasure of Yongpyong village, the talented Lee Kang Han. Kang Han stands in the kitchen. He stares at the sputtering flame and mutters, the fire won't catch, must be a gas problem. He's frustrated, calls for repairs, but they won't come until tomorrow. how is he supposed to do business today? Kang Hein walks inside and rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. No customers for 3 straight days. Maybe today will be different. This week's revenue is 0. Right then Kang Hein's face brightens. I just picked up the phone and already. He suddenly freezes. Hi. Walking into the shop are Minyu and Sujin, a married couple. Sujin SSI. She walks in with a warm smile. It's been a while, Kang Hein. Kang Hein hurries over to greet them. How's your health? Everything okay? Sujin replies, I'm feeling much better. Kang Hein glances down at the stroller. The baby can come out too. Sujin replies, but only for a little while. I wanted to let him meet Uncle Kang Hein, but he fell asleep on the way here. The baby's name is Hyeonan. Kang Hein murmurs unconsciously. Hyeonan is so tiny. A human can be this small, and yet still breathing, still moving. So adorable. Minyu says to Kang Hein. If you want, just go ahead and touch him. Kang Hein immediately refuses. But what if I touch him too hard and he breaks? Just touch him gently, it'll be fine. Kang Hein wipes his hands and calls out softly. Just one touch on the cheek. His finger trembles as it reaches forward. Uncle's going to touch you, little, okay? His fingertip brushes against the baby's cheek. Kang Hein gazes at the baby with sparkling eyes. So soft. He can't stop praising Hien. Soft and truly adorable. Bonji, Letter 1EA10 and Tori both rush in the same direction at once. They scramble all over Kang Hein, making a ruckus. Hey, we're soft too, you know. Sujin watches them with a smile and says, Today I wanted you to meet Hien and also grab a bite to eat while we're at it. Could you make something simple for us? Kang Hein immediately agrees. Of course, please wait here for a moment. But the moment he steps into the kitchen, Kang Hein's face darkens. The gas stove isn't working. He freezes. Crap, no fire. Guess I'll have to break out the camping stove. Tori squeaks Chiet. Kang Hein looks down and asks, Emma. Tori puffs up with an unmistakable look of pride. Kang Hein suddenly remembers. Right, Tori. Alright, I'm counting on you, buddy. Clean the abalone, removing the sand sack and teeth. Add the innards and rice wine. Blend until smooth. Kang Hein calls out to Tori. Instantly, Tori spits a jet of flame chit. Melt butter in the pan, then sauté diced onion and garlic with the abalone. Add the soaked rice and blended innards, then pour in the stock. Simmer thoroughly. In the pan sits a mouth-watering mixture of vibrant jade green. The married couple Minyu and Sujin sit chatting at the table outside. Sujin gasps in surprise at the dish. A nutritious and delicious abalone risotto served and ready. On the plate, sliced abalone is layered atop a bed of green-tinted rice. Minyu asks curiously, you can make risotto with abalone too. Sujin also showers the dish with praise. It looks amazing. Kang Hein replies with a bright smile, You two came all the way to my place, so I wanted to make something a little better than just porridge. Minyu and Sujin take their first bites together. Sujin praises effusively, like waves crashing ashore. Incredible. No fishy taste at all, so rich and fragrant. Minyu also loves the dish. The abalone is perfectly chewy and tender. Eating it together with the rice makes me crave even more. Sujin wants to keep eating since it's abalone. Maybe it's fine to have a little more. Let me pack an extra portion for you to take home, so you can keep eating later. Kang Hein hesitates slightly. Actually, could I just get the recipe instead? I can't sell any more portions today. Is that so? What a shame. Thanks, Tori. I won't forget your contribution. In the kitchen, Tori tries to lift his wing. Chiit at the Beastman settlement. Katsun sits sprawled in her seat and says, Trade with humans. Noah replies, the atmosphere and situation in our village have changed significantly. So I believe this is a prime opportunity to get ahead of the other Beastman tribes. Katsun agrees with Noah's assessment. I concur with the captain's view, but you also know what's going on behind our backs. Katsun sighs and continues, that old bat Tem Mu, if she's got a problem with us, she should just challenge us head on. She's not fit to command anything. She smirks, the corner of her mouth curling upward. Katsun issues an order, spread the rumor that we intend to trade with humans. While we're at it, if we can root out those rats who only know how to skulk in the shadows, all the better. But whether trade actually happens or not depends on meeting this human lord first. Noah complies. Understood, I'll let the rumor spread further toward Tem Mu's side. Katsun tells him, that'll be all then. Oh right, have you seen my daughter anywhere? I haven't seen her since this morning. Noah looks blank and says, doesn't the chief always keep her close? Katsun replies, good grief, she probably snuck off to play somewhere. I haven't even finished teaching her and she's always running off to play. She can't do anything properly. Noah says, but she did manage to speak yesterday, didn't she? Katsun asks that. But the first words my daughter ever said since she was born were. Scene cuts to Kang Hein's side. Something suddenly pops up behind him, making him jump. What the? It's Mona, and she says rice. Katsun says helplessly, it's not mom, it's rice. Kang Hein calls out excitedly, Mona. Long time no see, but wait, did you just say rice? Mona wants rice again. Mona suddenly freezes in place. The Kang Hein called her Mona. Mona's legs tremble as she forces herself upright. Mona is now standing on 2 legs. She's walking on 2 legs. Li Kanghain is deeply moved. I haven't seen Mona in a while and she's already grown this much. Why am I suddenly getting so emotional? Is this what it feels like to be a father figure? Li Kanghain scoops Mona into his arms, praising her nonstop. You can walk on 2 legs now. Good girl, Mona. Mona keeps lunging toward Li Kanghain, wailing at the top of her lungs. She remembers when Kan forced her to train. She ordered Mona to practice walking on 2 legs. She stumbled forward, crying the whole time. It was only after Kot San told Mona she could go see Li Kanghain that she finally managed to stand on her own. Mona, let's eat some rice. The memory makes her eyes light up with excitement. Rice. Li Kanghain speaks up. Ah, Mona, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Randon sitting nearby cuts in. Today. Li Kanghain already has plans with me. Sorry, little beastman girl. Li Kanghain has to gently turn you down, so you should head home early today, okay? I'm sorry, Mona. Mona's face freezes with shock. She screams. Mona clings to Li Kanghain's leg, crying uncontrollably. Li Kanghain tries to drag himself forward. Mona, calm down. Uncle's pants are about to fall off. Randon walks over. This is trouble. At this rate, the kid will follow us everywhere. We can't bring a beastman child into a human village. Li Kanghain reaches into his coat. Can't believe I actually have to use this. He blows on the object in his hand. Instantly, Noah appears. What's the matter? Li Kanghain, who dares bully you? Li Kanghain watches Noah carry Mona away and murmurs. It's all for your safety. Mona hears this and wails even louder. Next time, I'll make something really delicious to make it up to you, okay? Randon leads the way for Li Kanghain. We're here. This is the Lord's Castle, my workplace. The knights usually live here. A girl walks by and waves to Randon. Oh, Li Kanghain. Li Kanghain looks up at the towering castle, thinking, so this is the Lord's castle. It's massive. I wonder what the Lord is like. He must be very wise and perceptive. A blond man steps forward and introduces himself. I am the Lord of this land. Giovante of Robentis. Li Kanghain bows. Greetings, my lord, I am Li Kanghain. The Lord smiles warmly and says, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, but this is the first chance we've had. Do you have any idea how famous you've become? Divinely blessed, beloved disciple of Knight Captain Randon. Robentis's eyes blaze with excitement, and the one who single-handedly defeated the Ruventus Knight Order, truly unbelievable. Li Kanghain replies humbly, nah, those are just baseless rumors. He secretly thinks, what on earth kind of rumors have been spreading about me? Randon says, seems the rumor about him being a talented chef hasn't spread yet. Robentis replies, that one's already common knowledge. Thanks to you and Lord Loman. You two keep heaping on the praise. Our head chef already considers you a rival, you know. Randon feigns seriousness. A rival, huh? Things are getting a bit intense. Robentis asks, next time if there's an opportunity. I absolutely must taste your cooking. You haven't eaten yet, have you? The chef here isn't bad either. Let's share a meal together. Li Kanghain agrees at once. Ah yes, thank you my lord. He's so kind, just talking to him feels this pleasant. All 3 of them sit down at the dining table. Robentis asks Li Kanghain, so you want to bring seasonings to the Beastman tribe? He replies, seasonings play a crucial role in cooking. The Lord asks again, you truly acquired such deep culinary knowledge through self-study. Li Kanghain replies, I was self-taught, but I also learned a great deal at school. Robentis asks, school? Yes, I studied abroad. Then he suddenly catches himself. Wait, do they even have culinary schools here? Li Kanghain scrambles for an excuse. More or less, I had a private tutor who taught me everything. Robentis presses, studied abroad. I studied in the royal capital as well. So where is your hometown? My homeland is quite far away. Then it must be a region with well-developed transportation, because I hear you go back home every week. But I've never seen clothing like this before, not even in the royal capital. I've been observing and still can't identify which nation it's from. Tell me, where exactly do you come from? At that exact moment, Randon cuts in immediately. My lord. Robentis smiles, my curiosity got the better of me, I asked too many questions. I apologize for my discourtesy. Li Kanghain isn't particularly bothered. It's no trouble at all, the Lord continues. Being Randon's friend is confirmation enough of who you are. I won't press further about your identity. What matters is what you'll accomplish from here on. This Lord is no easy man to deal with. The door makes a sound. Robentis turns toward it. Oh, it seems the food has arrived, bring it in. The chef enters and lays out the dishes. Wow, this is what a lord's castle meal looks like. Li Kanghain's eyes glaze over slightly. Why does the back of my neck feel like it's burning? The chef is glaring daggers at him. Kanghain feels a prickle of fear. Why is the heat so intense? Kanghain nervously glances behind him, thinking, why does the back of my neck feel like it's burning? The moment he turns around, he's greeted by the head chef's scowling face and blazing eyes. Kanghain freezes, unable to react for several seconds. He wonders, why is it so scorching hot? Thomas is practically radiating killing intentionally. He gets to meet that Kang Han, a chef who seduces people with dishes no one has ever heard of. He breaks into a cold sweat and says, yes, it must be delicious, of course. The head chef stares him down with wide, intense eyes. In his heart, he's determined. Go on, try this dish. Taste the difference a true head chef makes. Then he announces, please everyone enjoy the meal. Kang Han sits there like he's on pins and needles. He frets, could there be poison in this? He stirs and scoops while musing, if this man is the Lord's castle chef, he must be the best in the entire region, right? Wonder what he's made. Is this mountain goat's milk? The flavor is richer than your standard potato soup. A bit bland though, probably because my palate's gotten used to bolder seasonings. The sausage is fantastic too. The juices have soaked into every bite. The head chef hasn't taken his bullet-like gaze off him for a single second. He asks, does it suit your palate? But inside, it's a challenge. Go ahead, try to critique it. I dare you. Contrary to his expectations, Kang Han beams with delight and praises the food. Yes, it's truly delicious. The grilled steak is absolutely perfect. The sausage is bursting with flavor and juices, wonderful to eat. The soup is light, smooth, and goes down so easily, leaving a pleasant sweet aftertaste. Thomas hears this and replies bashfully, thank you. His chest swells with pride. See that? He can't deny my talent, can he? From across the table, Randon asks him, Kang Han, you brought food again today, didn't you? Hearing that, Kang Han suddenly remembers, while we're eating, let's all enjoy it together. With that, Kang Han pulls out another food container filled with small biscuit-like pieces and introduces them. These are called potato cakes. Everyone, please give them a try. Javante picks one up with a fork and says eagerly, finally I get to taste your cooking. Thomas, stationed at his own cooking area, cranes his neck to look over. What's that? Kang Han notices and extends the box toward him. There's dipping sauce too. Give it a dip and try. The head chef hesitates. For me too. Thomas spears a piece on his fork and examines it. Potato cake, never heard of such a thing. Beside him, two servants are already savoring the food with looks of pure satisfaction, raving about how delicious it is. The head chef remains hot, yet surely can't match his own dish. The instant he takes a bite, he flinches. This is pomelo flour. It's definitely pomelo flour. But what was mixed in to give it this chewy texture? The rich, nutty flavor, combined with the salty dipping sauce, it's incredible. The same ingredient, yet the understanding behind it is completely different. He suddenly feels as though Kang Han is standing atop a towering cliff of stone, so high that Thomas has to crane his neck just to look up. Kang Han asks, does it suit your palate, sir? And that cliff is called the Wall of Talent. Thomas is stunned. This is what talent looks like. Thomas's pride takes a devastating blow. His eyes well up with tears. He hurriedly covers his face with his hands and dashes away, shouting, just you wait. Kang Han has no idea what just happened. He stares blankly. Javante watches the scene unfold and happily turns to chat with Randon. The existence of a rival is what makes a man grow stronger. From now on, the meals around here are going to get a lot better. Randon eyes his uncle with an appraising look. Shouldn't you go console him a bit? The uncle doesn't answer his question. Instead, he calmly dips a cake into the sauce, takes a bite, and remarks, this is truly an exquisite and delicious dish. Now I understand why you want to establish trade. Perhaps you're quite compatible after all. Kang Han doesn't catch the hidden meaning behind those words. What do you mean? Javante explains. Did you know that the Robentis family has protected this forest, what we call the border, for generations? Because of that, we've held a monopoly on trade with other races. As a result, Robentis became one of the 5 most powerful noble houses in the kingdom. The uncle pauses for a moment, then says quietly, but all of that is the past. I want to restore the glory of our house and domain by re-establishing this trade. And to do that, Kang Han, I need you. I want you to serve as the intermediary for this deal. Those people don't trust Minthi, trust Kang Han. He murmurs in hesitation, replaying the words in his mind. An intermediary, me. Zine shifts to the cathedral. Bahram appears to have just heard something absolutely shocking. He asks in disbelief, what? What did you say? Trade with the beastmen. A female acolyte replies. The intelligence just came in, so the details are still unclear. But one thing is certain, Kang Han is once again the bridge. Bahram's eyes snap open wide at the mention of that name. Bahram rests his chin on his hand. Him again. Not only did he bring that white wolf into the domain, now he wants to trade with those savages too. He bites his finger deep in thought. Trading with the beastmen goes directly against the doctrine that glorifies humanity's supremacy. It would erode both my standing and my followers' faith. This trade deal must not succeed. But how do I stop the Lord? Suddenly, Bahram gets an idea. There's no need to stop it, just find out when the summit is set to take place. The female acolyte asks back. Why, sir? He thinks to himself, if this summit fails, Kang Han will surely lose the trust of both sides. A gleam flashes in Bahram's eyes. He whispers, "Perhaps this is an opportunity the gods have granted me." The bells in the tower ring ceaselessly. Bahram hears the bells and strides forward. Ah, it's time for the ceremony. He opens the door and says with a cheerful grin, "Time to go see my beloved flock." The townspeople spot Bahram and cheer. "Ah, your grace, your grace." He strides out at a measured pace. "Keep order inside the church, everyone. A house of worship must always maintain its solemnity." "Oh, men brought your dolly to the temple again today." The little girl beams proudly. "Yes, this is my most precious doll." He praises her warmly. "My, what an adorable little doggy." The girl quickly corrects him. "It's not a dog, it's a white wolf. White wolves are sacred. They ward off all bad luck." So white wolf plushies are super popular in the village right now, but before she can finish, he snatches the stuffed wolf right out of her hands. Bahram trembles, barely holding his composure. This is nothing but a superstitious trinket. Children shouldn't play with things like these. The girl bursts into tears, watching her toy being carried away. He clutches the stuffed wolf, grinding his teeth. "They're just wild beasts, what's so lovable about them? You'll all learn soon enough that the true power over this domain belongs to me alone." Afternoon at the manor. Lee Kanghain sits on the bed, staring into space. He murmurs to himself, "A middleman, huh?" He recalls what Javante said back then, "I want you to serve as the intermediary for this trade deal." He mulls it over. The Lord said he didn't need to do anything special. But having taken on the responsibility, how could he just sit idle? Lee Kanghain scratches his head in frustration. "If only they'd just let me handle the meals, I could happily plan a menu right now." Suddenly, he notices rice cake leaping onto a black pouch. The little creature buries its entire upper body inside, rummaging around. Lee Kanghain asks, puzzled, "What are you doing? Why are you going through my bag rice cake?" "If you're looking for potato chips, I already shared them all. There's none left." The gift rice crackers are still there, but no more sweets. Then it hits him. Oh right, the summit is also a place for cultural exchange. A few light snacks should be just fine, right? An idea flashes through Lee Kanghain's mind. He rests his chin on his hand and says, "Right, the summit is a place for exchange too. A few light snacks should be just fine." Outside, morning dew gathers on the leaves. The day of the summit arrives. Lee Kanghain cooks anxiously, feeling a burning stare drilling into his back. It turns out to be head chef Thomas, watching him with blazing intensity. Lee Kanghain thinks to himself, this feeling is way too familiar. Thomas glares at him with barely concealed fury. "Lee Kanghain, what business do you have borrowing someone else's kitchen first thing in the morning?" "The Lord already gave me permission, of course. You knew our head chefs need the kitchen in the morning, that's why you picked this hour, didn't you? But once you set foot in this domain, you submit to strict oversight." Lee Kanghain looks around the kitchen, muttering, A knife. Thomas rushes over and slams a chef's knife onto the counter. "Here." By the time Lee Kanghain turns to look, Thomas has already retreated into a corner, same as before. A moment later, Lee Kanghain opens a cabinet to search. A cutting board. Thomas sprints over, chopping board in hand. "Here." Then he bolts off again immediately. How thoughtful, Lee Kanghain thinks, not forgetting to say, "Thanks." Lee Kanghain surveys the ingredients laid out on the table, calculating in his head. "I was planning to make cookies or pastries to suit the snack theme, but baking is completely different from cooking. Better to nail what I'm good at than half-bake something I'm not." Lee Kanghain slices tomatoes paper-thin with his knife, then stir-fries shrimp with oil on the pan. Finally, he spreads the sauce over the bread. Thomas stands outside the doorway, having watched every move. He mutters, bewildered, "What on earth is that?" Suddenly, a piece of bread appears in front of him. Lee Kanghain offers it politely. "Would you care for a taste?" This is called bruschetta salmon cream. It's a piece of bread topped with a white cream sauce, finished with a thin slice of salmon and a drizzle of green relish. Thomas takes the bread. Oh well, a small bite wouldn't hurt. Inside, he's still skeptical. There's no fish of that color in this region. What species could it possibly be? Taste it and you'll know. There's no ingredient in existence that I can't identify. Lee Kanghain watches in shock as Thomas pops the entire piece into his mouth in one go. We swallowed it whole. But the instant the bread touches his tongue, Thomas drops to his knees. It's that good. He still can't identify the fish. I've never tasted fish this rich and silky in my life. The bread is crisp, the cream in between binds everything together. How does fish go so perfectly with bread? Where do these premium ingredients and this extraordinary combination even come from? Could he be a royal court chef? Seeing him hunched over with his head down, Lee Kanghain asks with concern, "Hey, Chef Thomas, was it not to your liking?" Thomas ignores the question entirely. "No matter what, I am still the head chef of this castle." Seeing him take off running with tears streaming down his face, Lee Kanghain stares after him in alarm. Wait, what? Only after Thomas disappears from sight does Lee Kang-hein snap out of it. He murmurs, so, was it good or not? He stands alone in the kitchen, worry gnawing at him. Should I have rice cake? Try it instead. The little guy's probably still asleep by now. If it suits rice cake's palate, it should suit the people here too. With that thought, Lee Kang-hein steps out of the kitchen to find rice cake. Someone is peering into the kitchen from outside. A figure slinks out from behind the wall. It's Bahram, his eyes fixed on the food on the table. He removes his hat, speaking in a sly voice. My, leaving food out like this. How careless. Looks like I'll need to add a little special seasoning of my own. Grains of powder fall onto the bruschetta salmon cream. Bahram thinks if Lee Kang-hein's dish ruins the summit, even the Lord will lose faith in him. They will be doubled over in stomach pain before long. An alliance. Just some ridiculous fairy tale spun by vagabonds. Spirits don't exist. There's no such thing as divine beings. Suddenly his gaze drifts to the side. Looking at the dish, he murmurs, come to think of it. They say he's some kind of genius chef. Bahram picks up a piece of the bread and thinks might as well have a bite. Wouldn't want it to go to waste. The instant he takes a bite, a vision flashes an angel holding the same bread. Speaking with boundless compassion, I have bestowed upon thee the bruschetta. Bahram jolts in shock. Wait, did I just hear the voice of God for the first time in my life? But before he can process it, a voice rings out from outside. Rice cake. He panics, oh no. Bahram scrambles out of the kitchen in a frenzy. By the time Lee Kang-hein arrives, he catches a fleeting shadow and frowns. Someone there. Stepping into the kitchen, Lee Kang-hein points at the dish and speaks gently to the drowsy rice cake. Sorry for waking you up, buddy, but you're the only one I trust with this. Maybe salmon doesn't suit this world's palate. Who knows, something else might work better. Here, rice caketry this one. He is in mid-sentence when he spots rice cake sucking every last morsel off the tray into its mouth. Kang-hein yanks rice cake back, but its claws grip the table stubbornly as it keeps eating. You stinky little rice cake, who told you to gobble up everything, huh? Wake up already, listen to me first. Rice cake polishes off that entire tray, doesn't so much as glance at the bruschetta tray, and lets out a drowsy little cry instead. He noticed, why didn't it touch the salmon portion? He says, rice cake, I know this suits your taste, but can you get off the table already? It doesn't even open its eyes, just furrows its brow dismissively. Yeah, got it. Then rice cake lifts its paw and stomps down on every single piece of bruschetta. The entire tray of salmon gets trampled underfoot, all while Kang-heng's face withers in despair. He screams, rice cake, you won't be getting any dinner tonight. What are we supposed to do now? Only a smidgen of bruschetta ingredients remains, but all the bread is used up. Only now does rice cake finally deign to open its eyes normally. Its expression says it all, I just did a good deed. He glances at the remaining ingredients on the table, making a different dish wouldn't match the appetizer atmosphere at all. Only 1 hour left before he has to return the kitchen. He mutters, what a headache, I might have to scrap the appetizers altogether. Suddenly an idea strikes Kang-hein. His gaze lands on a jar of crackers sitting on the table across from him. Are those cookies? That's it, there's a decent amount too. He takes a bite of one. Kang-hein examines the half-bitten cracker and notices surprisingly, it's not overly sweet anymore. He snatches up the jar with delight. This much. Enough to make canapes. Kang-hein holds the jar in his hands, overjoyed. This is it. In his mind, countless delicious combinations spring to life. He cheers enough to make canapes. Inside the sealed room, gentle sunlight bathes the entire space. For reasons unknown, Cassandra suddenly perks both ears straight up. She murmurs to herself, so what she's holding is the new dish Kang-hein mentioned earlier. She takes one bite and exclaims in wonder, what is this? This delicious. The dish is exquisitely crafted, a spiral of twisted meat wrapped neatly, paired with the pastry beneath, forming what can only be described as a flawless union. Only now does Cassandra realize she had always assumed snacks would be nothing but sweet, but that isn't quite the case. The Lord holds a shrimp-filled pastry in one hand and a fruit-filled pastry in the other, admiring and savoring them for a long while before nodding in approval. The presentation is beautiful too. How does every single dish manage to be so vibrant and elegant? What is this dish called? Kang-hein smiles gently, beaming with pride as he introduces. This dish is called a canapé. He explains softly to everyone about this new creation and its unique qualities. It's a finger food commonly served as a light snack, an appetizer or starter depending on the chef's creativity. Countless combinations can be crafted. That's what makes it so fascinating. He continues, the base can be bread, crackers, fruits, vegetables, literally anything at all. As he speaks, a wave of relief washes over him. he's narrowly escaped disaster. The two guards stationed outside the door are also savoring the canapés with gusto. Cassandra listens and is utterly delighted, her admiration overflowing. She exclaims, "I've been graced with yet another extraordinary dish." The Lord also smiles warmly. "I truly can't help but admire you, Kang Heng." After finishing every last morsel on the table, Cassandra even licks the lingering flavors clean from her fingers. She nods slightly. Eating this only makes me more certain." She then turns to the person seated across from her. "My lord, what do you think?" Jeon closes his eyes, savoring the last lingering notes of flavor in his mouth. He nods in agreement and says, "I concur, is truly our benefactor." One word from each, a lively back-and-forth exchange. After finishing their conversation, the two turned their heads in unison and stared at Kang Heng without a word. Caught under their combined gaze, Kang Heng felt a wave of confusion and awkwardness wash over him. But all he did was duck his head slightly without making a move. Then, Cassandra turned back to the Lord with a smile and continued speaking. She spread her hands open and said playfully, "Very well, with those terms, I welcome this deal." Kang Heng stood sandwiched between the two, utterly bewildered by whatever was happening, while Javante responded with a bright, composed smile. "Excellent, then let us draw up the contract at once." His expression betrayed nothing, but inside, Kang Heng was completely lost. He thought to himself, "I have no idea what just happened, but it seems to have gone smoothly." After everything had proceeded without a hitch, Cassandra and Noah had to take their leave. Before departing, she waved enthusiastically to bid everyone farewell. "Well then, I'm off." Kang Heng, Randon, and Javante waved back in return. After seeing Cassandra off, he finally let out a genuine sigh of relief. Thank heavens the contract had been signed without a hitch. The Lord praised him warmly. "It's all thanks to you, Kang Heng." Kang Heng immediately deflected with humility. "Not at all, honestly I hardly did anything this time." Javante, however, thought otherwise. The older man insisted repeatedly, "Nonsense, you made the greatest contribution of all." Then, as if recalling something, he looked at Kang Heng with a knowing, squinting smile. He teased, "The job of a supervisor will be quite demanding, mind you, but we're counting on you." Kang Heng's face went blank. He understood nothing, only murmuring the words back in a daze. "Oh, the supervisor." As if something suddenly clicked, he snapped back to his senses and asked like a bewildered child. "Me?" The Lord pointed straight at him, and Kang Heng could scarcely believe his ears. After he repeated the question in disbelief, the Lord answered with a firm, decisive nod. "It's of me." On the way back, a storm of questions churned in his mind. Noah wrestled with his thoughts for a while, but in the end, he was determined to get a straight answer from the clan chief. Utterly puzzled, he finally voiced his doubt. Was it really necessary to appoint Kang Heng as the supervisor? The management and oversight of the deal could be entrusted to someone else. Cassandra did not answer immediately. She simply gazed up at the sky before speaking with gravity. "They say that for humans, status is of the utmost importance. A higher status, in part, ensures greater safety." She let out a soft hum and continued, "Moreover, he is a human who is not bound by the covenant. Having a layer of protection like this is far better." Watching Cassandra's silhouette as she stood in deep contemplation beneath the blazing sunlight, Noah let out a long sigh, as if releasing a weight of worry from his heart. So the clan chief has also noticed that he is someone unconstrained by the rules of this world. Cassandra burst out laughing a hearty, unrestrained laugh that lasted a good while. Then she returned to her usual composed and leisurely demeanor, tucking her hands behind her back, and said playfully, "My, with how carefully you keep probing, how could I possibly not notice?" As summer drew to a close, he returned to his life at the tavern in the tranquil village of Yanbin. Small changes began to emerge one by one. Zhonggang and Jae-hun came to the tavern for a meal that day. Kang Heng swiftly came out to warmly welcome the two. During their conversation, Dae-hun brought up an important matter. "I'll be moving here next week." Kang Heng was utterly astonished, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he echoed the words. "Really?" Zhonggang also stared wide-eyed at his friend and blurted out, "Just like that, the first change is Uncle Dae-hun moving here." He rubbed his chin in thought for a moment, then said frankly, "I've actually had this intention for a while now, but the other day, I happened to share some drinks with the village chief here." As if snapping back to some important detail, he leaned back with a look of sudden realization. Startled, he stroked his chin and continued, "I basically woke up and had already decided to move here. Could I have been scammed?" The moment Ji-hun's words ended, the doorbell chimed, signaling a visitor. Kang Hein immediately turned to look. Hearing that Ji-hun was moving here, Jong-won raised his hand too, wanting to stay close to his friend. "How about the two of us move here as well?" The second surprise was that the visitors turned out to be Sujin, Minyu, and their children. Kang Hein saw someone enter and immediately came over to greet them. Sujin Minhu too made it. The couple beamed and cheerfully greeted him back. Hello everyone. As if pulled by some irresistible force, Kang Hein immediately dashed over to the baby's crib, blurting out eagerly. And little he too. He leaned over the crib. The baby inside opened her round eyes wide, waving her arms and legs as if trying to greet him. Kang Hein quickly greeted her back. Hello there, looks like we've got ourselves a frequent little visitor. After an affectionate round of greetings, he continued waving her limbs and squirming back and forth, as if trying to chat with Kang Hein. Her tiny gestures and adorable expressions melted his heart. He grinned like an idiot, unconsciously engaging her in conversation. Oh, look at her staring at me. Hello there, Uncle Kang Hein. Just as the two were about to continue their one-sided conversation, Sangu appeared behind the baby's crib and politely greeted him. Hello, Uncle Kang Hein. Kang Hein jumped, startled, and stammered, Sangu, when did you get here? Sangu replied sadly, I came along, didn't you see me? Then the boy turned away as if about to cry, recounting his grievances and hardships in a dejected tone. It's fine, I guess, because I'm not as cute as he. Is this the sorrow of being the eldest child? I mean, I'm already this big. Kang Hein couldn't bear the thought of having made a little boy sad. He explained frantically until his voice went hoarse. I'm sorry I didn't see you. To make it up to the boy, he crouched down and lowered his voice, soothing him like a toddler. Sangu, what do you want to eat today? Sangu's attitude showed he wasn't going to let it go that easily, but his tone was so adorable that even Sujin and Minyu couldn't help but smile. The boy immediately shot down his offer. I already ate. Kang Hein was at his wit's end, so he pulled out his ultimate weapon to make peace with the boy. He stammered, then, is there anything you want to do? I'll do whatever you want, just to see you smile. Sangu turned his face back and asked carefully, really? Kang Hein nodded his head vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. And the third surprise, Sangu's eyes grew wide, his innocent face brimming with vivid, animated expressions. Bursting with anticipation, he asked, then let's go to the stream, Uncle. Kang Hein stood there frozen like a statue, didn't he? In an unexpected situation, I could have reacted better than this. Just as the boy wished on a fine day. The whole group decided to head to the stream. Upon arrival, they took in the stunning scenery stretching before them. Sangu cheered excitedly, wow, Uncle Kang Hein, you're like a genie, make a wish and it comes true instantly. Yoonseop seized the chance to air his own grievances in a teasing tone. Uncle Kang Hein, can I make a wish too? He put forward his request. Wish for yourself to get your driver's license soon, okay? His delighted expression at watching the kids dash into the stream froze instantly. He murmured sorry. Looking at the neatly packed luggage and the car parked nearby, Kang Hein confessed. I was planning to rent a car and hire a driver, but without a license, I can't even rent one. Yoonseop was officially speechless. This is truly a bizarre kind of Japanese luxury. Thinking of Yoonseop's enormous help, Kang Hein turned to express his gratitude and hint at something. But still, thank you. If you're tired, you can rest at the cafe down the mountain. Who would have thought Yoonseop would immediately slide on a pair of sunglasses, transforming into a beach prince in the blink of an eye? He retorted. What are you even saying? Before his words even faded, he tossed an inflatable raft into the water, threw himself onto it, and floated along the surface, a right hand holding a drink, left hand pushing up his shades. With an air of pure swagger, he declared, if you're out to play, you've gotta go all out. That entire sequence of moves and his effortlessly cool vibe drew the full attention of both boys. Sangu shouted, wow, that's amazing. Kang Hein found it a bit funny too, but held it in. Would you look at this guy? Mi Yang saw Ung and examining the watermelon in his hands and suggested, Uncle, let's use that ball to play volleyball. Ung immediately refused, gently explaining, Mi Yang, this is a real watermelon. Up on the shore, the village chief, Jun, and Zhang Wan had arrived and promptly cracked open a drinking session. Kang Hein held Bankao and Tori close, glancing around at everyone who already had their companions and things to do. Then he looked at the group lounging on the water and laughed, guess I should join in too. The two little boys whispered back and forth for a while, and finally succeeded in their scheme of pushing Yoonseop clean off his raft. They watched him topple into the water by surprise, flailing and sinking for a good long while. Both of them burst out laughing, as if they'd won the lottery. But their joy was short-lived. Streams of water slammed straight into their faces. Turns out Yoonseop had a secret weapon. He whipped out a massive water gun and shouted at the boys, come at me, you little recruits. Bare hands couldn't beat a gun, so the two boys had no choice but to swim desperately forward to dodge the onslaught. Nearby, Kang Hein was playing with a gentle mode water gun alongside Mi Yang. The two of them laughed and played continuously, peacefully relaxing. But that peaceful scene was shattered when two powerful streams of water suddenly blasted them right in the face mid-play. Yoon-seop, fearless as ever, declared war outright. "Come and get me, Chef." A fierce battle was about to begin. Sang-gu warned the little girl, who looked like she was about to burst into tears from fright. Mi Yang hid behind Uncle Kang Hein. Banko and Tori didn't bother joining the fierce battle ahead, floating leisurely on the water atop their own dedicated rafts. From further away, you could hear someone's taunting voice. "Too slow." Jong Won sipped his drink while watching the kids play. He remarked admiringly, "Wow, that kid sure plays rough." The village chief noticed him spacing out and immediately reminded him, "Where are you looking?" After a while, the fish returned to their usual haunt, the very spot that had been taken over by the splashing crowd. Yoon-seop, completely soaked, limped ashore. He sighed, "I'm exhausted." Kang Hein was no better, panting as he said, "Playing really does take a lot of stamina." The two of them turned to look back at the stream, where 3 kids and 2 animals were still bursting with energy, playing non-stop. Kang Hein couldn't help but sigh, "Youth really is something, isn't it?" After Yoon-seop and Kang Hein returned to the campsite, Ungin came over with towels and suggested, "There's a restaurant down below, shall we go grab a bite?" Unexpectedly, Kang Hein politely declined. "Oh, I already brought food prepared." At that moment, the village chief, who was tipsy and sprawled out resting on a mat, suddenly bellowed, "You come all the way to the stream, you eat ginseng chicken stew, that's the rule." He kept arguing despite being barely coherent. The young chef cooked well, sure. But at the stream you had to eat stewed chicken. It had to be stewed chicken. Let's just eat at a restaurant for once today. Those words didn't faze Kang Hein in the slightest. He simply let out a soft chuckle and replied, "Chief, you're seriously underestimating me." The village chief's eyes widened as the realization hit. "Chef, don't tell me." Kang Hein lowered his voice and introduced it with an air of mystery. "This isn't your ordinary ginseng chicken stew." His tone brimmed with pride. "It's lingjai mushroom chicken stew prepared to perfection." Sensing something unexpected, the village chief's expression turned bewildered. "Chef, you don't mean?" Kang Hein announced it loudly for everyone to hear. "This isn't ordinary stewed chicken, it's lingjai mushroom chicken stew." Yoon-seop, who was lounging to the side, casually chimed in. "I thought this lingjai chicken stew would be complicated, but you just toss everything in and cook. Done. Simple enough." Kang Hein snapped back irritably. "What was that?" "Of course I had to prepare everything in advance. Just sourcing the ingredients was a nightmare." The vendor kept going, "Is it fresh? Is it fresh? This one's the freshest we've got," he explained with exasperation. "Sir, it was already pre-cleaned." Then came the chicken prep stage. "If you don't clean raw chicken thoroughly, it'll taste gamey. So you have to trim away all the excess fat." "Tori, what do you think you're doing?" "No, stop that right now. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into preparing this dish?" Yoon-seop nodded in agreement. "Thanks for putting in the hard work." Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone was dead drunk after a few bottles of alcohol. When a familiar aroma wafted through the air, Elder Hyan shot up in surprise. "That smelly's that." The village chief chimed in with a grin. "Woke up just in time, it's almost ready." His face gradually lit up with excitement. "The aroma is incredible." That was unmistakably the scent of ginseng chicken, soul of Korean cuisine. Fragrant chicken dishes were quickly plated and set on the table. Next came other savory garnishes, green onions, and the like laid out alongside. Seeing the aroma stoke everyone's anticipation, Kang Hein flashed a smug grin and announced, "Sorry to keep you all waiting. The nourishing, delicious lingjai mushroom chicken stew is ready to serve." Staring at the exquisite dish before him, Elder Hyan praised in amazement. "Kang Hein, I always thought you were only good at Western cuisine. Who knew your Korean cooking was this top tier too?" Too eager to wait, the elder quickly scooped up a spoonful of broth. His face instantly lit up with delight. "Delicious, how is the broth this good? Light yet rich with sweetness, it soothes the whole stomach." Over on the other side, Elder Hyan had also taken a bite of the chicken. Even the breast meat is tender and juicy. The lingjai mushroom flavor spreads perfectly through the mouth. The village chief calmly sipped his glass of liquor to the side. His face broke into a wide, enthusiastic grin as he praised. "Now this is what I call a lubricant. The alcohol just slides right down. Cheers, today's my day. Hey, don't spill it. That broth is precious." Watching everyone's bizarre behavior, Sang-ho found it utterly baffling. "Uncle, why are you and the others acting like this?" Yoon-seop explained while eating. "Chicken stewed with lingjai from this valley, it gets these old guys emotional. Someday you'll understand." "Sang-ho, over here." Kang Hein was still frantically trying to intervene. "Don't bite into it, hold there are bones." Beneath the water's surface, fish continued to swim about carefree. Kang Hein had finished preparing everything. Seeing the timing was right, the village chief hollered the signal, "Let's go." Kang Hein hastily hauled the fishing net up, The haul of fish he caught sparked an endless buzz of chatter among everyone. Kang Hein was so skilled that Yoon-seop couldn't catch a single one. The real trick was in luring the fish. You've never fished once in your life, have you? Seeing Tori acting strange, Kang Hein asked in surprise, "What's wrong, Tori?" He tried to comfort him, saying, "Quick, open your mouth." Tori revealed a mouthful of fish, leaving Kang Hein completely speechless. Even Tori caught some. Kang Hein declared firmly, "Help me out one more time, just once more." Yoon-seop burst out laughing in surprise. "Quite the passion you've got there. Alright, less time though." Over on the other side, people kept chattering while skipping stones across the water. "This type works way better." On this side, the little girl Minang kept cheering in praise. "So refreshing." Yoon-seop was still coaching Kang Hein on how to fish. Meanwhile, Tori lounged comfortably nearby, basking in the sun. Time flew by, and before long it was late afternoon. While driving, Yoon-seop groaned wearily. "Kang Hein, take the wheel. I'm beat." He glanced over at him. "There are elderly people in this car too. Drive slowly. You're holding the lives of 8 people and 2 animals in your hands." Kang Hein was slightly taken aback. 2 animals, what was the other one again? Remembering something, Kang Hein turned to look toward the back seat. "But hey, thanks to you we had a blast today." Everyone passed out the moment they got in the car. That means they all had a great time, right? Yoon-seop laughed and added, "Probably just the old guys conking out from drinking too much. Those clams we collected, if we sold them, we could probably buy a whole case of beer." Meanwhile, people in the back were still grumbling nonstop. "Can't drink anymore." Remembering something, he continued, "Hey, earlier you said your sense of taste came back. I don't get why you didn't go straight back to CE. If it were me, I'd head back in a heartbeat, teach those jerks a lesson." Lee Kang Hein chuckled softly at that. "But after coming here a few times, I've started to understand things a bit." He was still focused on the road ahead. "Those people aren't worth giving up moments like these." A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his lips, as if the weight on his heart had finally been lifted. "Thanks for understanding." The two of them continued chatting throughout the long drive. "You're not about to go full-time farmer next, are you?" "I haven't gone that far off the grid yet." In the blink of an eye, time crept toward the late evening. Another day had finally drawn to a close. Lee Kang Hein gazed contemplatively at the peaceful scene before him. "That's right, I don't want to give up moments of joy and happiness like these." "Definitely not." Right then, the cheerful voice of the orange-haired man rang out. "Lee Kang Hein, long time no see, miss me. Come on, give this big guy a hug." Lee Kang Hein stared at the orange-haired man, utterly speechless. Realizing something, he quickly bowed his head in greeting. "Hello, director." The man looked startled and confused. "That's way too formal, kid." Watching the scene unfold from the side, Mi-juang spoke up in surprise. "Who's that guy?" Sang-ho also looked confused. The orange-haired man's friend smiled and nodded in agreement. "Sort of like a friend, I guess." Lee Kang Hein turned around and explained with a straight face. "A relationship bound by labor law." The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, so he spoke up. "Lee Kang Hein, what did you even do wrong? Seems like he treated you pretty well, though." The boy watched in surprise, whispering to the girl about what was happening. Had never seen Uncle Lee Kang Hein act this cold before. "Same here." Looking at the picture under the table, Tori's eyes lit up with anticipation. But it turned out to be just a drawing of rice cakes, leaving it utterly disappointed. Sang-ho still hadn't noticed its expression. "Wait, is he a bad guy?" Mi-jang's face immediately turned serious. "I've seen this on TV before. Debt collectors probably." Meanwhile, Lee Kang Hein was quietly mulling things over. "Honestly, I don't have any ill will toward the director at all. He's a good man, kept me on until the very end. That's exactly why this is so awkward. His reason for coming here is way too obvious." The former director, visibly moved, finally spoke up. "Lee Kang Hein, do you know what I thought after watching today's cooking show? I never should have let you go back then. Missing out on talent like yours, what a disgrace that was. That's why I came all the way here. Please come back and work at our restaurant." Lee Kang Hein maintained his cool demeanor and refused. "I appreciate the offer, but I have to decline." This left the former director helpless, tears streaming down his face. "How can a talent like yours be buried out here in the countryside? Let's conquer the world stage together, Kang Hein." He sighed, feeling exhausted by the whole ordeal. "This is exactly what I meant by awkward." The wailing and crying wouldn't stop. "Just come back to CE. Kang Hein." Both children, Sang-ho and Mi-jung, looked on with increasingly grave expressions. "Is Uncle Lee Kang Hein going back to CE?" The former director was still crying and clinging to Kang Hein. "Your fame and my assets, your skills and my connections. If we team up, we can conquer the world for sure." Kang Hein. He listened calmly and continued tidying up. "Yes." Sang-ho's face instantly turned serious. He glanced at Mi-jung. The girl's expression also darkened. Things were getting urgent. Remembering something, he turned to the two kids. "Are you too hungry? Let me whip up something simple for you." Both children understood the cue perfectly and quickly chimed in. No thanks, we've got something urgent to take care of today. He looked slightly disappointed. Oh really? Heading out early today, huh? Must be something important. The former director was still latched onto Lee Kanghain. You're not going to forget about me, are you? He turned his head in surprise to look at the man. Director, you've already hired a new head chef, haven't you? You don't need me anymore. The man hurriedly responded. I did hire one, but he already quit on me. Lee Kanghain sure can be a bit intimidating, strict and demanding, but at least you're never irresponsible like that. So this time you want me to come back. The former director suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. Wait, your sense of taste still hasn't recovered, right? That's fine, your skills can more than make up for it. He replied coolly, my sense of taste has already recovered. This news thrilled the former director beyond measure. What? Since when? That's fantastic. If you come back, I'll bump your salary through the roof. I'm talking max ceiling. Not everyone gets an offer like that, you know. Lee Kanghain cut in, director, no matter how tempting the offer, I won't go back to CE, because you can't give me what I truly want. Outside, the two children Sang-ho and Mijing were still playing together. The boy's expression turned dead serious. CIO is a place where a bus comes every 10 minutes. Sometimes, even Uncle wants to go back there. The little girl continues drawing their two silhouettes on the ground, then heaves a sigh. If things go on like this, Uncle will be snatched away. We should ask the grown-ups for help if it's the village chief. He'll surely be able to do something. Hearing this, Sang-ho recalls the terrifying face of the village chief. Would he really dare abduct someone under 39? The boy lets out a sigh and scratches his head. If they don't do something, the trouble will only get worse. The little girl nods in agreement. That's right. Remembering something, the boy turns his head toward the little girl with a dazed expression. We just need to make him feel that this place is better than CEO. But what can we do for him? After a long moment of silent contemplation, Murring slowly offers her idea. Uncle always cooks delicious food for everyone. So this time, it's our turn to cook for him. Sang-ho bursts into delighted laughter. That's a great idea. He's made us happy with his delicious food, and this time we'll make him happy the same way. Time passes, the scene shifts to the interior of the house before them. Murring's face is full of bewilderment as she calls out. Sang-ho, don't tell me this is supposed to be a hamburger. A plate of burnt black meat sits right before the two of them. How did it turn out like this? Sang-ho's face is filled with deep contemplation as he slowly offers his explanation. There were no hamburger buns, so I used Esvik bread instead. I didn't know how to make the round meat patty for a hamburger, so I grabbed some pork belly from the freezer. There was no lettuce, so I swapped it with perilla leaves. And since I hate vegetables, I just left them out entirely. The little girl is rendered utterly speechless. That's wrong in every possible way. Sang-ho then turns to look at the girl's dish. And as for hers, those pitch-black lumps called food are arranged on a plate. Murring sighs and explains, it's fried eggs. These look more like glowing rocks. While the two are still chatting, Yeonun opens the door and steps inside. Murring, Mom is home. The sight of the two dishes laid out on the table freezes her in place. Sensing something is off, she gently reminds the two children, you two mustn't put trash on the dining table. This is where we eat. Those words shatter the children's hearts and they burst into tears. She quickly offers, why are you crying? Let Mama throw them away for you. Were you trying to cook for Uncle Kang-heng? Do you need Mama's help? Murring immediately shakes her head with determination. We'll do it ourselves, we have to make him happy with our own strength. Sang-ho, moved as well, adds, we'll cook just the way Uncle Kang-heng does. This sudden change in the two children catches Yeonun's attention with a start. She smiles gently, chatting with the two children. Mommy will just stand beside you and help a little, but if you don't know something, you absolutely must ask me, okay? He's cooked so many times that it's only natural he's good at it. But you two are doing this for the very first time. When things get difficult, asking an adult for help is perfectly fine. What do you say? Can Mommy lend a hand? The two children quickly glance at each other. This time, neither of them resists the idea. Then please help us. Feeling a bit puzzled, Yeongun speaks up to ask. By the way, why are you two cooking for Uncle? Sang-ho stands off to the side, unsure how to explain. The thing is, after hearing the whole story, her face turns utterly bewildered. The scene shifts to this side. The former chairman walks along, silently mulling over what exactly Kang-heng's conditions could be. A house, a car. Fame? The young man already has all of those. Could it be that he simply wants to live quietly in some peaceful place? Back then, the former chairman had enthusiastically invited Kang-heng out. Come to the festival banquet, but the young man had coldly refused. Sorry, I don't like crowded places. This made him realize something, and it made sense. From the very beginning, Kang-heng had never been one to mingle with others. There had even been many occasions when the former chairman asked in astonishment, Kang-heng, why did you argue with a customer? This left the former chairman deep in thought. Out here, there probably won't be any such clashes. Suddenly, the village chief's voice calls out, "Young man, are you here for a trip? How about a cup of wine?" He hears this and turns his head in surprise. "Greetings, elder. I'm not here for a trip, I'm visiting a junior brother." The village chief bursts out laughing in surprise. "Visiting that young chef, are you?" Seeing that the old man had already guessed correctly, the former chairman looks utterly stunned. "How did you know, elder?" The village chief chuckles and adds, "In this village, there aren't many people a strapping young fellow like you would call a junior brother." The former chairman lets out a hearty laugh upon hearing this. "So that's how it is." The village chief quickly follows up. "Since you've come all this way to visit our young chef, we can't let you leave empty-handed. Come now, have a cup of wine." He hesitates for a moment. "Well, I still have to drive, so just stay the night here, problem solved." He silently thinks it over. His personal principle has always been to never refuse wine from an elder. Seeing this, the village chief claps his hands in excitement, utterly thrilled. After the first sip, the former chairman's taste buds completely erupt with flavor. "Is this sorghum wine?" "Incredible." The village chief laughs and chimes in. "This is a wine I treasure dearly. Now come, the boiled meat is delicious to eat up." That sends the rice cake scurrying away in a panic. He pays no mind, continuously dragging plates of food toward him. But the best side dish of all is still the sizzling crepe. The people around keep chattering. "This is my favorite kimchi pancake. How is everyone else staying so calm? As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters." "Hey, young man, why are you still standing there? Come on in." The former chairman watches this and ponders in bewilderment. The folks here sure are relaxed. So he slips off his shoes and sits down with everyone else. "Don't just stand there. Come in, have some crepe. It'll be gone before you know it." "All right then, if you insist." Some time passes and the former chairman quickly downs a glass of soju in one go. He then slams the empty glass hard onto the table. Kang Hyun is truly incredible. Not just anyone can win a world championship. At that age, with that kind of career, it's no easy feat. And yet he has no ambition at all. An old lady nearby chuckles teasingly. "Young man, you can barely hold your liquor, can you?" The village chief beside them bursts into hearty, delighted laughter. Who doesn't have ambition? Of course he's got big dreams of his own. The former chairman looks up upon hearing that, Kang Hyun. He stares into the young man's bewildered face. "What's your ambition?" He repeats the question. "Well, obviously to become the greatest restaurant owner in the world." That makes the old man burst into an amused laugh. "Is that so? Me, I just need my liquor. With that, I don't need anything else." The former chairman is speechless, sizing him up from head to toe, and honestly, he can believe it. The village chief grins with delight and picks up the bottle. "Don't I look the part?" Seeing the situation, the former chairman quickly waves his hands and explains. No, that's not what I meant. Everyone's got their own way of thinking." The old man nods in immediate understanding. "Is that so? I think the same way. Some chase hobbies, some chase challenges, and some yearn for family. Everyone has different ambitions. Kang Hyun is no different, I'm sure." Sometime later, the former chairman quickly bows his head in gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thanks to you, I've eaten my fill." The village chief sees this and laughs, making an offer. "Have another drink before you go." "What a pity if you don't." He scratches his head shyly and says to everyone, "Before I drink myself under the table, I should probably go see Kang Hyun first. So I'll see you all again later." The village chief hears this and waves goodbye. Head on back safely. Only then do the other elders happily begin chatting among themselves. Young people these days are something else, full of life, full of ambition and passion. I used to be like that too, back in the day. Right at that moment, an old man comes rushing in from somewhere, calling out, "Oh my goodness, village chief." The chief turns around, startled. "What's wrong? You scared me half to death." The man's face is deadly serious. "I just heard something absolutely shocking from Migang's mother. That young chef is about to become a CEO, did you know?" The moment the village chief hears this news, he sobers up completely. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun sits inside his restaurant with a look of dejection on his face. The more he thinks about it, the more troubled he feels, letting out a deep sigh. He's probably going to show up again, isn't he? That relentless persistence of his so hard to shake. I understand his position, though. Seeing the drawing of himself on the wall moves Tori deeply. Kang Hyun, ignoring all of that, keeps muttering to himself. Running a business out here in the middle of nowhere can barely make a few bucks. Who'd want to stay? Honestly, if you want to make money, going to Seoul and becoming a CEO is the smarter move. These words are overheard by all three, Yoongun and the others, watching silently from the side. Sang-ho's face is utterly helpless as tears begin to well up. "Meringue, we're too late." The little girl nods in agreement. "If only we'd got here a little sooner." Kang Hyun notices and quickly reacts. "Why are you two crying all of a sudden? Hungry? Let me make you something to eat." Suddenly, the village chief's voice booms from behind. "Chef boy, you're really leaving." Seeing the old man stumbling over, covered head to toe in dirt, leaves Kang Hyun completely baffled. "Village chief," the old man barrels forward, utterly resolute. Why so sudden? The Youth Association presidency, I'll give it to you. Whatever you want, it's yours. The people nearby quickly chime in to clarify. That's not fertilizer on him, that's dirt. He fell on his own. It wasn't us who knocked him down, I swear. The village chief, however, keeps rambling on. I'm the village chief, how can you leave without saying a single word? Kang Hyun opens his mouth, about to explain something further. I never said I was going back to Seoul to become a CEO. Who started that rumor? Suddenly Sang-ho's voice pipes up. Uncle, if you really do leave, please don't forget about us. Meringue chimes in through her tears as well. You have to come back and visit often, okay? Kang Hyun, exasperated, tries to explain over and over. From the very beginning, I never said I was going back to Seoul. But the children don't seem willing to listen. This is a dish Migang and I made together, feeling a bit bewildered. He slowly turns his head to look down. A fragrant bowl of fried rice sits right before his eyes. The boy continues to explain, we wanted to give you something too. Migang nods along, chiming in, thanks to you. We got to go to the amusement park and eat so many delicious things. It was really, really fun. The boy's hands tremble as he holds out the dish. So thank you. Both children gaze at Hyun with sparkling eyes. Then the two kids begin to tell him everything. At first we made this dish so you wouldn't leave. We tried really hard. Migang is still struggling to hold back the tears streaming down his face. Both children have been bawling their eyes out. They don't want to part with him at all. Please don't go, I still want to play with you so much. Can't you just stay here forever? After a moment of thought, Lee Kang-hyun slowly kneels down in front of the two children. He slowly picks up a spoonful of fried rice, before their bewildered eyes. He puts the entire spoonful into his mouth, but the flavor makes him want to spit it out immediately. Good lord, it's drenched in oil, and a few spots are burnt to a crisp. Something clicks in his memory. He turns back to look at the two children before him. But without overthinking it, Lee Kang-hyun forces himself to finish the entire plate of fried rice right in front of them. The two kids stare in utter shock and immediately stop crying. After finishing, Lee Kang-hyun gently sets the spoon down. He softly pats both children on the head and praises them. Thank you, both of you, it was really delicious. I said I might go back to Seoul, but I never planned to leave. This is my home, would I go anywhere. I really do love this village. These warm words move the village chief beyond measure. Finally, everyone settles down and starts chatting together. Hear that? From now on, this is our young chef's hometown. He says he likes us too much to go anywhere. Oh my, sounds like he's planning to be buried here. Lee Kang-hyun listens to all of this and thinks with a flustered blush. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? The former director's emotional voice rings out. So touching, truly. Lee Kang-hyun, number one, super talented, super handsome. The village chief beams with pride. It's all thanks to Meth Chief. Seeing the man appear leaves Lee Kang-hyun utterly confused. Director, he forces himself to stay calm. I understand what you're trying to say. You have precious things here that money can't buy. But I still really want to work with you again. So how about you help me develop recipes? Just review the formulas I send over and give some feedback. That's all. You can do it right from here even. Lee Kang-hyun hears this request and silently considers it. Actually, that sounds pretty good. Business is slow on regular days anyway, and I've got plenty of free time. He quickly nods in agreement. Deal then. This makes the former director burst into hearty laughter, overjoyed. Looking forward to a long partnership. Well then, I'll take my leave. Seeing him suddenly collapse to the ground startles everyone around. What happened to you? It seems Lee Kang-hyun. Forget it, that's just his habit when he's drunk. How much did he drink to pass out like this? Even the village chief is taken aback. Low tolerance, huh? Alright, business is settled, no, let's drink to celebrate. Yoon-gun grins and asks, do you two want some juice? Lee Kang-hyun laughs and announces to everyone. Everyone, order whatever you like. The guy passed out over there is treating tonight. Everyone is overjoyed. Really? Then let's go all out tonight, uncle. I'll have a hamburger, me too, a hamburger. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to the next day, a place far from the city. Lee Kang-hyun sits pensively, holding a stack of documents as he continues to study them. All simple recipes, nothing too impressive is there. That must be why he wanted me to look them over. Right at that moment, something sitting right beside him catches his attention. Lee Kang-hyun quickly shouts to alert his companion. Rice cake, the rice is done, stop digging around, come eat. Why'd you come back so fast today? You've got a scratch above your eye. I told you not to go to dangerous places. I really can't deal with you. Good thing I brought some ointment. Looking at Rice Cake's demeanor, Lee Kang-hyun finds it odd. Why's this little one so well behaved today? And where'd the big Rice Cake go? Right at that moment, a familiar figure catches Lee Kang-hyun's attention. It's Rice Cake. Realizing that Rice Cake and the big one are both really here leaves him utterly bewildered. Rice Cake. He continues to stare at the scarred creature right in front of him. Lee Kang-hyun's face goes blank with confusion, still has no idea what's going on. The more he thinks about it, the more absurd this whole situation seems. Why are there two rice cakes? After a long moment, Lee Kanghain stares at the scene before him. Looking closer, this one seems a bit bigger than Rice Cake, and noticeably burlier too. Who are you? Rice Cake's family maybe, the little one finally answers. Lee Kanghain quickly applies the ointment to the creature's scar. Noticing the scar looks somewhat serious, he mutters to himself, "It's a scar, so I need to apply some ointment. A wound this big must hurt a lot, right?" Meanwhile, Rice Cake keeps fussing and making a racket, which clearly irritates Scarface. Scarface swiftly clamps a hand over Rice Cake's face, razor-sharp claws instantly extending. Scarface's eyes burn with cold menace, looks ready to do anything. Lee Kanghain watches the situation unfold from the side and thinks in surprise. Rice Cake got completely dominated. He chuckles and says, "Never seen that before." Scarface quickly turns its attention to him. Before he can even process what's happening, it snatches Rice Cake and bolts. Seeing it carry Rice Cake off into the distance, Lee Kanghain panics and shouts, "Wait, where are you going?" And what about Rice Cake? Gone, vanished. All that's left is empty silence, leaving Lee Kanghain utterly helpless. The scene shifts to deep within the forest. A soft footstep gently lands on a tree branch. Looking at the situation unfolding before her eyes, Emilia remarks in surprise, "The beastmen are just a bit noisy other than that, nothing unusual." From the south, Nam spots a familiar figure, which startles her slightly. Lee Kanghain. Without thinking twice, she quickly leaps down to the ground below and calls out to him. "Long time no see, Kanghain, what are you doing?" Kanghain's expression turns dead serious as he asks, "Have you seen Rice Cake anywhere?" The question leaves her confused. Rice Cake. Why does the white wolf keep thinking it's in danger, making him lose his composure? Was Rice Cake taken by a wolf? A wolf that looks just like Rice Cake. Seeing this, MY quickly reminds him, "First you need to calm down." He's still shouting non-stop. "It carried Rice Cake off so fast I couldn't do anything. It got kidnapped. Rice Cake got kidnapped." MY's voice gradually turns stammered, not knowing how to break it to him. In the end, she has no choice but to scream at the top of her lungs, so he snaps back to normal. "Calm down already." After hearing the whole story, MY begins to piece things together. That's probably family. If they're similar in size, they're likely siblings. The father won't harm Rice Cake. Hearing this, Kanghain finally lets out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness," she pauses in thought, then continues. "But I'm not sure when Rice Cake will come back. They might have come to bring it home. I think the white wolves believe a small pup like Rice Cake should live with the pack. If even the trails lead nowhere, there's only one place they could be." Kanghain immediately falls into deep thought. Has Rice Cake gone back to its family? Seeing him so dejected, MY lets out a soft sigh. She turns her head toward another direction and speaks up. "Kanghain, do you see that mountain?" His gaze gradually turns bewildered. Before her stretches an enormous, towering mountain range. She continues her explanation. "That mountaintop is the White Wolf's territory. Rice Cake and its siblings are probably up there." He's still trying to process what she just said. She sighs and continues. "I really want to take you there, but that mountain only allows those with permission to climb. You might be able to make it, though the path won't be easy. So do you want to go find Rice Cake?" The scene shifts to the deep forest inside the mountain. Kanghain searches around as he walks, startled to find the fog so thick he can't see a thing ahead. There's no path, so climbing is brutal. If I were alone, I'd definitely be lost by now. Right at that moment, Tori smiles and waves him over. "Good thing Tori's here, just stick close and follow along." Just as MY said, what if Rice Cake's family really did bring it back? I always thought being with Rice Cake was a given, but living with family really is better, isn't it? Tori stares at him with a bewildered expression. Kanghain stands right there, torn over whether he should keep searching for Rice Cake. Thoughts keep swirling chaotically through his mind. Without even realizing it, he's already clenched his fists tight. They came on their own and took it away. It's not like Rice Cake chose this. I don't want a sudden parting like this. To me, Rice Cake is family too. Just keep going straight in this direction, right? Alright, let's do this. But his legs give out. Kanghain collapses to the ground, leaving Tori utterly bewildered. His face turns ghastly pale as he thinks. Wandering for hours has pushed me past my limits. I don't even know how to face Noah and Randon after this. Even so, he refuses to give up and forces himself back to his feet. No choice. If I can't get there, I'll just call it back here. Kanghain quickly pulls out a container from his backpack. "Hey Rice Cake, come out or you'll miss your share." The delicious meat is already sizzling on the grill. Kanghain slowly sprinkles pepper over it. The marinated meat is perfectly grilled to completion. Tori happily devours the grilled meat, thoroughly enjoying every bite. Kanghain's expression turns smug as he shouts, "Look at this beef you're absolutely crazy about. Come out now or Tori's gonna eat it all." Right at that moment, a white wolf in the distance picks up the scent. Its ears perk up after catching those words. Spotting a small figure approaching from ahead, Kang Hein feels a spark of joy. It's here, his eyes fill with anticipation. But as Kang Hein recognizes the creature, confusion clouds his face. You're the one from before. Where's Rice Cake? Where did you take Rice Cake? Scarface turns its head toward the approaching white wolf, its face looking incredibly endearing as if trying to win favor. Kang Hein instinctively calls out Rice. He suddenly realizes something is off. This isn't Rice Cake either. The more he thinks about it, the more confused he gets. More and more white wolves keep appearing out of nowhere. This leaves Kang Hein completely frozen, unable to react. Wait, are they gathering in such numbers? I'm looking for Rice Cake. The ever-growing number of wolves leaves Kang Hein utterly dumbfounded. The beef on the grill is now fully cooked, releasing an irresistible aroma into the air. The white wolves stare with hungry, eager eyes, barely able to contain themselves. They all rush toward Kang Hein at once, startling him. In that instant, Kang Hein realizes everything has gone horribly, catastrophically wrong. Some time passes, and the place is nothing but a total wreck. The little white wolves are still happily licking every last morsel off the plates. Their faces are beaming with pure, unbridled joy. Kang Hein lies sprawled on his side, left with nothing to do but endure it all. The white wolves are still nuzzling and licking his cheeks affectionately, but he doesn't seem to mind. So Rice Cake has this many siblings. Remembering something, Kang Hein sits up and picks up one of the little white wolves. But where's Rice Cake? Which one of you is it? Still refusing to give up, he keeps checking wolf after wolf. Not this one either. After a long search, Kang Hein's mood sinks deeper and deeper. None of them. He doesn't notice that up above, an adult white wolf has arrived. It raises its head and gazes forward, then suddenly, a powerful, thunderous howl rips through the air. The sound freezes Kang Hein and every white wolf around him in stunned silence. At that very moment, the wolves in his arms throw back their heads and howl toward the sky. Seeing this, the rest of the white wolves follow suit, howling skyward in unison. The entire area erupts with howling, and Kang Hein still has no idea what's happening. Suddenly, a thick wall of mist rolls in, startling him into bewilderment. Fog! Kang Hein tries to calm himself down, but it's all useless. The space around him ripples with distortion. When he opens his eyes again, the scenery has completely changed. He stands there in a daze, utterly bewildered by what the hell is going on. It's gone since when? His face grows contemplative as he looks around. The entire forest has vanished along with the mist. Does that mean everything the pair of giant white wolves standing before him was all just an illusion? The pair of white wolves stare at him with judgmental eyes. While Hai-Un is still trying to make sense of things, a voice rings out and commands his attention. Human, answer Muhat is your purpose for coming here. Remembering his purpose, he abruptly lifts his head and looks ahead. After a brief moment of thought, he slowly rises to his feet and speaks up. You too. Your Rice Cake's parents right. Kang Hein places his hand over his chest without a shred of hesitation and declares, I came here to see Rice Cake. The white wolf father falls silent for a moment, its stern expression unwavering as it speaks again. For what purpose? Sensing the tension in the air spike, Kang Hein doesn't know what to do. The pressure is immense. Now he truly understands what it means to be a divine heir. Before he can figure out how to respond, it continues. Is it for the power of healing, the ability to discern good from evil, or the prestige of the divine heir? Those words make Kang Hein suddenly realize a truth. Without hesitation, he lifts his head and declares it's for family. The place falls dead silent. He takes one step forward, then another. Rice Cake's abilities are incredible, of course. But even without any of that, Kang Hein stands there without a trace of fear and declares clearly, I will still come looking for Rice Cake, because we're family. Those warm words leave the white wolf father momentarily speechless. Unable to say anything more, it slowly narrows its eyes as if silently granting its approval. It's the pickiest child we've ever had, but now I understand why it chose to follow you. Two small ears suddenly poke out from above, followed by Rice Cake's innocent little face. It quickly lets out a yelp. Noticing its appearance, Kang Hein's face briefly lights up with joy. Before Rice Cake can even run to him, the white wolf father suddenly smacks it right on the head, making it cry out in pain. Not only that, the white wolf parents keep turning back to scold it loudly. Why did you come out here? I told you to stay in the den and think. You never listen, and you snuck down the mountain on your own. I told you it wasn't time yet, and you didn't even think about coming back. Watching this scene, Kang Hein suddenly remembers his own childhood, his parents scolding him the same way. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Why don't you ever listen to your father? He realizes this is a family, just like his bond with Rice Cake. He's not entirely sure what Rice Cake did wrong, but it clearly misbehaved. Well, there's no helping it, is there? The white wolf father lets out a long sigh. After a long pause, it speaks quickly. Go. The word startles Rice Cake. Rice Cake whips its head around, beaming with a delighted grin. Without a second thought, Rice Cake leaps off the rocky cliff toward Hyun, making his heart lurch with panic. Don't jump like that. Instinctively, he rushes forward, arms outstretched to catch it, shouting, Rice Cake! His hands finally catch the small body of Rice Cake. Time seems to freeze. He gently cradles it in his arms. Rice Cake's face overflows with pure happiness, reunited with its master. The two of them are still basking in the joy when the White Wolf father speaks up again. You from the other world. He lifts his head to listen to its words. That child is still just a young pup. Its awareness is incomplete, and it never listens. There's a hint of warmth in its voice, but it is still our precious child. Lee Kanghain smiles happily and nods. Yes, thank you for trusting me. Seeing that smile on his face, the White Wolf father falls silent for a moment. Without hesitation, it slowly extends its paw forward. The space around them seems to shift. As Lee Kanghain enters the altered space, it speaks once more. Thank you. He feels everything around him gradually changing. His body feels different. The wind, it feels like I'm floating on clouds. The aching pain in his legs has vanished. Lee Kanghain's expression shifts to one of contemplation as if his body is brimming with newfound strength. The mark on Lee Kanghain's forehead grows clearer, more defined. When he comes to his senses, Rice Cake is still nestled in his arms. Before he can even process what just happened, the White Wolf father speaks with a proposal. If you wish, you may visit this place at any time. A sharp pain suddenly stabs through his head, forcing his eyes shut. Something feels off. His head. Its voice continues to echo without end. Human, from this day forward, I entrust our child to you. Finally, the illusionary space collapses instantly, returning him to reality. Lee Kanghain hears a sudden voice. Lee Kanghain. Hearing his name called, he startles slightly, still dazed. His eyes slowly flutter open, staring blankly ahead. Emilia smiles gently and asks, looks like you succeeded, didn't you? Only now does he recognize her. Emilia, I was just on the mountaintop a moment ago. She lets out a soft laugh, glancing at Rice Cake and Tori, both still fast asleep. You actually found Rice Cake and brought it back. Just making it up, there was already a miracle. She wears a gentle smile, and you even received a gift on top of that. These words leave Lee Kanghain utterly confused. What exactly do you mean? Emilia chuckles softly and explains. Perhaps a design of trust. Didn't Rice Cake's parents say anything to you? Lee Kanghain gazes at Rice Cake's sleeping face, still nestled peacefully. A warm feeling swells in his heart. He speaks slowly, tenderly. They did. They said to take good care of this little one. In the blink of an eye, time shifts to mid-autumn. Sunlight bathes the sprawling garden. Sang-ho walks cheerfully alongside the village chief, who chats away with a bright smile. Looks like you're fully awake now. It's autumn, can't go without some chestnuts, can we? Sang-ho bursts into an excited laugh. Thank you for buying them for me. He approaches slowly, gently instructing, this is a secret purchase for your grandmother, understand? Sang-ho immediately nods in understanding. Yes, sir, I'll keep it a secret from grandma. Seeing the boy so obedient, the old man nods approvingly. Good, you understand me well. Suddenly a familiar voice calls out. Sang-ho. Hearing his name, the boy jolts in surprise. Chanman, he waves frantically. Come to the shop with me. The boy nods in agreement. Sure, let me finish this first, but isn't it weird? You're going with the So-GM chief, and I'm going with my chief too. Chanman's eyes light up as he responds excitedly. He said he'd buy me candy. A hand suddenly rests gently on Chanman's shoulder. After a moment of silence, So-GM speaks up in surprise. Who's this? Isn't that the Dongbyong chief? He quickly waves in greeting. Long time no see, GM. His expression grows increasingly smug as he speaks. I've heard the news, you know. The Mi Nho household just had a baby, didn't they? Congratulations. Actually, my family had 2 newborns this year, you know. So much good news this year, huh? Sang-ho notices the village chief looking strange and tilts his head in confusion. Your ice cream is melting, sir. The village chief is trembling with rage. Thanks for the reminder. But that's not my only good news. A CEO recently moved into our village, an unmarried man, not even 30 yet. Isn't that something? Hearing this, he can barely contain his fury. Well, isn't that just wonderful? Seeing the 2 men radiating killing intent at each other, Chanman blinks in surprise. Why do village chiefs always start fighting the moment they see each other? Sang-ho turns to his friend and explains softly. The adults say they've hated each other since before they became village chiefs. The more Sang-ho thinks about it, the less sense it makes. They've known each other that long and still don't get along. Let's never be like that, okay? Sang-ho nods right away, easygoing as ever. Of course you're friends. Meanwhile, on the other side, So-GM lets out a mocking laugh. The Children's Sports Festival is next week, you know. Has someone over there prepared any better this year? Bahram, the village chief, refuses to back down. The sports festival is just for the kids to have fun. Why would adults need to prepare anything? Hearing this, So Jiam's expression shifts instantly. You're absolutely right, it is just a kids' festival. The Dongbaiyang village has truly matured, which is exactly why our Sojiam village wins every single year. We really appreciate it. Keep it up this year too, won't you? We're counting on it. With that, he takes Chanmin's hand and walks away. The boy doesn't forget to wave goodbye. See you later. Noticing the village chief looking strange, Sang-ho asks in surprise, "Chief, are you all right?" But the man doesn't answer his question. The boy grows more bewildered. "Chief, why are you glaring like that?" After a long pause, the village chief finally speaks, his voice almost pleading. "Please come to the field on Sports Festival Day." Kang Hyun blinks in confusion. "But the sports festival is only for families, isn't it?" He nods and continues. "Well, yes, but it's more like a festival. Everyone in the village shows up. There's food and drink too." This leaves Kang Hyun a bit puzzled. But it's at an elementary school, how can there be alcohol? The chief brushes off his concerns entirely. Besides, there are events specifically for adults to compete in. And we haven't beaten Sojiam village a single time, not once. I can't do anything about it either. They've got more people than us, more young ones too. How can we possibly win? Kang Hyun suddenly remembers something and turns to Sang-ho. "Sang-hwa, good." The boy immediately nods with praise. "It's the best year, number one, uncle." The village chief continues without pause. "But this year is different, because now we have you." The young man under 30 hears this and nods thoughtfully. Even so, he suddenly recalls his earlier words. "If my hands get injured during the competition, that would be a problem. Then can my child participate instead?" This makes the adults around them grow worried. What about just the running events? Kang Hyun doesn't know what to say. It always overlaps with tournament preparation season. "I've never been to a sports festival in my life." The village chief falls into deep thought. "You never went to school?" He quickly shakes his head. "I graduated from university." Hearing this, the old man breathes a sigh of relief. "It's all right, not going to school isn't a flaw or anything. These days it's talent that wins." He keeps shaking his head. "No, I said I graduated." Sang-ho tugs at his sleeve. "Uncle, you don't have to be good at sports, just come and play with me. I want to do the sports festival with you." Looking at Sang-ho's innocent face, Kang Hyun nods without a second thought. Right, winning or losing doesn't matter. He gently pats the boy's head. "I'll bring a packed lunch for you." The village chief, watching from the side, is overjoyed. "Sang-ho, you're amazing." His voice rings out with absolute certainty. "Don't worry about the sports. Leave the training to your chief here." Some time later, rice cakes in hand, Sang-ho and Tadai doze off on a rock. Lee Kang-hun's voice rings out. "Uncle village chief, this is the correct form, right?" The old man nods repeatedly in approval. "That's right." Watching him practice gets both rice cake and toy absolutely fired up, and his voice carries a tinge of despair as he speaks. "Village chief, is this really the right way?" The old man nods firmly. "It sure is." A long stretch of time passes and Lee Kang-hyun throws himself back into training. "Village chief, is this actually the proper form?" The village elder simply watches in silence before finally speaking up. "Go ahead and commit to it. Next time, try training at the waterfall too." An old woman nearby asks in surprise, "What's all this racket so early in the morning?" He turns around with a smile and explains, "The young chef is participating in this year's sports day, so I'm just helping him train a bit." She stares blankly and asks, "Last year it was mine Io, and now it's the young chef. He's so scrawny, where's he going to find the strength to push? You might just run the poor kid ragged." The village chief blinks in surprise. "Really? I thought so too, but then how is he doing so well?" As the day gradually turns toward evening, Lee Kang-hyun sits alone inside his room, lost in thought. "Man, I've never trained like this in my life." Do probably got some practice in back in the day, too. He recalls the sheer terror of training under Noah and the others. "This feels almost too easy by comparison. Maybe I should try carrying something heavier today." He exhales and makes his decision. "I've probably gotten the hang of it by now, might as well go all in." Maybe the village chief was only half serious anyway. Am I really the only one putting in this much effort? But then why does my body feel completely fine? My stamina is still holding up. Ever since meeting Rice Cake's parents, my body feels noticeably stronger. This makes Rice Cake absolutely smug. Ever since it touched Toy's body, Toy's power has been getting better and better. Lee Kang-hyun doesn't even notice, muttering to himself, "It's probably just the non-stop training improving my physique. I should thank Randon and Noah later for the hellish training regimen." Those words make Rice Cake pout in a huff. Something crosses his mind, and he falls into thought again. Still, for feeding the kids, this kind of thing would be perfect, right? Let's see if there are any decent ingredients available. On the computer screen is an article from Neverblock. Today, let's make a character bento box. Today is the day we make bento for our beloved daughters. Did you know? Character bento boxes are actually super easy to make. He reads through the post with growing fascination. "This is my first time trying something like this. How fun!" In the blink of an eye, time passes to the next morning. The principal's voice echoes across the grounds. The elementary school students of Chukchuk gather at the center of the athletic field. Banners are strung up one after another. Chukchuk Fun Sports Day venue, Chukchuk Elementary School Athletic Field. Chukchuk Elementary School Campus. The principal clears his throat a few times before continuing his announcement. We kindly ask all village residents to wait in the tents that have been prepared. Lee Kanghain walks over, looks around the venue, and lets out an amused laugh. They've really gone all out with the party setup. The sports day hasn't even started yet. The village chief spots him and quickly waves him over. Young chef, over here, over here. The people inside rush to welcome him. Get in here already. You're cutting it close to the last minute. Lee Kanghan hurries to explain. Making the bento boxes took longer than I expected. The host quickly announces to the crowd, before we begin, we'll start with a speech from our principal. Facing all the assembled students, the principal finally begins to speak. Welcome, proud students and parents of Chukchuk Elementary School. Thank you all for attending the Chukchuk Fun Sports Day. In this lovely weather with the beauty of our Chukchuk students on full display, I hope today's sports day concludes successfully. And what is the most important thing in athletics? That's right, it's safety. Over on the side, Chaman and the other kids stand there looking dazed and confused. They're standing at attention like statues. Chaman, wake up. The principal's voice carries on. Safety comes first. So please have fun, but also be careful not to get injured. In essence, a sports day is not a place for fierce competition. It is a place to embrace the spirit of sportsmanship. Meanwhile, the village chief on this side keeps praising nonstop. Outstanding, our village has not one but two top performers this year. We can finally compete on even footing. Everyone is completely ignoring the principal's speech. The point of participating isn't just to win, but to build friendships with fellow competitors and forge lasting bonds. Furthermore, if you see a student who isn't great at sports, cheer them on and encourage them instead of criticizing. Show the generosity befitting a Chukchuk student. Something dawns on Manhwa, and she speaks up in surprise. Actually, earlier when I passed by the Sojium village tent, I think I even saw some high schoolers there. It seems nobody is paying any attention to the principal's words. Do you believe that you become what you think of yourself? Emerson once said you are what you think about yourself. Therefore, think big, believe big, do big, give big, forgive big. This makes the village chief absolutely livid. What? That shameless Sojium lot even dragged their kids here. Manhwa chuckles and shakes her head. Even people in their 30s and 40s seem to have shown up. Everyone is completely disregarding the principal's words. Dear students of Chukchuk Elementary School, your principal has always believed in you. Live a life that is precious and meaningful. Do your best. Jug jug. The village chief sees this and bursts into hearty laughter. I knew this would happen. That's why I've been training for today. See, all these years of bitter defeats against Sogum Village. But today that history changes. This year I'll beat you all. I'll beat Sogum Village. At the same time, the principal at the front loudly declares the Fun Sports Festival officially open. A short while later, the MC's voice rings out. Up next, a puppet dance performance by the children. Kang Hyun feels a flicker of curiosity. A puppet dance suddenly reminds me of when I was little. They still do these. Right then, the village chief keeps clicking away with his camera. What are you doing? Chef, hurry up and get ready to film. The kids' costumes are just so adorable. Sang Ho-oh and the other children are all dressed in traditional outfits. The sight moves even Kang Hyun. So cute, absolutely adorable, super precious. Music starts playing from the school speakers. All the children quickly take their positions for the puppet dance. The crowd buzzes with delight, chatting excitedly. I don't like taking photos at all. Recording is much easier. Just press the button on the side here, easy. Sang Ho-oh, you're doing great. The children continue performing with earnest focus. Right then, Mi-gang turns around and flashes a smile, catching Chanmin completely off guard. Embarrassed, the boy's face flushes red as he hurriedly looks away. Noticing the boy's reaction, one of the elders quickly teases him. Chanmin, Mi-gang's really pretty, isn't she? The boy frantically shakes his head. No, she's not. Watching this adorable scene, Kang Hyun can't stop laughing. It seems he's figured something out. Chanmin likes Mi-gang. Just then, one of the uncles walks over and speaks up. Hey chef, this one's out of tape. Here's, let me take a look at the camcorder. Must have pressed the wrong button. There, it's working fine now. The uncle hears this and immediately pulls out his phone. Then could you film Sang Ho-oh for me? I'll record with this new smartphone my son gave me. Kang Hyun chuckles, picking up the camcorder and mulling it over. Looks like he just needs an extra cameraman. He quickly points the lens towards Sang Ho-oh, who's still deeply focused on his puppet dance. The boy's innocent smile shines bright on his face. Seeing the boy so full of joy makes Kang Hyun pause in thought. I used to take my elementary school sports days so seriously too. My parents filmed it all with a camcorder just like this. I wonder what they felt back then. Kang Hyun suddenly recalls his younger self and the happiness on his parents' faces. When the performance ends, all the children quickly bow. The uncle stares at his brand new smartphone in disbelief. How did he end up taking 600 photos? After the performance, Sang-ho runs over excitedly. Grandma, uncle, how was it? Mo laughs happily and applauds warmly. My little one did wonderfully. Kang Hyun nods in agreement right beside her. For real, I filmed the whole thing. The boy's smile grows even brighter. There's ball rolling and races coming up later too. And more. Kang Hyun nods understanding. Alright, I'll be cheering my heart out. The boy's face lights up with a radiant smile. Jamin's voice rings out. Sang-ho, hurry up and go change. The boy quickly turns around and nods. Got it, I'm going. Kang Hyun smiles softly, watching the boy's hurried figure. At the same time, the MC's voice rings out. Students participating in the treasure hunt, get ready. Mo, standing right beside him, laughs with happiness. It's been so long since the sports day felt this lively. He's still young, even though he doesn't show it. It must have been lonely all this time attending these events by himself without his parents. He's been smiling nonstop since yesterday, knowing you were coming. I truly can't thank you enough. The chef Kang Hyun doesn't know what to say after hearing those words. I'm the one who should be thankful. You're the ones who invited me here. Time flies and soon it's race time. The MC makes the announcement. Everyone get ready. The whistle blows, Mi Gang sprints forward. Her face immediately lights up with excitement. First place. She eagerly grabs the slip of paper and reads what's inside. A person you respect. Then I'll pick the village chief. Over here, the village chief keeps cheering nonstop. Great job. Standing right beside him, Hong Jeong-woon refuses to be outdone. Undefeated legend. Strongest team. The girl suddenly looks confused, searching all around. Where's Uncle Kang Hyun? The kids around her are still scrambling everywhere. Out of the way. The village chief keeps urging Mi Gang forward. What's wrong? Let me run with you. Looking at the paper in her hand, the girl is taken aback. Oh no, there's only one left. And it's torn too. When she opens it, the slip reads, no one. Mino keeps telling Mi Gang that Uncle Kang Hyun went to the restroom. Right then, the teacher running the games quickly notices. She looks at the little girl's innocent face in surprise. Mi Gang won first place. The girl points ahead and announces it excitedly. There's no one here. Just then, the principal speaks up. Miri asks, the principal said something was missing, right? The little girl replies excitedly, the letter Mo was missing. That only makes him more curious. So what exactly is missing? The results are in, the MC quickly announces. The mid-event winners of the relay race are the gold team. On this side, Mijing is still crying nonstop. Uncle Kang Hyun, one game after another keeps rolling out. Minyu and everyone else in the village keep giving it their all. Everything's starting to tip in the gold team's favor, leaving Sojum grinning from ear to ear. The MC quickly announces, after lunch. We'll continue with part 2 at 130. The village chief quickly addresses everyone. Sure, we fell a bit behind the gold team this morning, but we haven't shown them our real strength yet. Eat well and we'll turn the tables this afternoon. Kang Hyun turns around and looks at the children. Everyone, didn't Uncle say he'd bring lunch boxes? Sang-ho immediately nods in agreement. Yes. He smiles gently and tells the children. This is my first time making them myself, but they turned out pretty good. 2 adorable lunch boxes appear before their eyes, an awesome dinosaur-shaped bento and the other a princess-themed bento. Both looking absolutely stunning. Both kids freeze, jaws dropping in pure shock. Kang Hyun explains this dinosaur lunch box is for Sang-ho, and this one here it's something called Ping Ping, it's for Murang. The two of them stand there still stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Uncle, you really made this yourself. It looks exactly like the chimp from Hello Juzubai Tiny B Jubai Binny SD. I'm totally gonna show my friends. Me too. Everyone look. Kang Hyun lets out a sigh. They haven't even got to see the actual dishes yet. Damn, I even cut out a rabbit shape for the empty spots. What a waste. The village chief walks over and says, if you show them that too, these kids are going to faint on the spot. By the way, haven't you eaten yet? Kang Hyun picks up his lunch box happily. I brought food from home already. The village chief picks up the lunch box and nods approvingly. Broccoli and meat too, that's perfect. But then, seeing the food emptied into the large communal basin catches him off guard. The elder turns and walks away. Alright, next up. He still has no idea what's going on. Wait, uncle. Mwadi also slowly walks over, carrying her lunch box. This is the signature tradition of field day, you know. Everyone brings their own food and dumps it all into one big bowl. Then you drizzle sesame oil on top, mix it all together, and voila, legendary field day bibimbap. Absolutely delicious. Kang Hyun stares at the scene, a bit bewildered, but none of my dishes really go with bibimbap. Am I going to ruin the flavor? Just then, the village chief scoops a heaping spoonful right in front of him. Here, try it. Thinking it won't match, aren't you? Kang Hyun hesitates, completely unsure what to do next. He quickly takes the spoon from his own utensils to accept the food. but shouldn't we avoid having everyone's lips touch the same spoon? The village chief chuckles in surprise. That's what makes it taste better. Not overthinking it any further, he pops the spoonful of rice into his mouth. The flavors bloom across his tongue. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, then a wide, radiant smile spreads. It's actually delicious. Each ingredient carries its own distinct seasoning, with zero thought given to flavor harmony, and yet they mesh together in the most inexplicably perfect way. Meanwhile, the village chief makes a quick announcement. All right, it's all mixed up. Everyone come grab your share. Over here, Sangho is still busy flexing nonstop. Look at this, isn't it cool? The villagers all eat together in a lively, joyful atmosphere. This year's tastes even better, probably because that young chef's food got mixed in. The scene is filled with warmth as everyone shares laughs and jokes together. The cheerful commotion quickly catches Sojium's attention from the other side. He frowns slightly, turning his head away with a judgmental scoff. Getting way too chummy over there. No wonder they lose every single time. This year, victory is as good as ours. Nidohien. Hearing his name called, the boy flinches and nods. Yes, there's a quiet sadness in his eyes that words can't quite capture. He gently places his hand on his injured knee. Time passes, the MC picks up the mic again. Parents, please gather for the first event of the afternoon, the obstacle course race. Make your way to the center of the field. Kang Hyun hears this and thinks quietly to himself. They clearly said parents, so this must be a competition meant for the parents. Uncle Elder who's going to participate. The village chief stays perfectly calm and points straight at him. You. The word hits like a bolt of lightning. Kang Hyun freezes on the spot. He stands there completely dumbfounded. But it's supposed to be for parents. He whips his head around. Uncle Elder, why me? The old man lets out a hearty laugh. Sangho's parents couldn't make it. They're too busy. So you're filling in for them. He opens his mouth to argue Sangho's grandmother is right here, isn't she? But Mwadi suddenly collapses to the ground. Forget it, I was supposed to be the one competing in this. I'll participate. Oh, with my back. Kang Hyun stares, completely at a loss for words. Fine, I'll just do it myself. Looking at the obstacle course laid out ahead, Kang Hyun falls into deep thought. An obstacle course? I've never tried one of these before. I just need to get through all the obstacles, right? How hard can it be? On the other side, Sangho and the others are cheering nonstop. Go uncle, you can do it. Kang Hyun rushes forward at full speed. If it's just this much, it shouldn't be that hard. But the next scene instantly silences all the children. Staring at the obstacle ahead, Kang Hyun silently calculates. The balance bridge. The PLPH instructor had him walk across a rope strung across a cliff face. Every time he slipped and lost his balance, the PLPH instructor behind him would keep cheering him on. Don't worry if you fall, I've got you. With that thought behind him, Kang Hyun sprints forward. It's safe enough at this point. He clears obstacle after obstacle with E7, the part where he has to catch a snack mid-jump in midair. He nails it perfectly. The sight makes all three of the Sangho village kids light up with excitement. Spotting the holes ahead, Kang Hyun immediately realizes they're meant for crawling through on all fours. He breezes through them without breaking a sweat. As he nears the finish line, he only stops to catch himself old habit kicking in. He rises to his feet and calmly walks toward the finish line. The host immediately announces the youngest contestant to complete the obstacle course. Lee Kang-hyun of Team Red. He turns his head back slowly and flashes a grin. Perfect. At that moment, the children rush toward him, screaming in awe. Every single one of them looks at him with pure admiration. So the guardian deity of our village has been hiding in plain sight all along. Mister, are you a transformer? How did you do that? Teach me. Mr. Kang Hyun is the best. Sojium, watching from the side, speaks up with irritation. Didn't expect a hidden master here. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The next event isn't something one person can win alone. It's tug of war, the ultimate team sport. The host announces the next game. Team Sojium on the left, Team Dongbyang on the right. Spotting the lineup on the opposing side, Kang Hyun is visibly surprised. Those muscles are no joke. The village chief fires back angrily. Tug of war isn't just about brute strength, you need team spirit too. Show them the unity of Dongbyang. Kang Hyun thinks helplessly, just him and Minyu alone. That's rough. Right then, the village chief hands the rope to Rice Cake and says, Rice Cake, you hang on at the back too. Kang Hyun whips his head around in shock. Rice Cake, I told you at home you are not allowed to join tug of war. The village chief turns around and declares furiously. What are you saying? Rice Cake is a citizen of Dongbyang too. We Dongbyang are one family. Kang Hyun thinks in defeat. Don't bite the rope, Rice Cake, if you join, the match won't be fair anymore. The result, Dongbyang village wins the tug of war. Sojium screams in utter despair. Why is the village chief still smirking like that? Dongbyang is number one. He hurries to pull Rice Cake away. Right at that moment, Sojium grabs Du Hyun's arm and calls out, Du Hyun, only the relay race is left now. I'm counting on you. The words leave the boy speechless for a moment. Then he agrees. Yes. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun keeps warning Rice Cake, please just stay put for me. Minyu, laughing from the side, calls out Kang Hyun. They're saying to gather the relay team members now. He nods quickly and hurries over. Right, this should be enough for him to understand. The host announces, all relay race participants from each village, please gather at the center of the field. Do Hyun keeps whispering to himself on the side. It's fine, I can do this, I can do this. The words catch Kang Hyun completely off guard. The teams line up as the host announces, to your positions, get ready. Minyu grips the baton with all his might and sprints forward. Everyone cheers each other on. Go Dongbyeon, go Bongsun. On the other side, Team Gold is still pushing hard, running at full speed. Go! The village chief and Sojum are neck and neck, fighting for every inch. Come on! Kang Hyun gets into position. Final run ready. Do Hyun, standing right beside him, looks visibly anxious. Run. Sweat pours down the boy's face as Kang Hyun quickly passes him the baton with a firm word. Do Hyun. He snatches the baton from Kang Hyun's hand. Yes. Then he launches forward with everything he's got, sprinting at full speed. Do Hyun pays no mind to the wound on his leg and charges ahead. Even Kang Hyun, watching it happen, is stunned. So fast, Minyu has already appeared at the exchange point. Kang Hyun. He grabs the baton from the boy's hand in a flash. There's no way he's losing like this. Right beside him, Rice Cake is also sprinting forward at full tilt. Seeing Rice Cake appear here freezes him in shock. The more he thinks about it, the more despairing he feels. You little, where did you even get a baton? Meanwhile, the villagers are busy consoling each other. Drink less, old Manhwa, is that dog biting my stick? Spotting Rice Cake bolting forward, Kang Hyun yells, stop. On the other side, Do Hyun runs while silently repeating to himself. Don't think about it, just keep going like this. Rice Cake appears out of nowhere, stopping the boy dead in his tracks, and sitting atop Rice Cake's head, Toji the big dog flashes a smug grin. Thanks a bunch. The sheer absurdity of the scene leaves Do Hyun completely speechless. Why a dog? At the critical moment, he suddenly trips forward and falls flat on the ground. Everyone on Team Gold watches in alarm. Do Hyun, are you okay? Lee Kang-hyun is so desperate that on the first day, Rice Cake won't cooperate. Rice Cake gathers all its strength, grips the baton, and sprints far ahead. The MC, seeing this, hastily announces that the first place relay team included a dog. He still doesn't know how to handle this situation. Rice Cake. So Lee Kang-hyun dashes off, frantically chasing after Rice Cake and calling out loud. The MC immediately announces first place in the relay goes to Dongbyeong Village, second place Sogum Village. Someone from Sogum suddenly covers their mouth in shock. The MC keeps declaring the final results. The overall champion of the Fun Sports Festival is Team Pink. The MVP village is Dongbyeong. Meanwhile, Lee Kang-hyun is still chasing after the two mischievous ones, yelling Rice Cake. Time passes and the competition comes to a complete end. Lee Kang-hyun walks his bike forward as he speaks. The sports festival. Dongbyeong Village really did win, but if that student hadn't fallen, the results would have been different. Right, Rice Cake. This time, Rice Cake finally glances nervously at him. Lee Kang-hyun, meanwhile, keeps sinking deeper into his own thoughts. I really should have apologized right away that day. While everyone kept me behind, he disappeared completely. I wonder if he's okay. By chance, he spots Do Hyun standing off to the side. This coincidence leaves Lee Kang-hyun frozen in surprise. He hurries over and greets him. You're the one who ran in the relay at the sports festival, right? The boy nods in agreement. Yes, sir. This makes him feel deeply embarrassed. I'm the one who was running near you that day. You tripped because of my dog, right? Are you hurt? Do Hyun quickly shakes his head, explaining over and over. Oh, it was just me being clumsy. I tripped on my own, it's fine. My ankle is just a little sore, so it'll heal up quickly. This makes Lee Kang-hyun feel extremely guilty, so he really was injured. Just then, Rice Cake jumps down in front of Do Hyun. It quickly reaches a paw toward his injury and whimpers. Seeing it show such understanding, the boy breaks into a happy smile. After a moment of silence, Lee Kang-hyun speaks up awkwardly. I'm the one raising it and I've been way too careless. I'm truly sorry about this. Do Hyun doesn't seem to care much about any of this. It really doesn't matter. Your head chef Lee Kang-hyun, right? This startles him. Realizing he's this well known brings a small wave of delight. I know who you are. Do Hyun nods and recounts everything he's heard. Everyone at the community center watched today's episode of Chef. You were in the special episode, right? Lee Kang-hyun sighs the moment you mention it. You've gone and watched the one video I most want to delete. The way the boy looks at him has completely changed. Running alongside a celebrity is just too amazing. He awkwardly blurts out, can we just drop this? I actually think you're the impressive one. Back at the sports festival, you were incredibly fast. Do you train in any sport? At this, Do Hyun's expression immediately turns somber. Yes, I'm in the track and field club at school. This makes Lee Kang-hyun's eyes light up instantly. No wonder you're so fast. The boy nods quickly, catching on. Thank you. But honestly, I'm not sure if I should keep doing track and field. This catches his attention right away. Why, is there something else you want to do? Do Hyun shakes his head explaining. It's not that. Last year I suffered a pretty serious injury. Of course, I've recovered thanks to physical therapy, but I can't run as fast as before anymore. I really love running, but my body just won't cooperate, and it's incredibly frustrating. He unconsciously recalls the image of his past self. Back then he believed he had to give up. The expectations and concern everyone has for me have gradually become a burden too. I'm planning to leave the track and field club. That's just how the world is. You can't live only for the things you love. Lee Kanghyun is about to say something more, but Do Hyun's face suddenly turns embarrassed. I'm sorry, it's almost lunchtime. I've taken up too much of your time, but I'm really fine. So please don't worry too much. Lee Kanghyun nods gently in agreement. Thank you. Well, running into each other like this must be fate. Come have a meal at my place. The scene shifts to Lee Kanghyun's restaurant in the peaceful countryside of Bindai. Sitting at the table, Do Hyun feels a bit awkward, silently wondering, is it really okay to just accept all this? A waft of aroma suddenly reaches him, catching his attention. Lee Kanghyun quickly brings over a steaming bowl of food. Sorry for the wait. Do you like meat? The boy nods eagerly. Yes, I love it. Lee Kanghyun lets out a sigh of relief. Good, I figured an active kid like you would love meat. I made you stir-fried pork over rice. Do Hyun's eyes visibly light up. I love stir-fried pork rice. This fills Lee Kanghyun with joy. Really? The boy nods to confirm. Yes. Every single day after practice, I eat every last bite. Lee Kanghyun bursts out laughing, delighted. Looks like you really do love it. I can't wait any longer. He quickly scoops up a spoonful of rice. Excuse me, just looking at your face is enough to tell how badly you've been craving this flavor. After tasting the very first bite, his eyes change instantly. He stares stunned at the steaming, fragrant dish right in front of him. This is honestly the first time I've ever had stir-fried pork rice this good. Spicy, savory, and the meat is unbelievably tender. With rice, I could eat bowl after bowl after bowl. I could eat this for the rest of my life. Lee Kanghyun freezes upon hearing that. To that extent, having stir-fried pork rice after a hard workout, that's the absolute peak, isn't it? There's a restaurant near my school. Do Hyun nods in agreement while still eating. Yeah, my friend's family runs one. Going there is practically the same distance as going home. Just talking about that day's practice over a plate of stir-fried pork rice, and every ounce of exhaustion just melts away. But after the injury, I haven't been there in a long time. Lee Kanghyun feels a pang of empathy and speaks up. Hey, I almost quit being a chef too, you know. Those words immediately catch his attention. But head chef Lee Kanghyun, you're so talented. Why would you? He slowly begins to recount his own story. I suffered an injury that was absolutely devastating for a chef. No matter how tough things get, if you just grit your teeth and push through, everything will work out. But my body didn't cooperate. I couldn't reach the level I aspired to, and I was terrified that everyone would be disappointed in me. Criticism after criticism kept pouring in. Does he even know how to cook? I've worked with him, I know for a fact. That guy's scrawny and has zero shame. A chef with a diva complex, man, that's just cringe. One look at his face tells you his character is garbage. A genius chef manufactured by media stunts. Always acted high and might have then got eliminated. Figures. That's no way to live. At this point, Lee Kanghyun lets out a long sigh, as though finally releasing everything, admits that he, too, once wanted to run away. But hey, I still love cooking. Meeting so many people here has gradually given me the courage to start over. Of course, reclaiming that courage wasn't easy, not even close. But if you still love it, I think you should face it one more time. Those words make Do Hyun immediately lower his head, lost in deep silence. A smile tugs at the corner of Lee Kanghyun's lips. Involuntarily, he recalls the past when he was with Emilia in that forest, back then. He then slowly opens his heart to Do Hyun. If you keep running away, you'll only end up back on the same old road. Time passes, Lee Kanghyun waves goodbye. Get home safe. Maybe I said too much, but his emotions were written all over his face. I wonder if Emilia feels the same way. Well, in the end, the choice is his to make. I just hope things go well. Tora and Rice Cake keep staring at him with sparkling, eager eyes. What about us, Hyung? Lee Kanghyun sighs, heading back into the kitchen. Fine, come eat, you little gluttons. Time slowly creeps toward the late evening. Do Hyun, out of habit, quickly tightens his shoelaces. He takes a deep breath, steadying himself. At that very moment, his mother opens the door and calls out. Do Hyun, where are you going? He turns around and explains, I'm just going for a light jog. This piques her curiosity. But you said you were too tired and wouldn't be training for a while. A happy smile spreads across Do Hyun's face. He dashes outside and calls back, it's because I love running too much. And just like that, he sprints forward without a shred of hesitation. He is working to fill in his shortcomings, little by little. Time passes, the scene shifts to the open yard outside. Tora is still absolutely thrilled upon spotting the pampas grass. It quickly grabs a stalk of pampas grass and plays with it, swishing it around. From Mona's vantage point, she spots the pampas grass drifting on the wind and immediately perks up. Mona's figure closes in, and Torai freezes on the spot. But Mona doesn't notice Torai at all. She keeps chasing after the floating grass. Watching this spectacle, everyone stares in bewildered silence. Lee Kanghan, look over here. He turns and nods. Yes, coming right away. A few weeks after the sports festival, the official trade exchange between humans and beastmen officially begins. Looking at the bags of goods piled before him, he slowly speaks up. Sort the mixed fruits by type. If any are too soft, set them aside for me. I'll also be taking on the role of supervisor. Lee Kanghan bends down and hefts a heavy bag off the ground. Deep in his mind, a quiet thought surfaces ever since that time. He's felt his strength inexplicably increasing. Come to think of it, it started ever since I met Rice Cake's parents. Could it be related to the certification that Yoon Seop mentioned? A voice suddenly rings out. Lee Kanghan. A man announces enthusiastically. If it's too heavy, let me carry it for you. He stares at the man, utterly speechless. It's probably just my imagination. He quickly refocuses on the heavy bags still sitting on the ground. Sensing something off, Lee Kanghan turns around in surprise. Looking at the figures of everyone present, he quickly grows confused. But it seems like there are fewer people now. Hearing his question, Kassan smiles and turns to explain, of course there are fewer. We've already suppressed the rebel forces. Hearing this, he is utterly bewildered. Rebels? That's suddenly a much bigger deal than I expected. She continues to recount the events. Do you remember the conspiring commander of the frontline army? He was the mastermind behind it all. His face turns pale with fear as he recalls that man Somyeon he had actually met, while he is still deep in thought. Kassan continues recounting everything, all the while playing with Mona. But with this opportunity, all the tribes that had allied with Tim Mieru have already been subdued. The territory will expand even further. That's a great thing, isn't it? Now come on, my girl, there's just one small issue. Cat Heart is still on the run, so you need to be careful. Just to be safe, once he's been cornered, he definitely won't honor the contract anymore. A strange smile appeared at the corner of her lips. However, your reliable bodyguard surely won't let that slide. The Vanguard captain is already hard at work on the pursuit, so they'll catch him soon enough. Kang Hyun sighed and offered a reminder. But we still need to be careful when setting up camp tonight. Kassan's eyes immediately lit up. What did you just say? Tonight's supposed to be an all-night drinking session, isn't it? I heard you're visiting the human side tomorrow, though. Coming all this way just to work, that's boring. This made Kang Hyun speak up with great concern. But if we stay up all night, working tomorrow will be a mess. Clearly, she couldn't care less about any of that. Come on, you've already received the wolf heart, so stop pretending. He still didn't understand what she was talking about. Wolf heart. She nodded and continued. The blessing you received from the leader of the sacred wolf pack. Those words made Kang Hyun freeze on the spot. How did you know I met Rice Cake's parents? She burst into laughter. There's hardly anyone in this forest who doesn't know your whereabouts. It's obvious you received this blessing but have no idea what it is, right? He slowly voiced what he had been sensing. Honestly, I didn't even realize I had received it. I only vaguely noticed that my health had improved. Kassan looked at him with gentle eyes and explained. The wolf heart isn't just about making you healthier. The most important thing, let me give you a quick example. She stared at the blazing campfire before her, sensing something was off. A beastman nearby hastily perked up their ears. Not only that, but the other beastmen had also bristled in fear. Kassan suddenly broke into a strange smile. Hey Kang Hyun, how do I look to you right now? The killing intent radiating before his eyes made Kang Hyun freeze instantly. Right now, it seems like you're either in a bad mood or are you hungry? Everyone around them could only guess in surprise. His innocent answer made her burst into hearty laughter. She waved off the beastmen gathered there. Sorry everyone, please keep enjoying yourselves. Let's put it this way, I guess you could say you're a bit less fearful than most, huh? But I think the word brave suits you better. Kang Hyun blinked bewildered. Brave. Kassan nodded in confirmation. Hearing that probably doesn't sound like anything special, right? But it's a tremendous blessing. In life, there are moments that call for courage far more often than you'd think, and you don't have to be a warrior like us. I don't know why, but I just have this feeling that Kang Hyun will go on to accomplish even greater things. Right at that moment, Rice Cake suddenly appeared, catching both their attention. Its face was perfectly round, making Kang Hyun unable to hide his surprise. Rice Cake, where did you go that you came back so round? The three beastmen rushed over to explain. We asked it to help us out. While he still didn't understand what was going on, Kassan beside him burst out laughing in surprise. So the moment we've been waiting for has finally arrived, huh? Without a moment's hesitation, Hammond suddenly threw her head back and shouted, everyone, it's dinner time." Then she busied herself distributing portions, much to Kasasan's delight. Those three have been cooking for the entire village lately. The number made him do a double take. 3 people. Is that even manageable? She shook her head and continued. I didn't ask them to do it, they volunteered. I heard that because of someone they missed, they discovered the joy of cooking. Fragrant, savory meat dishes were quickly laid out before them. Kang Hyun's eyes widened in surprise. What dish is this? Kasasan immediately exclaimed in astonishment. Today's spread looks even more appetizing than usual. This made him think in surprise. This is braised meat. I haven't even taught them this yet. Hammond suddenly stammered, this isn't a dish Master taught me directly. But I made it by following Master's recipe and accidentally stumbled onto this combination. I found it really fun to try mixing different ingredients, so I stayed up late experimenting and I must have fallen asleep at some point. So I was sure everything had burned to a crisp. But instead, the meat and vegetables turned out rich, savory, and absolutely delicious. I wanted Master to try it, so I kept combining different ingredients and had the sacred wolf taste test them too. At that moment, Hammond knelt down before Rice Cake. Please, Master, have a taste. Rice Cake's face was smug beyond belief. Hand it over. Kang Hyun studied it in surprise. Rice Cake looks more like braised chicken, doesn't it? Hud. He didn't think twice and immediately popped the meat into his mouth to taste. The flavor spread across his palate, not soy sauce, so it wasn't the usual braised chicken taste but a unique sweet and sour flavor. The seasoning was perfectly balanced. The meat tenderette showed she had stewed it carefully. She hadn't stopped at what she'd learned but pushed herself to develop further on her own. Kang Hyun praised, delicious. Being able to create a dish like this on your own shows you truly have a gift. Hammond replied bashfully, thank you. Master. It's all thanks to you, Master. I never knew there could be something so joyful and fulfilling. I feel so happy when everyone enjoys my food and when I think about what I should make next. If I hadn't learned to cook, I never would have known any of this. Hearing these warm words, Kang Hyun couldn't hide his smile. If you've said that much, then I suppose I'll have to teach you even more. This sent her into an absolute thrill of joy. Really? Thank you, Master. He nodded with understanding. Then let's take a look at how we can improve this dish. Hammond eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Kang Hyun seriously offered his critiques one by one. First, the meat isn't bad, but the vegetables still have a lot of room for improvement. When braising, the timing of when you add the vegetables is even more important than when making soup. If you toss them in too early and let them stew, the vegetables will turn to mush and lose all their crunch. We can intentionally cook it that way. But in this case, that's not what we're going for, so pay close attention. Next is the seasoning. Honestly, I can't say it pairs perfectly. Slight spiciness feels like it's clashing with the other flavors. The next morning had already arrived. Harmon's eyes had become completely ringed with dark circles. What a fruitful overnight study session. Lee Kang-hein felt a tinge of regret. Dawn had already broken. He hadn't even finished explaining the theory. Yet she already looked like she was on the verge of collapse. As expected of a true master, Kasin couldn't help but comment in surprise. The Wolfheart's effect really is something. He quickly gave her his final instructions. Alright, then make sure to review your notes thoroughly before we meet again. Harmon, she hurriedly nodded in understanding. Yes, she chimed in with a look of surprise. Whenever you talk about cooking, you really are terrifying, you know that. Take care out there, send my regards to the humans for me, will you? Lee Kang-hein departed with Tori, nodding in farewell. As he walked forward, he suddenly mused aloud. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Noah around at all. Heard he's been chasing down the mastermind behind the rebellion. Must be rough. Sensing something was off, Tori immediately barked to get his attention. What is it? Timu's figure appeared before his eyes in an instant. The man's expression had turned utterly twisted with malice glaring straight ahead. Seeing this, Lee Kang-hein immediately realized something was very wrong. Looking at Timu's face contorted with desperation and dread, Lee Kang-hein slowly called out his name. Recognizing the young man before him, Timu reacted without hesitation, frantically thrusting his razor-sharp fingers straight at him. If it weren't for you, the mark on Lee Kang-hein's forehead began to glow. His eyes locked onto the hand lunging toward him. He could dodge it, and so he effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Tori could no longer hold back, launching itself into the air immediately. It struck Timu's face with full force, making him cry out in agony, damn it. Timu frantically flailed his hands through the air, cursing the blasted beast. He couldn't sit idle any longer, either charging forward and unleashing its full attack. The two coordinated seamlessly, leaving Timu no time to react as he tumbled into the freshly dug pit. He cried out in agony, trapped in sheer desperation. Feeling it still wasn't enough, Tori continued to channel its ability. The earth and rocks around Timu gradually closed in, making him scream. What is this? By the time he realized what was happening, he'd been buried up to his neck and his head left exposed. His voice gradually turned desperate. What is this? You bastards! Their teamwork deeply moved Lee Kanghain. Thank you. Shishthi attacked the moment they saw him. Without Tori and Tu, I really would have been done for. Suddenly, a voice rang out. We didn't even get the chance to act, as a massive foot stomped down squarely on Timu's head. Noah's expression turned grim as he stepped forward. Are you hurt anywhere, Lee Kanghain? He quickly shook his head in reassurance. I'm fine. Noah continued pressing Timu's head firmly into the ground, then spoke up. Sorry about this, didn't expect to run into this guy here. Buried like this, he's easy to trip over. Sorry you had to deal with something this unpleasant. Lee Kanghain looked up at him. It's nothing serious happened after all. Timu's voice suddenly rang out. You wretched human, if it weren't for you all of it, everything is because of you. Because of someone like you, all my plans have been ruined. Lee Kanghain thought to himself such deep hatred. It's been a while since someone despised him this much. Since Yoonseop, if it were before, it probably would have hurt. But now, Timu's voice continued to ring out nonstop, spewing threats. I will kill you, mark my words. Noah was losing his composure, glaring at the man with eyes that could devour him alive. Say that again, what did you just call Lee Kanghain? Laughable Lee Kanghain, you're heading back to the humans, right? We'll deal with this one by our own laws, you go ahead. He nodded in understanding. Thank you. Noah added, don't take anything he said to heart. The surrounding beastmen noticed the commotion. Hey, look, someone's been buried right there. Lee Kanghain gazed at the scene before him, lost in thought. Realizing he still had things to do, he smiled and turned to leave. Well then, thank you all. After all, not everyone in this world is going to like you. And I'm quite busy, no time to dwell on every little word. In the blink of an eye, the scenery shifted back to the human village. As Lee Kanghain walked forward, he thought to himself maybe he should make time to train his body too. Who knows when someone like Timu might attack out of nowhere. Well, with these little ones around, at least I can rest a little easier. Maybe I should tell Ranan about this. Suddenly a child quickly called out. Mom, when does the church service start today? Recognizing the location ahead, Lee Kanghain looked up in surprise. This is a church? No, it should be called a temple, shouldn't it? Come to think of it, there's still one more person. He continued, observing the relaxed smile on Bahram's face as the bishop conversed with the people. Someone who dislikes me, or rather, dislikes Tori more accurately. Seeing Lee Kanghain appear left Bahram utterly bewildered. Lee Kanghain, what are you doing here? The woman behind him asked in surprise. What is it, Bishop? He quickly shook his head and explained. It's nothing, this is the sacred temple hat brings you here. Lee Kanghain observed his reaction and thought in surprise, could this be about what happened on the day of the treaty signing? Back at that moment, Bahram had held a vial in his hand, scheming silently. Just a pinch of a special seasoning should do the trick. If Lee Kanghain's dish ruins the diplomatic summit, the Lord will surely lose all trust in him. They'd all be writhing with stomach cramps in no time. Bahram suddenly remembered something, his face turning pale with cold sweat. Not laxative from that day, I still haven't disposed of the evidence. Reading the man's thoughts, Lee Kanghain announced coldly, I'm just passing through, I'll be on my way now. Bahram hurriedly forced a strained smile. Of course, do take care then. Even though entirely different thoughts were running through his mind. Get out of my sanctuary already. He quickly knelt down and whispered his parting instructions. Come on, let's go, Rice Cake. But at that very moment, Rice Cake has already dashed inside the holy temple. Just like that, Rice Cake charges straight in, leaving Bahram in utter despair, screaming internally. Get out now. Kanghain quickly turns back to face him. My apologies, sir. May I go inside and bring her out? The man hastily responds, absolutely not. This is no place for the likes of you to waltz into at will. Seeing Bahram's bizarre behavior startle the disciple, the high priest's attitude shifts entirely. But of course the temple is open to all. Naturally, Kanghain rushes inside. Thank you, sir. A look of deep irritation surfaces on Bahram's face. Calm yourself. Who knows, maybe he's hidden it somewhere no one would think to look. He watches as Kanghain continues searching for Rice Cake throughout the interior, and Bahram grows even more anxious. But could it really stay hidden? It's fine, the medicine is concealed perfectly, it won't be discovered. Kanghain gradually ventures deeper into the vast chamber. Where are you, for heaven's sake? Rice Cake, over here, I've got gold coins. Seeing that Kanghain has stumbled upon his secret, Bahram frantically slams the chest shut. Chocolate coins, so it turns out you have a sweet tooth, sir. Kanghain continues searching other spots. Rice Cake, the ledger. At the critical moment, Bahram rushes over once more to block his path. My expense records are perfectly in order, I'll have you know. So he's been embezzling quite a hefty sum, no wonder he can't bear to let anyone see that medicine vial either. Baharam continues grumbling, let me help you look, now hurry up and get out of here. Kang Heng nods understanding. Then I thank you, sir. Deep down, he finds Baharam's behavior increasingly puzzling. Why is he being so kind today? I thought anyone who hated rice cake had to be a bad person. Was I overthinking it all along? Seems like she's not here after all, let's head out. Wait, is this a rice cake doll? I've heard these are all the rage in the village lately. What? I thought you despised this sort of thing and it's gotten all dirty too. You must have been handling it quite a lot. Even bought a heart-shaped charm for the doll. You must really be fond of it. I'm truly sorry for misunderstanding you, High Priest. You really are a good person. Baharam is slowly losing his mind. Didn't you hear me? I said get out. Suddenly, a familiar cry catches Kang Heng's attention. He quickly spots Rice Cake, still wedged beneath the cabinet door. Rice Cake, why are you always causing trouble? You're completely squished flat. What's that you're mumbling in your mouth? But hearing those words causes Baharam to freeze on the spot. His face turns deathly pale. And that's the medicine vial right there. Baharam's spirit plummets into freefall. In that fleeting instant, the High Priest envisions everything that would unravel should the vial's true nature be exposed. Kang Heng would raise the alarm for all to hear. It's him. Sees him at once. How dreadful. Baharam scrambles to explain. It's not what you think. After discovering his actions, the superior swiftly makes a declaration. Our relations with the beast tribe are currently on excellent terms. If we let this matter slide, those ties may well be severed. Execute him. Everyone needs to keep their distance from old Baharam. A person like that dares call himself the cult leader. He deserves death. All he can do is scream helplessly. Isn't that right? All of this was merely Baharam's own inner thoughts. Seeing the dazed look on Baharam's face, Kang Heng calls out. The cult leader shows no hesitation, snatches the medicine vial from atop Rice Cake and, in a desperate bid to save his own life, drains the entire bottle without a second thought. This is my diabetes medication. Seeing Baharam's strange behavior, Kang Heng reacts with growing alarm. Even if it is medicine, drinking that much at once can't be good for you. Clearly, Baharam has no intention of listening. No, to survive, this is the best course of action. You have business in the territory today, don't you? Now that you've found what you're looking for, get going. These words leave Kang Heng momentarily bewildered. He slowly takes off his backpack. Thank you for the help. It's nothing special, just an emergency bento box. The sweet and sour flavor is quite delicious. If you don't mind, please have some. Kang Heng is surprised by the offer. He was already starving, his stomach rumbling like that. Baharam is still clutching his belly in irritation. Does this brat already know everything? He hurriedly nods in agreement. Fine, I can't hold out anymore. He shouts hastily across the grand hall. Get out of here already! Kang Heng walks outside, silently musing. I thought he was the scheming type, but it seems I had him all wrong. The believers continue to chatter amongst themselves. Today's sermon has been cancelled. They say there was an urgent matter. He pays no attention to the murmuring around him. What do you even call someone like that? Outwardly cold, inwardly warm, as the saying goes. In the blink of an eye, time drifts toward late evening and a voice rings out. You've all worked hard. Kang Heng thinks to himself silently. It seems today's Thanksgiving work is finally done, isn't it? Everyone is still busy talking. Pack it up and head inside. A familiar voice rings out. Kang Heng, the work is all wrapped up. He turns around cheerfully and calls out. Captain Giant. He announces with delight. I've been waiting for you. Have you had dinner yet? Kang Heng shakes his head. I was just about to eat. This makes Captain Giant incredibly excited. Perfect. Today I'll take you to a great little spot. His words pique Kang Heng's curiosity. Is there somewhere you'd like to recommend, sir? The Mirror Tavern. His face grows thoughtful as he recalls. There's a tavern run by an old couple. The appetizers there are absolutely fantastic. Kang Heng hears this and is at a loss for words. So it's a tavern, huh? He mulls it over silently. Well, it is a tavern in another world. That's worth being curious about at least. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to a tavern within the city walls. Captain Giant's voice rings out. Here we are at, this is the place. The bustling scene inside catches Kang Heng off guard. It's so packed, I've only ever seen something like this in medieval films. Captain Giant pushes further into the tavern, scanning for available seats. You lot are here too. His sudden appearance leaves everyone stunned. Team Captain, the greeting only deepens Kang Heng's curiosity. We all came to grab a drink together. A team member quickly stands up and responds. It's been ages since we got time off, so we had to have a few rounds. Who did the captain come with? Captain Giant announces cheerfully to everyone. I came with young Kang Heng here. You've all met him at my place before, haven't you? Let me do a quick introduction. He smiles brightly, beaming at everyone present. Hello everyone. Long time no see. Everyone quickly recalls what Kang Hai-yoon used to look like back in the day. So do and Beerth legendary, bomb drink wizards of the bar. And this spot right here, we're saving it just for you. Did you bring any booze today? Giant Du PLPH kept nudging them with reminders. Come on, bring out what you've been craving, let's see it. Kang Ha-yoon hurriedly sat down in his seat. Well then, we'll go ahead and order. Everyone immediately nodded in understanding. All right, the main dish here is stir-fried meat, obviously. These words left him thoroughly confused. Stir-fried meat. Hearing this, everyone realized you're new here, aren't you? The signature dish here is the stir-fried meat. Paired with a few rounds of drinks, it's absolutely divine. Out of this world delicious. Everyone comes here for the stir-fried meat. The shop owner quickly came out to greet them. Please, honored guests, go ahead and place your orders. Giant PLPH saw this and immediately spoke up. 2 glasses of liquor and 2 servings of stir-fried meat, please. The server, visibly flustered, and hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, but the kitchen is short-staffed today, so the food might take a bit longer. Will that be all right? Clearly unconcerned, he simply nodded in agreement. No worries, we have got plenty of time. Take it easy. An hour slips by. Giant Du PLPH sits restlessly at the table, a creeping unease settling over him. Isn't this taking a bit too long? Kang Ha-yoon turned in surprise to look at him. Does it normally take this long? He shook his head helplessly and explained. Man, normally we'd have finished eating ages ago. All 3 of his teammates had already slumped their heads onto the table, utterly dejected. Our food still hasn't come out despite ordering first. We have been drinking on nothing but liquor for rounds now. That guy over there's already passed out. When is our food going to come out? Taking in the scene, Kang Ha-yoon thought in surprise. It really is taking a while. Doesn't look like anyone has received their food yet. Is there a problem somewhere? Feeling puzzled, Giant Du PLPH walked toward the kitchen. Shop owner, I just heard a loud crash. Is everything all right? The old man was clearly flustered, fumbling with his cooking. I'm sorry, it's nothing. Kang Ha-yoon carefully tidied up the things scattered across the floor. Let me clean that up for you. Giant Du PLPH also approached, taken aback. Normally, isn't it your wife who makes this dish? The shop owner grew anxious and hurriedly recounted everything. Thank you, son. It's just that my wife has been suffering from back pain, so I've been cooking in her place. But I'm not really used to cooking. The meat dish before him catches Kang Heng's attention. What kind of meat dish could this be? He happily points at himself and says, actually, I'm a chef. If you don't mind, could I have a small taste? Hearing this, the man nods in agreement. Sure, go ahead. He carefully spoons up a piece of meat, then chews it slowly, savoring the flavor of the stir-fried dish. Seeing his expression turn serious, the shop owner grows slightly worried. How's the taste? He asks. I really did try my best. Kang Heng thinks to himself in silence. He wants to be blunt, but since this is their first meeting, he holds his tongue and offers a measured critique instead. The salty sour notes are underdone, the seasonings are a complete mess, every flavor clashes with the next, and not a single one stands out. Serving this to customers like this simply won't do. These words strike like a fatal blade, piercing straight through the shop owner's heart. Is that so? What should I do? Maybe I should hire a chef. All my stubbornness was for nothing. No, the customers are left waiting. But I still want to serve those who have been waiting something worthwhile. Seeing this, Kang Heng silently ponders. Then, would everyone mind if the menu changed a little? He slowly picks up a large pot and strides forward. To puffs up with pride, already convinced it knows what its master plans to do next. He quickly fills the pot with water. Watching from the side, the shop owner grows anxious. That pot is only used for festivals. What on earth is he planning to do? Giando steps over with a smile and announces, Kang Heng, I just heard the city got some fresh supplies, so I brought them straight over. But really, this should be all you need. He nods firmly. Yes, this is more than perfect. He picks up the shovel and calls out loudly. After it successfully completes its task, he nods in approval. Perfect, this is exactly what we need. The shop owner can no longer contain his curiosity. What dish are you planning to make? Kang Heng doesn't hesitate. He dumps all the meat straight into the pot. This sends the shop owner into a panic. He blurts out, you're just dumping all the meat in like that. How is it going to cook through, let alone be properly seasoned? He thrusts the shovel forward resolutely. Don't worry about it. The shovel plunges straight into the raw meat on the spot. The recipe for the delicious dish is already crystal clear in his mind. Spicy stir-fried pork, perfect for cooking in large batches. This action leaves the shop owner unable to hide his astonishment. Ginseng, why would you put that in with the meat? Giando, standing right beside him, remains perfectly calm. Don't worry, that man is an outstanding chef. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. I wonder what delicious dish we'll get this time. The shop owner stares in disbelief. Such absolute trust and delegation. Just who on earth is this person? Kang Heng quickly calls out. Dua, I'm counting on you. Its eyes light up, blazing with excitement. It darts beneath the pot and unleashes its flames. Seeing the fire roar to life, Kang Heng swiftly seizes the shovel. His movements are lightning fast. Pieces of perfectly cooked meat begin soaring through the air. The spectacle leaves both Jiando and the shop owner gaping, their jaws dropping in utter astonishment. Impressive, you could just use it right away like that. Lee Kanghain cooks on autopilot, his mind drifting back through old memories. Come on, this stuff, anyone who's done military kitchen duty can make it. Back when he enlisted, they drilled it into him hard. Private Lee Kanghain. Someone dropped a note in the suggestion box requesting sunny side-up eggs. Back in the present, he dumps seasoning after seasoning into the pot, then tosses in diced onion and leafy greens. Remembering something important, Lee Kanghain slowly brings a morsel to Tori's mouth and speaks in a serious tone. One more time. Counting on you, buddy. Once all the ingredients hit the wok, Lee Kanghain preps for the next move. Now his nimble hands work in a blur, flipping and tossing the meat cuts forward. Time to pick up the pace. The shop owner stands silently to the side, watching the scene unfold. As the meat pieces gradually soak up the sauce, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. Moments later, sweat drenches his face, can't believe what he's seeing. Outside, everyone is starving to death waiting for their food. One exhausted squad member lifts his head and speaks up. That's it, I've sat here long enough, let's just move to another place. The teammate right next to him nods and continues. We gotta eat right. How are we supposed to last without any bar snacks? You think so too, right, Sam? Looks like the guy named Sam passed out ages ago. He's already out cold, what's the point of asking? Right, the man can't survive without his bar snacks, just drag him out. Right at that moment, a plate of fragrant, mouth-watering food lands on the table. Table 6. Lee Kanghain announces to everyone your stir-fried pork is ready. The three of them instantly spring back to life, finally. Wait, why's Lee Kanghain serving? Does that even matter? Just dig in, it smells incredible. One squad member quickly grabs a piece of meat and pops it into his mouth. The moment the flavor explodes, everyone freezes heads slowly lifting, eyes wide. This is insane, what is this? It's nothing like the stir-fried pork I usually eat. That red sauce is intense. It's actually spicy, but it's so good I can't stop eating. It's still stir-fried pork technically, but way more addictive. We need to order drinks. Thighs is the perfect drinking snack. Sam snatches a glass of beer, drains it in one gulp, then sets it down on the table with a satisfied thud. Sam's face gradually lights up, he's losing his mind. Everyone bursts out laughing, the snack junkie is back from the dead. Randon raises his head and addresses everyone. Boss, give us 4 more plates of that meat. The team members are taken aback. Shouldn't you order drinks too? Who knows when the food will come out again? Right on cue, the shop owner walks over and places plates of meat on their table. Here you go. Wait, what? That fast? How is it out so quickly? Everyone around them looks equally stunned. It's not just us, the other tables are getting served just as fast. The shop owner delivers plate after plate of meat, coming right up. The squad members quickly speak up. How about we eat fast and order more? Lee Kanghain chuckles and announces. No need to rush. I've made enough for everyone to order several more rounds. The guy sitting right next to him can barely contain his joy. Spicy but oh so good. At the same time, Lee Kanghain places a plate of fresh vegetables down on the table. For dishes like this, you have to wrap them in fresh greens. That's how you unlock true culinary bliss. Eat it this way, and even the heat mellows out. He finally wraps a piece of meat inside a fresh lettuce leaf. The guy is still staring blankly at the lettuce-wrapped meat in front of him. Lettuce in, meat in, ready to eat. A special way to eat, huh? Let's give it a try. He slowly places it into his mouth. The moment the new flavor hits, his eyes instantly light up. The lettuce wrap. Lee Kanghain sees this and quickly shoves it deeper into his mouth. You have to eat it all in one bite for the full experience. The man freezes on the spot. His eyes go wide with utter disbelief. It seems he's just discovered a brand new delicacy. This isn't just mellowing out the spice, thighs is pure, perfect harmony. The dishes seem to beckon him. Come to me. The man can only stare in utter awe. The freshness and crunch of the vegetables complementing the meat, it's a match made in heaven. At this rate, I could devour 10 plates all by myself. Hey, stop eating alone, share some with me, those are my snacks too. While the shop owner is still serving. A regular customer pipes up in surprise. Boss, why does the food taste different today? The shop owner's wife steps forward and earnestly addresses everyone. Sir, today we had a special guest helping out. Without that chef, today's dishes never would have made it out of the kitchen. Lee Kanghain turns around in surprise. Inside the tavern, people can't stop showering praise. You're a chef, today's food is absolutely god tier. I've never eaten anything this good in my entire life. Best chef, best bar snacks, period. Drinks are on me tonight. Everyone drink to your heart's content. Lee Kanghain sees this and hastily speaks up. That Randon and his bunch. But it looks like he's already joined in the revelry with everyone. Free booze is the best booze. This fills Lee Kanghain with absolute despair. Randon. People keep swarming closer to Lee Kanghain. Alright, bottoms up. Already got my glass ready. The large bottles of liquor were quickly gathered together. Seeing the rice cakes arriving at the empty table, the guests blinked in mild surprise. Empty plates. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tori was already laying out the fragrant dishes. Everyone in the group kept bickering over the fresh vegetable platter. Save some for us, you guys are supposed to be the spicy food pros. Watching everyone gradually warm up to each other, Lee Kanghyun couldn't help but laugh with a happy grin. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and before he knew it, night had deepened. The next morning finally arrived at Lee Kanghyun's familiar home. He lay motionless on the bed, utterly spent. Only when he realized a new day had begun did he slowly sit up. Recalling all the fun from yesterday, he couldn't suppress his smile. If I'd gone all out drinking yesterday, I'd be useless for business today. Fun is fun, but I can't forget the main grind. Good thing the wolf heart kept me from getting any hangover, though. Absolute god tier. Alright today, let's do business with full force. The moment he turned the faucet, it snapped clean off. Water gushed outward uncontrollably. The ice-cold blast of water hit Lee Kanghyun square in the face, freezing him dead in his tracks. Time seemed to stop. Maybe it was the lingering buzz from last night. He still couldn't process what was happening. Then it clicked, something was definitely wrong. The pipe had burst. Sometime later, Mino opened the door and called out, "Lee Kanghyun, I got your message," and came right over. Hearing his benefactor's voice, Lee Kanghyun's face lit up instantly. Mino. Soaked head to toe, he stepped outside along with the rice cakes. Seeing his current state, even Mino jolted in surprise. Lee Kanghyun's. After a while, Mino worked nonstop to fix the pipe. Once the repairs were done, he turned around and reported, "I've shut it off for now, but this doesn't look like the only problem spot. Have you called a plumber yet?" Lee Kanghyun explained helplessly. "They said they can't come until tomorrow." Hearing that, Mino let out a wry smile. "Then selling anything today is going to be rough. Looks like you've already accepted it. I had a feeling something like this would happen. But honestly, I'm only standing here today because of you. If you haven't eaten breakfast yet, grab a bite before you head out." Mino chuckled and let out a sigh. "I appreciate it, but I've got a mountain of work to get through. It's harvest season, completely swamped." Lee Kanghyun pressed on. "You should at least eat something before heading out." Mino's face slowly reddened as he continued. "I need to finish quickly so I'll have time to see Hyun. She grows up more every single day. If I don't hurry, I'll miss all these moments forever, so I want to burn as many of them into memory as I can." Hearing this, Lee Kanghyun fell silent. He slowly spoke up. "Being this busy, you must need extra hands, right?" Mino nodded immediately. "That's right." His face gradually brightened as he placed a hand on his chest and made his offer. "As it happens, there's someone right here who's free right no laid off through no fault of his own. Mind if I lend you a hand?" The scene shifts to a sprawling farm. The sight before him made Lee Kanghyun's jaw drop. "The Mino household grows white radishes," he noted with a nod of confirmation. "That's right. I really do need the extra help. Lucky you showed up." He looked out at the workers spread across the field. "How many acres is this place, roughly?" Remembering something, Mino immediately spoke up to remind him. "It rained yesterday, so pulling up radishes should be easier today." This got Lee Kanghyun visibly fired up. "The soil has to be moist for easy pulling, right? I learned that from the village chief during that busy summer." Mino handed him an item. "Here you go. And this one too. Feel free to use them." Lee Kanghyun stared at it puzzled. "What is this?" "A drum." His words made Mino burst out laughing before explaining. "It's a kneeling pad for farming. Sitting on hard ground is really uncomfortable, you know." Lee Kanghyun quickly strapped the pad on and nodded in understanding. "Thank you." Though privately, he thought to himself felt like he had a royal cushion. Remembering something he needed to do, Mino immediately turned and walked off. "I need to go check on the jujube grove. I'll be back in a bit." Lee Kanghyun nodded right away. "Sure thing, leave it to me." He quickly rolled up his sleeves and announced, "All right, time to start the mission so we can wrap up early." Lee Kanghyun carefully pulled up each radish one by one. The growing pile of his harvest filled him with pride. While Lee Kanghyun was still laboring through the radishes, Tori on the side had already used her abilities to plow through her Sherpaching in to help him. A gentle breeze swept through, and autumn leaves danced on the wind. After a long stretch of work, Lee Kanghyun felt the fatigue settling in. This cushion truly was a stroke of genius. He silently replayed his earlier blunder in his head. "I called it a drum, what a crime." Quite sore from all the non-stop labor, Lee Kanghyun immediately pressed his hand against his own shoulder. Exhaustion written all over his face as he sighed. "Harvesting is satisfying, sure, but it really takes a toll. Hats off to every farmer in the country. This is brutal." "Big rice cakes. Take it slow." The scene before him froze him in place. Over on this side with the two kids, Soin was still smiling and playing with the little one. "Well done." The sound of a door opening made her turn around in surprise. "Oh my, we've been waiting for you. Everyone's worked so hard. Your face, it looks like you've been overdoing it, hasn't it?" With few people around, Mino slowly spoke up. Wow, you've finished everything already. This only deepens her confusion, prompting her to ask, "Thank goodness, but why do you both look like that?" Mino slowly chimes in. "It's because we already finished tomorrow's work too." Lee Kanghain is left speechless. "You kids need to pace yourselves, you know." Kok quickly whips around to face him and reminds him, "Lee Kanghain, I hate to say this, but you really shouldn't be a chef, switch to farming instead." He doesn't know what else to say. No, it's really not like that. You keep staring at me with that judging look. No need to be humble. Do you have any idea you just did the work of several people all by yourself? Lee Kanghain gradually starts to stammer. "No, that was others helped. Well, okay, it was me." His admission only deepens Mino's admiration. Truly a heaven-sent farmer. Time drifts toward late evening. A long, exhausting day of work nears its end. Lee Kanghain quickly pours makgeolli into the cup sitting on the table. Can't let any go to waste. He raises it to his lips and drains the bowl clean. A thrilled, satisfied grin spreads across his face. Nothing beats makgeolli after a hard day's work. Sajin brings over a plate of food. "Everyone have some snacks with your drinks." He's taken aback. This is mackerel braised with white radish, out-of-season radish and out-of-season mackerel, no less. She laughs and explains, "Whenever we harvest radish at home, we always make dishes like these. These radishes were harvested today, so they're extra sweet and delicious." Lee Kanghain can barely contain his anticipation. "Then some of these must be the radishes I pulled, right? Not supermarket radishes, but freshly harvested ones braised right away. I've never eaten anything like this before." He quickly brings it to his mouth to savor. The flavor bursts forth, rich, fragrant, melting on his tongue. The radish has soaked up the seasoning perfectly. Out-of-season mackerel paired with radish, how could it not be delicious? And he can't help thinking, if some of these are radishes he pulled himself, they must taste even better. Sajin notices Mino standing quietly to the side and quickly urges him, "Honey, you eat too." He excitedly turns and lifts little Hayun up for everyone to see. His face can't hide his happiness as he breaks into a grin. "I wonder who our little Hayun takes after. She's just too adorable." Takes after her mom. Lee Kanghain laughs in surprise. "You've just been staring at your daughter this whole time." Sajin chimes in, "It's just that I love her so much." He feels incredibly happy once again. No matter how exhausting the day is, one look at her little face and all the fatigue just melts away. He nods and adds, "Your expression already says it all. So helping you out was actually a great idea after all. Look, if I have the time, I'll come help you out again from now on." Mino is taken aback in surprise. "Because of what I said this morning, you went and did all this." Lee Kanghain laughs and gently holds little Hayun's hand. She's part of the reason too. "But today you also helped with the plumbing. I can't even begin to thank you enough. The people who helped me settle in here the most are the village chief and you, Mino. So I want to help everyone out a little too." Looking at Mino's reaction, Lee Kanghain is utterly confused. "What's wrong?" Sajin, standing right beside him, notices Mino acting strange and immediately understands. "Are you crying again, honey?" Ever since Hayun was born, he gets emotional so easily. He must be touched because of what Lee Kanghain said. "Actually, my husband thinks the same way you do. Lee Kanghain has already done so much for our family. What you just said makes us even more grateful. Isn't that right, honey?" Lee Kanghain is momentarily stunned by these warm words. After a long silence, he finally speaks up. "Birds of a feather really do flock together, huh?" Noticing Hayun's trembling hands, Mino turns in surprise. Little girl is still shaking, but trying with all her might to stand on her own. Right there. After a moment of effort, her tiny feet gradually steady on the ground. She's still trembling slightly, but she can now stand on her own two legs. Everyone present freezes in that instant. The place erupts with joyful shouts. That's it. Mino is so moved he can't bear to look directly at little Hayun. Lee Kanghain can't help but exclaim in awe. Her very first step's a miracle. At this rate, she'll be married off before we know it. Sajin watches from the side, beaming with the happiest of smiles. She's growing up. Everyone continues chatting warmly among themselves. Stop crying already. Try again, Hayun. A while later, Mino asks in surprise. Both your parents are overseas. Lee Kanghain nods in confirmation. Yes, I'm the only one in Korea. Curious, Mino asks further. So during the holidays, do you fly abroad to visit them? He shakes his head. Plane tickets are hard to get during those times, so I usually just meet them on other days. Besides, my restaurant is always fully booked during the holidays. I can't even take time off, so I never go anywhere. Come to think of it, that's pretty rough. Mino laughs and quickly adds, but you don't work there anymore, right? This Chuseok, you should finally be able to relax. Hearing this, he immediately perks upright. Chuseok is just around the corner. He turns to look outside. This year, he'll definitely be able to celebrate Chuseok properly. Time passes. On a beautiful day at his own home, Lee Kanghain lifts his head and gazes ahead, murmuring to himself, that's right. Every year I'm too busy, I've never properly enjoyed Chuseok even once. Let's try taking it easy this year. Toady looks at the uniforms on the two of them and freezes in confusion. Where's mine? Kang Hyun glances at the rice cakes and remarks in surprise. Rice cakes and hanbok actually go well together, don't they? That's right, it's Mid-Autumn Festival, so you have to wear hanbok. And on a day like this, you can't miss the special holiday broadcast. Sitting inside the house, Kang Hyun watches the TV carefully. Realizing something isn't right, his face immediately falls with disappointment. I've been wanting to watch this movie for 5 years, and now it's turned into a holiday special broadcast. You two eat up. The meat is so good. I bought a whole bunch of assorted treats from the store. Brought them all back. Why don't we try making some ourselves? Just then, a familiar voice rings out. The young chef turns around and surprises the village chief, walking over with a cheerful greeting, even dressed in hanbok. Now that's what I call a festive atmosphere. Seeing him show up here makes Kang Hyun extremely curious. Village chief, you're not working today. He shakes his head and explains with a smile. Nah, everyone already knows about that. I heard you're taking the day off at home today, so why not come over? He grows curious at those words. Go where? The village chief lets out a laugh and announces. Where else? The village community hall, of course. The scene here is incredibly lively. People chat non-stop. Oh my, really? Isn't that the youngest from the Minso household? Come on, let's go, little one. Seeing this bustling scene leaves Kang Hyun stunned. Why is everyone here? Seeing his confusion, the village chief kindly explains. You're a city person, so you wouldn't know. Whenever there's a holiday, the community center and the senior gathering hall are the liveliest places in town. People even bring offerings to share with everyone. Anyone who hasn't been around in a while comes by to catch up. People keep chatting away. Kang Hyun, you're so late and you're even wearing hanbok. Looking sharp, huh? Realizing something is off, he freezes in shock. Why are you here too, Uncle Jae-hoon and Uncle Donghoon? The two burst out laughing in response. What are you saying, Kang Hyun? I'm a resident of Dongbyong too, you know. I just came to hang out. We've been living here for quite a while. No, of course, we have to take part in village events. Kang Hyun still doesn't understand what's going on. Events. Seeing that he's arrived, Jae-hoon announces excitedly. Hey, come sit next to me. Migang also immediately calls out. Over here. The village chief quickly pushes Kang Hyun down into a seat. In Dongbyong, there's one thing you absolutely have to do during the Mid-Autumn Festival. A woman smiles and carries over a large basin filled to the brim. Alright, everyone make way, Songpyeon-do is here. The sight even catches Kang Hyun off guard. This much Songpyeon-do. The village chief steps over gently and explains. This is Dongbyong's annual tradition. Of course, if you're busy, you don't have to join. We just make a ton and share with everyone. Jae-hoon from the side adds excitedly. I make Songpyeon every single year, you know. My skills are pretty top-notch. Uncle, let me make yours for you. The woman keeps pushing rice flour forward. There are other colors too, you know. Migang immediately looks at the boy with excited eyes. I'll make yours too. The boy nods in agreement. Great, then let's get started. Seeing him still sitting there, the village chief urges repeatedly. Hey chef, show us what you've got. This is your specialty, isn't it? He doesn't know what to say. I specialize in Western cuisine. In his mind, he silently thinks she's only ever made Songpyeon for restaurant events. Meanwhile, villagers keep bringing over drinks and asking, anyone want a sip? The heartwarming scene gives Kang Hyun a warm feeling. He quickly turns to look at Murang. Why don't we lend a hand too? Murang, are you going to give it a try? From the side, June proudly announces. I might not know much about cooking, but when it comes to handwork, I'm plenty confident. Now look at this beautiful work of art. Donghoon from the side, not to be outdone, proudly adds. You're not the only one who knows handcraft, you know. When it comes to dexterity, I'm plenty confident too. Behold a giant Songpyeon with no filling. This match is dead even. Jae-hoon immediately nods in agreement. Gotta admit that was a good match. Granny Bako from the side, seeing this, keeps reminding the two. You're acting like kids again. When the whole family eats together, you need to make them properly. I don't know what good growing this old has done you. You young chef, you're not making things like that too, are you? Kang Hyun tells her seriously, I'll just stick to the basic shapes. Sorry, I ended up doing it my own way. The beautifully shaped rice cakes leave Granny Bako suddenly speechless. Without thinking much, she immediately announces, whatever, it doesn't matter either way. Lee Kang-hyun's eyes instantly light up. Really? After the cakes are assembled, the old village chief quickly reaches for the pot lid. Let's see now, are they done yet? The moment the lid comes off, a rich aroma instantly floods the entire area. The sight of those perfectly steamed cakes makes him break into a wide grin. Oh my, looks like everyone's going to eat well this year, huh? The woman smiles, picking up a spoon and generously brushing sesame oil over them. Murang and Sang-hoo jump up in excitement to announce. Found it, the one I made. Lee Kang-hyun glances over in surprise, a warm sense of pride swelling up inside him. Right at that moment, Sang-hoo's voice suddenly rings out. Uncle, look, I made it really nicely, didn't I? Uncle, try some. This catches Lee Kang-hyun completely off guard. He quickly speaks up. It's beautiful, but you worked so hard on it. Sang-hoo, would it really be okay for Uncle to eat it? The boy nods eagerly and firmly. Of course, I made it as a gift for Uncle from the very start. Those words make Lee Kang-hein fall silent for a brief moment. Before long, the happiest smile spreads across his lips. Thank you. For a while after that, rice cake and to continuously savor the delicious food. Sang-hoo and Murang sit to the side, chatting non-stop about the adorable Triceratops starfish-shaped cakes. The adults engage in lively discussions of their own. Junwoong, did you put the filling in the songpyeon yet? What kind of cake is this mandu one? It's pretty good, isn't it? Noticing an incoming phone call, Lee Kang-hein quickly steps outside. Hey mom, what's up? His mother's voice comes through from the other end of the line. I was worried my son didn't have any friends. That you'd be all alone during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Have you been resting well? Are you eating properly? Lee Kang-hein chuckles and replies, Mom, that's a bit harsh on me. I'm making rice cakes with everyone in the village and celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival right now. This makes her overjoyed. Oh really? That's my boy. I thought you'd just be holed up at home watching those holiday reruns from 5 or 6 years ago. Her words leave him frozen on the spot. Mom, did you install a camera to spy on me at home? He quickly shakes his head. Not at all. I'm having a wonderful time enjoying the Mid-Autumn Festival. Resting alone is fine, sure, but right now. Sang-hoo and the others burst outside, shouting at the top of their lungs. Uncle, watch me fly my kite. Dongwon boasts proudly from the side. Back in the day, Uncle was a total pro at flying kites, you know. Lee Kang-hein looks up in surprise, watching the image of everyone still playing and laughing. Rice cake, don't bite so hard. A happy smile unconsciously spreads across his lips. Remembering something, he quickly speaks into the phone. A different kind of liveliness has its own charm too. Time passes, the scene shifts deep into the forest, where hushed voices echo through the trees. Grand Elder, should we invite Lee Kang-hein to the coming-of-age ceremony this time? The spirit coming-of-age rite. Emmy chuckles and voices her thoughts. Yes, haven't you already been meaning to invite him for a while now? The elder makes no effort to hide his surprise. It seems you trust that human more than I do. He ponders. She quickly shakes her head, explaining. He's no ordinary human. The young girl standing nearby has overheard every single word. As expected, she really has changed. Time flows on. The scene shifts back to the warmth of Lee Kang-hein's home. Tinu's tidying up his house. Rice Cake quickly pitches in to help him work. Out in the garden, To strains its tiny body to help him pull weeds. Seeing its effort, he smiles and speaks gently. You don't have to pull weeds if you're tired, you know. Sunlight bathes every corner of this place in golden warmth. Today is a full house cleaning day at Grandpa's place. I come here every week, but I've never actually cleaned up. I need to do a proper job this time. The book lying before him makes him freeze in place. This is so old. Did Grandpa actually clip and collect every newspaper article written about me? Inside are photos of Lee Kang-hein as a child. But there are also photos from his days as a chef. Every single memory makes him break into an incredibly warm smile, unbidden. The memories of the past flood back into Lee Kang-hein's mind. Sometimes I still think back to the time before I moved here. Back then, so many people threw criticism at him. Compared to his looks, isn't Lee Kang-hein's cooking actually worse than the other contestants? He's only famous because of his face, obviously. Lee Kang-hein's personality is trash. He just barged in and made a huge scene. If he treats his fans like that, just imagine what he's like normally. I went to his restaurant. It was mediocre at best. I don't get why everyone hypes him up so much. Honestly, Lee Kang-hein can't cook for shit. You know what? I heard that guy's been like that for a long time. Lee Kang-hein clutches his phone, curling into himself in the pitch-dark room. He had been cornered by judgment and criticism, crushed under unbearable mental pressure. Back then, Lee Kang-hein couldn't face any of it. The extreme stress caused him to develop a loss of taste, a fatal wound for any chef. Back in the present, Lee Kang-hein lets out a long sigh and closes the book of memories. At that time, I just wanted to give up everything and run away to the countryside. Right at that moment, Rice Cake suddenly lets out a cry from beside him. It seems terribly hungry, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. Lee Kang-hein sees this and breaks into a gentle smile. He peers into the small storage room, Grandpa's storage room, one he happened to stumble into. At that moment, an entirely different space materializes before his eyes, a hidden gate leading to another world. That is how I made it to the other world and met Bonji, letter 1EA10. Lee Kang-hein back then placed a hand confidently on his chest and declared, I can cook a pork cutlet. I will recreate that memory for you. Thanks to Bonji letter 1EA10 tasting my food, I regained my confidence in cooking. He was able to help Sajin and the Minoran grow closer together. Even Sang-ho opened his heart more to his grandmother. Murang grew even closer to her mother. The fact that I could help someone with my cooking skills. He recalled the joyful smile on her face, followed by the happy smile on Carson's face alongside Noah. And finally you, Ilion forging new bonds. All of it was what I had learned in this world, and before I knew it. Lee Kanghan's eyes were brimming with tears, as if he was about to cry. I can taste again. I had recovered my lost sense of taste. That feeling was truly beyond words. Seeing To lying quietly outside in the yard with the garden all cleaned up made him burst out laughing in admiration. Eating counts as cleaning too, you know. But Tu, what should we eat next? Its eyes immediately welled up with tears, as if to say, who even am I? Lee Kanghan burst out laughing and shook his head. You're just a snack, so of course you can eat more. Thank you too for helping me clean up. A sweet snack after hard work is simply the best. The flames crackled steadily as Lee Kanghan carefully picked up the roasted pieces nearby. Bonji letter 1EA10 and To waited with burning curiosity and eager anticipation. Lee Kanghan carefully split open the fragrant roasted sweet potato in his hands. It's quite similar to the whole roasted sweet potato we had before, isn't it? But this time it's a sweet potato. Sweet potato roasted over an open fire, you know, that ultimate people's delicacy. When I was little, every time I visited, Grandpa would make this dessert. No matter how worried he was, the sweet potato was always delicious and sweet, and I'd eat every last bite. A gentle smile spread across his lips. So nostalgic. Wait a moment, it's too hot, let it cool down first. Bonji letter 1EA10 and To kept savoring the roasted sweet potatoes. Lee Kanghan smiled gently and asked the two of them, how is it? Is it good? Both of them immediately let out excited cries. He gently brought a piece of sweet potato close to his mouth. After taking a bite, his face lit up with pure happiness. As the flavor spread through his mouth, he suddenly yelped, hot. But the delicious sweet potato right before his eyes demanded attention. It's scorching. But who could resist a freshly roasted sweet potato straight from the fire? Oh right, I almost forgot. It turned out he hadn't just made roasted sweet potato, also had cheese sweet potato and butter sweet potato. I even prepared a few other flavors. He held out 2 pieces of sweet potato toward the 2 little beast companions. Try this one. His face broke into a radiant smile. Watching the faces of Bonji letter 1E810 and To only made him even more delighted. You two are an absolute messes. It's so good that you had to smear it all over yourselves. My hands are even darker now. You look like a Siamese cat. Laughter and playful chatter echoed continuously inside the house. Sorry, Bonji letter 1E810. He gently teased his 2 companions. A question lingered in his heart. Did you know the secret of the warehouse, Grandpa? Had you ever been to the world beyond? I can no longer ask him. Time rewound to the past, when Lee Kanghan was still just an innocent child. His grandfather slowly placed a hand on his head and called out to him. Lee Kanghan, if you ever want to rest, come here anytime. His grandfather's cryptic words caught his attention. If I want to rest. His grandfather nodded and reassured him. Don't think too much about it. Like when you have too much homework, or you had a fight with a close friend, or you're just too exhausted and need a break. If a day like that comes, just come here and rest easy. Back in the present, Lee Kanghan sat there with a deeply content smile. Grandpa, thanks to you, I'm doing fine. The scene shifts to another place, where flowers and grass bloom in vibrant splendor. Lee Kanghan had set up camp here, his face completely relaxed. He leaned back comfortably and exclaimed with delight. A gentle breeze, warm sunlight, and scenery as picturesque as this isn't this practically paradise. Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman spoke up with irritation. That guy. At the same time, Bonji letter 1EA10 managed to catch To in time, startling it in the process. To frantically dug into the ground to escape, leaving Bonji letter 1EA10 utterly astonished. Seeing the 2 of them fooling around, Lee Kanghan called out from the side, play nice or you'll get hurt. We'll eat later. So don't wander too far. And most importantly, his words caused MY's sister to freeze in shock. What? Lee Kanghan continued to chime in, don't cause any trouble, alright. Hey. The moment he finished his sentence, her figure crashed painfully onto the ground below. This immediately reminded him of Bonji letter 1EA10 and To's mischief. Sensing something was wrong, he rushed over anxiously. We're so sorry, the kids were just playing a bit too rough. Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing the orange-haired girl collapse onto the ground left Lee Kanghan frozen in place. He involuntarily recalled the first time he had met Ilya. MY's sister was blushing bright red with embarrassment. Did I just fall from a tree? Lee Kanghan still didn't understand what was going on. What is this? Why does she remind me of MY? Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Lee Kanghan didn't know what to do next. Aoga's body had begun to tremble. She thought furiously. Impossible, someone who was supposed to follow the patrols and become a patrol officer just fell from a tree. Right then Lee Kanghan's voice rang out. Hey, are you alright? She jolted to her feet in surprise, hastily stepping back to maintain distance. Feeling puzzled, he thought to himself, is she a spirit race member? She looks pretty young. I've never seen any spirit race member besides MY before. I'm sorry you fell because our little one startled you. If anything hurts, just tell me. Alright, I have a first aid kit. Yajia suddenly screams, I don't trust you. Being kind is nothing but a waste of effort. Are you trying to catch me off guard so you can steal information about the fairy clan? I don't know how you fooled the Ilya sisters, but that trick won't work on me. After saying that, she calls out loudly for Sopai. The parrot, perched right beside her, screeches suddenly, and a powerful gust of wind sweeps toward them in an instant. Yajia points frantically at him while cursing non-stop. This is just a tactical retreat. It's not like I'm fleeing because I'm afraid of you. Just you wait, human. With those words, Yajia and the parrot vanish completely from the spot, leaving Kang Heng standing there alone. He instinctively gazes at the 1,000-year-old ancient tree before him. Leaves swirl endlessly into his face, and he catches one in a daze. Recalling her words from moments ago, he stands frozen in bewilderment. Shortly after, the Ilya sisters appear at another location deep within the forest. Anai speaks up with a helpless sigh, informing them that it was Yajia. That name surprises Kang Heng. Come out. She nods and recounts, that girl is like a little sister to me. I can't believe she left the village on her own. Nothing happened, did it? Kang Heng quickly shakes his head in reply, not at all. Anai's expression grows contemplative as she recounts everything that transpired. Those who live solely within the village tend to be extremely wary of other races. Yajia is one of them. If she was rude to you, please let me know. Kang Heng immediately shakes his head and explains. Not at all. It was our fault. Rice Cake had been tied to the signboard. It's my fault for teasing too much. Even Rice Cake couldn't escape its fate, and I was the one who helped it along. Hearing his words, Anai lets out a sudden sigh. That's good then. I was only worried she'd leave a bad impression, since the two of you will meet again. Those words make him freeze for a moment. Meet again. She nods to confirm. The coming-of-age ceremony is about to be held. Yajia is one of the candidates for the ceremony. Usually, it's a festival reserved exclusively for the fairy spirits. But this year, I'd like to invite you as a guest, Kang Heng. Inviting someone from another race is something that hasn't been done in hundreds of years. The positive energy you've brought to this forest has touched everyone's hearts. These words cause Kang Heng to widen his eyes in utter astonishment. The fairy realm. I truly wonder what kind of place that is. At that very moment, a small hand suddenly reaches out and blocks Anai's hand. Right at the critical moment, No suddenly appears, carrying Mona in his arms. We're going to. His sudden appearance causes Anai to yank her hand back. I never said I was inviting you. He looks at her with a judgmental gaze. So you want Kang Heng to go alone? No one is more stubborn than you fairy spirits. He needs bodyguards in case something happens. So it's best if it's us beast folk who are friendly with humans, participating as a bodyguard. Mona kept chirping excitedly beside him, as if confirming the accuracy of it all. Anai didn't think much of it, simply turning her head to fire back a retort. Let me ask the elder and see, but he probably won't agree. It seemed No didn't care much about any of this. Then make him agree. Those words left her completely speechless, at a loss for anything more to say. This beast of a person. Kang Heng listened quietly from the side, lost in silent thought. I want to go to the fairy village. The two of them still wouldn't stop bickering. That's for me to decide, just to prove it already. He unconsciously recalled Yajia's figure from their first meeting. But the protagonist of the coming-of-age ceremony didn't seem to like him very much. Is it really okay to go? At the same time, Anai spoke up with an irritated question. If you're not allowed, will you just give up? No and Mona still refused to give up. We'll decide that for ourselves. Time pressed onward, and the scene shifted to late night deep within the forest. Anai found herself with a splitting headache, sighing heavily as she mulled it over. She couldn't believe the Grand Elder actually gave his permission. This left No immensely pleased with himself. What a flexible leader he is. She reminded them with a hint of annoyance. Stay close and follow carefully, don't get lost. Everyone gradually ventured deeper into the territory of the fairy clan's village. Moreover, Kang Heng walked while scanning his surroundings. Perhaps because the canopy was so dense, sunlight could not penetrate down here. His footsteps were remarkably steady as he advanced slowly forward. But what he didn't know was that the moment he appeared, he had already become the center of attention for countless creatures lurking nearby. They all stared at him with eyes that glowed bright. An awkward smile crept onto Kang Heng's face. This place feels kind of strange, doesn't it? If I were here alone, I'd probably be terrified. Maybe it's thanks to the wolf's heart that I'm still alright. Right at that moment, Mona suddenly started barking incessantly, sensing that someone was watching. Seeing this, No spoke up to caution them. Calm down. Kang Heng silently glanced at the two of them. Turns out he wasn't the only one feeling a chill down his spine. While all three were still bewildered, Leah turned around with a smile and explained. This forest was deliberately designed this way, so that no intruder could easily trespass. so you'll find some rather unique flora and fauna around here. Spotting a small creature on the ground below, Kang Heng was filled with surprise. How adorable! Without thinking much of it, he immediately reached his hand out toward the small beast. Come here, little one. A second later, its mouth stretched wide open to roughly a meter across, poised to snap down on him. Seeing the situation turn dire, I rushed forward and yanked him back. She sighed and continued to remind everyone alright, she forgot to mention, this place isn't exactly safe either. He had only just recovered his wits from the earlier incident. Thank you, miss. The group continues forward, following in Ilya's footsteps. He notices the space around them gradually shifting, stirring a flicker of unease within him. The darkness is even deeper than before. How much farther do we have to go? Anai's footsteps gradually slow to a halt. A short moment later, she gently announces to everyone, "We've arrived." The scene before them sparks Kang Heng's boundless curiosity, and he can't help but ask, "But there's nothing here, is there?" A soft blue glow emanates from the wings of a tiny butterfly as it materializes out of thin air. The butterfly ascends into the darkness, its ethereal light casting a dreamlike shimmer that draws every eye upward. Without the slightest hesitation, Kang Heng slowly extends his hand forward. She gently coaxes the blue butterfly to flutter closer. At last, the blue butterfly lands delicately upon her outstretched palm. In that very instant, the world around them transforms, leaving Kang Heng and everyone else utterly stupefied. Overcome with curiosity, he raises his own hand. It is then that an eye suddenly chimes in with an explanation. These spirits have not yet formed a pact with anyone, so they lack a physical form. Bao and Mona watch the spectacle from the side, utterly enchanted. Even No cannot contain her astonishment and lets out a gasp of wonder. This is the first time I've ever seen a spirit. She laughs softly and turns to explain, "It's because we're standing right at the threshold of the fairy realm. Even those without an innate affinity can see them clearly here." Tadai suddenly scurries up onto his arm and pipes up, "Can you see me now?" He makes no effort to hide his irritation. Where on earth did this rat come from? The blatant disdain sends Tadai into a sulking fury. The spatial gate swings open. Anai takes one measured step forward after another. "Now then, let's go." Kang Heng freezes in place, stunned. A fairy figure appears right before his eyes. A radiant smile blossoms across her face as she announces, "Welcome to the fairy village." The moment they step through, an impossibly vast landscape bathed in golden sunlight unfurls before their eyes. Kang Heng cannot contain his shock, his jaw drops open in sheer amazement. So this is the fairy village. Off to the side, Ao watches the group's arrival with undisguised displeasure. Her face is tight with barely concealed fury, yet there is nothing she can do. Time passes as everyone remains absorbed in exploring the sprawling village. Anai steps inside the hollow of an ancient tree and announces, "Elder, I've brought the guests." Curious, Kang Heng parts the massive leaves and follows her inside. Purple butterflies take flight into the air, catching his attention. Seeing that his dear friends have arrived, the old man swiftly offers a warm greeting. Making it all the way here must have been quite the journey, hasn't it? "I am the elder of this village." Kang Heng startles slightly and hurriedly speaks up. "Greetings." Though in the back of his mind, he silently wonders if an elder the same as a village chief. The old man breaks into an incredibly warm and gentle smile. "Welcome everyone." That smile from the elder eased much of Hai Un's anxiety. For some reason, just seeing him was enough to put her at ease. No, standing right beside her, immediately bowed her head in deep reverence, deeply honored to be in the presence of the fairy tribe's leader. "This is my gift." Tuka stood stunned. The werewolf tribe's chief had brought larvae from the Myotan mountain range. Seeing this, Kang Hai Un was taken aback, while the elder beside her watched with intense curiosity. "Myotan larvae, what a precious gift. Look how healthy they are. Put them in there and they'd still be wriggling away, wouldn't they?" Kang Hai Un's voice came out slow and halting. "I also have a gift." Seeing his strange demeanor, Anai tilted her head in surprise and spoke up. "Kang Hai Un, why are you standing so far away when you talk?" His voice grew increasingly stammered. "It's nothing, I'm just a little surprised, that's all." He accepted the small pouch, leaving the village chief visibly astonished. "What is this?" Kang Hai Un smiled and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "They are rose seeds. Your Excellency and I told me that fairy spirits are very fond of growing flowers. They may go by another name here. Where I come from, they are called roses." This left the elder utterly astonished. "But why do you insist on standing so far away? This old man can barely hear you." Gazing at the gift in his hand, a contemplative look surfaced on the elder's face. "Roses, you say?" He slowly closed his eyes, as if focusing his senses to perceive the rose seeds resting in his palm. A familiar fragrance drifted through the air, and the elder's eyes snapped open. The space around them shifted at once, a vast, expansive realm unfurled before the elder's eyes. When he looked again, the entire landscape was blanketed in roses. A gentle breeze swept through. His eyes widened with unmistakable disbelief. These are roses. Blooming roses in full splendor burst into his vision. Returning to reality, the elder appeared to treasure this gift beyond measure. He lifted his gaze toward Hyun, who still shrank back in fear of the worms. A flower that even someone as old as this one has never known. He spoke with deep reverence, addressing everyone present. Thank you all for your wonderful gifts. There is still some time before the coming-of-age ceremony begins. Why not take a stroll around the village in the meantime? The festival is in full swing after all. Kang Hyun perked up the moment she caught this piece of news. The village festival continues. There are plenty more delights to see, so feel free to explore at your leisure. The scene shifts to the festival grounds outside, where the atmosphere buzzes with lively excitement. Kang Hyun cannot hide the smile spreading across her face. I've never seen a festival like this before. And I, standing right beside her, smiles gently and explains, this is a festival for the children who are about to come of age. She turns back eagerly and calls out to No. Where should we go first? No, he doesn't seem to care much. Anywhere is fine. His hand suddenly lands on Mona's head. Seeing her act so mischievous, he reminds her sternly. Don't forget what the village chief told you. If any trouble happens here, it's on you. Mona. Cassandra's terrifying words flash through her mind. My daughter, I trust you. And I sees Mona suddenly behave and lets out a surprised laugh. Good, no children getting lost today. A familiar figure flits past, piquing Kang Heng's curiosity. And I continues to remind everyone, how about we start from the front? The fairy festival has plenty to see. Just as she says, Kang Heng is utterly thrilled when he spots the spirits soaring through the sky. Brimming with Anai's infectious excitement, the group continues exploring. Everyone tries on masks, laughing and joking with boundless energy. A while later, Kang Heng sits down at a table to rest. Recalling everything that has happened fills him with a quiet warmth. Going out with everyone today, it really is so much fun. But Mona and Little Rice Cake both seem utterly exhausted. Anai notices and exclaims in surprise, looks like the little ones are hungry too. Let's order quick. I'll have a plate of kun root, please. The server nods in acknowledgement. Yes, ma'am. Hearing this dish's name for the first time, Kang Heng is thoroughly confused. Kun root Anai announces the name proudly. It only grows in the fairy forests. You can eat it raw and it's decent, but cook it and the flavor becomes absolutely divine. A vegetable-like ingredient is quickly flash-fried in oil. Next, this aromatic delicacy is carefully pan-fried to golden perfection. The server swiftly plates it and sets it before everyone. Your dish, please enjoy. Kang Heng looks at the dish and thinks in surprise it looks just like asparagus from back home. And I sees his expression and urges everyone on. Alright, dig in while it's hot. Without overthinking it, he immediately takes a bite. To his shock, the inside stretches with melted cheese, leaving him utterly stunned. Cheese. And I bursts into delighted laughter beside him. Looks like cheese, doesn't it? Kun root melts just like cheese when exposed to high heat. Crispy on the outside, soft and stretchy within. It's a traditional delicacy of the fairy tuber tribe. Kang Heng savors the dish, marveling silently. It's like a cheese stick but cleaner in flavor. The outer layer shatters with a satisfying crunch, leaving a lingering sweetness on the tongue. It really is delicious. But he notices everyone else around is still laughing and enjoying themselves without a care in the world. Sensing something off about him, Anai grows curious. Does it not suit your taste? He quickly shakes his head. No, Noth Kun root is delicious. She flashes a radiant smile. It's fine, just be honest, everyone has different tastes. After all, Kang Heng shakes his head again, looking down at the dish in his hands. Oh no, it really is great, it's just, doesn't anyone eat it with a dipping sauce? Anai pauses thoughtfully, then shakes her head. Not really, it's already delicious enough on its own. Kang Heng hears this and mulls it over. She has a point, but still. But what if he tried it with a dipping sauce today? If it's already this good on its own, eating it with a sauce would surely make it even better. Meanwhile, on this side, Yajia is still eating and searching non-stop. He only stepped away to buy a few snacks. And that fellow has already vanished without a trace. Where did that human go? He needs to expose the man's true colors for everyone to see. Right at that moment, exclamations of wonder ring out from just beside him. What is this? It's so delicious, and not just when eaten with skewers either. Curiosity burning, Yajia hurries over for a closer look. Why is everyone gathering over there? A man asked in surprise. What was that black thing you just opened? Kang Heng holds the ingredients in his hands, cooking and explaining to the crowd at the same time. It's a dipping sauce. It's a fermented sauce blended with various spices, pairs perfectly with fried foods. Hearing this, the crowd grows even more eager. Really? Can I try some right now? He smiles and nods in confirmation. Of course. Feel free to try it with other fried dishes too. These words send the surrounding crowd into a frenzy of excitement. So humans actually eat things this delicious. I'm looking at them in a whole new light now. Off to the side, Yajia still has no idea what is going on. What is this? What on earth is happening here? Kang Heng stirs the sauce together, a surprised thought crossing his mind. Looks like even the fairy spirits really love this stuff, huh? I was only planning to make a small batch for the group, and yet everyone ended up loving it. Now it's turned into this whole huge crowd. Watching his actions, Ilya stands there utterly bewildered and asks, Kang Heng, what are you doing? He replies with enthusiasm, oh, just the most common dipping sauce for fried foods, nothing complicated. Simply mix soy sauce and sesame oil in the right proportion, then add minced garlic, red chili flakes, chopped scallions, and sesame seeds. And just like that, a dark soy dipping sauce for fried dishes, ready to go. Ilya, brimming with curiosity, picks up a piece, dips it in the sauce, and takes a bite. Her eyes instantly light up as she savors the bite and shares her verdict. It's amazing. The slightly spicy, richly savory seasoning seeps into the fried potato. A perfect combination. Seeing this, the fairy folk beside them rush to make their requests. Boss, add another serving of potatoes on skewers for me. Me too. I want to eat it with that sauce. This one is really quite good. And I is still happily chatting away with Kang Heng. What about the one next to it? That my special sauce. The crowd showers him with non-stop praise. Thanks to you, we all get to enjoy something like this. All of this fills Yajia, watching from the side with utter indignation. The crowd continues to chatter animatedly among themselves. What's going on over there? Looks like that human is doing something over yonder. If we don't hurry, it'll all be gone. Let's you and I go check it out. Is this it? Let's order more food to dip and try. Emmy is startled by the sudden commotion. The crowd is rushing over. Mo is so furious that even No jumps in to stop him. They're not here to attack you, calm down. He immediately pushes Kang Hyun aside with a warning. Kang Hyun, step back, it's too dangerous. Leave this to us, just wait nearby. Alright. A little bewildered, but he nods in agreement. Yaz pretty curious about this place. He immediately starts looking around. It should be fine, right? Suddenly, a familiar figure catches his eye. Aojia. He's so surprised he calls out to her. Aojia. She hears her name and blanks confused. How do you know my name? He's a bit flustered, about to explain everything, but she cuts him off. Whatever, your sister probably told you already, right? She likes you, so I'm sure she's told you plenty. Her words surprise Kang Hyun, making him pause and think. It feels like Aojia is about to spill everything she knows. You've already been happily holding hands with that werewolf and strolling through the whole village. Isn't that enough? Go back before the coming-of-age ceremony starts. Sensing the situation going south, Kang Hyun presses a hand to his chest. Aojia, I know you don't like me, but can we talk for a moment? I want to be friends with you. His words trigger an explosive reaction. I don't want to be friends with you, not now, not ever. Aojia. Her intensity leaves him completely at a loss. She's still fuming, wondering why he keeps doing this to her. If it weren't for him, tears stream down her face without stopping. She stands there and screams right then and there. I was supposed to be the one enjoying the festival with my sisters. Ilya. Hearing this, Kang Hyun freezes on the spot. Aojia is still furious, crying as she recounts everything. Today is my coming-of-age ceremony, but all she could pay attention to was you. Clearly, you matter more to her than I do. Kang Hyun hears these words and is stunned into silence. Aojia, you really love your sister, don't you? He speaks up suddenly. I'm sorry. His words freeze her in place. Kang Hyun continues, speaking from the heart. Today is such an important day for you, and I went and ruined it. I didn't realize you disliked me that much. His smile makes Aojia suddenly feel incredibly awkward. He's actually apologizing. A human. Why do humans only care about themselves? Hyun's eyes slowly turn sad as he says, but I don't think Ilya cares about me more than she cares about you. Going back in time. Ilya continues to tell the story of A.A. was an incredibly talented child. I'm not saying this just because she's my precious little sister. She's genuinely fit to be the next patrol captain, so Aojia will definitely pass the coming-of-age ceremony. It's just that she's never left the forest, so her worldview is still limited. That's why the moment anyone brings up humans, Aojia shuts down immediately. So could you meet with Aojia at least once? I really want her to know that humans like you exist in this world. Hearing what Kang Hyun just said, Aojia is still partially skeptical. She really said that. He nods to confirm. He thinks that's why Emmy invited him to the ceremony. Her eyes immediately turn thoughtful. She doesn't know what to say. But suddenly she squeezes her eyes shut. Sensing something is off, Aojia spins around and bolts in the opposite direction, leaving Kang Hyun standing frozen, completely at a loss. Didn't expect the girl to hate me that much. Now what? Right at that moment, Emilia A raises her voice and calls out, Kang Hyun, it's time to go. He nods in understanding, coming right now. Her face breaks into a radiant smile as she announces, "We better hurry and grab front row seats to watch Aojia." Sometime later, sunlight bathes everything in this place. The village chief steps forward in front of all the villagers and begins his announcement. "Before the coming-of-age ceremony begins, our children will perform a dance to demonstrate their growth. Please give them a warm round of applause and watch closely." The young Fae quickly take their positions for the performance. Some show off incredible spirit summoning skills, while others display exceptional magic abilities. On the other side, Aojia is still standing there completely motionless. She squeezes her eyes shut, lost in thought humans are selfish, cruel creatures. The drums suddenly thunder to life, and the little parrot's wings slowly spread wide. Her eyes flutter open, scanning everything around her. Conflicting thoughts race through Aojia's mind. Don't let a human sway you, it's definitely just a trick to make you drop your guard. Wind begins to swirl in the air above, and Aojia's feet slowly lift off the ground. Without a hint of hesitation, she leaps high into the air before everyone's admiring eyes. Her mind still floods with her own thoughts. But what if she really did say that? She summons every ounce of strength and hurls a dart forward. A brilliant emerald light erupts from the spot. Everything looks absolutely stunning. Kang Hyun and everyone watching break into admiring smiles. High above, Aojia steals a glance at his smile. What if that human was telling the truth and I'm the one who misunderstood? Unfortunately, one small misstep sends her tumbling down. Everyone gasps in alarm. "Go now." Emmy doesn't hesitate as dashes forward at full speed. Kang Hyun whips his head around and shouts his companion's name, panic in his voice. Titty clamps its eyes shut with a cry, and the ground instantly surges upward under its control. Emi's hands slowly reach toward Aojia's falling body. Thankfully, with everyone's help, Aojia is finally safe. Everyone rushes over to Ayala, their faces tight with worry. "Are you okay? Ayala, you still alright?" The scene just now leaves her so mortified, she slaps both hands over her face. But that was so embarrassing. Sometime later, while Ayala rests, Yulia walks over with a kind word. "Your coming-of-age dance was beautiful, Ayala. Must have been quite a shock, huh? Take a moment to rest." She stays quiet, lost in thought, saying nothing after everything that happened. Jiang Zian and Yulia exchange a silent glance, as if signaling each other. She must be really upset. "You think so?" After a moment of thought, Yulia gently places her hand over Ayala's. "Ayala, was there something wrong with your dance?" "Don't worry, everyone makes mistakes. Dwelling on it only makes things worse. Don't be so hard on yourself." Ayala finally speaks, her voice trembling through gritted teeth. "It's not that, I'm not embarrassed about that." Curious, Yulia presses further. "Then what is it?" Unable to hold back any longer, Ayala suddenly bursts out in front of everyone. "I'm sorry for dumping all my anger on you. Jiang Zian. And he didn't even get mad at me. How can a human be that kind?" The two of them freeze, stunned. Tears keep streaming down Ayala's face. "I thought you were avoiding me because of him. Everyone always says you can't trust humans. And even Tajian, my coming-of-age day, all you cared about was him." The words hit Yulia like a jolt. That Yulia falls silent, visibly shaken. Without a second of hesitation, she rushes forward and wraps Ayala in a tight embrace. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea you felt that way. I made you feel so alone all this." Time passes and she can't hold it in anymore. Ayala suddenly breaks down, crying like a child. "Don't apologize, it was all my fault." She jumped to conclusions, but Yulia keeps soothing her without pause. There. Jiang Zian knows exactly what he needs to say standing before her. "I owe you an apology too, Ayala." Sometime later, the lights of Myeonghu illuminate the place. Seeing that Ayala has finally stopped crying, Yulia asks gently, "Feeling any better?" She nods like a little kid, confirming she's okay. Yulia takes one look at her little sister's puffy face and can't help but laugh, teasing her. "Someone's hungry now after all that crying, huh? You really are just a kid." Jiang Zian steps forward right away with an offer. "If you're hungry, let me cook something for you. There's a dish I've been wanting to make for you for a while now." The scene shifts outside. Jiang Zian focuses intently, kneading the dough. Once the dough is ready, he carefully cuts it into strips. Everyone at the tables outside is still eagerly waiting. Ayala, sitting off to the side, looks completely confused. Why is Jiang Zian cooking over there? The chef walks over and asks, "Everything all right?" Yulia laughs and explains the whole situation. Business was light today, so the shop owner let him borrow the kitchen. But more importantly, Ayala, have you apologized to Jiang Zian yet? She blushes and quickly pipes up. "I will apologize. I'm becoming an adult now. I'll take responsibility and apologize properly." The words make Yulia laugh in surprise. Plenty of grown-ups make obvious mistakes and still refuse to own up to them. "Good girl, Ayala." That only makes Ayala even more embarrassed. "Are you teasing me right now?" She shakes her head. "Nope, not at all." Right then, Jiang Zian walks out carrying bowls of food. "Thanks for waiting, everyone. Here's your food." Ayala stares at the bowls before her, unable to hide her curiosity. What's this? He carefully explains the dish to her. This is Janchaiguksu celebration noodles. I was actually planning to make the proper kind, but it kind of turned into knife-cut noodles instead. Back home, whenever there's something to celebrate, everyone eats noodles together. Traditionally, the strands should be thinner, but I had to work faster today. I wanted to celebrate your coming-of-age day with this meal. The words leave Ayala stunned. For me. Yulia remembers something and quickly urges her on. Try it, Ayala. Jiang Zian's cooking skills are the real deal. Meanwhile, off to the side, someone is still throwing a fit because Mona can't eat carrots. Ayala slowly picks up a few noodles with her chopsticks. She brings them to her mouth, tasting with an expression full of curiosity. The moment the first taste hits, her eyes light up. What is this? It's so good. Seeing her light up like that puts a smile on Jiang Zian's face too. If you like it, that's all that matters. Right at that moment, another group of people shows up. They make their way toward Jiang Zian, calling out, "Hey, human. What'd you make this time? Smells amazing. That sauce from earlier was incredible too. Can I try some? You selling this? I'll take some." Yulia quickly jumps in to explain. Everyone, I'd love to share. But Jiang Zian, learning from the crowd situation earlier, already planned ahead with Yulia in mind. There are extra portions ready. Come on everyone, line up, there's plenty. The crowd lights up with excitement. Hooray! When he returns to the kitchen, the rice cake and other extras have been completely devoured. Panic flashes across Jiang Zian's face. He quickly dumps flour into a bowl. Give me 30 minutes. 30 minutes, that's it. We need to prep the dough first. Hurry up. The stunt he just pulled makes even Emmy burst out laughing in surprise. Look at him squirm. Looks like Kang Hyun's going to be stuck cooking for a while. Once we're done eating, let's go explore the rest of the festival together. Seeing that she noticed him makes Aura light up with happiness. She quickly reaches out, grabs her hand tight, and nods eagerly. Yes. Time flies by, and before long, it's deep into the night. Moonlight spills into the room. Kang Hyun, Bonji letter 1EA10, and Tadi are all still sound asleep, completely clueless about what's going on. Strange sounds drag him out of his sleep. Still groggy, he stumbles outside, eyes half open. Who is it? He spots Aogia standing there, and he can't hide the shock on his face. Era. Before he can even react, she cuts straight to it. I came to say goodbye before I leave. He jolts. Leave? Where are you going? Aogia explains her plan. I'm leaving the forest to explore the wider world. It's the final step in the coming-of-age tradition. Kang Hyun can't hide the worry written all over his face. When will you come back? She answers with a serious look. It might take a while, or maybe I'll be back sooner than you think. Remembering something, she quickly holds out a small bag. Here, this is for you. Kang Hyun takes the bag, completely puzzled. He stares at it blankly, turning it over in his hands. This is so sudden. Aogia's voice rings out. Because I realized something, not all humans are like the ones in the books. Someone like you, Kang Hyun, can actually exist. If I'd never met you, I probably never would have figured that out. Looks like I still have a long way to go before I can be like Sister Ilya. So on this trip, I'm going to learn everything I possibly can. Thank you. A radiant smile spreads across Aogia's face, tinged with pure warmth. Seeing her this happy puts a smile on Kang Hyun's face too. See you again, Kang Hyun. He nods knowingly and waves goodbye. Safe travels. Quick, go. After she disappears from sight, he slowly heads back to his room. Take care of yourself out there. A strange scent jolts Bonji letter 1EA10 awake. Food? Kang Hyun chuckles and shakes his head. These aren't for Yao, but hold on, what's this gift? He spots what's inside, and his eyes widen in confusion. Are these seeds? Aogia's gift still has Kang Hyun scratching his head. The next morning, Emyi sees the seeds and recognizes them immediately. Sacred tree seeds, traditionally given only to children coming of age. So she just gave it to you just like that. Kang Hyun stares at the seed in his hand, looking a little bewildered. But isn't this supposed to be really valuable? She nods in confirmation. It is, but just keep it. Aogia must have known that too. Plant it properly and let it grow. Will take care of whatever comes up. Hearing that, he shoots a bewildered glance at the little creature. Will take care of what exactly? The village chief bursts into a surprised laugh after hearing the whole story. I never thought Aogia would give a gift to a human. That's good news, isn't it? Honestly, I only invited you here out of curiosity. I've always wondered what kind of being stands at the crossroads between humans and beast folk, outside their conflict. And now I'm glad I followed that curiosity. Next time, I'd love to hear your story. Would you like to come back? Kang Hyun nods firmly. Of course. Yes, sir. No immediately pipes up from the side. Then I'll have to come along too. The village chief lets out another surprised laugh. Of course, beastfolk are always welcome here. We'll be waiting for your next visit, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun, once they get back, to keeps messing around in the plant pot. Kang Hyun sneaks a glance at it and thinks to himself, Aogia gave me this seed, and I've already planted it in the pot. I've only ever grown succulents before. Should I buy a book on trees? He gazes pensively at the seed sitting inside the pot. A satisfied smile tugs at the corner of Kang Hyun's lips. I really want to see how it turns out. Right at that moment, a voice calls out, Kang Hyun. He turns around in surprise and spots two familiar faces, which makes him break into a warm smile. It's Yunung, Maijang's mom, here with her today. Maijang waves excitedly in greeting. Hey uncle, she smiles, nods, and steps forward. Right, we made some great sticky rice at home today, so I wanted to share some with you. Maijang, bring the bag over. She hands it to him. Here you go, uncle. Kang Hyun sees this and is just about to speak up. That's really not necessary, ma'am. The little girl steps outside and waves goodbye. Bye, uncle. Yunung chuckles and nods. Thank you for always looking after Maijang. He quickly shakes his head in response. It's nothing, thank you. Stepping outside, he thinks in surprise he dropped it off and left just like that. Right then, the neighborhood auntie slowly makes her way over. Perfect timing. He stares at her, completely caught off guard. Granny Bacco steps forward, holding a bottle of oil. Do you have enough sesame oil for cooking? Use this. Her gesture leaves Jiang Ziyan utterly bewildered. Just dropping this off for you. Gotta run. Granny Bacco hurries off before he can even respond. We've got plenty at home. Everyone's behavior baffles Jiang Ziyan, but the villagers just keep piling gifts on him. He's grateful, sure, but this is way too much. The village chief smiles and offers an explanation. I was just passing through planning to parade my pumpkins around the whole neighborhood, you know. He immediately fixes the chief with a deeply suspicious look. You weren't actually planning to give me one, were you? The old man keeps right on bragging. This year's pumpkin harvest was a total jackpot. He nods, eyeing the pumpkin in the chief's hands. Yeah, it's huge and rock solid. Without a second thought, the village chief shoves the pumpkin straight into his arms. Here, just take one. Back in the kitchen, Jiang Ziyan stares at the mountain of gifts on the counter, utterly helpless. Chief, I really am grateful, but everyone's being way too generous. I've got my pride too, this can't keep going on. Tu and Rice Cake watch him from the side, eyes full of anticipation. Planning to make something. Let us watch. He suddenly plunges his knife straight into the massive pumpkin. A thrilled grin spreads across Jiang Ziyan's face. Today, he's giving back everything he's received. Something about his expression spooks Rice Cake and Tothy bolt outside. Jiang Ziyan stays behind in the kitchen, hands already moving. He sets the pumpkin seeds aside, snack time for till later. His hands work carefully, cutting the pumpkin into thick, even chunks. Some pieces get coated in batter, slow and deliberate. The softer bits go straight into a massive pot for soup. His hands never stop, but a quiet, happy smile settles on his face. Some time later, Jiang Ziyan's voice rings out through the house. Done. Outside, the village chief and everyone else are still chatting away, laughing. The sound of the door opening makes everyone turn in surprise. Jiang Ziyan's figure appears at the doorway. Hey, everyone, I was just passing through. The village chief laughs and waves him over. Get in here. Chef Granny Bacco eyes him suspiciously. Have you eaten yet? Ian Gun chimes in eagerly. Let me peel some fruit for the kids. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Ziyan sets the enormous pot and trays of cakes right down on the table. A proud smirk tugs at his lips as he calls out, try these first. Golden pumpkin cakes, perfectly fragrant. Next comes the thick, velvety pumpkin porridge simmering in the pot. And of course a sweet pumpkin rice drink. The pumpkin trio, courtesy of his own hands. Ian Gun's jaw drops. Oh me, what is all this? Granny Bacco gasps in shock. He's loaded the whole table with pumpkin dishes. Even the village chief is stunned, speechless. Now who's being generous, huh? Rice Cake is already offering him a bite. Rice Cake is drooling, but suddenly remembers what Jiang Ziyan told it. All your snacks came from these people, you know. He reaches over to pat its head, but Rice Cake dodges to the side. So adorable. Absolutely precious. Am I seeing things? Meanwhile, Granny Bacco is still marveling. It's been ages since I've had pumpkin porridge. Ian Gun is completely stunned. How did a cake end up in my hand? I never picked it up. The first bite hits her, Sensesh freezes, eyes wide with disbelief. She immediately weighs in on Jiang Ziyan's pumpkin porridge. The pumpkin flavor is so rich and the natural sweetness makes it absolutely divine. This would be wonderful for anyone with a slow digestion. Ian Gun nods in agreement, adding her own praise. And the pumpkin cakes are so crispy and delicious. Jiang Ziyan listens from the side, satisfaction written all over his face. He only made this out of stubborn pride, but watching them enjoy it, that feels pretty damn good. Right then, Ian Gun's voice cuts through. Jiang Ziyan, come here, sit down. Granny Bacco gives him a puzzled look too. You brought all this, aren't you going to eat with us? If you cooked all this good food, you've got to enjoy it together with everyone else. A bright smile breaks across his face as he nods. Right, I haven't even tasted it yet. Mind if I join? The others keep waving him over. Come eat already. He glances to the city only to find the village chief has vanished. Confusion clouds his face. Wait, where'd the chief go? Right on cue, the village chief's voice crackles over the neighborhood loudspeaker. Attention, residents of Dongbyong Village. Our very own mascot, Chef Jiang Zian, is sharing his handmade dishes right now. He's made some incredible pumpkin dishes. First come, first served. Miss it and you'll regret it. Trust me, every single dish is pure heaven. Jiang Zian's face burns with embarrassment. The scene shifts back to Jiang Zian's familiar home, where a potted plant sits by the window. The soil lies still as if the seed inside is deep in slumber, but then, after a few quiet minutes, a tiny sprout breaks through. After all that time and care, a small seedling finally emerges. The scene cuts to a vast, open road, a black car speeding along the highway. The driver sneaks a glance at his passenger in the rearview mirror. First time I've ever had a TV personality in my car. You're the one from those cooking shows, right? Heading back to your hometown. Dejin shakes his head calmly. No, I'm just here to visit an old junior. Before long, Dejin arrives at the storefront where Jiang Zian runs his business. A sign hangs on the door, clear as day, closed this morning. He stares at the sign, thrown off. Taking a day off, should I give him a call? What are these footprints? Inside Jiang Zian's restaurant, a phone starts ringing. True to the stereotype of a strong, independent man, Jiang Zian didn't bring his phone. This leaves Dejin utterly desperate. He hurries over and the villagers spot the unfamiliar man with surprise. Are you a customer? The man shakes his head. No, I'm a friend of Jiang Zian's. The villagers' eyes widen. Oh, you mean the chef? He's over at the farm helping out today, so he's not selling anything. The words hit Dejin like a truck. He freezes on the spot. Jiang Zian working at a farm. The villager points ahead. Right over there, go check it out. The man is stunned. Since when did that kid care about anything besides cooking? Is he going for the whole farm-to-table thing now? In his head, Dejin pictures Jiang Zian doing everything by hand, refusing to let anyone else touch it. I'll grow it myself. Dejin finally murmurs, thanks. The scene cuts to the sprawling farm stretching out before him. The site is so massive that even Dejin has to stop and stare at nothing, like those tiny weekend garden plots. Remembering something, he hurries over to the village women. Excuse me, is anyone here named Jiang Zian? One of them smiles. You mean the chef? He just left a little while ago. The man looks startled. He just left. I'm a friend of his. I heard he was here, so. The villagers laugh. The chef went off to play with the kids. They begged him until he gave in. The words make Dejin question reality. Jiang Zian with kids. The woman chuckles. He's actually great with children, you know. In Dejin's mind, he imagines the kids tugging and nagging at Jiang Zian nonstop. I want to go to the store, which only deepens his suspicion. He's playing with kids. That doesn't sound like Jiang Zian at all. Is it someone with the same name? Right then, the village grannies start chatting among themselves. Want an Americano. I used to just call it that water. Then he gave me a whole lecture about it. Hearing this, Dejin is completely certain. That's definitely Jiang Zian. The man stands rooted to the spot, eavesdropping on everyone's conversations. If we'd known you were coming, we would have tried to refuse when he offered to help. But we do love that chef of ours. Look at how much he's helped us get done. Such a hardworking young man. Let me grab some of the cabbage we just harvested. Today gonna make a quick salad. You helped the Miho family last time too, right? The guy's heart is just too good. But if you need directions to the big supermarket, I can draw you a map. Dejin still can't believe it. Jiang Zian. The scene shifts to the enormous supermarket. Sanghao beams excitedly, recounting what he knows. Uncle Jiang Zian just bought us ice cream and left. He said he'd play with us next time. Not finding Jiang Zian leaves, Dejin slightly disappointed. Again, what's he so busy with? Wait, am I new to hear you dressed like that? Turns out the kid is still in character, playing the role of a baby. The boy looks surprised. Because I'm still playing the baby. Who are you, mister? Yurang, playing the mom, quickly chimes in, saying how babies aren't allowed to talk. Myroi, playing the older sister, continues. Babies can only go goo goo gaga. The boy is speechless. Sorry. Goo goo. Mai Jiang quickly points behind them and announces, look at Chinmin as playing the perfect dead husband. Doesn't say a single word. Chinmin stands to the side holding a heaven sign, playing the role of a deceased husband who's now a star in the sky. Myroi sighs. Mirang, Chinmin isn't in character, he just doesn't want to talk. Watching the kids still chattering away, Dejin suddenly asks, I'm a friend of Jiang Zian. Did he say where he was going? I need to find him. Sanghao jumps up. He said he's going to install a TV at the village community center. The man blinks, install a TV. Mai Jiang laughs and adds, he said the elderly folks might hurt their backs, so he's doing it for them. Meh giggles. The village chief was about to try it himself, but he already threw out his back. Realizing everything Jiang Zian has been up to, leaves Dejin completely bewildered. All voluntarily. Just then, the boy looks up at the man with a judgmental stare. You're not here to drag Uncle Jiang Zian back to be a CEO, are you? The man quickly shakes his head. No, that's not why I'm here. The boy lets out a huge sigh of relief and smiles. Oh, thank goodness. I really hope Uncle Jiang Zian stays in this village forever. The child's innocent words hit Dijin like a punch to the gut. He freezes. The scene shifts to the village chief's large house. The unfamiliar face of Dijin catches the chief off guard. Who's there? The man quickly introduces himself. I'm a friend of Jiang Zian. Is he here? The chief smiles and tells him the chef just finished installing the TV and headed back to the restaurant. This leaves Dijin utterly exhausted. I figured as much. The village chief grins warmly. If you're a friend of the chef, you're part of our village too. Come in and have a drink. Dijin quickly declines. No thank you. Inside, the villagers have gathered to watch one of Jiang Zian's old cooking shows. What a shame you just missed it. We just started watching on the TV he installed. See, a TV this big is the only way to watch properly. I can even see the pores on his face. Now we can watch his cooking shows in crystal clear quality. Dijin watches bewildered. He might actually regret installing that thing. The man stares at the TV in shock. Everyone's watching together. The village chief nods with a satisfied smile. Of course, everyone in the village loves watching him on TV. It's not every day you have a celebrity living right next door, but it feels like watching your own kid make it big, you know? Get what I mean? When you live in the same town long enough, everyone becomes family. Dijin nods right away, understanding completely. I understand. Meanwhile, Zian's figure appears on the TV screen. The judges score Dijin's scores. Sensing something is off, the village chief immediately goes silent. His eyes widen in shock. He slowly turns his head to the side. Dijin doesn't pay any attention to everyone's stares. He just wears a happy smile. So that's it. Jiang Zian has changed way more than I thought. The scene shifts to Zian's spacious restaurant. He's stunned to see who just walked in. Dijin, what are you doing all the way out here? Dijin lets out a long sigh before speaking. Took me forever to finally see you in person. But now I get it. Why your cooking style shifted so hard in that final episode. You're living way too well here. But Zian notices the restaurant is completely empty of customers. He's at a total loss. Is this guy making fun of me? Right then, Dijin speaks up. I came because I have something to ask you. Zian nods. What is it? At that exact moment, the restaurant door swings open, and Deng Hon's voice rings out. I'm starving, let's go. Jiang Zian, we're here. Spotting Dijin, the man freezes for a beat. Hold on, Woa, you have a customer. All three of them stare at each other, completely frozen in place. The next instant, all three frantically point at each other. I saw you on TV. Zian sighs from the side and announces flatly. Everyone here has been on TV. Guys, you're completely ignoring me and just chatting away. Wait, aren't you the painter Dong Du Ho On and the artist Bayan Lai Deng Hon? I can't believe I'm running into you all here. I love your Korean restaurant Dijin. This is clearly fate. Mind if we join you for a meal? Of course. Zian is about to say something, but everyone's behavior leaves him utterly desperate. Wei Tai haven't even heard the question yet. Jo An turns to him with a smile. We'll have the usual, same as always. Dijin chimes in too. No rush, I'll ask you after we eat. Zian nods understanding. Sure, as long as it's not urgent. Dijin quickly offers. I'll go ahead and order. Zian is already ready. Take your time. I can make anything on the menu, so just order whatever you like. Dijin doesn't hesitate, orders his favorite dish. Give me the carbonara. Zian suddenly recalls a dish that was on a completely different level. His face turns confused as he double takes. Carbonara, didn't you hate it because it was too greasy? Zian can't hide his surprise and asks again. Didn't you used to hate it because it was too fattening? Dijin nods without missing a beat. That's right, I still don't like it. It's not my taste at all. Zian is completely baffled. Then why are you ordering it? Dijin doesn't hesitate for a second. Just give me the carbonara. Zian is speechless. I'll never understand this guy. Carbonara has that bold, intense cheese flavor. Koreans have pretty mixed feelings about this dish. Zian's expression turns thoughtful as he silently recalls. Back when Jiang Zian was still a top-tier chef, Dijin once declared that his carbonara was the best. The winner of this round is Chef Li Jiangxian. Those words shocked him completely back then. My dish actually won. You didn't look even slightly pleased when you tasted it. Dijin keeps his stern expression and says exactly what he feels. You think just because you made it, every judge has to love it. I've never liked Italian recipes, especially that pungent smell of cheese. Zian doesn't hesitate to state what he knows. The defining feature of carbonara is the harmony between pecorino romano, egg yolk, and freshly cracked black pepper. You can taste and judge carbonara without actually liking it. Before he can finish, his teammate rushes over and clamps a hand over his mouth. Just say yes and accept it. Back in the present, Zian lets out a weary sigh. That's what Hong Dijin said back then. I really was rude and immature back then. He reaches over and picks up the block of cheese from the table. All the ingredients are already prepped and ready. Zian's face lights up with determination. Let's cater to his tastes and see how it goes. Time passes, he brings the dishes out to the dining area, and only now does he notice this table has some legendary guests sitting at it. All big names. Dong-hoon sighs, come on, we're just a bunch of famous old guys, that's all. My bet. Zian is startled and quickly chimes in. Don't say that. Jo-on is beaming with excitement on the side. My Bamoto dish. At the same time, the aromatic carbonara is laid out before Dejin. Seeing this dish look a little different, the uncle can't hide his surprise. Zhang Zian calmly turns his head and explains to the uncle. I added a bit of garlic to the classic recipe. Hearing this, the uncle doesn't hesitate for a second. He picks up his fork. Then he slowly brings it to his mouth to taste. After savoring the flavor, Dejin finally speaks up. It's good, I like it. This makes Zhang Zian incredibly happy. That's great to hear. The uncle continues, cutting him off. However, this isn't exactly a recipe improvement. Normally no one adds cream or garlic. Didn't you prefer sticking to traditional Italian recipes? What changed your mind? Both Jo-on and Dong-hoon turn to look at Zhang Zian in surprise. After a moment of silence, he slowly nods in confirmation. I used to be like that, but my perspective changed after coming to this village. He quickly turns to face Dejin. A brilliant smile spreads across his face as he explains. Rules are important, sure, but the most important thing is making your guests happy. Dejin listens, his expression completely unreadable. So that's your answer. Right after, the uncle quickly lowers his head. The uncle picks up more of the delicious noodles. After tasting more, he has to admit the garlic makes the dish so much better. I'm sorry if my words came across a bit harsh and critical. I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Jo-on and Dong-hoon immediately let out a sigh of relief. Scared me half to death, thought they were about to get into it right here. After finishing his meal, Dejin gently places the plate down on the table. The uncle carefully wipes his mouth with a napkin. As you know, I run a Korean restaurant. My goal is to serve and introduce traditional Korean cuisine to the world. But Korean meals come with a ton of side dishes. So there's always a lot of waste, especially since some of those sides don't suit today's palate anymore. At one point, a chef came to me with an idea. What if we switched to a single plate style to cut down on food waste and added 1 or 2 new fusion main dishes? What do you think? This leaves the uncle deeply torn and conflicted, unsure of what to do. I think it's time for some changes in our restaurant. I used to think it was all nonsense because the beauty lies in tradition, and showcasing that was the purpose of all my efforts. I used to think that way, but after hearing what you said, I get it now. In the end, I was just being stubborn. A faint, bittersweet smile crosses Dejin's lips as he silently accepts it. Zhang Zian, sensing the awkward tension, quickly speaks up. Sir, what I mean is, were you worried you'd made some kind of mistake? But Dejin rises to his feet and announces, I've heard the answer I came for, so I'll take my leave. The words hit Zhang Zian like a truck. What? Already? The uncle looks at him. What do you plan to do with a guest who's already finished eating? He pauses. Thank you for the meal, it was delicious. Zhang Zian is about to say something more. Just then, Dong-hoon slowly sets his plate down on the table as well. He looks at Dejin, who's about to leave, and calls out. Hey, we haven't even had a proper chat yet. Why the rush to leave? Why don't you come over to my place? Both Zhang Zian and the uncle are completely taken aback. I have something I want to show you. You should come along too. Zhang Zian looks around the place and can't help but speak up in amazement. You found yourself a pretty nice spot, huh? Dejin keeps making observations. Impressive. But what did you want to show us? Dong-hoon suddenly walks over to the piano. While everyone is still confused, he slowly sits down on the bench. His familiar hands glide slowly across the keys. Before anyone can react, familiar, pleasant melodies begin to fill the air. Everyone silently falls into the music. So that's what this is, playing piano for us. So melodious, it's really beautiful. Jo-on suddenly feels incredibly curious and speaks up. But I've never heard this song before. Who wrote it? Zhang Zian also looks bewildered and adds, but it sounds so familiar, like someone made me listen to it before. Suddenly, he recalls the words of an old friend, stream our latest single. Zhang Zian is still confused. What's streaming? He stares in disbelief. No way. The familiar sounds ring out. Who's by your side, girlfriend? Let's fight. The winner gets to be your girlfriend. Turn this place into a Roman arena. This is our battle to the death. Dong-hoon is still humming the melody. Give up, girlfriend, Zhang Zian asked in surprise. This is a pop idol song. Dejin, standing beside them, still has no idea what's going on. Zhang Zian, wide-eyed with recognition, quickly explains. There's an idol group called Yun YZ. Dong-hoon pays no mind to anyone, completely lost in his own music. The melodies shift one after another under his fingers. This catches him completely off guard. He's switched to another one. Jo-on suddenly recognizes it. It's the Three Bears. The familiar melody of a childhood song fills the room. 3 bears living in one house: Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear. Dong-hoon's eyes suddenly widen with an eerie intensity. As the piano melody plays, a different image takes shape. Papa Bear is plump and round. Mama Bear, though, is a glamorous woman. Mama bear is slender, baby bear is adorable, come on, shrug those shoulders, perfect. All three listeners arrive at the exact same thought. This piece is seriously next level. Dong-hoon finally brings his piano piece to a close. Something crosses his mind, and he speaks up with eager anticipation. So what do you think? Dejin jumps in right away. Pretty fresh, honestly. He laughs at that, then starts sharing everything he's been feeling. Ever since I retired, I've been experimenting with all kinds of things. I've rearranged classical pieces with band instruments, even turned idol songs into full classical arrangements. You know this already. I've spent my entire life promoting classical music. But ironically, those videos are the ones that blow up. Dejin quickly chimes in. It doesn't sound like something worth laughing about. More people recognize you because of it, but the old man suddenly goes quiet. Some things are just too hard to say out loud. Sensing the weight in the old man's heart, Dong-hoon continues the conversation. It is pretty sad when you think about it. I kept pushing forward at full speed, never once looking back at what I was aiming for. That makes him realize a mistake he's been making all along. In that moment, Dong-hoon feels the full weight of his own loneliness. But when I looked to the side, there was a whole new path waiting there. And it wasn't just new, it was wider, leading to places even further away. Maybe that's just what happens when times change. But I can't help feeling a little emptiness inside. Looking back, though, I realized the road I walked is exactly what paved the way for all these new paths. And because of that, I can start something new in my own style. So I hope you don't take it too hard. What you've built, Mr. Dejin, isn't going to crumble. I hope you can enjoy the fact that now you get to build something even newer. It seems Dejin has fully understood what Dong-hoon meant. A gentle smile spreads across the old man's face. So that's why you called me here too, give me a whole life lesson. Thanks, I feel a lot better now. After a moment of silence, Jo-on speaks up, sounding impressed. Come on, retirement turned you into a total nerd, but that performance? Seriously amazing. That only makes him even more pleased with himself. A real senior carries themselves with this kind of dignity. My butterfly. Ga-hoon sees this and snaps back with irritation. Who says you're my senior? That won't do, Mr. Dejin. It's time for the active generation to show its strength. How about we cook something so mind-blowing that the old guy has to admit we're the real seniors? And while we're at it, we raid his wine cellar. Hearing this, the old man smiles and nods in agreement. Sounds good, I'm not one to back down from a challenge. Jiang Ziyan watches the lively conversation in silence. As time passes, everyone gathers around the table, chatting non-stop. Dinner prepared by some of Korea's most renowned chefs. Looking forward to it, feel free to use everything in the kitchen. Jiang Ziyan carefully slices peppers into perfectly even cuts. On the other side, Dejin works through the market-bought meat in steady rhythm. Both are completely absorbed in their own tasks. In the blink of an eye, the fragrant dishes are laid out across the table. One taste and Dong-hoon can't hide his astonishment. These flavors are absolutely on another level. Jo-on nods in agreement. Even simple recipes have turned into works of art. Slow down, you two, you're about to eat the chef's share. Dejin brings out the plates of food and announces with a smile. Don't worry, we haven't even brought out half the dishes yet. A menacing grin spreads across Jiang Ziyan's face. Everyone eat to your heart's content. Dai-hoon feels a slight twinge of worry. Sounds promising, but also kind of terrifying. Dong-hoon keeps savoring every bite. Looks like you're going all out tonight. You bet, tonight I'm stretching my stomach to the max. Who knows when I'll get stuffed like this again. Come sit over here, you two. Let's enjoy this together. Time jumps ahead to the next morning. Jiang Ziyan slowly wakes up. I think I overdid it with the food yesterday. Originally planned to grab breakfast before heading out camping, but I'm still way too full. Guess I'll just go. Something feels off. Jiang Ziyan's worry kicks in immediately. The plant pod jumps to his feet and fills the watering can. He rushes outside, eyes full of anticipation. The seeds I planted must have sprouted by now, right? Must be because it's a tree from another world growing way too fast. Seeing the bewildered looks on Rice Cake and Two's faces leaves him completely confused. What are you two doing out here? Jiang Ziyan freezes on the spot. The world tree stands right before his eyes and a fruit has already grown on it. He's utterly baffled. What the? Yesterday it was just a sprout. This is fine. Rice Cake and the Dai seem to be getting incredibly excited. Jiang Ziyan is still silently observing, muttering to himself. This is still way too absurd. But it's a tree from another world, guess it doesn't need to make sense. He recalls Yilia's instruction, something about planting it properly on the tree, and using the fruit would be really beneficial for too. He's surprised as he thinks it over. It's planted properly, sure, but I haven't done anything again. It's already grown this much. That's really strange. On the other side, Tadai is still happily gazing at the world tree pot when a particular fruit on the tree catches its eye and it goes completely still. Jiang Ziyan meanwhile keeps murmuring to himself, forget it if I'm not sure, better not risk it. I'll just bring it to Yilia and ask. When he looks again, Tu has already devoured the entire fruit. The sight sends a jolt of panic through him and he shouts, "Dua!" The little thing is still hopping around playfully like nothing happened. Yilia's expression turns contemplative as she stares at the spot where Tu just ate the world tree's fruit. What now? Zhang Ziyan is still panicking under his breath. Wait, it seems she's figured something out. I panicked and only managed to grab Tu before rushing here. I didn't have time to bring the sacred tree. He nods hastily in agreement. Yes, Emmy, go ahead. Thomas observes the situation for a moment before commenting. It's all right, but it doesn't look like anything's changed, does it? Kang Hyan nods in confirmation. It seems fine, but she suddenly presses both hands against its cheeks and asks, "That's strange, why does it still look the same?" This leaves him confused. What's wrong? She keeps studying the situation. The sacred tree's fruit has the power to help spirits evolve. He finds it completely baffling. Evolve? Emmy smiles, nods, and turns her gaze back to her little companion. That's right. So when a spirit eats the fruit, it grows stronger and takes on a more evolved form. We figured Tadai would be the same. After eating it, maybe even evolve into a long-haired hamster. But even if the appearance hasn't changed, it should still be stronger, right? How about we test it out? When spirits evolve, they sometimes gain new abilities. Maybe Tu's earth and fire powers have gotten stronger. The thought makes Kang Hyan eager to find out what Tu is capable of now. I knew it, Golem. Tadai's amazing. Tadai immediately clenches its fists with fierce determination. It channels every ounce of its strength and summons Earth right in front of them. Emmy's face lights up with a delighted smile. See, told you. Kang Hyan's eyes fill with anticipation too. That's Toy's upgraded power. But when they see the little dirt sculpture shaped right in front of them, everyone freezes on the spot. He's just worried it'll be sad. Kang Hyan quickly starts clapping. That's how it should be. Emmy, standing right next to him, frantically signals saying that will only make it sadder. Tu's mood has already plummeted into freefall. Emmy stares at the scene and thinks to herself in quiet surprise. Could it have de-evolved? Precision control might still be a bit tricky for now. Noticing its sadness, Kang Hyan smiles and walks over, calling out gently. Is Tadai disappointed because it didn't turn out the way you hoped? Seeing that he understands, Tu gives a listless nod to confirm. He gently pats its head and speaks in a soothing voice. Honestly, you ate it and didn't get sick. That alone makes me happy. This could be your chance to grow even stronger. But the most important thing is that you're healthy and not in any pain. And honestly, Tu's already pretty amazing. You help me cook all the time, don't you? Hearing those words, Emmy immediately catches on and suggests. That's right, cooking. Why not try bonding through food? This guess sounds pretty decent. Both of them whip their heads around, utterly bewildered. Kang Hyan eyes the ingredients laid out before him, suspicion written all over his face. Is this really gonna work? She nods firmly, not missing a beat. It'll be fine. Tadai always uses her powers to help you out, right? So cooking together makes it way easier to see the change. He hears that and falls into deep thought. If that's the case, Bon G letter 1EA10 just keeps barking on the sideline, so what about you? He glances toward Bon G letter 1EA10, then announces. Bon G letter 1EA10, you're on taste testing duty, kid. I was planning to cook lunch anyway. I was in such a rush earlier, I just grabbed the pot and came straight here. No Dutch oven should be fine, right? Emmy blinks, completely lost at his words. He laughs and explains it's a camping Tula piece of cookware that distributes heat evenly, just like an oven. Today's recipe is roast chicken. Normally, you'd make it in an oven. Kang Hyan chuckles as he walks them through the dish. But if you manage the moisture and heat properly, a regular pot works just fine. Tadai's face immediately falls. She stares down at her own hands, crestfallen. He chops various vegetables into large chunks, prepping them for the pot. Season the outside of the chicken with salt, pepper, chili powder, and paprika. Stuff the cavity with lemon and a bit of garlic. This much is just right. Korean food needs garlic. Now lay the vegetables on the bottom so the meat doesn't touch the heat directly, and add more water. He quickly claps the lid on the pot. Prep done. He keeps the heat as low as possible and flips it once halfway through. Flames suddenly flare up and Kang Hyan startles, snapping his head down. He realizes Tadai's effort, and surprise is written all over his face. The flames gradually grow bigger at that spot. Watching what it's doing, Kang Hyan slowly goes blank with bewilderment. A thin wisp of smoke drifts lazily into the air. Seeing him frozen in place, Emmy is completely baffled. She calls out, Kang Hyan, you okay? He doesn't even register the question. Then it hits him. He recognizes that smell. Snapping back to his senses, Kang Hyan hurriedly pulls on heat-resistant gloves and slowly lifts the pot lid. A gorgeous roast chicken oven required appears right before everyone's eyes. Every pair of eyes widens with anticipation. Even he looks stunned, like he can't quite believe it. Is it done? Not only is it fully cooked, the outside is crispy like it just came out of an oven. Emmy gasps, her voice ringing with amazement. Look at that color. He tears off a piece of chicken to check perfectly moist inside. Looks like it just rolled out of a convection oven. Emmy lights up with a delighted laugh. Oh, I get it, no, so Tadai's gotten stronger. She's been developing in sync with you, Kang Hyun, so no one even noticed. He hears that and whips around toward Tadai, stunned. In sync with me. She nods with absolute certainty. She definitely wants to help you out. Those warm words leave Jang Zian suddenly speechless. After that, everyone settles down right by the riverbank to enjoy the food. Yulia happily digs into the grilled chicken on her plate. This is grilled chicken. Simple but packed with flavor. So delicious. And the skin crispy yet chewy. I'm obsessed. Crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. I could eat this forever and never get tired of it. Jang Zian laughs, savoring the grilled chicken as he responds. Is that so? But a regular pan alone wouldn't get you results like this. The power to cook food as if it were done in an oven. That ability is seriously amazing. He hears the praise and his face lights up with pure joy as he bursts into a delighted laugh. Yulia watches the scene from the side, surprised, and thinks to herself, I've heard of spirits evolving in sync with their contractors, but this kind of power is a first. Well, as long as they're happy, that's all that matters. Jang Zian continues the conversation. Next time you cook, make sure to save some for me, okay? She chuckles to herself and adds, looks like I'll need to make more oven-style dishes from now on. And just like that, to integrates with the convection oven mode. No scene transition needed. The next morning arrives, and it's a beautiful day. Rice Cake and two are casually gazing outside when they notice someone approaching, leaving both of them stunned. Winter is slowly creeping in, and the three Sanghao kids immediately head over. Jang Zian's expression turns serious as he looks over each test paper in his hands. Turns out all three kids' test scores are absolutely abysmal. The more he thinks about it, the more unbelievable it seems to Jang Zian. Weighties this out of 30 points. A few scores that are even colder than the freezing air outside. Jang Zian continues staring at the coffee cup on the table. In elementary school, playing matters more than studying, but what you learn as a kid becomes common sense for the rest of your life. Are scores like these really okay? Sanghao's face immediately turns awkward as he blurts out, I was too busy practicing soccer moves with Chi On Min and forgot. What should I do? With English scores like these, I can't go to America, right, uncle? There's no way I can go to America, is there? Mijing also chimes in dejected. I don't even dare show these to mom. Jang Zian sighs and tries to comfort them. It's not the end of the world. Miroy and the other kid, meanwhile, stay completely calm. True, not being great at Korean doesn't mean you can't live well in Korea. He turns around and reminds the little girl. But out of all the subjects, Korean is probably the most useful in everyday life. So you kids want me to tutor you? All three immediately nod in confirmation. Yes, you studied in America, so you're really amazing, right? That's right, you even lived the CEO life and appeared on TV, uncle. All three immediately look at him, with eyes full of anticipation. The praise makes Jang Zian swell with pride. Caught up in the moment, he immediately nods and agrees. Fine, he even thinks to himself, elementary level stuff, piece of cake. Time flies and 30 minutes later. Rice Cake and to keep getting pelted by the ball off to the side. Jang Zian is still seriously tutoring all three kids. 250 times 2500 first, drop the zeros. Just multiply the first two digits and answer. The Mi Rang fell asleep. Mi Rang is drooling all over her test paper. Seems like the kids' focus levels aren't great, poor uncle. Right then Miroy's voice rings out. Uncle, look at this. A cool centaur, right? His name is Centaur number 15. Jang Zian is absolutely speechless. Miroy, that's your test paper. Don't use it to fold origami. Right then, Sanghao notices Rice Cake is still playing with the ball. This excites him, and he runs off to chase Rice Cake and play together. The boy keeps shouting as he runs. Cotton Candy, pass the ball here. Miroy quickly moves over and grabs the boy's test paper. I'll fold Sanghao's too. The boy's voice keeps ringing out. Cotton Candy. Jang Zian watches this and thinks in despair. Elementary school teachers are truly something else. Meanwhile, a teacher at Suk Suk Elementary School silently echoes his sentiment. Thanks for the compliment. Suddenly, Miroy's voice rings out again. Sanghao's test paper is torn. Right at that moment, a sleek luxury supercar suddenly pulls up outside. The strange noise catches Rice Cake, and to his attention he sense something unusual. The door swings open and the chime rings out. Jang Zian quickly turns around and calls out, "Welcome." A gentle breeze sweeps through, brown hair flipping forward, and a familiar voice calls out, "Long time no see. Still remember me?" Seeing the woman who appears, Jang Zian freezes on the spot. Even Sanghao stands rooted to the ground, unable to believe his eyes. The two girls scramble to their feet, stunned. What? She slowly pulls down her mask. When they get a good look at her face, everyone is instantly in disbelief. Xena breaks into a radiant smile. Surprised. How have you been lately? Zhang Ziyan still can't bring himself to believe it. Sina, what are you doing here? Did Joan give you the restaurant's address? She bursts out laughing, surprised. Come on, you don't remember. I posted about it in Lai Dongho's music club. At that moment, Sina's expression turns absolutely terrifying, pure menace. You know I love your food, right? I want to make your place my go-to spot. Just give me the address. Pianist Lai Donghon is one of our regulars. Kang Hyun gives a helpless nod. Fine, I knew this would happen, totally defeated. A stiff, forced smile spreads across his face. You came all this way just for Lai Donghon, didn't you? Classic fan behavior. Sina surveys the surroundings, a thoughtful look crossing her face. She answers with a pleasant smile. Also, I'm here to investigate. Kang Hyun still looks completely lost. Investigate what? That's when she notices something off. Wait, who are those adorable kids behind you? He lets out a helpless sigh and explains everything. Just some local kids. I've been tutoring them. But man, it's a handful. Sina's expression goes dead serious, like she's silently processing something. Then she grins wide, pointing at herself eagerly. Then let me help out a little. To cure the Dragon King, you need a rabbit's liver. Someone has to go ashore and catch a rabbit, but everyone has trouble breathing on land. Then it has to be me. She places a hand over her heart. Sina goes full actress mode. Oh Dragon King, please send me ashore. I will retrieve the rabbit's liver without fail. Only I can do this. I, this humble turtle loyal servant of the Dragon King, will risk my life to bring back that cure. The kids are so moved they start bawling. Mr. Turtle, you're so amazing. So that's how the story goes. Sina's tone shifts abruptly as she continues the lesson. Now, based on the underlined part of the turtle and rabbit story, choose at least 2 reasons why the turtle went ashore. Number 2, because the turtle didn't want the Dragon King to get better. Number 3, to look out for their friends. Mioi immediately holds up her quiz sheet. Not because of a thirst for power. She laughs, clearly pleased with that answer. That's it, well done. Kang Hyun watches from the side, genuinely impressed. Damn, that's actually really good. The kids locked in and got it right away. Sina continues to hold the test paper in her hand. The next question is one that even Kang Hyun has to admire. Sina, you're seriously amazing with kids. Her face immediately lights up with unmistakable smugness. When I first got into the entertainment industry, I barely made any money, so I had to pick up part-time jobs here and there. Guess it came in handy after all. Even Kang Hyun can't help but praise her. That's actually impressive. You were doing music and working part-time at the same time. Wasn't that exhausting? A strange, knowing smile suddenly spreads across Sina's face. You haven't heard what he said. Over on this side, Mai Jang is still looking completely lost. What music? Jang Ho immediately chimes in to explain. Sina Noon is an actress. She stretches casually and fills Kang Hyun in on everything. If you don't ask, he won't say a word. You two are honestly hilarious. Those words make Kang Hyun flinch. Hilarious. Sina's voice suddenly cuts in. Kang Hyun, I just tutored those kids for you. How about you thank me with a proper meal? The moment Kang Hyun registers her words, he glances around and catches the kids all staring at him with big, hopeful eyes. He doesn't even think twice, he nods immediately. Of course you guys are eating too. Time ticks by as Kang Hyun slowly pours oil into his pot. Then he carefully heats it up. He gently lays the noodles onto a plate, his mind quietly working through something. Sina doesn't look too well. What's wrong? Right then Tu's voice calls out. He turns in surprise. Tu is still signaling frantically. All done. He nods in understanding. Toy, sorry about the wait. Your turn, kid. He slides the prepared portion in front of it. Every seasoning has been measured with precision. The spices drift down into the pot below, one by one. When the timing is right, Kang Hyun gently places the lid on. He turns to his teammate and gives the cue. He seems to understand its job now. It quickly wraps itself around the pot and activates its ability. A short while later, he announces with a grin. Done. Over on this side, Sina is still drilling the kids through their lessons. Kang Hyun's voice rings out and everyone turns to look. Take a break, everyone. Time to refuel. The sight of fresh, steaming noodles laid out before them lights up every face. With that smell, it's pizza. Golden, fragrant flatbreads sit perfectly arranged on the table. Mirang couldn't wait, immediately picked up a slice of pizza to try. The cheese sauce makes the pizza taste so much better. The little girl's eyes light up instantly. The cheese look at stretches. Mi Roy, sitting right next to her, chimes in with a flushed, delighted face. This isn't just pizza, it's 10 times better. Sang-ho grabs his head in worry, thinking hard. No way, pizza is threatening hamburger's top spot. The praise from everyone makes Tu super excited. Zhang Ziyan quickly reminds them, there's more, keep eating. But honestly, the kids in the kitchen have already scarfed everything down, there's nothing left. Sina slowly picks up her plate and savors the delicious food. She finally takes a bite, and the rich flavor makes her eyes widen on the spot. It's just a few simple ingredients. Show can it be this rich? Your cooking is really something special, Zian. I'm serious, I miss those days following Yoon around and getting free meals. Jung Zian lets out an excited laugh. I remember you could really put it away back then. Sina unconsciously glances toward the window, then says something unexpected. Singing all day, then coming home to your cooking kit just makes everything feel perfect. Doing what you love, then eating something amazing after just imagining it makes me happy. These words make Jiang Zian blush where he stands. That's kind of embarrassing. Sina goes quiet, continuing to savor her food. Only after finishing every last bite does she slowly set down her spoon. Her eyes grow somber as she begins to share her story. I switched to acting because of a throat problem. Her words freeze him on the spot. Going back to that time, there's a hint of despair in Sina's voice. I developed vocal cord nodules. At first I thought it was just a cold. I never expected it to steal my voice entirely. I tried every treatment people recommended and went through rehabilitation, but it never fully recovered. What's done is done. My voice is way better now than it was back then. Mirang and Miroy look completely puzzled. What are vocal cord nodules? It's me. Sina continues her story, and that's when I discovered my talent for acting. So I let go of my singing dreams. But then I got cast in a film where the character actually sings. It's a great opportunity. The director wants me to do it. But my manager and the staff don't seem to want me to take it. Because of my voice, whose advice should I follow? If you were me, what would you do? Jiang Zian, would you listen to the director or the staff? I don't know how much my voice can handle, so I'm not sure either. But then Jiang Zian speaks up. What about you? Sina Senado, you want to do it? His words catch her off guard. Her expression turns blank. Want to? He cuts her off before she can even finish. Is that the right answer to this problem? I think you should just follow your heart. Do you want to do it or not? She goes quiet, lost in thought, unsure what to do next. But you know, right at that moment, Mi Jiang's adorable voice chimes in. Anai, when do you sing? I want to hear you sing. Miroy bursts out laughing and adds, and you sing so well too, it's so cool. Sanghao immediately turns to Sina with starry eyes. I'll tell my grandmash is your biggest fan. Every time you're on TV, she watches everything. She says she wants to cheer you on because you always give it your all. These words hit Sina right in the heart. Jiang Zian understands exactly what she's going through and chuckles gently. Zay, just believe in yourself. No matter what happens, it'll be fine. If that's your decision, Seno have got your back. As the evening deepens, the three kids head out, waving goodbye. Thanks for helping us study, Annai. The pizza was amazing. Bye, Annai. Jiang Zian and Sina smile, waving back at the three adorable kids. Goodbye. I should get going too. Actually, I snuck out without telling the company. He looks up at her, concern flickering across his face. Is that okay? She laughs, clearly amused. Of course not. My manager is probably screaming into a pillow right now. If Yoon were still my manager, he'd have skinned me alive. Jiang Zian sighs. Think about your current manager, would you? Sina quickly walks over to her sleek luxury car and opens the door. Off I go. Remembering something, she quickly turns around. Zian. The real reason I came today is because I thought we were alike. Our situations are so similar. If that sounds weird, I'm sorry. Jiang Zian shakes his head thoughtfully. Well, you're not wrong, don't worry about it. Sina stands there for a moment, thinking, then she speaks. I came here wanting to hear your opinion. But I realized this isn't about getting someone else's advice. I've already decided to just go for it. Thank you, I'll come visit again next time. Jiang Zian nods understandingly. Drive home safely. It's like a storm has just passed through. Similar, she's not wrong. They both had to give up what they loved. He found his way out through rice cakes. He wants to help her too, but he can't keep relying on those kids. He's been in that same difficult position before. Jiang Zian unconsciously recalls the face of his kind senior. Deng Haiyan had helped him so much. The dishes that helped him regain his sense of taste, none of it would have been possible without those fresh, fragrant fruits. It hits Jiang Zian like a bolt of lightning. Just realized something important. Jiang Zian stares at the blueberries sitting in the bag. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Kia Shanshan. I'll repay you with premium Korean beef later. This is the same fruit that healed Lee Youngwon's wrist, so it'll definitely work. The problem is how to get her to eat it. The rice cake on the side is so terrified of the smell it covers its nose. Jiang Zian, meanwhile, is quietly calculating. Turning it into pills would probably be the easiest. But since she works outdoors a lot, something portable and easy to eat would be better. He quickly sets the fruit down on the counter, lost in thought. Something. Jiang Zian opens the fridge, searching for something. Anything that sparks an idea. Rows of sauces and condiments immediately catch his eye. Is there anything useful in here? Neatly stacked containers sit on the upper shelf. His eyes suddenly widen like he's just realized something. He spots the side dishes he'd been soaking and prepping earlier. Pickles. He quickly grabs a carefully preserved jar of pickles. Right, preserve it. If he turns it into fruit syrup, it'll be way easier to eat. First, to cut the fruit smell, soak it in lemon juice for about 10 minutes. Then scrub the surface with baking soda and slice it into even pieces. Next, mix with sugar at 11 ratio. Finally, to further mellow the smell, place everything in a glass jar along with a few slices of ginger. And just like that, the fruit syrup infusion is done. Meanwhile, while Sina is still in the middle of practice, a message comes through. Seeing a message from Jiang Ziyan throws her completely off guard. Jiang Ziyan, her face is a picture of pure confusion. What's going on? His message pops up on her phone. Hello, I have a fruit that's great for the throat, so I've turned it into fruit syrup. I'd like to share some with you. Could you send me your work address? I'll express ship it over. Or the studio address works too. The message leaves Sina utterly baffled. Fruit syrup reply comes in right away, catching Jiang Ziyan's attention. She replied. He reads through each of her incoming messages, pensive. My company doesn't accept food deliveries. Just send it to my house. I love fruit syrup, by the way. Thank you. The address is, after reading through the messages, he pauses, surprised. She just hands over her home address like that. Is that okay? Jiang Ziyan hesitates, eyeing the successfully made syrup jars. But should he send all of them? One jar will last her a good while. The other two send them to the village elders. Sometime later, the village chief happily carries a jar of the syrup around, showing it off. Ever since the chef started mixing it with liquor, I've been strong as an ox. The villagers chatter among themselves. It's a bit strong, one says. But this is still medicinal wine, right? Once the medicine kicks in, the aches just disappear. I swear my back feels so much better now. That's just your back. Me knees are better, and my shoulders feel looser than ever. You don't believe me? Watch this. And according to the story that circulated that day, the village chief plowed the entire field by himself. After receiving the package from Jiang Ziyan, Sina opens the box in surprise. She holds the syrup jar in her hand, utterly bewildered. So this is the fruit syrup. I wasn't planning on accepting anything, but he really does care. That's so thoughtful. But the smell is a bit strong, and what kind of fruit is this anyway? It's not unbearable though. Let me try a little. Without hesitation, Sina quickly drops a few slices of the fruit into her cup. She then opens the accompanying drink to give it a taste. Her face fills with curiosity as she slowly pours the liquid into the syrup cup. Once it's fully steeped, she slowly brings it to her lips and takes a sip. A burst of flavor spreads through her mouth. Sina loves it so much she lets out a laugh. Tastes way better than it smells. When you're low on sugar during work, you've got to make yourself a fresh cup. So sweet, the smell is still a bit strong though. But right then, she suddenly sets the syrup cup down, spotting Jiang Ziyan's note. Curiosity getting the better of her, she quickly picks up the note to read. His handwriting is neat and careful. Remember to keep it in the fridge. Drink 1 cup a day. I'm really looking forward to hearing you sing, Sina. His warm gesture fills her with a cozy glow. Lost in thought, she quietly reflects on the syrup. Maybe it's just the placebo effect, but my throat really does feel better. Not overthinking it, Sina makes her decision on the spot. She quickly picks up her phone and makes a call. Hello, director, I have something I'd like to discuss. Is now a good time? The scene shifts to a lush, comfortable forest. A pair of large hands slowly grips a tree branch. The muscular rabbit is still going at it, hammering its jacked body through rep after rep. There isn't an ounce of fat on it, but it still trains like a maniac. Seeing such a terrifyingly buff rabbit sends shivers through every creature nearby. Jianjiu, standing to the side, mulls it over before speaking up. Normally, Jiang Ziyan would be here by now. We usually hold training right after lunch. But I've got something going on during that time now. Can we switch up the training schedule? The rabbit doesn't think twice, it nods in agreement right away. Sure. He breaks into a relieved grin. Thanks, man. He's improved a ton in training lately too. He sighs and adds, ever since he got the wolf's heart, the kid's made insane progress. The two of them keep chatting away enthusiastically. Exactly, all that training wasn't for nothing, I agree. I think he'll be having a real sparring match with the knight soon. Emyi sits off to the side, completely dejected, rooted to one spot. Joan watches her strange behavior, utterly baffled. Wait, why are you just standing there like that? Patrol duty. She stands there, slumped with exhaustion, and lets out a sigh before voicing what's been eating at her. Why has Kang Hyun studied both swordsmanship and martial arts, but he couldn't care less about our Fey archery? He's a warrior at the very least. He should show a little curiosity about it. People literally fight each other just for the chance to learn it. I was actually planning to teach him how to communicate with the spirits too. Joan watches from the side, surprised, and thinks to himself, silently, looks like someone's feeling left out because nobody bothered to teach her anything. Classic feeling forgotten energy. I get it. He doesn't overthink it and immediately chimes in. It's just that he's better at martial arts than archery, that's all. He quickly slaps a hand over his mouth. It's not that Hyun doesn't care about archery, but you've seen it yourself. Swordsmanship and martial arts alone already drain him dry. Kang Hyun is a warrior, sure, but he's still green. His stamina can't keep up, so any combat training just wears him out more. Those words actually make Emmy blink in surprise before nodding in agreement. Right, if his stamina's already shot, it'll be hard to learn anything new. Jo-won nods, chiming in with a reminder. So don't overthink it. She hears that and breaks into a terrifying smile. Fine, then I'll just teach him something that doesn't drain stamina at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kang Hyun feels something is off and glances over his shoulder. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Sometime later, the scene before them has turned into complete chaos. The muscular rabbit stands there catching its breath after a long training session. Out of nowhere, it picks up a tiny creature and uses it to wipe off its sweat. Right after that, it casually turns and strolls off, and wouldn't you know it, Kang Hyun happens to be right over here too. He looks around and sees everyone gathered here, completely confused. Emmy is the one who slowly speaks up and explains everything. I just realized that Hyun Appa has treated me to so much food by now. And thanks to that, I've gotten to taste all kinds of amazing dishes. But I'm a fae, you know, I have to return the favor somehow. Kang Hyun hears this and is completely speechless. Why does this whole routine sound so familiar? Flashing back when he first met Jo-won and then met Noit was the exact same pattern. He's already figured out the reason is probably no. While he's still lost in thought, Emmy smiles and places a hand over her heart. So this one's just for you, Oppa. Today, I'm going to teach you about the Fae Tea Party. Not just anyone gets to witness this, you know. Got it. Kang Hyun listens to the whole thing, dazed, at a total loss for words. He hasn't even had a chance to finish his sentence before she cuts him off. At least pretend to hesitate a little, geez. No, watching from the side, lets out a laugh and teases him. Think about it, the guy just survived a whole gauntlet of training. Why would he waste his time watching a tea party now? She rounds on him, furious. Your training is done, so why are you still hanging around here? He glances toward Mona, then explains, I stuck around because I was worried you'd drag Kang Hyun into one of your schemes. Emmy fires back without missing a beat. Oh please, I'm giving him an absolutely amazing opportunity here. We went through the trouble of getting the elders' permission for this. Sensing things getting awkward, Kang Hyun speaks up. Fine, I'll give it a shot. This is just a one-time lesson, right? The moment the words leave his mouth, everyone goes silent, glancing toward Emilia. A brilliant smile is already spreading across her face. The most important thing at a Fae tea party is harmony with the spirits. He's completely speechless, doesn't even bother introducing himself. She extends her hand forward, calling for her little darling. Depending on how the spirit channels its mana, the flavor changes. Here, let me show you. Stand up. Kang Hyun startles, completely bewildered. Brew the tea. While standing, she gently demonstrates her communion with the little parrot. First, you have to attune yourself to the spirit. The stronger the bond, the better the tea. Meaning when you brew with two, the tea will taste so much better. So if you please. With that, she pours the tea leaves down into the pot. It understands perfectly, slowly spreading its wings wide. A rich, intoxicating fragrance wafts over, freezing Kang Hyun in place. His eyes go wide. Thighs is the first time he's ever witnessed anything like it. Petals dance endlessly on the breeze before Kang Hyun's awestruck eyes. While he's still staring in disbelief, Emilia continues speaking. When it blooms like this, it means the mana is overflowing with purity. Now pour in pure water infused with the forest's spiritual energy, and wait a moment for the color to steep. Then pour it back into the teapot and done. Easy, right? Now give it a try. Kang Hyun is still standing there, completely dazed. I still don't get any of this. Okay, you little guys have a ton of energy, but all To really needs to do is attune. He quickly closes his eyes alongside To, silently telling himself to focus. So next I just drop this in here, right? The tea leaves cascade straight down into the open air. Td has also opened its eyes wide, as if waiting for something to happen. After a beat, it suddenly lifts its head and literally breathes fire. The tea leaves from moments ago have completely turned into a pile of ash right in front of it. Looking a bit confused, it turns its head to stare at Kang Hyun. He quickly shoots back, hey, why are you looking at me? It keeps pointing at the kettle of water that's already been prepared. He sighs, you dump that in and it's just gonna be a hot mess. Noticing the little one's expression, Emmy smiles gently and offers some comfort. Td is still little, so it can't control its power yet. A bit more training and it'll be able to make fire without burning everything to a crisp. No, standing right beside him, suddenly steps forward and places a hand on Kang Hyun's shoulder. You don't need to hear any more of this. Mona latches onto him too. Let's go have some fun. He keeps casting a judgmental look in Yilia's direction. Why waste so much time on brewing tea? She quickly speaks up. Wait, at least try a cup of the tea I brewed first. Once you drink it, you'll understand why this art is worth learning. After waiting for the tea to cool, everyone finally takes a slow sip to savor the flavor. Jiang Ziyan's eyes widen in disbelief. He never expected the flavor to be this exquisite. As usual, he smiles softly and comments, "Delicious, slightly bitter, but the aftertaste is incredibly rich. For some reason, my mind actually feels sharper too." The praise makes Yulia burst out laughing, absolutely delighted with herself. That's because the elf tea ceremony extracts 100% of the tea leaf's properties. "Hey, you should say something too, you know." No, standing off to the side, voices his disappointment. "You're making such a big deal out of this. I thought it'd be amazing, but turns out it's just fancy water. Mona doesn't want to drink this stuff either." Food. Their behavior leaves her utterly exasperated. She can't believe they can't even detect the tea's flavor. These hopeless people. Jiang Ziyan quietly glances at him. "Beastmen don't drink tea. What a waste, can't even enjoy something this good. No, keeps pestering rice cake. Kid, just drink it." Jiang Ziyan falls quiet, mulling something over. He turns to Yulia and asks, "What does the elf race usually eat with their tea?" She turns back to answer him. "Believe it or not, actually, we usually don't pair it with anything." A bright, excited smile spreads across his face as he makes a suggestion. "Really? Then how about I make some sweets to go with it? That way No and Mona might actually enjoy it. Just help me find the ingredients." Mona is still blinking in confusion at his words. Food. A while later, Yulia returns and Jiang Ziyan is a little surprised. "That was fast." She sets a pile of flour down in front of him. "You just need this grain powder." He nods firmly. "Yep, this one's super simple. Just thinking about the finished product already makes him happy. First, mix sesame oil, salt, and rice. Put the cooked rice into a bag and knead it well." He even uses a special tool like the wooden paddle from Lord Jiandu's workshop. Once the grains are mashed smooth, he coats them in the soybean flour Yulia brought, cuts them into bite-sized pieces, and shapes them into little candy-like morsels. It doesn't quite look like store-bought rice cakes, but for something made from leftover rice, this is pretty impressive. Noticing all the spirits rushing over to fight for a piece, he quickly reacts. Hey, everyone, calm down." Jiang Ziyan keeps holding the kids back from their squabble. "You have to share one piece each." At the first taste, Yulia's eyes widen in surprise. "So the flour I gave you was for this. It's so fragrant and sweet. The texture is soft and stretchy, it melts right in your mouth. You barely even need many ingredients. So how does it taste this good?" Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Mona are still fighting over the food. No has already stuffed his mouth so full it's practically lodged in his throat. Out of habit, he quickly picks up a cup of tea. Without thinking twice, he takes a sip of the tea she brewed. The flavor absolutely explodes on his tongue, and his eyes fly open in disbelief. That's refreshing. The bitterness of the tea has been completely overtaken by a lingering sweetness. "I thought it was pretty bitter before, but now it's a pleasant, well-balanced bitterness." Jiang Ziyan walks over with a smile and asks, "Yulia's tea tastes better now, doesn't it?" He has no choice but to nod in agreement. "Not bad." The words make Jiang Ziyan genuinely happy to hear. "Zay, you just weren't used to it. You might end up craving it later." Hearing this exchange, Yulia can barely contain her joy. "Told you. My tea is obviously rich and full-bodied." No stubbornly fires back. "Admit it, you could only drink it because Ziyan's food balanced it out." She's absolutely furious at his stubbornness. You're so set in your ways. Next time, I'm bringing real rice cakes for everyone." In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to late evening. Shanshan sees everyone arrive and lets out a surprised laugh. "What brings you all here at this hour?" Jiang Ziyan, carrying the sleeping Mona in his arms, smiles and explains, "Once Mona falls asleep, she latches onto me and won't let go." He adds calmly, "Plus her clothes were about to fall apart, so she had no choice but to come back with us." She takes one look at Mona's armor and can't help but laugh in amazement. "Looks like the little one really does like Jiang Ziyan, huh?" He answers gently, "Probably because I haven't had much time to play with her lately." Her eyes grow thoughtful as she nods in understanding. "There really is no one more fitting than you." "Jiang Ziyan, can I ask you for a favor?" It's about Mona. He still has no idea what's going on. "Emma." Jiang Ziyan's eyes instantly go blank. He has no clue. Is something wrong? Shanshan nods helplessly. Yes, Mona has started getting picky with her food. The worry on her face is almost unbelievable. Jiang Ziyan is taken aback and quickly responds, "Picky. That's a serious issue. But doesn't that happen sometimes?" Bun and Toady, standing nearby, are clearly annoyed by these words. She crosses her arms, sighing in frustration. "It's not just picky if it's not delicious, she simply won't eat." The words make Jiang Ziyan freeze on the spot. His mind reels. Mona, since when? She's become a full-blown foodie. Time shifts to the next morning. A familiar voice rings out. "Breakfast is ready, bring out your bowls." The beastmen are still fighting over food as usual. "Give me more, dig in." Right then, Hammond grows anxious and steps forward, calling out, "Mona, you're not hungry, just try a little, okay?" Mona stares listlessly at the full plate in front of her, only barely picking at a few bites. Seeing that, Hammond quickly speaks up. You ate so well last time, remember? Watching Mona refuse to eat sends her into a full-blown panic. Then Mona turns and walks away. All of this unfolds right before Kia Shanshan and Jiang Ziyan's eyes. She speaks up. See that? She won't even touch Hammond's food, let alone anyone else's. He eats while nodding thoughtfully. Yeah, this is getting serious. The food's good though. She's just gotten pickier, hasn't she? She glances at him with a slight smile. Why won't she eat though? Why indeed? Watching the whole scene from the side, Rice Cake and Tu are visibly displeased. Jiang Ziyan glances at the uneaten bowl and immediately speculates, could someone have been sneaking her tasty snacks behind everyone's back? He says this without realizing he's the guilty party. Kia Shanshan nods in agreement. It's very possible, but because of this pickiness, she keeps skipping main meals, especially when the same dishes keep repeating. Seeing the situation grow genuinely serious, Jiang Ziyan ponders deeply. If this keeps up, her health is going to suffer. With no other option, he quickly walks over to Hammond, who's sitting there in tears, and calls out to her. Hammond, do you remember all the dishes you cooked over the past week? She lifts her head to look at him. Master Kia Shanshan is stunned by what Jiang Ziyan proposes next. You want to broaden the chef's experience? He nods firmly. Yes, I believe that's the best approach if we want Mona to eat well. Look at Hammond's menu main dishes. There are slight variations, but so many of them overlap. It's mostly mixing and matching the same ingredients. The recipes and ingredients are limited, so it ends up like this. It's not a skill problem, it's a lack of variety. A gentle smile spreads across Kia Shanshan's face. And then what? How do you plan to expand it? Jiang Ziyan doesn't hesitate. He says they should head to the market in a human town. It's the perfect place to explore different dishes. Right now, the spices we get through trade are just the basics. If we scout the market and add more varieties to our next trade list, it won't just fix Mona's picky eating, it'll help develop the village's food culture in the long run. Hearing this, even Kia Shanshan has to nod in agreement. You're right, we gain so much from it. Jiang Ziyan grins with excitement. Exactly. But her next words hit him like a splash of cold water. But as clan leader, I can't allow it. Jiang Ziyan freezes on the spot. What? She answers with a calm smile, as if this were the only reasonable thing to do. Our relationship with the humans is better than before, yes, but we're not at the stage where we can freely visit each other's villages. If something unexpected happens, even our current relationship could shatter. Is it worth sending someone into that kind of risk? Hearing this reason, he's taken aback, then it clicks. The clan leader makes a fair point, but he immediately makes his case. I'll personally request the human lord's cooperation, it may seem forward. But I believe this proposal is an opportunity to bring both sides closer together. Isn't that exactly why you appointed me as the mediator in the first place? His clever words leave Kia Shanshan. A satisfied smile tugs at the corner of her mouth. Impressive, that idea isn't bad at all, so what do we write then? Hammond suddenly speaks up from the side. Excuse me, I want to go. Her words leave Jiang Ziyan and everyone else stunned. Everyone turns to listen. Sorry for interrupting, but I want to learn at the human town. I want to cook dishes delicious enough to satisfy Mona's palate. Her words leave Kia Shanshan frozen for a moment. After a brief pause to think, she decided sending Hammond along should be fine. Then it's settled. Jiang Ziyan will seek permission from the human lord. Hammond will go as our representative and teach the others when she returns. But hide her hands and tail. Don't cause any confusion in the human town. Hammond doesn't think twice, nods immediately. Yes, I'll cover them with a hat and long pants. No hears this and turns to volunteer. Then I'll be the escort, I've been there once before. But she shoots that down immediately. Captain, no, you're not going. Your ears are too big. He's still stubborn though. At a glance, they just look like hair. It'll be fine. A voice suddenly rings out, enemy spotted. His ears shoot straight up on instinct. Seeing No's deflated expression, Jiang Ziyan bursts out laughing. Guess that settles that. Kia Shanshan, smiling from the side, shares her thoughts. We have a rule: never stand in the way of a warrior's will. If Hammond wants to go, then as clan leader, I should support her. But once you're there, squeeze every last bit of knowledge you can out of it. Hammond nods eagerly, fired up. Yes. Jiang Ziyan clenches his fist and declares, I'll be careful and come back safe. Mona rushes forward and wraps her arms around his leg, freezing him in place. Seeing this, she immediately puts her foot down. Mona, I haven't given you permission to go anywhere, but the child's eyes are full of pleading. I want to go too. Her expression turns fierce in an instant. Do you have the resolve of a warrior? That look makes Mona freeze instantly. Her mind flashes back to the happy meals she shared with Jiang Ziyan. He would always take Mona out to eat at all sorts of different places. Next, let's try that restaurant over there. Rice Cake, watching from the side, can only look on in despair, begging to come along. The jealousy is eating them alive. The food. After a long silence, Mona finally speaks up, voice trembling. I'll go. The words catch Jiang Ziyan off guard. More voices chime in, one after another. Me too, I'm going. The excitement makes Kia Shanshan break into an enthusiastic laugh. She grins wide with approval. Go then, that burning hunger for more, that's the spirit of a true warrior. Off to the side, No looks a little disappointed. What about me? Mona still clings to Jiang Ziyan's leg, determination burning in her eyes. I'm going. A few days pass in the blink of an eye, and we arrive at the human town. The Lord smiles, chatting cheerfully with his subordinates. You're heading to the market with the beastmen today, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Jiandio quickly chimes in from the side. I'll guide them carefully and serve as their escort. He nods approvingly. I'm counting on you. And if they need kitchen space, let them use the castle's kitchen. He's visibly taken aback. You're more generous than I expected, sir. The Lord's face instantly lights up with anticipation. If they use our kitchen, I'll be lucky enough to taste Jiang Ziyan's cooking. He stares utterly bewildered. So you're just thinking about the scraps you can mooch off of him. But won't the head chef throw a fit about lending out his kitchen? Last time, he glared at Jiang Ziyan like he wanted to bore holes through him. Remember, hearing this, the Lord flashes a sly grin and replies, that's already been decided by me. If only the beastmen got to learn Jiang Ziyan's incredible cooking, that wouldn't be fair at all. This way, even the head chef gets to pick up a thing or two. Stepping out and closing the door behind him, Jiandu shakes his head with a wry smile. Pure calculation, sure, but still a hell of a generous move. It doesn't take long before he spots the familiar figure of Jiang Ziyan approaching. He quickly raises a hand and greets him with a smile. Jiandu. Instinctively, he raises his hand in return. Never thought I'd see the day beastmen would be strolling through a market. Jiandu steps forward without hesitation and says, welcome everyone. Let's get going. Time flies and the streets are already buzzing with life. Jiang Ziyan chuckles in surprise, looking around. It's been so long since I've been here. Wonder what's new. Jiandu gazes into the distance and suggests there are tons of shops. Toddy, feel free to browse. He turns back with a grin. Hammond, Mona. Let's go check it out. On the other hand, Hammond looks absolutely terrified seeing all the humans walking around. I'm here as the representative of the Beastmen chefs. I have to stay focused and study hard. What if I can't memorize everything correctly? It's my mission. Jiang Ziyan hurries over to comfort her. Don't overthink it. Exploring cuisine isn't just about studying. The real key is watching, tasting, and soaking in as much as you can. That's what will spark your own creativity when you cook later. These words make Hammond's face flush bright red. She quietly commits it to memory, watch, eat, and experience. I'll do my best to enjoy every moment of this trip. Jiang Ziyan laughs and extends a hand toward her. Is she really okay? Once they make it down the main street, Mona's eyes instantly light up at the sight of bread being made right before her. After trying some fruit from the human world, Jiang Ziyan also falls into thought. The vendor calls out, trying to draw even more customers. The humans, upon spotting rice cakes, look completely bewildered. They look just like white wolves. White wolves. True to form, Hammond can't take her eyes off how they cook, watching every move. At some point, a radiant smile has already bloomed across her face. Much later, at a fountain in the city, Jiang Ziyan stares in wonder at a flower wreath resting on top of a rice cake. What kind of flower is that? Jiandu notices Hammond's exhaustion and laughs, asking in surprise. Looks like you really enjoyed the tour, huh? Are you okay? She excitedly recounts everything she's experienced. It was absolutely incredible. There was so much to see I completely lost track of time. And I think I finally understand why Master brought me here. My eyes have been completely opened. I've always only relied on my own experience when cooking. But it turns out there's such a vast, diverse world out there. I suddenly have this overwhelming urge to cook. Hearing her enthusiasm, Jiandu laughs with delight and announces, but hold on, you still haven't been to the shop I recommended. Jiang Ziyan suddenly remembers something. Right, you said there's a must-visit restaurant. He laughs heartily and replies, exactly, miss it and you'll regret it big time. There's plenty to try at this market, but if you're here, you absolutely have to have the kebab. A massive, sizzling slab of grilled meat appears right before everyone's eyes. Hammond's jaw drops at the sheer size. What is this? Jiang Ziyan can't believe his eyes either. Kebab, but this size. Jiandu excitedly introduces the mouthwatering meat. Impressive, right? It's a stacked meat tower. The shop serves it in portions for 5. Everyone settles down at the table and waits. Jiang Ziyan asks curiously, do people around here eat kebabs a lot? He nods and adds, absolutely, the street vendors grab one every single morning. Inside the crispy flatbread, there's generous meat and all kinds of vegetables. Honestly, a perfect meal. Jiang Ziyan picks up the bread and examines it in amazement. Different details, but it really is like a kebab. Curious. He brings it to his mouth and takes a bite. The flavor bursts instantly, and he can't help but exclaim. Smoky on the inside, juicy and tender, perfectly seasoned, with a sauce that tastes like yogurt. Delicious. This is seriously good. Seeing his reaction, Giant Duo beams proudly and declares, "That's my go-to spot right there." Hearing Zhang Ziyan's praise, Hammond slowly picks up her own bread. With wide-eyed curiosity, she opens her mouth and takes a bite. The moment the flavor hits, her eyes go wide with shock. What is this flavor? It's fragrant but not too spicy, and somehow even more delicious because of it. The bread and vegetables balance everything perfectly. Who knew they could combine like this? Over on this side, Mona is still squabbling with Mei over rice cakes. The vendor bursts out laughing, genuinely surprised by her praise. "Girl, is this your first time trying kebab? You nailed that review." Hammond nods without a moment's hesitation. "Yeah, this dish is amazing. How did you even make something like this? A real chef through and through." The praise makes him visibly smug. "Well, that's not wrong. Your recipe only uses black pepper." The words make Giant Duo freeze in surprise. No wonder it's so expensive then. The merchant is still going on, not even trying to hide his bragging. One bite and you can taste the craftsmanship right. Zhang Ziyan, listening from the side, is taken aback. "Black pepper, that's like regular pepper, right? Wait, don't you guys use pepper in everything back at the castle kitchen? Yet here it's worth its weight in gold." Hammond hears all this and goes quiet, deep in thought. It seems she's still not very familiar with human world spices. Black pepper. Time drifts slowly toward the late afternoon. Zhang Ziyan finishes buying his ingredients and spots something ahead. He calls out, "Hammond, before we head back to the Lord's manor, let's make one more stop." She tilts her head, curious. "Stop where?" She follows his pointing hand to the shop up ahead, and her eyes instantly light up. She eagerly walks in alongside him into the spacious store. "What are all these?" Zhang Ziyan smiles and explains, "These are cooking utensils." He recalls the Beastmen's habits and realizes they don't really use many tools, do they? The Beastmen would just debate among themselves to tenderize meat. You can just use your fists, right? I mean, that's still better than stomping on it, isn't it? The thought gives him pause, but tools like these genuinely improve the quality of a dish. Just then, Hammond suddenly calls out, "Master, what's this?" She's staring at a jar of seasoning on the shelf. Zhang Ziyan grins and walks over to explain, "That's a pepper grinder." She blinks at him, still lost. "A pepper grinder." He continues explaining what he knows. "It's a machine for grinding dried black pepper." She picks up yet another piece of knowledge. "Grinding black pepper. Actually, I was about to ask earlier, have you ever eaten black pepper before?" The question leaves Zhang Ziyan thoroughly confused. Sensing something is off, he quickly asks, "Your people don't eat this?" She pauses, then shares what she knows. "It's way too pungent, so we've never thought to use it as food. We just scatter it at the entrances to our storages to keep wild animals away." Zhang Ziyan sighs at that. What a waste. Hammond's expression shifts to one of contemplation. "A waste? But there are tons of black pepper trees behind our village." Zhang Ziyan hears this, and the gears immediately start turning. Wright was told earlier that this stuff is expensive here. The merchant and Giant Duo were haggling non-stop just now, and the price was absurd. Exactly. A plan begins to form in his mind. If we play this right, both humans and beastmen could benefit. The excitement spreading across his face confuses Hammond. But before she knows it, she's smiling too. "I don't really get it, but he's definitely onto something." Zhang Ziyan speaks up again, "But let's set that aside for now. The fact that beastmen have been using the King of Spices as nothing but floor decoration all this time, that's unforgivable." The words leave her staring blankly. "King." Before she can process what he means, he suddenly turns to her. "Hammond, want to try making a dish with black pepper?" Evening settles over the city. Thomas is visibly annoyed, pacing outside the kitchen door for the 100th time. That guy has invaded his sacred kitchen again this time. He's brought a beastman with him. Zhang Ziyan is still in the middle of coaching Hammond. "These ingredients will do nicely." Thomas catches sight of the carefully prepared ingredients and freezes. But then he notices how meticulously everything is arranged on the counter. His eyes grow curious. What's he planning to make this time? Zhang Ziyan continues his lesson with Hammond. Black pepper pairs beautifully with meat. It masks any gamey smell and brings out the natural flavor. She listens, a spark of understanding flickering across her face. "So you just use it dried like that?" He nods and drops the peppercorns into the grinder. This way it's easier to use and store. After that, Zhang Ziyan rolls up his sleeves and gets to work on the marinade. Belly pork, salt, and pepper, then he lets the seasoning seep in. Next comes the pan searing. It's a cooking technique where food is cooked quickly over high heat to form a golden, crispy crust. A few minutes later, the outside is perfectly crisp golden and absolutely gorgeous. He transfers the seared belly pork onto a small platter, adds seasoning, and deglazes with white wine. Then into the oven it goes. Zhang Ziyan carefully slides the meat inside. After a short while he's done. Roasted pork belly complete. Hammond's eyes light up instantly, brimming with anticipation. It smells incredible. Even Thomas can't help but drift closer for a look. The skin looks like a crisp biscuit. You dried out the moisture to make the surface crunchier, didn't you? Jiang Ziyan nods in confirmation. That's right, belly pork has a thick fat layer, so it crisps up even better. He glides the knife across the surface of the meat, gauging the cut. Once he finds the spot, he brings the blade down in one clean, decisive slice. The inside is still tender and juicy. Nods, satisfied. Perfect. Thomas's and Hammond's faces are both filled with eager expectation. Look at how juicy that is. Jiang Ziyan smiles and gestures. Go ahead, try it. Hammond quickly picks up a piece and pops it into her mouth. Thomas, dropping all pretense of composure, shoves a piece straight into his own mouth. The flavor explodes on their tongues, leaving both of them in utter disbelief. Thoughts race through Hammond's mind. Thighs is nothing like the meat she's used to eating. So it's the seasoning that created this flavor. And the aroma of the black pepper isn't quite what I expected. If anything, it just stimulates the appetite a little more. Seeing that strange, faraway look in Thomas's eyes, Jiang Ziyan called out in surprise. Chef, are you all right? His voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Ziyan heard this and looked up at him, startled. Thomas's expression had completely crumbled, his eyes brimming with tears, his lips trembling. He gazed at Jiang Ziyan with a look that bordered on begging as he spoke. Thank you for the recipe. Don't make me say it twice. Seeing Thomas bolt straight for the door, Jiang Ziyan hurriedly called out, Why do you always run off like that? I haven't even figured out how to write it down yet. After a long silence, Hammond slowly spoke up, voicing her thoughts. I always thought black pepper was just a hot, pungent spice, but it actually cuts through fattiness beautifully. It pairs perfectly with meat and makes the whole dish more appetizing. I had no idea black pepper could be used this way. Jiang Ziyan listened, then smiled gently as he explained. It's not just black pepper, even other spices can unlock completely new flavors if you change how you use them a little. Whether food can offer richer flavors all depends on the chef's imagination. Right then, Hammond suddenly called out to him, Master, could you teach me that recipe? I want to try adapting it myself, tweak it a bit to suit the kids' tastes. Jiang Ziyan heard this and agreed without a second thought, nodding right away. Sure, I'll teach you the base recipe. Feel free to adjust it however you like. Hearing his agreement, her face lit up with a brilliant smile. Thank you so much. Time slipped forward and night fell deep over the village. A few more days passed. A mountain of black pepper had been sliced by the beastmen, countless piles stretching out endlessly. A woman hurried over and reported, Chieftain, we've finished harvesting the black pepper. Qiushanshan heard this and nodded with approval. Well done. If I'd known black pepper was such a treasure, I would have been harvesting it ages ago. Just then, a beastman came running over excitedly. Chieftain, look at this, human's press machine is incredible. We can brew ale so much more easily now. And this pot is super sturdy too. Seeing everyone so thrilled, a gentle smile appeared on Qiushanshan's face. She thought breaking Mona's picky eating habit would be enough, but she never expected them to bring gifts this generous. She watched silently, taking in the smiles on everyone's faces. Hey, have you tried cooking with black pepper yet? Yeah, just a little, it's absolutely amazing. All of this made her think quietly to herself. Black pepper, once nothing but a nuisance for the village, had become their most valuable trade commodity. Under Hammond's guidance, black pepper even sharpened the skills of the chefs. Hammond cooked while teaching everyone. Leave it on too long and the dish turns chewy, so you have to pull it off the heat right away. Finally, a light dusting of black pepper. And just like that, a wonderfully fragrant dish was complete, leaving everyone eagerly waiting. Qiushanshan looked more than pleased, a surprised laugh escaping her lips. Thanks to all of this, Mona's picky eating had been completely cured. Wonderful. But Jiang Ziyan's cooking came with a side effect that even he hadn't anticipated. By now, Mona had grown absolutely round and plump. It waddled over quickly, squealing. Rice, its little voice kept piping up nonstop. Qiushanshan looked at it and thought, at a complete loss for words. This little one eats way too much. Jiang Ziyan has already done more than enough. We need to handle the rest ourselves. Mona flopped down on the ground, rolling around and demanding more rice. Right then, Qiushanshan walked over, picked it up, and gently scolded. Mona eating well and gaining weight isn't a problem. But for Beastmena warrior race getting lazy because of it, that's something we absolutely cannot allow. Let's take you along to the training grounds while we play together, and I still need to figure out a gift for Jiang Ziyan. Over on the other side, Jiang Ziyan was still stretching after a long, exhausting day. He turned around to see Bao and Todd staring up at him with eager faces. Even bone tired, you can't skip dinner. Both of them nodded excitedly in agreement. And so he headed straight to the kitchen to start cooking. Black pepper, always an indispensable seasoning. But Jiang Ziyan suddenly paused, his hand hovering over the pepper jar without picking it up. A pensive look crossed his face as something quietly crossed his mind. Without overthinking it, he reached for a different jar sitting beside it instead. Might as well switch things up once in a while. And so, Jiang Ziyan quickly ground the black pepper down for the marinade. The luscious salmon fillets had soaked up just the right amount of seasoning. He carefully pan-seared the 2 large salmon fillets. The rich aroma wafted through the entire room, leaving Rice Cake and Todd practically vibrating with anticipation. In no time at all, his pan-seared salmon was done. He savored a bite and smiled, "Thanks for the meal." As always, Jiang Ziyan lifted a piece to his own lips to taste what he'd made. The flavor melted on his tongue, and he broke into a delighted laugh. It really does go with everything. Next time, maybe I should teach her a fish dish. One fine day, the last leaves had fallen completely from the trees. Jiang Ziyan stared at the oil heater right in front of him and sighed. A draft must be blowing in through the shop. No wonder it's freezing. Rice Cake and Todd walked over, making him look up with a curious grin. "This is an all-burning heater. It looks old, so I was worried when I switched it on, but thank God it still works fine." The moment those words left his mouth, the heater suddenly burst into flames. And consider this a warning to everyone. Be careful when using old heaters. Seeing it ignite out of nowhere, Jiang Ziyan screamed in sheer terror. "Fire! Where's the extinguisher?" Hearing this, Todd yelped while Jiang Ziyan was still shouting for the fire extinguisher. Todd immediately activated his earth-controlling powers. Unfortunately, he went a little overboard, burying Jiang Ziyan under a heap of dirt. "Thanks, kid." Realizing the heater was completely destroyed, he let out a long, helpless sigh. "We only spent a short time together, but I'm glad we did." "Master," he sighed and made his decision time to buy a new heater. Some time later, a bright smile spread across his face. "Thank goodness me NHO had a spare heater sitting around unused. He's so kind, I was starting to worry for nothing. Delivery out here is painfully slow anyway." As he was heading back, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Jiang Ziyan calls out in surprise, greeting them. Mino and Sanghao turn around happily. "Uncle, you brought your bike too?" Jiang Ziyan nods and explains. "I brought it to haul stuff on the back rack, that's all." "What are you two doing here?" Sanghao, the little boy, excitedly spills everything. "I came to take off the training wheels, uncle." Mino, standing beside them, laughs and chimes in. Apparently the kid wants to learn how to ride on 2 wheels. Jiang Ziyan can't help but look genuinely impressed. "Really? That's amazing." The boy's face lights up with pure excitement. "Dad already bought me a brand new bike, so I want to practice first." Something doesn't add up. Ziyan pauses, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Sanghao's father works overseas to cover his mother's hospital bills. Mino, standing right beside them, laughs and adds more to the conversation. "I heard the new bike is still in its box, untouched." The boy's eyes instantly light up. "I won't open it until I can ride properly. That way if I fall, the bike won't get scratched." Jiang Ziyan is still lost in his own thoughts. It's a gift from his father, of course. He wants to treasure it with everything he's got. He asks gently, "Are you practicing by yourself? If you need it, let me give you a hand." The scene shifts to some time later, back in the peaceful village. Inside a wide-open courtyard, Jiang Ziyan's voice rings out. "I've got ya, don't worry." Sanghao pedals nervously, calling out, "Uncle, are you really holding on?" "You're really holding on, right, uncle?" The question makes him laugh. He nods reassuringly. "I've got you, promise." The little boy keeps pedaling, reminding him over and over. "Not yet, don't let go yet, uncle." Ziyan laughs and nods again and again. All right, but the kid still can't shake the worry. "Don't let go yet, okay, uncle." Jiang Ziyan can't help but grin. Here's the secret trick: he'll let go quietly so the boy balances on his own. He counts to 3, then slowly releases his grip. Barely a few seconds after he lets go, Sanghao crashes straight to the ground. Ziyan's heart lurches. He rushes over in a panic. "How?" the boy wails, crying and yelling nonstop. "You said you wouldn't let go." He scrambles to pick the boy up. "I didn't mean to. I swear, who knew you'd actually crash like that?" "Rice Cake, help me out here," he mutters under his breath. He already knows in his head today is going to be a long day. And so, every time Sanghao hits the ground, Toddy uses earth magic to cushion his fall. Rice Cake, off to the side, licks his scrapes and bruises, healing the boy in no time. But learning to ride a 2-wheeler is still brutally hard, and Jiang Ziyan finds himself sprinting after Sanghao over and over. How, in the blink of an eye, the light fades toward late afternoon. The bicycle lies toppled on the ground. He walks over carefully and asks with concern, "You okay? Let's call it a day and pick it up tomorrow. It's getting colder out here." Sanghao's eyes immediately fill with desperation. "Just a little more, uncle. If I try just a bit more, I think I can actually do it." Jiang Ziyan hesitates, worry creasing his face. Pushing too hard isn't good either, don't rush it. But the boy's resolve is ironclad. "I have to do it. I want to ride well as soon as possible. All my friends can already ride on 2 wheels. Dad thought so too, that's why he gave me this gift. If Dad finds out I still can't ride, he'll be sad, so I have to practice hard and show him when he comes back." that I can write all by myself. Jiang Ziyan falls silent, letting the words sink in. His eyes widen, something clicks. After a long pause, he slowly rises to his feet and speaks, his voice warm with praise. Sanghao, you're something else, kid. I'll write just a little more, and then we head inside. The boy nods eagerly, beaming. Yes. Some time later, Rice Cake lies sprawled off to the side, utterly bored out of its mind. Sanghao, meanwhile, is still pedaling away on 2 wheels with fierce determination. Behind him, Jiang Ziyan jogs along, calling out reminders. Sanghao, don't look down. Look ahead. The boy starts to say something, but Ziyan cuts in firmly. If you stare at your feet because you're scared, you'll crash again. Eyes forward, just pedal. And if you feel like you're about to fall, don't worry, I'm right here to catch you. The boy's eyes turn thoughtful as he silently replays Ziyan's words in his head. Look ahead. Sanghao suddenly lifts his head, and there it is, the sun slowly sinking below the horizon, filling the sky with golden light. The breathtaking view stops him in his tracks, his eyes wide with wonder. His voice comes out shaky, barely a whisper. Jiang Ziyan smiles softly. He listens quietly. Sanghao speaks up, his voice steadier now. Uncle, I think I can do it. Hearing those words, Ziyan slowly lets go. His gaze follows Sanghao, filled with quiet hope. After all that effort, the boy finally rides on 2 wheels. After coasting a good distance, he gradually brings the bike to a stop. Time seems to freeze. They turn and look at each other. Sanghao's eyes light up, almost in disbelief. You saw it right, uncle, you saw it. Jiang Ziyan can't help but laugh, genuinely proud of what the kid just pulled off. Of course I saw it. They rush toward each other and slap a high five. You did it. Jiang Ziyan keeps cheering him on. You're a genius, kid. Right then, a familiar voice rings out. Sanghao. The boy startles, snapping to attention. Yes. The old woman stands there, a gentle smile on her face. The call goes out, dinner's ready. You should stay and eat too, chef. The invitation catches Jiang Ziyan slightly off guard. Me too. Remembering all of Sanghao's efforts today, he can't help but crack a gentle smile. He takes slow, deliberate steps toward her. Yes, thank you for the meal. The scene shifts to Manhwa's small but cozy home. In the kitchen, she carefully slices vegetables, preparing the meal. She doesn't forget to drop cubes of tofu into the pot to simmer. The kitchen hums with the steady rhythm of cooking. The mischievous Sanghao has turned surprisingly well-behaved, dutifully preparing utensils. In no time, the table is loaded with fragrant dishes. Jiang Ziyan stares at the spread, unable to hide his amazement. There's something deeply familiar about this meal. The rich aroma of doenjang alone is enough to make anyone's mouth water. While the two of them are still buzzing with excitement, Manhwa steps over and speaks up. Sorry there isn't much, dear. He shakes his head with a smile. What do you mean? Everything looks amazing, ma'am. Just the smell alone has me starving. I could devour 2 whole bowls. But the moment he sees his own rice bowl pulled high like a mountain, goes dead silent. Jiang Ziyan freezes, 2 bowls worth merged into one. At some point during the meal, Sanghao is right beside him, devouring everything in sight. He announces he's starting, then keeps urging everyone to dig in. There's plenty more, chef, eat up, the mischievous boy announces, grabbing his bowl. Let me get you some soup. Grandma's doenjang soup is the best. Just eat as much as you want. Jiang Ziyan smiles and accepts the bowl of soup. Thank you, Sanghao. He gazes at the steaming soup, then slowly scoops up a spoonful. A satisfied smile spreads across Jiang Ziyan's lips. Back home, they used to make doenjang soup all the time. Without wasting another second, he brings it to his mouth. The familiar flavor floods his senses, and he's utterly content. He scoops more of it over his rice. Just watching him is proof enough of how good this soup pairs with rice. Jiang Ziyan sits there like a well-behaved child, steadily devouring every delicious dish Manhwa made. He even picks up a piece of pickled radish from the plate. The piece is huge, so Jiang Ziyan opens wide and takes a big bite. Everything bursts in his mouth, and Jiang Ziyan is even more impressed. Grandma's cooking really does hit different. Nobody can replicate this. Manhwa also immediately ladles seaweed soup for Sanghao as they chat. Here, eat this too. The boy flashes an innocent smile. Yes, Grandma, your sesame leaves are so good. Grandma, can I have some kimchi too? Jiang Ziyan drifts into thought, memories of his own family surfacing. Why does he suddenly miss the old days so much? Just then, a piece of rolled egg lands in his bowl. Before he can even process what happened, Manhwa urges him on. What are you waiting for? Eat up. The pancakes are delicious too, have plenty. Seeing him still sitting there in a daze, Sanghao jumps up and pushes more food toward him. Here, have some more. The 3 of them eat and chat away, completely content. The jelly's all smashed. Sanghao's way too strong though. A peaceful scene, yet brimming with happiness. Time slips by. Outside, the sky has turned a warm, golden hue. A few hours later, the moon rises high, casting its glow over everything. It's time for Jiang Ziyan to head back. He speaks up politely. Dinner was wonderful tonight. Manhwa smiles in response. We're always relying on you. It's nothing really. You know, ever since you came along, Chef, Sanghao's been so much happier. I'm truly grateful to you. He answers a little embarrassed. Honestly, it's Sanghao who keeps me happy too. Moi chuckles pleased. That's good to hear. Oh, speaking of which, your parents live abroad, don't they? Jiang Ziyan nods. Yes, my family's all abroad. Her expression turns pensive. So you probably don't see them very often, do you? He nods again. I keep in touch sometimes, but it's been a while since we've actually met. I wonder if everyone's doing okay. In a blink, the scene shifts to a vast airport terminal. Crowds of people wait around. Stepping off the plane is a woman who radiates authority. She sets her suitcase down, looking around with excitement. It's been forever since I've been back to Korea. Li Shixian smiles, pushing her sunglasses up. Almost 10 years, huh? Her gaze drifts when she suddenly notices something. Her phone has been buzzing nonstop in her pocket. She picks up and a smile slowly spreads across her face. Mom, I know. I'm heading straight to his place. It's in Dongbikong, right? Grandma and Grandpa's old house. I know the way, Mom. You worry too much. We talked last time and everything was fine. Just then, the bus announcement chimes in. The bus is about to depart. Li Shixian hurries. I'll call you when I get there. She hangs up, ready for the next leg of her journey. Realizing the bus is about to pull away, Li Shixian sprints after it. Wait time getting on. The scene shifts back to Jiang Ziyan's familiar home. Outside in the yard, Rice Cake and Tu were still happily playing around. Tu's face was lit up with excitement, laughing and frolicking nonstop. Right then, Rice Cake caught a strange scent. It whipped around, alert, scanning the area which sent to tumbling backward. The sight of Li Shixian's car pulling up caught it off guard. She arrived at Jiang Ziyan's house completely baffled. It was supposed to be right here. This is a restaurant, why isn't there even a sign? Did they move or something? Just then, Rice Cake trotted over and started sniffing. It caught its owner's scent on Li Shixian and eagerly reached out to greet her. A familiar scent. At that exact moment, Jiang Ziyan opened the door and called out for Rice Cake and to get inside. It's freezing out. What hit his eyes was Li Shixian hugging Rice Cake, gushing about how adorable it was. Seeing her show up here left him completely speechless. Li Shixian greeted him with a cheerful wave. Her presence here left him unable to hide his bewilderment. What are you doing here? After a beat, Shixian looked him up and down with a skeptical gaze. It hasn't even been that long, and you already look like you've aged 10 years. Jiang Ziyan responded, taken aback. You really just say that to my face, just like that? Hearing him say that made her pause. Then she realized things weren't as bad as she'd imagined. He was grooming Rice Cake as he spoke. Might as well ask while I'm brushing the fur. So why did you come all the way here? Don't tell me you flew back to Korea just to see me. Li Shixian sighed, curious are we? A mischievous grin spread across her lips. She stood up proudly and declared in front of Jiang Ziyan, I got a job in Korea. Her words left him unable to hide his shock. A job? She nodded with absolute certainty and continued, and it's at a 5-star hotel, no less. His eyes turned puzzled. So you really became a pastry chef? Li Shixian nodded proudly. Of course, that's been my dream since I was little. Just you wait till I'll become a genius pastry chef, more famous than even you. Jiang Ziyan heard this and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Time really flies. Feels like just yesterday you were jumping up and down because you managed to bake cookies. Back then, Li Shixian kept shoving cookies in his face, showing off nonstop. Look, I made these. She sighed and grumbled. Why are you bringing up elementary school? Anyway, there's still some time before I officially start work. Besides, Mom's been worried about whether you're doing okay out here. So I'm crashing here for a while, alright. Her words left Jiang Ziyan completely frozen on the spot. What? Li Shixian continued to announce, while I'm here, I'll help out at the shop. You should be grateful, you know. Some time later, the sunlight climbed higher overhead. Li Shixian, sprawled in Jiang Ziyan's house, turned on the TV in utter boredom. Something didn't add up. She called out in disbelief. Hey, I've never seen a restaurant this dead in my life. Even the TV is boring. He sighed and glanced over. You done talking yet? Li Shixian kept grumbling, 2 days straight and not a single customer, not even a fly bothered to show up. Seriously, this place is about to shut down. He sighed, glancing at her. You really went 2 rounds on this. It's winter, there are no flies. Exactly, that's my whole point, no customers. Her eyes held a flicker of disappointment, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Right then the doorbell rang. She turned her head in surprise. A customer, but it turned out to be the neighborhood auntie, stepping in to hand Jiang Ziyan a bag of goods. Young chef, I brought you some kimchi. He looked up a bit startled. Again, you gave me some last time and I haven't even finished it yet. The auntie's expression turned thoughtful as she replied. This time it's scallion kimchi, don't want it, fine. He blinked, a little confused, but still nodded and accepted. Of course I'll take it, your kimchi is always delicious. You give me so much every time. Watching the exchange, Li Shixian fell into deep thought. So he actually gets along with the villagers. Way better than she'd imagined. Who was that? Who's that friendly guy? Another long day passed, and time crept toward late afternoon. Li Shixian lay face down on the table, groaning in boredom. I'm so bored. Thank goodness I still have rice cake me one and only dopamine fix. She muttered, how can he just waste his days away doing nothing? No wonder his skills are getting rustier by the day. Right then, a rich aroma drifted from the kitchen, catching Li Shixian's attention. She walked over in surprise. There are no customers, so why are you cooking? Zhang Ziyan explained himself seriously so she'd understand. I'm working on something new, testing out a recipe, so I'm doing a trial run. Wonder how it'll turn out. The happy smile on his face left Li Shixian momentarily stunned. Ever since he went abroad to study, he hadn't smiled like that. Back then, Zhang Ziyan's face was always ice cold. It left Li Shixian completely puzzled. Was someone over there giving him a hard time? Scary, but her guess was spot on. There were people who always badmouthed Jiang Ziyan behind his back. I heard that Li Jiang Ziyan guy has some kind of shady relationship with the professor. His passion for cooking was still there, but he just didn't seem as happy as before. Back in the present, Li Shixian was momentarily dazed seeing the smile on Jiang Ziyan's face. Seeing him this happy was enough to warm her heart. Looks like living here has done him a world of good. So what are you making? He informed her earnestly. Japchae cream pasta. I'm trying to tweak the recipe to better suit Korean tastes. Li Shixian's face turned pensive as she thought it over. She broke into an excited grin. Hey, mind if I mess around with some of these ingredients? He nodded casually. Go ahead. She quickly cracked an egg, separated the yolk, and folded a bit of flour into it. Jiang Ziyan's slender fingers worked the chopsticks, stirring the noodles continuously. And just like that, a steaming bowl of handmade noodles was complete. He quickly picked up a strand and popped it into his mouth to taste. Seasoning's about right, just need to clean up the aftertaste and it's good to go. While he was still deep in thought, Li Shixian suddenly placed a dish right in front of him. Harry, this. He looked down and immediately recognized Itchimbap. She laughed and nodded, continuing to explain. Well, technically it's persimmon cream gimbap. I had some persimmons lying around, so I gave it a shot. Zhang Ziyan's face went completely blank, still not understanding what was going on. Why'd you suddenly make this? She grins proudly. I thought it'd complement what you're making. I improvised, so it's a little rough around the edges. Jiang Ziyan taps the spoon against the crispy sugar shell, cracking it open, and slowly lifts it to his lips. His face is pure anticipation as he tastes something his sister made with her own hands. The moment the flavor blooms across his tongue, he freezes then stares back down at the dish. Sure enough, the tartness of the persimmon cuts right through the richness of the cream and the heat of the pepper. Sweet, perfectly balanced at a bite, and you're already craving more. Bottom line, it's delicious. Li Shixian's smugness hits the roof, getting a nod from her rival, chef's kiss. He exhales slowly at a loss for words. Why do you even treat me as your rival? She keeps going, laying her thoughts bare. Because you're both my rival and the mountain I have to climb. Something clicks in her head. Li Shixian snatches up a strand of the noodles he made and pops it into her mouth. She closes her eyes, savoring the flavor. A completely new taste explodes across her palate and she can't help but gasp. This is incredible. How many chefs can create something with this kind of depth and complexity? His mood has lifted noticeably. Hers, on the other hand, is still all over the place. Meanwhile, Ziyan is still happily savoring every bite. It's been ages since he's had a dessert this good. Li Shixian thinks smugly to herself she's definitely gotten everything she could out of this trip. Perfect. Her voice rings out, snapping his attention back. A brilliant smile spreads across her face. Inside Li Shixian's head, gears are already turning. Since we're both here, don't we head back to Seoul together? Time slips by, another beautiful day dawns. Jiang Ziyan stands inside the kitchen, still washing the cooking utensils. He senses something off, his expression shifts thoughtful, guarded. He turns his head, eyes narrowing. What are you scheming now? Li Shixian bursts out laughing, putting on the most innocent face she can manage. How, what do you mean? I can always tell every time you make that face you're up to something. She shakes her head. That was only when we were kids, but inside. She's already mapping out her strategy, take it slow, plant the seed, and make him want to go back to Seoul on his own. Thinking this, Li Shixian suddenly speaks up. Hey, you know there's really nothing around here, right? Jiang Ziyan blinks at her. What are you even talking about? She grins, launching into a smug list of everything that's missing. You can barely meet up with friends out here. No internet cafes, no movie theaters, nothing fun to do. If we were back in Seoul, it wouldn't be like this, right? But the thing is, Jiang Ziyan doesn't play games, doesn't watch movies, and doesn't really have friends. He nods slowly, thoughtfully. I guess so. Li Shixian catches it immediately. Something's off. You're wrong. You're going about this the wrong way. She still has no idea what he means. And just like that, attempt number 1 failure. Some time passes. Li Shixian tries again. Hey, don't you remember? Back when you were a chef in Hanamdong, how famous were you? All my friends back then kept begging me to introduce them to you. I was so annoyed I refused every time. They literally lined up just to watch you cook. The glory days do you remember? Jiang Ziyan nods dismissively. Remember people barging into the kitchen uninvited, refusing to pay when I served them, stalking me all the way home after my shifts. They even stole my favorite knives, the ones I treasured the most. I had to call the cops. Li Shixian realizes attempt number 2 has also crashed and burned. She slumps back in her chair, resting between rounds. This isn't easy. I thought a little sweet talking would have him following me home. I keep going around in circles with this guy. Just say it straight, direct is fastest. There's no real reason for him to stay right. Li Shixian suddenly slams her hand on the table. You've been here long enough, haven't you? I've been thinking about it and now's the perfect, but before she can finish the sentence, a piece of noodle flies off her chopsticks and lands right on Rice Cake. Rice Cake fixes her with a withering look. Li Shixian freezes on the spot. She scrambles over, waving her hands frantically. Rice Cake, I'm so sorry, that was totally an accident. Forgive me, sweetie, I'll make you something special, okay? At that exact moment, Jiang Ziyan's voice cuts in, calling her name. She whips her head around, startled. Yeah, he's already figured out her entire plan. You're trying to get me to go back to Seoul. Her face stiffens, she forces a nod. Yeah, I mean exactly. You're doing so much better now. There's no reason to keep staying out here. How about we start heading back? Jiang Ziyan's answer is immediate. No. The decisiveness in his voice freezes her mid-step. A gentle smile breaks across his face as he makes his announcement. I'm not going anywhere. Rice Cake and the others fall silent, listening. Li Shixian stares, completely bewildered. What's so great about this countryside anyway? What does this place even have? You could live so much better. Jiang Ziyan's expression softens into something warm and peaceful. You don't have to live like everyone else to live well. I like things the way they are now. She grits her teeth, caught between laughter and frustration. Her thoughts spin relentlessly through her mind. I know you've been through a lot, but she leaps to her feet and snaps. You're planning to hide out here for the rest of your life. Isn't that just running away? You're wasting your talent in this rundown little kitchen. It's honestly disgraceful, she realizes. She went too far, the words hang in the air. Li Shixian freezes. The look on Jiang Ziyan's face makes her instinctively take a step back. She didn't mean to say anything that harsh. Her voice falters, unable to face him. She squeezes her eyes shut and bolts for the door. Jiang Ziyan calls out, hey, where are you going? But Li Shixian is already outside, slamming the door behind her. Don't come looking for me. Her strange behavior leaves him standing there, completely lost. He replays her words in his head and lets out a heavy sigh. Disappointing, huh? Maybe she has a point in a way. She's still young, still full of fire. The world hasn't beaten it out of her yet. When she comes back, he'll talk to her then. The scene fades into late evening. Back inside the house, Jiang Ziyan's anxiety skyrockets when he realizes Ziyan's car still hasn't returned and her phone just keeps ringing. The phone screen shows the call connecting, but he has no idea what else he could even say to this little sister of his. She already left, and now she won't even pick up the phone. When it gets dark, how the hell is she supposed to find her way back? No choice. Let's go. What about Rice Cake? All three of them rush outside in a flash. Ziyan and his two companions fan out, calling her name as they search through every narrow alley and back road. Shixian, if you can hear me, answer. He even passes by factories still lit up and running through the night. Shixian, where the hell did she go? His face twists with worry. He remembers back in the day whenever she threw a fit, she'd storm out of the house and he'd be the one running himself ragged trying to find her. Are you even coming back to eat or what? Back then at least it was near home. She doesn't know a single road here. Right then, Rice Cake suddenly perks up like she's caught onto something. She quickly points ahead. This way. Jiang Ziyan startles, then swings his flashlight in the direction Rice Cake indicates. Straight ahead, the familiar silhouette of grandfather's old house comes into view. Rice Cake in a rush inside first. The sight of Shixian's familiar shoes by the door makes Rice Cake bark excitedly, announcing the find. Jiang Ziyan slowly steps inside, his flashlight beam cutting through the dark. Her figure sits curled up in a corner, utterly still, not a sound, not a movement. He seems to understand something and lets out a long sigh before speaking. So that's what this is. Out here, aside from Grandpa's house, what other place would you even know? Why are you sitting here like this? You look so pitiful. At least turn the lights on. Shixian's voice comes out small and stumbling. The main breaker. He breathes a quiet sigh of relief, a weight lifting from his chest now that he knows she's safe. I don't know where the main circuit breaker is, so I couldn't turn the lights on. And my phone died too. She suddenly speaks up. Ziyan goes quiet, listening. What? She finishes the rest. I'm sorry, Oppa. The words hit Jiang Ziyan like a freeze frame. Just stands there, completely stunned. Shixian immediately bursts into tears, repeating over and over, "I'm sorry." Right now, she looks exactly the way Shixian did when she was little. The sight is so unexpected that Jiang Ziyan can't help either bursts out laughing. Turns out he doesn't care about any of the things she said to him. "You really haven't changed one bit since elementary school, huh?" She keeps scolding him. "Stop laughing." And that's a wrap, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button right now. Give that like button a little tap too if you don't mind. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Tangled love.